courtesy, makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
All eyes locked on Lisbon as the intensity rises at the Blast Open 2025. Today, 2 more teams will earn their place in the playoffs, whereas 2 more will be sent packing. Joining myself for a Spitz for the ride, I've got MBK and Pimp joining me up on the desk for day number 4. Speaking of rides, Jacob, you've been cycling. You've been out and about. You cycled to the studio this morning. You've been on the ground.
The sun is out, Freya. I haven't seen the sun for 4 or 5 months. It's finally out. It's been out for 3 days in a row, 4 days in a row. I feel blessed, so I may as well go out there and chase it.
You get any sun yesterday or more grind time?
Sun outside and everything. No, just kidding. I was just playing, watching demos, playing some games, and just, you know, grinding Counter-Strike and being in there.
I appreciate the intensity that you bring with that. You're working, then you're going back, you're working more,
Yes.
and never any time off, you know?
No, but like it's also, I mean, you gotta enjoy it while it lasts, right? Like if you're in the middle of it, if you have the chance to be doing that, Counter-Strike is the beautiful game in my opinion, and so you just have to go 100% in it.
Speaking of things that lasted or didn't last, unfortunately we did have to say goodbye to 2 teams yesterday. Falcons did manage to survive. The Huns going home, Nathan. I feel like what we saw from them, it was great. Nobody expected them to be making it deep into this bracket.
No, they got close scores. It was a great game, but in the end, yes, you can't be satisfied not even taking the map. They still showed very good. 9 was stellar in every area, and so yeah, hopefully we can see more of them in other tournaments.
FaZe versus Astralis was our second elimination game yesterday, and for Denmark looking dead as a doorknob, Jacob.
Just look at the scoreboard. You know, 7 rounds, 6 rounds. The game wasn't even competitive. It was a game that we built up to be mega important for Astralis, given the VIS circumstances, them potentially missing a 5th major in a row. So I don't know what to put this for Astralis. It's obviously disappointing, but for FaZe to win in that fashion, there's a great bounce back after their abysmal performance versus VP.
We obviously had the elimination matches earlier on in the morning. Then the evening shift had the qualification games. First of all, MongolZ versus Spirit. This was an absolute marathon of Counter-Strike with MongolZ once again coming out on top. I think Connor said it, second time within the space of, what, 7 days they've managed to take down Spirit.
Talking about work, that was one head of a game. I mean, the second and third map especially, they were beautiful, they were intense, they were individual, there were teamwork, there was everything in that game. Beautiful to watch, 2 of the best teams in the world at the moment, and hopefully we're going to see them more.
Vitality versus Pro was the last matchup of the day. No surprises here. Vitality continue their reign of terror, taking down VP in 2 maps.
They look scary good right now. I think even speaking to Saivu after the game yesterday, the other desk were like, listen, what are the weaknesses? We don't know. People have to find them. And I agree. Right now, Vitality look like the best team in the world and no one even comes close.
100% win rate on multiple maps as well. I'm so excited to see what they're going to be doing in the arena. But we can take a look at Group A to see exactly where those matches yesterday leave the standings. As we said, 2 teams eliminated. Jacob, what were your takeaways from the Huns? Because obviously, you know, not getting a map over the line is not a good sign, but I feel like they either matched our expectations or maybe surpassed them a little bit.
I had no expectations, and by default, then they exceeded my expectations. I think there were a couple of positive moments from the Huns. I think T-side versus Spirit on Anubis that looked somewhat decent, and I know it's easy to be like, yeah, there was 1 half in 1 game, but at the very least, they remain competitive. I think yesterday, should they have won a map against Falcons? Probably not. Falcons weren't really playing up to the best, but they made the game competitive, and then we had 9, you know, as an individual, playing stellar Counter-Strike. I think we saw clutches, we saw highlights, we saw him conduct himself in a way that was very mature. This clutch right here with the Deagle is ridiculous, Nathan. We can see it over and over and over again. 4 bullets, 4 kills. Wow, that's Counter-Strike orgasm right there.
Always an enjoyable one. I mean, it's just pure raw skill on display, and he had other moments as well. He had a 1v4 on Inferno yesterday against Falcons. And then, yeah, he was the main conductor of the Huns being so competitive in the games that they played. I think they should have won at least one map, because...
I feel like they deserved it,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Just give them that little bit of joy, you know, like, oh, at least we took something.
We don't give any pity points at this tournament.
It's
Not
true.
enough, yes.
Not even for a legendary organization like Astralis, dead last as well after losing out to FaZe. I feel like, you know, maybe some respect, I guess, for trying to make the veto a little bit interesting.
Respect for showing up.
Yeah. They tried. You know what, Jacob? They tried. I think that's our level for Astralis right now.
I guess that's where we
tried.
start the conversation. They did enter the building. They did join the server at some point, and they did try to play Counter-Strike. As I said yesterday, I feel sorry for Astralis because I look at the lineup and I think there's a lot of cool players, there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of interesting aspects around the lineup, but they just can't seem to figure it out. We spoke to Device after the game yesterday as well. I got the same feeling from him. He seemed a little bit frustrated that they can't put a finger on what exactly it is, and overall, it's just a disappointing time to be an Astralis fan because one week it looks okay, another week it looks absolutely atrocious.
Especially Detroit, like they signed some of the best players in Denmark. They signed the players that were doing very, very well in Heroic, but the pieces, the way they put them together, the way they put the roles together, it's just not working out. When you have your IGL that is putting 19 kills on 4 maps, there is something that is just wrong with the approach and the direction of the whole system that you're putting together, right? Like something is just not clicking. And so at that point, do you really go 100%, like you just double down on that direction and just stay in it, or do you try to like just put some dynamite in there and then just shuffle everything and then see how it works?
Sounds like you like the dynamite approach, Jacob, but we'll leave that for another day. Group A was wrapped up yesterday in terms of those first elimination games. Now we move back on over to Group B as we're talking about elimination games to start off the day. But later on, Jacob, we've got G2 versus Eternal Fire and Navi versus Mongols. 2 out of those 4 teams will be advancing to playoffs. That's pretty exciting. 2
very cool games. Rematch between G2 and Eternal Fire in this very studio that we had back in January at the Bounty. And then, of course, the Mongols taking on Navi. The Mongols, which is slowly but surely establishing themselves as a team we have to take serious at every single tournament. Navi, on the other hand, not looking too good, so I think that could be a close game. Yeah, 2 teams going to be moving forwards to the Portuguese playoffs, but our first 2 games, unfortunately, it's just a question of keeping their lives. Elimination on the line, and Liquid, they find themselves here after what we thought was going to be an intense, high-octane rematch versus Eternal Fire, which ended up being anything but. Unable to get double digits on either map, sees them taking on Imperial today, which in the same vein, of course, it was a 2-map affair versus G2. It was a G2 with a godlike hunter in form. But I feel like it was more positive signs than when you compare them to the side of Team Liquid, because maybe similar to the Huns, I didn't really have too many expectations of Imperial, but they made that series competitive, right? They made it very competitive. I think they should have won a map against G2. I think they deserved to win a map against G2. Had it not been for Hunter, they would have won a map against G2. So very, very well played by Imperial, a team that we haven't seen play in Europe, you know, so far this year. They are doing well domestically. You can look through the match results and you can look through the match history of this team as well, and they are owning up the domestic scene pretty much. They have a couple of losses, but overall they're doing a good job. So they came in with confidence. They showed that confidence against G2, and had it not been for Hunter putting up career best performances, I think Imperial would have won a map at the very least.
Definitely, it would have been a whole best of 3 series, all 3 maps. And what I like about Imperial is like the balance that they have. Their new signing with Shy, I think it really brought something to the table where their roster is coherent. You can see clearly the direction of what they want to do, and now they just have to apply it and play as good as possible. And yes, if Hunter didn't have that map, they would have taken Mirage 100%.
Yes.
And then you have a whole best of 3, and then a third map is always going to be more random, if you will, because it's a map that both teams are going to be competing on. So yeah, today I think for them the plan is the same: play their own game, play with their best cards, and then try to get in the game fast, and then just steamroll Liquid. I think that's their plan.
Well, before we do dive any deeper into the Imperial side of the conversation, let's get a few thoughts courtesy of Shy. How is Imperial different from other teams that you've played on?
I think the strong point of Imperial, that was maybe the strong point I want to join then, it's the firepower. Like all the teams are young, even the Vini is a IGL, but like he being a whole like star player, so I know he can make good stats in that positions, and I think that's the good point of the team, firepower.
When fans come to watch Imperial and come to watch you, Shy Jesus, how do you want to be known? What do you want to be known for as a player?
I think the perfect question is like the number 1 of the world. Of course, every player wants this, but step by step, I want to be a constant player, and like how would I say, it's my first event IRS, but I look for more events. So I think that's the word, consistent.
I think the best player in the world probably, you know, take a bit more time to get there, but consistency, that's the key word that was coming out of that. And that's what I hope to see from this Imperial squad, right? Committing to a roster for a prolonged period of time and being able to build something together.
Yeah, like Shai coming in as an anchor in a team, you want that consistency because you want to be the guy that the team can rely on. If you're holding this B bomb side, if you're playing the B Mirage and stuff like that, there are two parts. You can be very proactive and be very aggressive, but then it's going to be more of a 50-50, right? So then it's going to be him just being that anchor for then the whole team to do whatever they want and then be solid together.
Obviously, Shai was a bit more of an unknown quantity, but decent. He's a player that we're quite familiar with. What's your takeaway from him on Imperial so far?
I think he's been doing well for himself. Again, they've only been playing domestically, so you got to take the stats and you got to take when you look into it with a grain of salt. But he's posting a solid 1.16 rating for the year. He's the spearhead of the team. He's the difference maker in a lot of these games. He has pop-up maps as well, where he's the one, I wouldn't say solely winning for Imperial, but he's definitely a guy that you look towards when you want individual output from the team. He's also been part of the team for a long time. You know, you speak about commitment, you speak about consistency as well. He's been in Imperial for more than 500 days, so it's a player they value. It's a player they kept around for a long time. And again, when you look into his stats, you know, from 25 to 24 to 23, it also seems like a player, given his age, is just 21 years old. He's still improving. He's still getting better. So maybe there's a big future in the scope for decency. Whether that's going to be with Imperial or another Brazilian team, who knows? But today, he's needed.
When we're talking about some of the young stars on the side of Imperial and maybe comparing and contrasting to Liquid, I think AWPers is a great place to be starting, right? Tri versus Ultimate. How do you feel like these guys compare and contrast?
The thing is, it's a bit hard when it comes down to Tri stats and the output he has been doing, because obviously a lot of the games have been within the South America region.
Yes.
So like, you have to take it with a grain of salt. What we know more of is Ultimate, that has been pretty active, I want to say, in Liquid. When he has good games, there is definitely a difference that is seen in how Twist is leading and how Liquid is playing as a whole, right? So when it comes down to Tri, it doesn't feel like he's a central piece. It looks more like Vini and the rifles are taking a lot of space and they're able to be doing that, and then Tri is just helping controlling the map and helping like holding angles, whereas with Ultimate it feels like he needs to be enabled in order for Liquid to play good.
I'll make the comparison. Tri has been a forever talent. You remember like 5 or 6 years ago in a Blast studio somewhere in Copenhagen, we watched Tri and we were like, oh my god, he knocked out Vitality, he killed RPK's career, and we thought to ourselves, that's going to be the next new guy coming into it. He's just been around for a long time without fully breaking through. No one is denying that Tri has great individual capabilities, but he just can't seem to figure it out consistently. The comparison I want to make is versus Ultimate, because I'm starting to sense the same thing. When he came into Team Liquid, we labeled him as a big talent with the AWP. He got off to a good start, but he has been stagnating quite a lot within Liquid. Now, is Ultimate a player that can rediscover himself like Torsi did in Mouse when he was starting to struggle a little bit? Or do we see Ultimate turn into another Tri, so to speak, just from Europe, where it becomes this, you know, we talk about the potential all the time, but we don't get to see it often enough. I don't hope that's the case for Ultimate, but I'm starting to fear that could be the case.
It could be a worrisome thought to be bringing into fruition. Particularly when we look at their last matchup, obviously touched upon it in the introduction, but versus Eternal Fire, they obviously played at ESL Pro League. It was an incredibly close affair. Here it was anything but, right? The fact that Eternal Fire just absolutely steamrolled them, that was painful to see.
And so, yeah, to tie that with the Ultimate conversation, I think it's more of a question of what system is Liquid running. And so you saw against Eternal Fire, they had times where they were giving Liquid a lot of space that Liquid didn't take. Like they were just having one idea and they were just following through with it, and it just didn't work out. Like, I mean, I think as we can see in the score, like it just wasn't great. And so how can you enable yourself as an AWPer if there is only one direction and one plan that you're being told you have to do, instead of being free? Because that's what you want from like the AWPer that are the star players usually. You want them to be able to be free into going everywhere on the map and do whatever they want.
And I think this is where I thought when, you know, Liquid adding Natus into the fray, I thought it might open this up. I thought it might make things a little bit more free. He might inject a new, you know, a breath of fresh air, if you will, into the squad. I don't know whether we ever saw that honeymoon period kind of coming out of them. It's always been like gatekeepers of the top 10 kind of conversation with them,
That's
right?
sort of where we anticipated to be at the moment. I think Nerds Isolation, a great signing. He's a fantastic player. I think everyone would agree with that. I think Nerds have done a lot to help Team Liquid become a more reliable team, and I think Nerds is going to be a vital part of Team Liquid for the future. Now, is it going to be with this 5-man roster, or is more roster changes on the horizon? Most likely, if I had to guess, but you know, having Nerds on your lineup, that's just a massive plus. So if we have a lot of question marks attached to Team Liquid, that's fair enough. You know, you look at JKS, you look at Nav, you look at Trist as an in-game leader, we're not really sure where to go. One thing I know for certain is that I want to keep Nerds as a prime player in my lineup because he's fantastic.
Well, gentlemen, before we do dive any deeper into the conversation, it's time to get the picks and bans underway. So, well, the side of the equation could maybe spice up this map, Vito, Jacob.
Ancient is not going to be one of them, and neither is Mirage. Now, Liquid, I'm curious. We saw them play Dust 2 against Eternal Fire. We saw them pick Dust 2 against Eternal Fire, and I was not impressed with it. Now, is that going to scare them away from doing it the same thing against them? Well, there we go. Dust 2 will be picked, but it will be picked by Imperial. So that's a bit of a ballsy move. You know, you pick your opponent's first pick in the opening game, so that, to me at least, speaks confidence from the Imperial camp.
There is a part of confidence, and that is a part of Liquid has no idea what the map pool is. If you look at them, they play all 7 maps. They ban, I'm not going to say, like, they just ban the best map of the opponents. Yeah. But it also means, what is your best map? And so then you come in picking Dust 2 against Eternal Fire, that is a very good map for Eternal Fire, and you just get destroyed on it. And so now you have Imperial picking Dust 2 against them, so I don't really know what that means. Where is Liquid going? What is the plan? Where are the good maps? Like, what is the general direction of where are you good? What can we expect from you?
And that's the thing, right? Anubis coming in to be the decider. I think that's actually perfect for Team Liquid. I think this map pool is perfect for Team Liquid. You get Dust 2, which was your perm pick versus Eternal Fire yesterday. You get your own pick in Nuke, and then you get Anubis, which is a map that you've been playing very well on. Now, for Imperial, as you said, we don't know where they're good at because they play domestic Counter-Strike. So these map win percentage, they're very much inflated in a sense. So I think Liquid, in terms of this raw map pool, I had confidence in them winning the game before the map pool and before the veto. Now I have even more so.
Where could Imperial potentially spice this up with the kind of play style that we learned about them from that G2 game? What's that kind of classic Brazilian flair?
Yeah, I think Dust and Anubis especially, I think they're looking at a 2-1 victory if they want to take it. I think Nuke is going to be pretty hard, but their explosive game style that they have can be exploited on those 2 maps, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Well, we're going to find out exactly how it goes down, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, Liquid versus Imperial, Dust 2, Nuke, and Anubis, if we do so require. We'll see you in a few.
I would say we experience the same as last year because we are not in the top teams in the 8th bracket, you know, that are invited for everything. Right now we're just trying to work and get to that stage where we can choose whatever we want to play. But for now we're trying to play everything we can and qualifying to get the most of the points. We are not trying to like reinvent the wheel, I would say, but the idea is more adapting with the kind of players that we have, because sometimes you just cannot like watch Spirit playing and think that one of our players will be what Donk is doing in the map. We are using the screens and tactics or whatever to like fit the players that we have and how to approach the map like in that way. I would say from outside, yeah, I would just look normal. Maybe the Brazilian vibes and like decent screaming and the punt. Other than that, I think we're just pretty basic.
What is a success for you guys?
Advanced to playoffs, because I need points for qualify to major.
I think the map is pretty much open and everyone is trying to figure out like what you can do as a T. Even watching the matches, it looks like the Ts are a little bit favored, but I think it's more about CT economies being a little trash and the game mechanics just like it's easier just to peek than hold angle. So I think things are still developing. In 1 or 2 months, the map will feel a little bit better.
Peek. Peek and kill.
Yeah, I would say the map is pretty much that. There's a lot of situations that the GTs are just swinging the angles and you're getting killed. It's way different than it was years ago that you like have a 5v3 or 5v4 and the teams will be like, okay, guys, we have the advantage, just like crossfires, and we're good to win the round. Nowadays, we just keep pushing, because if you just stay still, you're gonna die. We only face each other, I think, if we're fighting for the last bracket playoffs. That will already be another conversation. I think we're just preparing for the other hard matches.
Yeah, I think so. We have a good CS. We're training a lot of days in Portugal.
We had a lot of time to study, and in case we meet Furia, I think we already, of course, we will bring our best.
So it begins, another day of play for Blast Open Lisbon. My name's Machine, I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall for this one and for the following game as well. I'm intrigued to see how Imperial fare versus Liquid. Their Dust 2 didn't fill me with confidence. That's Liquid's Dust 2.
Yeah, and it was their pick.
Yeah,
so,
yes,
look,
it was.
Yeah, it's curious to see that now being used against them. So one or two things could happen here. Maybe that just wasn't Liquid's day, and they'll be on Dust 2 now, a map that they've picked in recent history and put on a bit of a show, and we can keep to the streak of the morning shift getting the 2-0s.
I think it breaks today.
You think it breaks today?
I think today is the day.
We'll get a 3-mapper.
Yeah, but actually the second series.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the M80 versus Furia game coming up, and there's a bit of a link there. The last time Liquid lost to a Brazilian team was over a year ago, and that was against Furia. That was at the PGL qualifiers, I do believe, for the Americas. So they've had good success against Brazilians. Let's see if it keeps up today. No, it's an ultimate in towards lower tunnels. Naf to clamp in through upper B. Has Twist for support, and JKS short. So 4 going long. Decent. Looks like he's going to get some contact.
He's going to get a lot of work here, and there's a flash involved. Twist has ensured that Naf takes that cleanly. Good pick-off, looking good. They accelerate long. Now, JKS will hear this from short. Yep, that's the information. You can see an immediate reaction from him and his teammates.
He's got a HE right now that can break the smoke. So once this gets lobbed in, do they cross immediately behind it? What is the timing that JKS throws this out? Smoke lands. HE to follow, I'm sure.
One's across already. That will be relayed. There's the break. Nothing to report on Naf. Trying to rectify this. A bomb plant would be nice. And actually a smoke thrown out by JKS, but he picks off as well. Swings into Shy. I will get it today. Today is the day. Oh, try as hard as he might. He goes down as well. Shy Jesus.
I'm going to do this. Here's what I'm going to say. You get 3 incorrect.
Okay, well, that's one.
Because now if I use the stick and not the carrot today...
Yes, okay, try the stick. Let's try the stick.
And maybe Liquid are using the stick with their team as well.
Well...
The match against Eternal Fire didn't go fantastically. And they've come out the gate swinging.
If memory serves, the first half wasn't so bad. 7-5 T... Like, they got 5 T rounds, then they got 2 CT rounds. So it's the CT side where they had a lot of trouble. Didn't get to see a full 15, and oh, Nertz has got his signature MP7 out again. He is probably the only real believer in that more expensive SMG.
Heavy God uses the MP5.
He does. That's true.
Nertz uses the MP7.
These damn hipsters.
I think ZTR is one of the individuals that likes to bring out the UMP from time to time.
Yeah.
So there's a couple.
It's like kind of, you know, riding a fixed gear bicycle. You want everyone to know you're cooler than them.
All right, now trying to be cooler than everybody. He's brought out the Scout and looking for exactly that. It's a Glock Eco. With the Scout looking for some tags. So the Glocks can convert off of that damage, but Twist... Guys, this is just Glock. It really is just Glock.
Oh, we're losing to Glocks and a Scout. By we, I mean they. Naf and JKS.
We?
Yeah, we.
All right, little bro. All right, can 2 of the most silent but violent members of this Liquid squad piece this one back together?
Do you think they're communicating right now?
No, they definitely talk.
Well, yeah, but
they
like,
just don't show emotion.
Right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I'm doing this.
What's open? Where are we going? Their teammates will also be communicating for them right now. Fortunately, Shy's on 16 points of health.
I just worry
no head armor.
That JKS is in a position where if they go long and a Scout posts on him, eventually he's going to get wall banged or tagged.
He kills all 3.
Okay, just by waiting here. They walk up. Trite has the bomb as well, which is actually going to benefit JKS. He knows it. Oh, there we go. Gets the sound cue. Incendiary should finish the job, forces him into the fight. Nice, well handled by JKS to avoid what would have been an incredibly tilting round to lose. You're already tilted because you lost 3 players. I mean, that's just suboptimal, but yeah. It's not something to be celebrated so much as it is relief.
You get past, and now you know the guns are coming out, so some drops are going to be made available. JKS gets to pick up a FAMAS, and they work this out. That's rubbish there by Twist, all things considered, but couldn't pick a target. Now with the buys, it isn't try going into back-to-back scouts. They've gone rifle heavy. So it will be a Galil for AKs up against what Liquid have been able to scrap. 3 players starting over towards long. You got the flashes in the air. And a long corner smoke. Vinny, unable to brave the flames, will back off. Twists put quite low, all things considered. And take a look at the radar. Liquid didn't go for long control. Well, I tell a lie. They did go for long control. They didn't commit, which gives them no information. And this is a problem. They're in a bit of a box right now. They feel pressured. They're very worried about long at any moment, but they haven't lost it. They don't know that. As Imperial work through the map, they actually have a bit of an advantage on their side. Liquid might feel that they need to thrust themselves into taking short. Surely now it's starting to feel a little bit different. Incendiary exchange with the Molotov. More utility to come. There's another one. And they can just wait. Still a minute on the clock for Imperial to work with. Now Vinny's going to throw out his to take the control. Oh. Huge nade.
That leaves a mark. Vinny operating with just 15 points of health for the rest of this round. Twist in a similar boat. And he's got a HE that he's going to try and time to perfection. It's going to have to be thrown after the fade of that block smoke. And that conversation about long still continues. JKS still doesn't have any answers. He's just going to be tucked on car, jiggling intermittently.
Yeah, so they're under more pressure than they are actually under.
Time, though.
They're taking control now, so at least they will learn that this has been theirs all along. But you can just see how cautious JKS is about blue bin. There they go, they're executing in, just ultimate on the site. JKS is going to be on a bit of an odd angle to take the fight against these two.
Oh, okay. He stabilizes nicely. Really important double kill from JKS, and he's hearing the rest. Committing into that site, ultimate starting to edge forward. Shy gets one. Vinny and Tri are making this competitive. They are low though, and the headshots found from Naf. In fact, a second as well, jumping to secure it. Job's a good one.
Okay, well, the safe pairs of hands for Liquid that have come under a lot of scrutiny of late, Naf of JKS, have both had a bit of impact in the last 2 rounds. Nerd's just trying to deny the plant there, and I think that the time probably plays into that decision, and he gives away his life for free. A body coming out the door looking the wrong way makes things a little bit wobbly, but does course correct, and beautiful work here from Naf. I think the biggest issue that this Liquid roster has is just a lack of initiative from those 2 players that you've seen on the screen. They're both traditionally anchors. There's a lot of criticism about too passive, and maybe they're just listening to the calls that are being made and they're doing their jobs, but you'd love to see these players let themselves off the leash and try and take a bit more room from time to time. We're on board with Nerds with that MP7 again, so he's the only one aggressive. There's no ability to help him from short, mid doors. Even B isn't able to push in and clamp down, so he will be able to swing into this quite quickly. Naf back a plant, Twister support from outside doors, and Nerds to flank.
Yeah, Tri's going to smoke doors and flash him through. Naf starts to unload. Oh, he's timed that to perfection. And Nerds will come in from behind as well, so well positioned, well handled. Naf, a bit proactive on that spray as well.
Now let's see, does Nerds throw away the MP7, buy the AWP, swap weapons with that of Ultimate to bring it out to try and contend with Tri's AWP, which is definitely going to be purchased. A tactical timeout taken from either side just yet, so still working into the early stages of Dust 2. And he will. So Nerds buys the AWP. Is he actually going to wield it himself? Nerds is using the AWP himself. Okay. Well, this is different.
Interesting.
So the AWP will be over towards B. That means Ultimate's rifle and A. So if it is a short execute, that's where you have some trouble. As 3 players from Imperial gallivant into lower tunnels. Bomb down in T spawn. Plenty of time to go back and grab that, as they are posting up on mid to B quite early. Now, whether or not they're just looking to force utility like that, job's a good one, as they'll be working on the short control now. So going through the paces are Imperial. We did cover off their match against G2. They had quite a few rounds that were very late, operating in the last 20 to 30 seconds of rounds.
JKS goes looking for answers, and no way, still tucked on long doors.
Well, that's what we're talking about. Like, at least playing for some info, not just sitting there being dictated to. It's hard on Dust 2 to find late pushes that are successful, especially with the default spread that Imperial have currently posed.
Good incendiary to delay them. They missed their second smoke as well, so might quash any aggressions, I'm sure. They've got 40 seconds here.
This is it with Imperial, right? Oh,
He tries it.
And it's like pitter-patter rain. It's just dribs and drabs. Now they come at mid to B. The flash is good, but Twist the bodyguard. Nerds leaves B. That's where they have to go. There's only one option. And, well, I tell a lie. There's two options. The other one is lay down your guns.
Yeah, I'm trying to preserve them for the next round as well. No Way and Decent still yet to get off to the starting mark. JKS already confirming that there's nothing to report in middle. Maybe they do start searching a little bit. Are they free to do so? There is some cash.
Yeah, look, I think it's still with
early days.
It's only round number 5 that's being converted. Just hold on to these. Get yourself a residual for everybody going into the next, and then you can let off the leash a little bit more. But again, Naf and JKS, the two who have found the early impact. You've got 7 kills for Naf, 7 and 0, and JKS 6 and 1.
I don't know what his chibi weeby is on his monitor, but it looks very soft.
Who's got a chibi weeby?
Twist. He's got like kind of like a spherical, fluffy object on the top of his monitor.
Spherical, fluffy object on top. Well, please, if we could catch that spherical, fluffy object on top of the monitor.
There is something.
I can do some research.
Yeah. Trying to work out what it is. It just looks soft. That's all I'll say.
Looks soft.
Yeah.
Okay.
First time out called by Zach. When we arrived here at the studio in Copenhagen, we saw them all gathered outside, sitting on the bench in the sunlight.
Hood's up, though.
Well, yeah.
It was a brisk breeze.
It ain't Brazil.
Through.
It ain't Brazil.
True. That is true. If they make it to the...
Oh, yeah.
If they make it to Lisbon. It's still not Brazil.
But they will be able to speak Portuguese.
And it's slightly warmer.
You do have to get through Liquid, though.
Yeah, that's just the beginning.
Yeah, the gauntlet.
It is at least Group B. That's where we find ourselves with all of today's matches, 4 of which these saved weapons heading swiftly over towards B to look for a pick. So I would imagine Naf will throw out the smoke before entrenching himself in the back of the site. Or does Nerds go for a pick? Yes, he does. Flashed himself there, but still wins the fight.
Yeah, he spots out more, though. He's a dead man for the overcommitment. Now up to Naf. They know he's here around here somewhere. No way. He's not a free kill. Naf a messy spray there. Couldn't tame the AK, and it cost them the sight. Okay, what now? And Twist will throw the nade to break, gives something to work with. Shy has picked up that AWP. And don't forget about Vinny. JKS could be dead here. That corner is terrifying, and they're opting to save, electing to just keep hold of their money, keep hold of those 2 AK-47s. I say 2. I don't know if Ultimate's going to be able to keep hold of his. He has looked pretty good on a rifle, though.
Well, Vinny's heard steps of JKS running away, and they may have heard Twist as well. So maybe they think that he's not hanging around. He has a smoke. He has a kit. They need to start exiting for him to make good on this. So he's just trying to deny them from carrying everything through. Ultimate will get 1 for his troubles.
Oh, and an AWP removed. Okay, you know, as far as round losses go, this has been quite effective. They concede the round, sure. Did Naf miss the spray? Yes. But does only 1 gun get brought through? Yeah, they keep him humble.
And that's important, right? There's 2 players right now, Try as well as No Way, who are either going to need drops or buy into something a little bit lighter. I think No Way could go with the AK-47 and be light on the util department. But even after the opener that it felt like Nerds was going to fluff, the fact that they're able to surge in like that, just not prepared. Naf doesn't take his time.
I've never seen Mark.
Well, no, he was a bit rough around the edges the other day.
Yeah,
against
but it's very rare to see Naf doing that.
Yeah, I think he's got a confidence problem at the moment.
Yeah. Getting in your own head. We all know it. And Nerds, that's the opposite. He puts bullets into Try's head instead.
I know that right, Naf and JKS don't play the most glamorous positions, but they're some of the absolute most important positions.
Yeah.
So you need to make sure that you're finding that impact. As out long are Imperial, but down a man. Last round, the trade came awfully quick. Nerds needs to be careful. Flash forward, looking for the fight, and they'll be able to spam them down through the smoke. The onslaught of Imperial is dealt with.
This is what you want to see from Nerds. Like, just let off the leash a bit. He can shoot. He shoots hard.
I want to interject there because you do, but he needs to have a battle buddy. Because the old version just had Yakinda doing the same thing.
Who is Donk's battle buddy?
Whoever he wants.
Whoever he wants.
Anybody but Shiro.
Okay.
So I think that for somebody to trade or somebody to trade you is important.
Or Flash, right? Or yeah, be there with you, yeah.
So it's great to have these ideas and being aggressive, but the way that the rest of the team functions around that is hugely important. And there's maps where they look a little bit more put together in those regards, like Anubis.
Is that the responsibility of Nertz to kind of also articulate what he needs from his buddy, or is it supposed to happen without any words being exchanged? Like it's just, I'm there behind you because like he says, I'm going to do this, and someone else offers the battle buddy support.
I think if it's going to be the type of round where you're using a spawn, right, and you're going to push into lower tunnels, well then it's like, okay, well then let's just do the doors smoke as we're running out of CT. Let's start short. Let's get the AWP boosted, right? There's lots of things that you can do behind these ideas that are quite easy to piece together. But look, if he's on the T side and he's going out ahead of the pack for a pick, and that's the plan, okay, then maybe that's the identity of Liquid. But it's like, well, then why did you get rid of Yukinda? Obviously, Nertz is definitely finding a lot more output than Yukinda has in recent times, but you would like to see the game just look more comprehensive for them. But at the moment, it's 6-1. So what are you worried about is what the fans at home are saying.
Especially, yeah, and this was the side they really struggled on. An elephant.
It's an elephant.
It couldn't be more in the way of his face. Maybe it's on purpose.
Love it.
Yeah, maybe it's on purpose.
Force the cameraman to go wide. I saved AK. Some upgraded pistols and a loss bonus that you can be excited for. Imperial 5 rounds in the hole right now. Ultimate going to be starting aggressive on short with the AWP. JKS anchoring long, so has to worry about a late pop. That's the mid-door smoke being thrown out. And that's the mid-door smoke. Oh no, they're on crisscross. Okay, don't mind me.
Oh! JKS maintains and tries to catch a third on that spray. Nearly puts Try in a dirt as well. They tried to test him with a little late long pop, but he was ready. Anti-flash.
Reaction. He's pushed straight into what's off the back of that. So if they do try and head towards the B side, he should be there and quite entrenched. But right now, tripping over their shoelaces, it feels like, for Imperial.
Yeah, it's not pretty. Now Try's trapped and will get away. JKS actually considering a push further forward as well. Will tuck on the long doors. Maintains control. Ultimate and Nertz with his crossfire.
Okay, well, Nertz in from lower tunnels is the first one to take that contact. We'll deal with Vinny. And now the jig is up. 45 seconds on the clock. Ultimate now springs to life and decent. Just chilling at Xbox. He'll love a kill. I don't think he should be trying to save this one again, as there you have it. Ultimate finishes him off, and that's all 5 staying alive. This is a walk in the park right now for Team Liquid.
They're chilling. One single opening kill so far. 8 rounds deep.
Yeah, a second tactical timeout going into round number 9 tells you just how desperate they are for rounds in this first half. So Liquid not showing up and playing the best Counter-Strike they could against EF on their map choice of Dust the other day. Feels like it's lured Imperial into a little bit of a trap.
Yes. But you do have to be able to play Dust 2 as well as Eternal Fire do in order to punish them.
Well, yeah, look, I think there's a big difference between Imperial and Eternal Fire, don't get me wrong. But right now, you highlighted it yourself. The issue was the CT side for Liquid, and this is a walk in the park so far.
Yeah, true.
They're just piecing together what this next round is going to look like for both teams. Once the adjustment from Zach.
Just their output right now from Imperial across the board. It's just been insufficient. Let's see if they can turn things around now with the AKs in the AWP. Try does tag up Ultimate. And that, for some reason, sends him forward. The audacity to post up in such an aggressive line, while though not getting away as well. Oh, Ultimate, you cheeky boy.
That's what you want to see, though. This is the initiation of the fight, the initiative being taken. I think they were talking about that little scuttle smoke, and then Nertz immediately off the back of that, knowing that they'll be so worried about lower dark and short, takes this space again.
Bro.
Think about the pressure that just alleviates on somebody like Nav. Now he gets to focus on the mid to B. Now, how far does Nertz go? Because he really should stop.
And hold the cross back to B.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, and the timing. He's just looked away. Decent's just swung past in the upper tunnels. There is a void right now.
There is a potential timing, but it doesn't matter if Nertz gets something.
But look where all the T's are.
On this flank.
They're not outside long. They're not really even in the open too much right now, other than potentially Try. So the timing for... He's coming through Suicide. It's going to be some tough shots in the back, Alex.
Yeah, he can hit
Look,
these.
they've heavy played A. Guys, this is a bad over-rotation.
Not if he kills them both,
Well, they're still going to get into the side and get the bomb down.
Twist's got to hurry up.
They're so worried because Naf is still in the feed.
He's alive and kicking. He's just completely vacated the bomb site, crossing now. And you're right, the plant will be theirs. No way he gets the bomb.
They can go fast through tunnels, right? You should be able
just
to set this up
overwhelm
quickly. Exactly. just put this pressure on.
No way brings the fight. Isolated duel traded out by Ultimate. They know where Decent is. An Ultimate down. Good shooting from Decent. Asking a lot of him. Nails another onto JKS. That sound of the defuse will force a fight. Will he really call the bluff? Twist is holding. And they will secure the round. So Nertz's aggression, not only a great multi-kill from him in the flank, but it did result in that bomb plant.
And with the loss bonus, that should get them another buy.
I can't go over this move here.
It was premeditated. I think that's what Twist was talking to Ultimate about when we heard the voice comms. So discussing the smoke.
Bye.
And that's that smoke, right? So half you're gone.
Pro respect.
And still coming throughout it. So important work for Ultimate to be doing that. Really nice shooting there from Nertz. It's tough to have your round fall apart like that. You don't have the respect right now. Liquid are happy to push and pull across the map, even though it did cost them 3 lives in a risky post-plant scenario. 3v...
It did spiral, didn't it?
It was a 2v5.
Yeah.
That became a 2v1. All right, well, they're out long. JKS knows it, and
oh my God.
Yeah, I love that he's playing with no respect. This is great.
Yeah, this is
and he has support. Ultimate's in lower.
But like, it just, you kind of, it forces you to play a really boring, slow default just because you know they're going to come for the gaps. And they'll probably beat you in the individual duels in their aggression.
So this is one of the things, right, when you're an underdog team going up against a top dog, is you need to be, I just called Liquid a top dog, going up against a big dog, maybe not a top dog.
No.
Maybe a dog with teeth. It's that you need to force that respect.
A bully breed.
And to do that is by playing the default Counter-Strike to show that you can do the basics well.
Oh, there we go. That's an important kill.
Yeah, he's wasted a lot of time, hasn't he? And he's still given them a 4v4. So how do Liquid piece this one together, and how do Imperial respond? Vinny with a late mid-door smoke. Can be blocked. Yep, nice catch there from Ultimate. And they know they've lost long throughout all of this. So just take a look at the residual utility that we're working with for the Liquid block on the cross. You've got 2 HEs for the smokes. You've got 2 incendiaries as well to lob into site or ramp. So they're in a good position right now, Liquid.
Yeah, JKS has got that first HE. Actually opts for throw it for damage as well. Does significant damage and no way on the flash, but a team kill regardless. It's an important kill from Twist. Holds on to short. The nade looks destined for damage. Vinny dunked on. It's only Ultimate. Sorry, it was only try. Ultimate doesn't even need to be required. Twist with a double kill to make it triple kill. God, I can't get a single word right.
But you've said shy.
I did say shy, right?
So just there you go.
Got it wrong once. But a 9-1 scoreline there.
Get some bigger sticks. Double AWPs coming out now. So I don't think we'll see any crazy Nertz aggression like that for at least a moment being. As 3 rounds is the most that Imperial can post.
Let's go. Let's go.
So Canadian. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you wanted aggression. You're still getting it, actually, Chad. Oh, get out of there. He goes for it anyway. Knowing there's probably Tech 9s running at you, that is a ballsy move.
That's Big Tim.
Big Tim?
Well, he's making big plays.
Yeah.
When he's making little plays, little Tim.
Okay, I got it.
Mate.
Timmate.
Timmate.
Timmate. What's it like being the best AWP in Liquid?
Oh, dear. Okay, well, they have enough for mid to B smokes. There is some utility in the mix. They're hedging 3 players over towards B. It's the Ultimate AWP alongside an AF and Twist outside the doors. JKS close short. Nertz is oversight. Or Overwatch.
They've got a good setup for this.
They do.
Should be mincemeat once more. The multi-kill for Twists. Hang on. Tim's down. And Decent finding Naf. They know Twist is close. They know he's likely window. And now jiggling it out confirms his occupation of that position.
Well, yeah. Being in the A side does make things a whole lot easier, doesn't it? You have time to go all the way around the world with the bomb on try, but Liquid, they're not statues. They're going to investigate. This is the next duel. Decent. Great for it.
Wow.
Good shot onto JKS. Now they have the man advantage. Another light buy from Imperial might be coming out on top.
The bomb plant seems like a certainty here. Nertz not going to be able to... Oh, actually, he could. It's a bad smoke. Has to nail this shot, though. Decent down. Try. Throws the bomb across. Okay, this makes sense. Makes up for the shortcomings on the smoke itself.
Problem is their weapons, right?
Yeah.
The fact that we're dealing with a MAC-10 and a Scout up against an AWP and an AK-47. Both of them have head armor as well.
I'd love to see Nertz find a rifle, but he's just opted for the AWP on this retake, so might be good for that fight on try long. Nails the shot regardless. Actually, that was the harder of the two. Now spotting out that pit. Twist can go for the defuse. They planted for long, so we are going to need Nertz to provide some cover. Still winnable for Try. Has to hit this shot. Doesn't hit on the first. Now Twist is going to be sticking it. Cover from Nerds. Got to hit him off the bomb. Got to hit him off the bomb. Can't do it. 10 for Liquid already on this CT side.
Okay, very, very well handled. It's not comfortable, but they get across the line there, and that's with things getting out of control. Naf, you could see how frustrated he was after that death. He's having a tough time. What was he? 7-0 at one point. Now he's 7-3. I know they're owning them right now, but we know that Naf's had his struggles in recent times. It would be great if he could just have a massive confidence-building game. And there's one of these things when you feel out of it and you're also a role player, you don't always get to set the tone of the game. So when the fights come your way, you want to be converting them. There we go, Try. That's an
how you
opener.
punish.
One of very few.
There's another one where that came from. Molotov off. Good util. Good util. 50 HP for Nerds. Twist gonna reinforce the B bomb site. So little light on for short. See if Imperial can kind of piece together the finish here.
If Nerds was to stay at A, it's actually not too bad because you have the AWP who can just function from that car position and JKS can anchor long. And this is... Oh, there we go. They couldn't quite get the smoke across. But this would be a standard setup in a lot of rounds, right? You'd have your floating A rotator rifler. Doesn't always have to find themselves in CT spawn. As the block towards B will land. Over a minute left on the clock to work with for Imperial. With the man advantage so early, you would love to be able to call yourself into a winning position with this one. Need to be smoked to continue to pull those strings, and they've actually changed the setup a bit, so he's out middle with some room to spare. Nerds is playing between long and short, so we can see there won't be a late long lurk. If anything, it looks like it will be a mid to B split. Lurk smoke now lands, and traditionally that will have your B players gravitate close towards that smoke. Has to be Twist, has to be Naf, the Canadian duo.
Oh, and he's got nothing with it there, Naf. Good response from Twist. Wow, sharp shots. Nails the second into no-way swing. Bomb will be scooped up. It's Try holding the rotations, and he's held it well. Nuts completely overlooks that possibility. Good wall bang, hang on. JKS in the clutch. Flash and go. Try's going to own it. Lovely work from him. He gets the opener, gets the closer, and they leave with 2. Does seem a little under par. We'll say it that much. 10 for Liquid, looking to make mincemeat of Imperial on Dust 2. So, Chad, I'm looking through Imperial's results right now, and I'm trying to find a European team they've beaten.
It's all domestic, Alex.
It's all domestic, but Mongols lost.
Well, think about it this way, right? So the year started with the change to the VRS, the ranking being king, that determining the invitations, and the Imperial Valkyries team were ahead of them in the rankings. So even if they were there,
they haven't beaten
in the top
a single.
24 or 32, they wouldn't have been able to get an invite anyway.
Oh, nice shot. No way. Sticking around for more, and he's punished for that. That's a bit brave from Tri. Cost him a great deal of his health. And going to get run down, supported by Decent. Natus isolates the duel. A second is asking too much of these dualies, perhaps.
Still got 17 bullets to unleash, so might be able to get the job done. JK is starting to worry his way out long now. Naf up short with the bomb, and Nertz peers into Vinny. So long is a massive void. If they just wanted to split A and try and apply pressure, they can. Shy, he's in Goose.
Throws out the flashbang to take a fight and does nail it on the drive-by. Naf put in the dirt, 3 versus 3, and oh, Vinny, good shooting. JKS responds in kind. Wow, takes a 2, takes 3. JKS on long, cleans up, cleans house. Get this one done quick.
At this moment, Imperial realize they've ducked up. Picking dust 2, 11-2 is the scoreline. They were unable to convert a pistol around there in pretty good stead to do so. Now they have to force. They don't have enough rounds to really have another option. And JKS just obliterates them with his late long piece. So tidy shooting.
Nice! Fucking sick, Justin!
I feel like when we had it with Zonic and against the Huns, and now we've got it with Liquid against Imperial, it does feel like that Simpson meme. It's like, stop, they're already dead.
Yeah. But also, it's bigger picture for them.
Oh, of course.
But for both of them, it's like
building some confidence.
Precisely.
Showing that they can dominate an opponent. This will give away the opening, searching out the lower tunnel control. So, no way and Vinny in combination are able to piece that one together. JKS just straight down the guts of middle. Very brave about this one. I think he wants to try and retain that weapon. So he's been sent out and is able to do exactly that. The rest of the team going to peer out long by the looks of things, Alex, but Shy and Tri, they are the guys.
Shy, first fight. On to now Fly. Re-smoking doors does twists.
I don't feel the Deagle's the weapon for the job.
I don't either. I don't.
The first bullet doesn't land and you are screwed.
But if you tuck in this corner and you get like a little kind of jiggly wiggly instant headshot, one of these. Okay, he's going for this kind of fight. This is good for the first, but the second should be in. Naf just needs to run at him. And will do so. Tries scout spotted on the car. A second rotation from Vinny. Decent on sight. They can molly him. It should force him into the fight. Oh! Still hits the headshot onto Naf.
Well done.
Yeah, nice shooting. It keeps them afloat, keeps them with that threatening man advantage. The molly will force Decent to move. He needs to relocate. Jumps up, drops down. They're all here.
Time's the problem, though.
Yeah, 10 seconds and getting a bomb down is not going to be easy, especially when you're pulling out nades. What's going on here? Jumping, spamming, can't seem to stop him. He gets the bomb down. Decent will finish the job. Can Twist come up clutch? He certainly could, but overwhelmed. Overrun by the MP9's Imperial. A must-win round. And thanks to some sharp shooting out of Tri's scout, taking down Naf, the rest falls into place.
It was all very difficult for Liquid early. The fact that Nertz goes down with absolutely nothing. And then JKS is worried about that Galil falling into enemy hands. So he's got his hands busy to go and grab that. The bomb going down actually does help the force on the way back in. JKS, notice how he only kept dual Berettas into that round, so he can get an AK-47 in this one. That's if they do want to buy. It looks like Liquid are going to take the conservative approach.
No, it's just kind of reclining off of the camera there after giving away an opening. So
they are just going to take the eco right now with the loss bonus of 1900 going into the next. So they will all be able to get Galils or AKs. They're going to do an upper tunnels crunch right now, I think, but everybody's just smashing through middle and being smashed by Decent on that Galil. Obliterates 4. He'll take the E.
Yeah, it feels good.
They're still kills.
Kills are kills.
The scoreboard won't remember. Just those bloody stats Andes. And actually, most of them won't even realize the difference either.
Down to the left.
Okay, so JKS has been able to drop the AWP to ultimate. Double orbs out of the CT side for Imperial. This is quite swift and something that might not be expected by Team Liquid. And there you go. Oh, there's Big Tim.
No way he's got the AWP on B. And Vinny just going to tuck close on the doors. Oh, he's actually braved the cross.
Pick up the AWP is what Tim's saying. Give it a go.
Try. Tips the tip of the head. Has to get out of there. It's a hard shot to hit. Doesn't nail it.
Another AWP back a plat on B. So how do they solve this puzzle, Liquid? U2 is still 3 smokes, 3 flashes, and a Molotov. They do have short control available to them. Twist is going to flash. Nertz is going to round the corner. Oh, Nertz didn't round the corner on the flash. Okay. Well, that Molotov does secure it, but now the U2 for the execute. Try's going to peer into this. He might get a good timing.
Oh, wow. Good awareness. Removes Nertz and equalizes. Ultimate high alert. Missed shot from Try on the second attempt. The smokes are coming and so's the headshot. Plucks Twists out.
Still an AWP on B, though. They're pivoting back.
Yeah, Naf is already slipping through the net.
They won't expect this.
This is going to be a bit of a jump scare. For no way.
Oh, no.
Oh, the sound is too free for Naf. The smoke's still down. What do you do here? You've got Shy coming from top mid. Try waiting for that smoke to fade. And Naf in his power position even nails the shot as well. Good sharp shooting from Naf. Whoa, gets away as well. Tries AWP. Yeah, no, just live. That's the game plan. Naf will do that. They are coming for him. JKS on that big box. Try just running straight into the side. They're not taking any prisoners, but neither is JKS. A clean headshot. Naf finishes the deal.
Fucking sick round. Let's go.
Like, you know, when someone starts talking to you on the train and you've had a bad day and you're like, why? Man, just like...
Yeah.
Like,
you want to be polite.
Let me just get home. Like, it's been a long day. You know, I'm on the way.
Look, I don't want to be on this train any more than you do.
Just please.
Fucking sick round. Let's go.
12-4, the scores on the doors. You feel a little bit worried for No Way of how late the comms come, because he starts worrying about the mid to be way too late.
Doesn't he?
Like, Naf's out so deep. The fight's actually coming through tunnels, so that tells you that the comms are not flowing.
It's like one of those offhand comments like, oh, by the way, they could be outside B.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Oh, they could?
That's great news.
Oh, good to know.
Let me just tend to that, shall I?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I mean, he can also work that out for himself.
Yeah,
if he's
and if he stayed back plat, he would have been, well, I don't know about fine, but he would have been in a 10 times better position.
Good for 1.
Yes, and maybe, actually, I could say even good for 2.
Yeah. I love it. Your train analogy tickled me pink. Woo, 12-4. Let's get this one done, right? That's what Liquid is saying.
That's what Liquid is saying.
That's what Myth is saying.
That's what Nertz is doing.
Win the next round, boys. Come on. And they will, as Nertz opens up nicely, removing Decent. And he's not slowing down. He wants to apply that pressure, force rotations. Vinny has to back away after showing face short. Confirms the AWP's presence.
Good little dink. Something for his troubles.
What is that smoke?
Well, it's we are scared and we need to help B smoke.
Right, that's exactly what that is.
We have No Way on B on his own after we've lost Decent, and he only has an MP9, so let's help him.
But as you can see from Shy's positioning, he knows. He's on your head. Nice one.
Well, they are Brazilian after all.
Yeah.
He's the Argentinian.
Yeah.
Still very good at football. Oh, no. No.
What have you done?
No, I've upset everybody.
Cristiano's here at the moment in Denmark.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, Device was watching him yesterday.
I think he's Portuguese.
Well, doesn't. I'm just because you mentioned Argentinians.
Going to Portugal, you know.
You mentioned Argentina.
Kind of works.
Messi, Ronaldo. That whole thing.
Crisscross.
Applesauce.
Vinny's pushing.
Vinny's flanking. And Shy is digging into the spine of Twist. Where's that trade? Takes its time. Delivered. Naf down.
Vinny
Ultimate
dead.
Just, he hit a no-scope.
Okay, well, they're still going to go for the mid to B.
No Way, what do you do here? What is the play?
Hope and pray.
Okay. So they're going to have to just basically... No Way's going to do nothing until Try can contribute. And, he's going to struggle to contribute now. That's a very nice shot out of Ultimate. Doesn't finish the job, but tag through the box and No Way, one and done. So for Try, an impossible 1 versus 2 presented to him, unless, like, they gave it to him. Like,
yeah, you could. Oh,
my God.
Fight him, I reckon.
Let's fight him.
I reckon fight him.
Yeah. Double swing. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, JKS. It's a 13-4. A little bit of a confidence booster for Liquid and Imperial remaining, struggling to beat a single European team or American or Asian team.
Well, right now, Liquid just need one more map to keep the dream, maybe it's not a dream, but the streak alive of not losing to Brazilians in over a year.
Okay, well, I like that. That's solid.
Take that.
Yeah, Liquid looking to speed run this series, and so far, so good on the first map of Dust 2. As you highlighted, Jacob, it was a bit of a perplexing pick from Imperial, to say the least, and I think we got to see exactly why.
Yeah, I was surprised, to be completely honest. I respect them for trying, and I respect them for probably watching Liquid's game versus Eternal Fire, thinking, okay, there's a lot of loopholes. Liquid didn't look comfortable, but if Liquid were comfortable enough picking Dust 2 against Eternal Fire, it must mean that they had an idea of how they wanted to play. Now they got a big loss versus EF, and then you go in, you review that game, and you come in stronger the second time around. Now, Nathan, I expected it to be closer though.
Yeah, a little bit at least, but Eternal Fire, you can see, is a different class than Imperial, and I think you could also see that Liquid took some good conclusions from it, especially the T side. Even though it was very, very short, you could see they were defaulting a bit more. They were taking control of areas. They were like playing with the rotations, and that's what you expect on Dust 2. Whereas on the Imperial side, it was flat. It was just slow. There was one plan, but the utility was not there. A lot of bad duels you had to take, and then multi-kills going into Liquid's way. I don't really know what the game plan was. I don't really know if you pick the map to play like this, what you really want to do, especially when Liquid is just passive, like for the most part, with like Nerds being aggressive and Ultimate being aggressive and then falling back. But what was the plan? Why do you pick Dust 2 if you just play that slow the whole map and you're not playing explosive, don't have anything tricky up your sleeves?
Let's highlight some of those Nerds aggro moments, because Brother was taking liberties down mid. No respect to Imperial.
Brother Nerds was very aggressive in this game. You're not wrong. We have the minimap, and look at the time right now at the top of the minimap as well. Nerds is just being straight up aggressive all the way up towards middle in round 7 already, finding a kill and applying a lot of pressure. Now, let's fast forward to round 10. He does it again. Within the first 10 seconds of the round, Nerds finds himself in T-spawn. And I agree with you, Nathan. It was a very slow T-side by Imperial. It was not necessarily pretty, but there was also a lot of loopholes. There was a lot of, leeway for Nerds to be this aggressive. He only gets one kill, but already by now, the whole plan Imperial may or may not have had for this round has been disturbed, and I think that's what Liquid did well. They were good at countering Imperial by being aggressive at times, by being passive at times, and then when Imperial sort of faced that aggression from Nerds, they would play even slower, and then Liquid could just sit back, wait, and there were a couple of times where Imperial were executing it towards the B-bomb side with having to go through a smoke, having to just go into the meat grind of Nafly, the meat grind of JKS, so overall, I felt Liquid just completely outplayed Imperial in all aspects of the game.
And the only thing that's why it's limited to working against those kind of teams is especially because Nerds doesn't get punished.
Yeah.
He's allowed to do those kind of things, and then you put him against teams that are more confident to Dust 2, that can control the map, and those aggressions get denied instantly. And then what you have to do is that you have to play more passive, or like more tricks into how to get entries through mid, breaking the smoke, playing through short, and all that kind of stuff. Whereas here, he was just running down mid and running down B. Like if Imperial was taking long fast, Nerds, you see, like he was going towards B, and then he instantly reacted and then went just threw him in and then just pushed because nobody was spotting him, nobody was killing him. So yeah, sure, take it. If you have the space, just go for it.
And let's be honest, that is not, and I hate to say this phrase because I do it quite a lot, that's not good enough. That's simply not good enough from Imperial. To be exposed to that once in a game where you have a player walking up towards middle and he's in your spawn within the first 10-15 seconds, that can happen. That could be a great read from Nerds. That could be occasionally happening. It can be timing, it can be random. For it to happen twice is just not good enough. For it to happen 3 times where he also pushed in towards lower tunnels and killed 2 guys in the back, it's just like they were exposed to anything, and for Imperial, you just lost grasp of even the basic of Dust 2, which is just running a default, punishing whatever aggression that is coming out between Liquid, and then you can always figure out whether you're good enough to do a B split on A execute, but we never even got to that point.
I want to get your thoughts on something that Sponge and Machine were kind of touching upon briefly during the cast. It's the compare and contrast between Nerds and Yakinda, right? It's how Yakinda was seemingly not really fitting into that system. Nerds maybe a little bit more mechanically gifted as well. Where do you see the kind of elevation of, okay, I imagine Yakinda, he would have gone for those as well, right? Yep. It's just a question of how you get away with that. Is it Nerds maybe reading the situation a little bit better, potentially?
I think at times Yakinda was relentlessly aggressive. I think at times he was almost forcing the issue. Like he felt like he had to be the aggressive player within Team Liquid, and by then he was forced into doing moves that he himself may not believe in. And I think that also cost him, quite a lot of the opening success rate that he used to have back in the day. I will also argue, Nathan, that I think Nerds right now as a player is significantly better mechanically speaking than Yekinda. And if you're a better player, you have a higher likelihood of winning the duels.
Obviously, and so it also depends how it works internally. If he sets that up, or if he's just like, oh, I'm going to do this move. But yeah, I think the big point is also Nerds has a great balance to it. He can be much more passive. He can be more in control of what he's doing. And when he plays a team like Imperial, it's like, you know, the blood is out. Like he just wants to get it. He just wants to get into those positions where he can just get aggressive and like disturb the plan of Imperial, especially how they were playing. Whereas, yeah, with Yekinda is, I also agree, it's more relentless. It's just like, okay, I'm going to be just aggressive. That's the only gear that I have. Whereas Nerds, I think, is again, an excellent player. He's very versatile. Aggression is obviously the name of the game for him, but he can mix it way better.
On the flip side, when we're talking about the more kind of, you know, classically passive players, let's talk a bit about JKS and Naf, because I feel like the heater has been on their head a little bit. You know, I feel like Naf, maybe he's going through a bit of an issue with confidence at the moment. This map, though, he was off to a great start and ended up having a good tail end of it as well.
They were both having a good game. They're both showing up, and this is kind of when I want to steer the conversation. We can obviously appreciate them for having a great game against Imperial, but it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the narrative. And right now, the narrative between Naf and JKS, there's can you have both players on the same lineup? Do we think they offer enough individually right now in each their respective roles, or do we look towards Team Liquid and think that's one of the areas where they can improve? And then we go into the conversation whether it should be an in-game leader replacing one of those two in order to free up Twist or whatever. But essentially, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Naf and JKS. I think both of them right now are playing sort of for a spot, at least to stay within Team Liquid. I don't see a world where Liquid would change both of them. I think one can definitely fit into the team, but I have my questions and I have my doubts whether or not both of them will fit in if Liquid wants to be more than just a top 10 team.
For sure, and there's also here in that game, like it was primed for them because every time Imperial was throwing something at them, they just had straight raw duels. And in terms of quality of players, they are still good. Like they're still good for those roles, being passive players. They're great anchors. They're great at holding angles, off angles, and like being in those right positions to get the multi-kills. And that's exactly what happened in this game. But yes, when you start facing higher opposition again, that's the discussion. Can you have really two passive players in this current meta of Counter-Strike? I think it's something that other teams are showing that you can't really do. You need to be more aggressive, take control of areas, you need to fight for it constantly, being very mobile on the map, and you cannot just stay there and hold an angle. This is not how you play Counter-Strike anymore. So it's up to them and their direction, whether they want to bring an IGL, someone more aggressive. You can see how proficient Nerds is in that position and how valuable it is. So imagine having a second guy like that. Maybe it will free Twist a little bit more to be also a bit more passive and more in his roles, and then just be the headshot guy that we saw in this game as well.
It's one of those conversations where I feel like there's a lot of different possible solutions, and one solution could also be that one of the two players involved, but I don't see that happening. You know, JKS has been JKS for many, many years. Naf has been the same player for many, many years. And I guess there's a saying that you can't teach an old dog a new trick, and I think that's what we're looking at. Huh?
Jacob, you're calling them old dogs.
That's not
they
old.
are old.
That's far for you.
They are old dogs. They've been around for a long time.
Weren't you part of Team Liquid once upon a time, like a couple decades ago?
I'm also old.
Imagine they brought you back in, this time as a GM. Put your money where your mouth is. What change would you make? Go on.
Go on. I would look in. I would scout the market first and foremost. I would figure out. Yeah, I'd probably get Shuhei, to be completely honest. I'd free up Twist, and whether I would. Oh, it sounds so harsh for you to put me on the spot like this, but whether I'd replace Nafly or JKS, I don't know. I honestly, I probably would keep Nafly, and then JKS, you know, I'd send him back to Australia so he can help that scene grow. You know, I think something needs to change if Liquid wants to be more than just a top 10 gatekeeper. And personally, and this is my personal opinion, I don't think we're getting enough out of Twist as an in-game leader, and I don't think his qualities as an in-game leader are great enough to sacrifice how good he is as an individual. Twist is not a bad in-game leader. I believe he has certain qualities, but I think we get more out of Twist in a star role, and by then, that's what I would do.
Well, luckily for everybody at home, Jacob isn't the GM of Team Liquid, but we need to throw things to a quick break to see if they can seal this series 2-0. Their choice of nuke awaits.
Should be.
You've played with a lot of different in-game leaders, like you've got Kixon, Snappy, just to name a few. Where does Twist differ the most compared to some of the in-game leaders that you've played with in the past?
I mean, everyone is different from each other, but I feel like Russ is super smart. He's a young in-game leader, and I feel like that he's in, you know, he's starting to work as an in-game leader. This is what I feel at least. But he has he teach me a lot of things that I didn't think about it before. I think he's good in-game leader.
In terms of, I don't want to use the word giving advice, but considering that you've been under a number of different in-game leaders, is there anything that you're able to offer him? You know, you said that he's helping you out. Anything that you're able to tell him, considering that he's not the most experienced in-game leader yet?
I think I'm not going into details in the game, but I would say there are something that I like to do more, that I brought to the team, is like to bring more set rounds or anti-ecos or this kind of stuff that we will be ready for some rounds that we specific if we have MP9. So this is something that I help in the team, but overall, Vincere and the Twist are doing everything.
And how open is he to, you know, allowing you some freedom, allowing you to have, not necessarily calls, but like you're saying, giving little bits of input here and there? How open is he to that?
I think he's giving me a lot of space to play around. Yesterday I didn't take it. I didn't play the way how I want, like the initiative. I didn't take any initiative yesterday. And this is my decision to do it or not. I'm not blaming him for playing bad. I need to take it more, and I will do it today.
Let's stick on the topic of Twist's in-game leading and his calls coming into Nuke, because they will be beginning their map choice on the T side. How's that going to be shaping up?
I think it's going to be fine, to be completely honest. I haven't seen anything from Imperial so far in this game that gives me any confidence that they're going to be able to do a hard stop on Team Liquid. I'm curious to the style of calling, though. Is it going to be free-flowing? Is it going to be relying on the individuals to find openings and then Twist can go in a mid-round call? Or is it going to be more set out of T-spawn where you do defaults into an inner execute into a ramp-up? That's more so what I'm looking towards, but I'm not quite sure. I think they could go either route and still win the game.
Yes, especially because individually, they're a million times better than what Imperial is showing. And so no matter which playstyle, I think at this point, if Imperial doesn't start showing up and start individually putting those stops to that aggression, I think it's going to go the same way. But yeah, hopefully a close game at least.
CT side start for Imperial, arguably the kind of easier side. Anything you're looking towards?
Try to disrupt with AWP. I think that's one of the players that I look towards. And again, we spoke about him being this forever talent. And again, you can lose hope, you can lose faith, whatever. I think he has been doing well domestically within the Brazilian scene, and he is playing a decent Counter-Strike. As an AWP on Nuke CT side, you can be disruptive, push in hot, push ramp, be on yard, do something to stop Liquid.
Truly do or die now for Imperial, and it's going to be a tough battle indeed, as it's Liquid's choice of Nuke going down.
Yeah, I mean, I think the desk has framed it pretty nicely. What Imperial need to do is try, Chad.
As hard as they might.
As hard as they can.
Pray to Shy Jesus.
I think they probably should. At this point, prayer might be required.
Now, look, this is his first time playing against some big teams, right? Yeah. But to come on in and get blown out of the water on your map choice like that, the day hasn't started as Imperial would have hoped by any stretch of the imagination. I think the other exciting side of this is still trying to identify what the bloody hell Liquid's map pool is. You know, Freya, the way she dressed today, if we made it red and we gave her a fedora, she looks a bit like Carmen Sandiego. We could send her out to discover what the map pool of Liquid could possibly be. But if they continue to impose their will, I think is probably the best way that I would frame it. And Nert's that little interview piece there saying today he will be out and he'll be showing the initiative.
That keyword, keyword, initiative.
Especially when he's the playmaker on the team, that's going to be required. So let's get into this. T-side start for Team Liquid. Door blown off. And they're rushing ramp. JKS is just going to make sure they can't rotate down the vent.
Oh, that's so cheeky. Love a little vent. Molotov, you needed that from Nerds. Lots of damage inflicted with just 2 points of health. Ultimate gets away with his life. JKS maintains lobby control, which limits some of their rotations. Vents, however, open now. Is it all smoke and mirrors? Is it all deception? It is if he kills him. Oh, top's so open,
low.
boys.
I can't believe he stayed around for that fight.
Is open.
Okay, well, now you need to rotate that bomb back up, and there's no issues in doing so. Ultimate will be ushered in. Rotation points are what? Outside to main?
I love this pistol.
Vinny's going to try and go late vent. I don't like his chances.
Gonna steal this one. As long as you get that ramp kill and the molly vent, like it's just, as soon as that molly fades, you are going to just overcommit down lower. Very cool, very effective pistol start for Liquid.
Ooh, okay. They're just going to... Vinny can go for it because he doesn't have any armor.
Right.
But if I'm decent and I'm no way, I want to hold on to my Kevlar right now.
Hello?
Well, no way, you would definitely...
Oh.
spotted there as they will get another kill. So add that to the tally. As JKS will drive by onto Vinny. So yeah, Vinny may as well have looked for something if he could get a kill just to give him some extra cash to splash going into the next, but the other two will hold on to what they have. Goes off. So Decent can drop the dual Berettas. He can also buy himself Famous. So if they want to force into this next round, I think that's what I probably would have said if I'm Zach going into this. Hey boys, let's like put ourselves in a lot of fights. Let's take some duels. It can be risky because people start overstepping the mark and swinging too much. But all in all, I don't think they really felt like they were in map number 1. They got blown out. They had a couple of opportunities, sure. But a couple ain't enough, as it will be that force spy. Seeing an MP9, 2 5.7s, that Famous, and a scout for try. A round rush again, so Shy, here they come.
Let's go Shy, see what he can deliver.
Oh no.
Very hard to track a leaping in Mach 10.
Yeah, that's very tough. The only way that works for... Hold up a second.
Hold up. Ooh.
Quick rotation down towards lower. Vinny's here as well.
Yeah, but the bomb and the whole team.
Low.
I see you indeed, but the bomb will go down uncontested. Vinny can't do anything because of the flames. Molotov well placed.
Maybe just go for the double dip. Hold on to what you have unless you're offered up a kill in a moment's time.
Grab Decent's FAMAS if you're Vinny, right? Like, I don't think there's any interest in fighting for this. Maybe there is. I don't know. More damage onto JKS. Look at the health on two of them.
Yeah, it's tough because you're going to give away everything, and then your next round will have to be a very light investment. Maybe P250 is absolute best. So Vinny hanging around, he's just going to be that lingering pain that you have in your back once you turn 30. As, well, he will activate for one ultimate.
Oh!
Wow, Vinny.
That looked good.
Yeah, using that
he's dead now,
like a pig. Or
3 kills.
Alex, that's a lot of damage.
This is a little too much damage.
They're going to have to rebuy everything.
You lose an AK.
They're going to get the AK.
Ooh, it's a bit of a messy end for Liquid.
Oh, Try got nothing. Try didn't even get his scout. So in the kerfuffle,
technical term,
no way's run to get the AK. Try's also wanting the AK. Try drops his scout. He doesn't even get the MP9.
It happens, you know? This happens at the highest level. This was some good shooting out of Vinny. Shows that the one tap to the face is very effective. Even with that 5.7. Is the 5.7 just a better deagle?
Well, I'm starting a movement.
Are you?
I think pound for pound, the 5.7 is the strongest gun in the game since the MP9 crouching nerf.
Okay, that's a movement.
It is a movement.
This is the boost. Everyone likes this boost. It's a hard shot to hit, but not for Decent. Great usage of that only AK-47 in the mix. I mean, if Liquid lose this one, that's an if. Imperial's momentum will swing. Opportunity for them to perhaps get a bit of a comfortable cushion to sit on. This is Liquid's map pick for a reason. It is all onto Decent, though. And oh, no, it's not, actually. It's up to Vinny, who finds another frag. Nuts is going to have to housekeep and make sure that rifle doesn't fall into enemy hands. At least pick up the bomb. Nuts! God, he could have died there. A real opportunity for Try. Missed shot. Molly now. Forced the fight. Force back.
There's a lot of bodies outside to try and deal with this. So if they want to hang around and keep aim mapping, it could be at their detriment. Imperial could tuck in with a two-man advantage.
They reboosted. I don't think it's going to work out for them.
Oh!
Yo, JKS, it's a banger.
Okay, important kill. The AK is scavenged.
Oh, but wait. Their setup's actually pretty scary. They're
in
the vents, yeah, exactly. And then they've got Try down here with a 5.7. Oh, it's falling apart. Can he save him? Oh, he's under so much scrutiny and they completely fumble.
I like that. That's exactly what Imperial needed. Some tenacity, some fight, some willingness to take these duels and set the tone. And it all starts with that saved AK. So the damage done into round number 2, it's going to have echoes of effects going into round number 4. Liquid blunder that one, and they are now going to have to force buy in with very low loss bonus. HE to blow open Squeaky. They're going to have smokes to work with for JKS, Nerds, and Ultimate. So do they want to throw an outside smoke wall? A great work from Imperial. That's the Brazilian fire that we've known to.
Yeah, they're here now. They've woken up.
Okay, so Nerds will get across. Easy, look at this. W down.
Zooming.
It's like he's playing a pug, and then they're going to pop through ramp.
It has to be yeah, it has to be a good flash. That's all it has to be, but it has to be good. And it's Twist that's going to be responsible for it. Shy has vision, unloads his M4. The second, however, catches him. He gets away. Good support from Try. Falling apart at the seams for Liquid, and 2 from Try's spray. A rifle recovered for Ultimate. Nerds down there already, but Ultimate has the bomb. And now he can't really get out. He could have gone up heaven,
and
actually.
that's the thing, he didn't know how many bodies were there, so they were just running straight through lobby. They were aware that they had given up the secret play that Nerds could have been down, so if they rotate event, that would have been death and demise into the Tech 9. Instead, they decided to thrust through ramp, back up the defender, and will now secure what is going to be their second round and force Liquid onto an eco. So very well done from Imperial. And there's more reasons that I question what the map pool is for Liquid. Because,
that's exactly where I wanted to go.
They're on 2 losses in a row on this map, but you look at who they lost to, it's against Mouse and Spirit, so 2 of the absolute world's best. So I really have no idea, because they've also brought Train into their map pool, right? They play Train. So look, if you want to be one of these teams who bans the strength of your opponent or what you're feeling your biggest weakness could be against a team, fine, but I don't feel that Liquid are entrenched within World Counter-Strike to be making that type of a play.
Yeah, isn't that a luxury afforded to those that have incredibly deep map pools?
That's like right now, if you're Apex, Matt, and Xtaz, and you're just sitting in a room one night, just, you know, sipping on your beverage of choice, going, we're owning everybody right now, boys. How can we make this even more interesting?
Yeah, right.
What if we start playing Ancient?
Right.
Right? And then they cackle and have a mad laugh, and they've got a cat on their lap, and they're stroking it, and right? That's kind of, but for Liquid, who are still trying to find their footing, it seems crazy.
Oh, this is such a cheeky angle from Vinny because his head's covered.
Headshot me, even though they did dink.
They did just dink him.
You can.
I guess
you can headshot.
It does work.
But it is.
It was cool.
It was.
Like the idea was cool.
He did die though.
He did. He did. To a Glock at that range. Maybe it's not so cool. But the idea was cool. And this round should be fine. Absolutely fine. No one's going to be losing their life aside from Vinny. I said that with such conviction. I said it with such conviction.
I think Furia have just got here.
You heard him? Furia.
That sounds like it. Sounds like cello, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the M80 Furia game. I think that should be a lot of fun.
I wouldn't, you know, look, if Imperial can start getting fired up and Liquid have some more goofs and gaffs and start getting in the head and shutting down, and Mytha can't pull them out with his cheers, then they are going to have a rough road on Nuke. But let's see, it's still very early stage. It's only 3-2. So into the lead now, the Brazilians.
It's hard shots for him to hit as well.
I do love he's so committed to it. He's like, I'm here now.
Yeah.
I ain't moving.
Just a little giggle.
Limited utility to work with in this round for Liquid, so their first move might have to be their only move. You don't have all the nades for the layers, so Squeaky lurk smoke, Yarn smoke's being thrown, Nerds with a pace to him as well. Once again, he looks just to beeline it straight down Secret. We can talk about the, lots of nades cashed up for Try as Vinny straight locking horns with Vinny immediately, so that's a lot of pressure. The comms will be wild for Imperial right now.
Yeah, may lead to some over rotations, but the whole team's coming down as well. So they only saw Nerds. Might be a little bit. Look at him, just knife out, chilling out.
But look at the stress that it has applied to Imperial's utility. So we have 2 smokes, one on No Way, one on Try. So it's limited pieces, and one of those was just thrown out now to block over towards Squeaky Door. So there's not a lot that they can continue to block with. It will have to be the fights.
Good shooting. And Command, they're decent as well. Solid defense, a stalwart hold. And Vinny brought down by Twist with a sharp shot. And now a second from JKS, but the trades are all there. Yeah, it boils out nicely into a NAF 1v2. Makes ramp steps, bomb under CT control.
Yeah, this is very tough, right? So right now, where he was noted, they're most likely going to expect him to come down from ramp. He's rerouting to see if he can find a rotation point through vent, but No Way is going to seal that deal. There's no way he goes back around to Secret, he thinks. And, well, that's the right gamble, because NAF, as he pokes his legs down this ladder, he is probably now thinking of a save. This round should be done, should be dusted, and 4 for Imperial. So the heavy rotation down towards B, they just block them. They say, we're not even going to give you back vent control. You can't head over towards decon. You can't take double doors. They will shut you down before you can make any space. And their first move was their only move from Liquid. Corpses litter. Lower sight, and that is going to be that. So loss bonus starting to be accrued. Good work from Vinny. Vinny has a tough role. He is the outside rifler as an in-game leader, and you only see that in very few teams at the top level of Counter-Strike. You've got Decent and No Way who are going to be holding the A side together. Decent will be the main/rotating player. Try, obviously, the AWPer. He's here, there, and everywhere. So that trio of names tasked with dealing with the smoke walls and outside presence. Shy, as we've seen, over towards ramp, and then No Way as the top anchor playing back behind the site. Okay, well, Tech9s to accompany the saved AK-47 and heavy lobby presence. As we can see, a lot of bodies up on the roof early. So this is a utility donation service. You know, likely give 2 players U2 on the roof. We can see multiple Molotovs. Mustang beam, probably top heart backside as well. Flashes go, try and pop out and get ahead of the play. The smoke now over towards Squeaky. The door not blown off. So the fact that Imperial are throwing that now with the door not blown off, it's not necessary. All right, well, in no rush of Liquid.
4 Molotovs and 4 flashes all going to be kind of thrown in barrage into that top side pop.
So what's maybe Nafs is for back CT vent potentially?
Okay, it's a proper page out of the Liquid strat book. Let's see what they've been cooking. Molly CT vent. It's the first wave. A second smoke, though, this time into the huts. They've completely blocked them, but this has kind of been all their plan. They've pulled the CT utility out of them, and you've still got the XSEC flashes.
It's going to be how good those flashes are, really, but now they're pivoting towards ramp.
Oh.
So it's a top fake into a ramp go. So Shy's on his... Oh, no, Shy. Yeah, he's tucked in.
Shy. Shy of the second. Good molly to facilitate the drop down.
Need to get the bomb. 20 seconds. Got to make a call. Liquid. Got to go now.
Oh, they haven't rotated. No Way's been stubborn about this, and it's going to be a bit of an... Ooh, quick shot, quick headshot. Vinny trades and still tries on the site. They did not fake him out like they thought they did.
Save it again with no loss bonus for Naf, right? He's not going to have any utility into the next. Twist will have enough, but he doesn't have head armor. So he's going to have to buy that. That's going to limit his utility. I guess he could just operate with Kev.
Yeah, it's been done.
It's not recommended. Like comes on the package. So.
Yeah, not recommended for use without helmet.
Especially if you're on the T side. Okay, so falls flat as well, and Mythen now will take a tactical timeout. So Shy actually does well to get one. This is a nice shot from Alton, but they just don't have enough time on the clock to work with. That's the biggest concern.
Like, logically, the strat was cool. Wow, if a face could say 1,000 words.
What would that face say?
That face is saying stuff.
Saying a few things.
I think in my mind that face was like, why were we doing such a convoluted, like such an overly complex setup? And they didn't even buy it. He was frustrated that they didn't buy it. Like, why are there 3 people on A when we've just taken ramp? Like, one of you should be down the vent by now.
I'm curious why they didn't commit as well down B after that kill with such limited time on the clock, but maybe trying to be a little bit too tricky with that. I don't think you have to be overly tricky against Imperial because they were quite to the point on Dust 2, and that was putting their individuals in the shop windows. So maybe they need to return to a little bit more of that as opposed to trying to be tactically brilliant.
Because it is so layered, right? You throw the first little wave, then you throw the second wave, then it's deception again. It's like, bloody hell. Perhaps, yeah, a little bit.
Game of werewolf.
Yeah. Vinny should be a dead man. Good catch from Nerds. He is stubborn on his fights out yard.
And that's the first time that Vinny's really tried to move like that.
Yeah.
So I think he'll be leashed himself from now on. But Nerds is pivoting for what should be an A split. Twist up to bat, and oh, the flash is great.
Lovely work. That's simple. Keeping it simple and effective.
Direct. The conversation after map 1 was the individuals from Liquid should have Imperial for dinner. So, look, T-side nuke, it is one of the more complex T-sides, but you can still not do multi-layered fakes. You can just do something a little bit more straight to the point. So they do break through. Because of the rounds that have won, Try actually emboldened by the extra cash. He's hanging around to do some financial damage to Liquid. Loss bonus will only be 1,400, but they've won 5 consecutive rounds, which does give them all at least one more buy. We'll make it probably 2.
Well, on the bright side, Twist gets a helmet and Naf gets nades.
Well, there you go. Mythen took the timeout. They win the round. So if he's called that adjustment, you can only give him a Graham Pitt double thumbs up for that one. It does help when you get to win the opening exchange like that. So Vinny, worried about top silo, should have been worried about T-Red.
Nice entry. Let's go.
Good flashes. Ultimate set them up, or set Twist up to be specific. Or Pacific, if you're wrong.
All right, very lobby-centric. This is a pace change into an A rush.
This is crazy. This is crazy. Down the fence immediately. Oh, awkward for try. Overwhelmed, fast rotation from No Way. The molly will be there in time. What now?
This is a just go B
Why have you done that? Sorry.
3 players responding quick down secret. I like that. I like that a lot.
I like this angle though. They're going to triple swing him. Oh, Messi on the track. Ultimate down after 1. Twist. Ooh, traded out as well.
There's
so after the exchange, it's a 2v2, and there is a kit. No Way equipped with that coming in from the ramp side. This smoke is a bit suspicious. He could just walk through it. JKS, yeah, has he let Nertz know? Nertz holds on. Got to go back. Got to be in that sight line. No, finds a safe haven. Just about safe from that initial angle. And an excursion. And JKS secures.
Let's go!
Oh, well, 5-4, and that worked out perfectly. So it looked like a top rush, but no, it was all a bit of a ruse. Ultimate with the spawn dropping down the vent, cutting off the rotation. The response from Imperial was to go, okay, well, we can't help ramp, and we can't go down the vent, so let's quickly... Oh, yeah, look at this.
Oh, they're out.
Yeah. That's just frustrating, right?
Yeah.
Because the comms at that point are, oh, what's being thrown on top, the fact that a player could have rotated down the vent. He's trying to initiate to take lobby space. And by doing so, gets caught out. So a little bit of a frustrating moment there for poor Try. But as mentioned, there is money for the buy. They can go again.
What's par for the course, T-side nuke these days in your mind? 4 or 5?
Oh, yeah, I think like 7-5.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. The T side at the moment appears to be very strong. Teams have great understanding of all the different options that are made available to them, regardless of buys. When we're seeing teams with like Tech 9s or saved AKs, there's always an idea. And that's as a necessary evolution. Okay, Naf's in with a Mac 10. And Imperial have bought in once more. So have they read the economy wrong? There's only 2 players without head armor. That's Vinny and No Way.
JKS is lining up for something on the roof, and we will see the vent rotation from Decent. Double molly flash go. Tries off is here, fires off a warning shot. Both of them drop in. Oh, wow, the flash layer's good. Ultimate takes down the AWPer, or excuse me, Naf, the one to take down Try. No, it's comfortable as well. The top side lost again. It seems like top is the remedy to Liquid's woes. JKS should be a dead man. Trade available. Oh, it's a bit messy from Twists. It's Shy with a lovely, impactful double. Makes it interesting in the 2v2. Bomb on the floor, under his feet. Swings out, looking for more. Shy can come up clutch. He's done everything for the boys. He's only got 4 bullets. He's only got 6 health. It's ultimate to secure it. Down to the wire. But Roland from Poland clutches up for the 5th.
Well, that one almost got out of control, didn't it? So they do hold on to it. The money right now is in question late within the first half. Very good attempt there from Shy. Maybe Naf's gone, hey, this whole AK-47 thing, it ain't for me today.
It ain't right.
I'll be max fly today. You see JK's back at the site, low on HP. He gets pipped. The molly forces Shy forward.
Nice, boys.
The player watching Heaven dies into the second. So great crack of the whip right there, as we will see smoke wall land again. Diagonal dotted across, and this one has a bit more behind it. Ultimate with the bomb. JKS joining Nertz. You just have to worry about the pesky pistols being flashed through the smoke, getting in your face. So we've got 2 digs, 5-7. P250 for Vinny, and an MP9 for Decent. Lobby control, that's on the agenda. The double digs are taking this space. And they're actually doing the aim map smoke, so another one lobbed up top main. They jump around and they'll swarm towards Heaven and Hell. This will give them positional advantage with the weapons. So it should be good in the hood.
Yeah, they got everything they need. You can see Naf is just responsible for any lobby pushes, which is definitely come through. Oh, is Naf getting timed on this walkout? No, it's called topside clear. Yeah, caught on the ladder. Just a one and done. Lobby lost, but no, it's in Heaven. So a very powerful position for the finish.
Yeah, and look, you can just come in from main. Ultimate AWP can post up. They should be able to get well entrenched in the site. JKS, he's actually going to push Squeaky Door. So into the den of the MP9. Risky move.
Just hit him through the floor. It is a risky move. Flying up that ladder.
Again.
And another one from Shy. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Could have got very awkward. Still is, still is. Oh, try could come up clutch. He just needed that one. Well.
No one ever said Counter-Strike was meant to be a stress-free game.
Yeah, but I've seen Counter-Strike look beautiful.
You're just in the Vitality world right now. Not world, not the E word.
Yeah.
Don't say the E word.
I would never. I would never. Bouncing your head off the door, gets your boots on the ground quicker, and an evasive target.
Well, they're good helmets. The CTs have the good helmets.
Yeah.
No CTE. Final round, first half, map 2, series 1 for the day. Elimination on the line.
Imperial going to be quite dissatisfied if they leave with just 5 on their defense. It's going to be a full commitment with Natus holding lobby. Heading for B. Rotation yet to be chosen. He's 1 out versus Vinny and gets away.
Yeah, that's the outside rifler. So the fact that it's not Nerds crossing secret, you might not think anybody's gone down.
True.
So now you're also down a player. You might not address this as well as you should. So if they're able to establish this window side control, we can get the smoke to one side, we can get the molly to the other, then they're able to come at the doors as well as the window and clamp into the site, clear out backside, clear out clock, set to clear. Then you even have extra nades to work with to continue to replenish towards those choke points. So if Ultimate covers the vent, this will be it. So JK should molly one side, Twist can molly the other. We're going to flash. We're going to go.
Clock clear.
You're in.
And the site's yours. Even more diligence getting the smoke on the bomb plant.
Nert's going to come late as the flank for vent. It looks like they're going to try and head towards ramp heavy. There are kits, there are smokes. Util available. Imperial can win this.
Ultimate smoked off. Lots of utility are just thrown out by every single one. Try hits 1, Naf gets 2. It's up to decent spray. Can't seem to transfer into the second. Still that 2v2, but time sensitive. And a missed shot from Ultimate. Fortunately for him, JKS is there. And it is going to be a 7-round haul for Liquid's T side. Imperial on the very verge of elimination. Liquid strong and solid as we swap sides.
Team Liquid looking to turn their Blast Open Lisbon campaign around after a 2-0 loss to EF in the opening stage. They now find themselves in the lower bracket going up against the Brazilians of Imperial. Natus was picked by the Brazilians and they were blown out of the water. Now on Nuke, they're putting up a little bit more of a fight. But Shy Jesus yet to walk on water as 5-7 is the score. Now the defense for Liquid on their map choice. 2 players ramp, Alex. Take a look. Twist is playing Joker. So JKS will take contact, likely dip under after a kill or an exchange. And then Twist will activate with a USP in the back, which we know is very hard to do. Just us ultimate.
Nade door smoke main, flash out, and then go ramp. And so JKS trying to bait. He really wants to get one, but will fall away. Makes it very loud sound cues. And now, yeah, you're right. Tracking USP in the back of the head is not easy, and he still nails it. Very composed and clean for 2. Twist down now to no weight. Bomb spotted on that ramp. They know where 2 of the 3 are. It's Naf that's going to be sweeping through lobby, and that could be a fight for Vinny. Ooh, Naf really wants to hold on to that man advantage. He'll get away.
Something going on out there.
Yeah, there's a zoo outside.
Well, right now, Alex, I don't know about you, but the top site looks awfully open.
It certainly does. Oh, a clean, comfortable conversion. Natus just taps away at the head of Vinny. That's a good response from nowhere. He's kept them in it.
Another player heaven quite quickly.
Yeah, maybe this catches them off guard. Calls the bluff on the first. Shy holding for this, and oh, nails his headshot. Naf not ready for that.
On low HP, went quite early, did Naf.
Still gets awkward for Team Liquid's retake here with the 10-second defuse ahead of them. Oh, and No Way's having a great pistol here. Triple kill from No Way. Shy takes the fight now up to the 1v1. Can ultimate come up clutch?
No kid, you're just going to get toyed with.
Oh, now reveals he's off the ball.
Oh, that was your chance.
That was it. That was his opportunity. Imperial will take the T-side pistol, a necessity in this battle for survival. You're down a map, you're on your opponent's turf. A T-side pistol on Nuke is everything, and it's No Way that secures it for the boys.
That's even after Twist is able to get 2 kills from that Joker position, and it's not enough for them to secure the round. Naf takes that goose, he has to play safe, he peeks out heaven. When he's not connected with the other players retaking A, he goes down, they're in a 2v2, and at that point, Hill goes down the gurgler. This is great from Twists. Then Nerds gets a freebie. So right now we're talking about a 4v2 situation. Bullet in the side of the head to JKS, and this 1v1 was always going to be tough. No kit, right? So it's so hard to call the bluff in that type of a situation.
The fact that he tried to run away as well with the movement, very smart. He knows eventually if he just stayed tucked, he was going to get cleared and run down.
No force spike for Liquid in this one. They are taking it pretty damn conservative. Twist was one of their only investments, does find first blood. And then the mop and bucket comes out. So JKS and Naf, not a lot they're going to be able to say about this one with only the USPs, but we're going to tie things up 7-7.
7.
There's a real good opportunity for Imperial to push this one to a 3rd map of Anubis.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
It's just crazy that Liquid don't know what their map is.
Well, maybe they do know what their map is, but when they play officials, it doesn't work out that way. Because this is the thing, the only way that you're able to measure these things is from practice, and if you're having really good results in practice, I know practice doesn't necessarily mean how it's good. Actually, well, that's the whole point of this analogy right now. But the sense being, if you're going over things time and time again, you feel really confident, you have a deep strat book, you have good results in it against other top teams, it feels comfortable, people have a lot of ideas, and then you get into the officials and it doesn't seem to work out. That's a different conversation in itself. So, will be a rifle round now for Team Liquid. That's actually going to hedge in with an MP9. JKS yet to buy. He's gone for the A4. So, 3 A1Ss, 1 M4 A4, MP9, a defuse kit, and, well, mostly full belts of utility up against a heavy investment from Team Imperial. Opening utility has been thrown out. A decoy in the backlines to just kick up a bit of a fuss as Nerds is starting secret. Twist trying to find a tag or two with a spam through the smoke. Nerds hyper aggressive. See, one of the things that right, when you look at this team, is Natus is the main initiator, alongside of what should be ultimate on the AWP, I suppose. Yesterday, he felt he didn't do it enough. Today, maybe you overplay your hand, but there, tough. He did almost have the kill, so hard to...
I mean, watching Spinks do it, he was taking the same fights. He was just winning them.
True.
That's a big win for Nav. Okay, 3 is asking a lot, but the trade is available. JKS has got to be careful, and he's inflicted a lot of damage, but now that's down to 10 HP. Nice uncrouch headshot finds try. It's still a 3v2 and recoverable. Vinny has that bomb, and is he thinking about pivoting up the vents? Because that could be a free frag for Twists.
Let's go. Fucking sick.
Ooh.
Well, that was a hard round.
It was a hard round, and what I'm more impressed by was just how legitimate that roar was from Twist. That was some of his best work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that position he's playing is a nice one, right? You can catch players coming back up secret, trying to go into main. You'd also catch the slip up the vent. But Nav does really well. And that molly lands. JKS can't combine, but knows that he really feels that he should have been part of that crossfire. Sticks around to take that fight. Does very well. And that's after giving up the opening kill. So well done, well handled. Good stuff from Nav.
Oh, Nuts back-to-back opening deaths. Ain't pretty.
Shy's down lower, so there's already players from Imperial entrenching the lower deck. And Vinny's going to apply on the timing. Ultimate peppering through the smoke, hoping to get a tag or two as Twist turns away. Still spins into it, big from Twist.
Yeah, no way. Should have a free frag there onto Twist. Finishes what Vinny started up on the hot roof.
Wait.
Drops down. Nice from Naf, and in combination, they will secure the 9th. Started rough, but recovered in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, really well done there. That's what you need. So the money will now be humbled. It should be an eco coming out, so this is going to be 10. Just going through the paces right now. 2 consecutive rounds. I can't believe Twist wins that fight, but he's going to be kicking himself. JKS rotating in from heaven, but it's really all about Naf. He's here, there, and everywhere.
Nice! Nice! Holy shit, Keith.
So there is a P250 and there is a flash. Looks like they want to try and test ramp. JKS, how many can he get?
1. It's ultimate for the multi. Decent 2 on that P250, so he's money well spent.
Yeah, good investment.
Yeah, very good. Oh my god. Oh my.
Why is it always like this?
I don't know.
Think about the scout round on Dust 2 with just Glocks as well. It's like so stressful on what should be the easiest rounds.
Yeah. Liquid, anti-eco, challenge impossible to make it look easy.
Well, they're still in the driver's seat. I know it's a 2v2. Naf's down on B. Twist is in warehouse, allowing them to make the next move. There's a minute on the clock, so you're in no rush if you're Imperial. You can take your time. You can see what comes your way. You're hoping for the CT regress. They want to sniff out some information. They're looking for answers. This is Naf now actually potentially obliging. Starting to come up from ramp. Now, has to be aware that there is this possibility. So diligent on the clears. Now he starts to do procedural checks. They're above him. See, this is why the position... Oh, he might catch them on timing.
Oh, he's missed them.
Oh, and he's going lobby as well. So Twist could be exposed. They are going up heaven, so likely just drop in, leave one player heaven, plant back site. Keep the high ground advantage.
Yeah, Nav. Here's that plant. Twist will draw attention to himself. Good chip damage, but it's decent low. Naf does have the element of surprise for the first collects. Now, smoke and kit are available. This is almost unlosable. Now we're trying with 19 points of health. Just get that smoke on the bomb. Twist is going to sit it, and he just has to hit a crazy... Ooh, he's flashed himself, and he's lost the round. Okay, 10-7.
Good eco, though.
Good eco. Very good eco.
Great eco.
And you bring it through an AK-47 as well. You got a bomb plant. Like, that was, yeah, very efficient and effective.
So what did you spend? $500. You had a P250 and you had a flash.
Yep.
And you get 4 kills and you plant the bomb. I think that right there, I know it was winnable.
Yep.
But it's a fantastic eco round. If I'm Zach, I'd be happy. I feel we've done him. It looks worse.
It does look
from
worse.
that perspective, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, but look at their buy and look at Liquid's.
Right.
Well, Liquid have an AWP. That's where I was going with that.
Twist. Think twice about playing the hut after being spotted. A very deep smoke that will force him back. Can't take that fight. Don't want to poke your nose out of the smoke.
Well, they have outside fully. Natus is tucked up behind T-Red, which means you would like Ultimate to be the first one to take contact. What variation of the smoke wall are we about to see? Well, Vinny with a demonstration for everybody playing at home. Now, Twist is going to be the next factor to bait. Or does Natus just sit and wait?
I mean, he's hearing steps now. Twist going to try and perhaps spam smokes, and oh, Shy completely overlooked the clear. Oh. Great shot. Nails the second, removes the head of Vinny, gives his team a 2-man advantage in pursuit of their 11th. Imperial, if they can turn this around, their hopes and dreams of staying in competition here.
They're heading ramp.
Get through JKS's hold. Stays active on the line. And can't deliver. Neither can the AWP on the first try. Speak of the devil, he's actually the one walking, crab walking into the AWP line. It's further away from the angle. Ultimate goes down, too easy. So is that from Naf, though. Dropping in, accelerating towards the lobby.
It's player in hurt, though.
Yeah, No Way's going to time him. Just walks out hurt. Naf, completely unprepared. Great headshot from No Way. They've turned it around. Again. Liquid making it look scary once more. No Way, very low HP. Trican has already positioned himself for the finish. Worried about Heaven. Twist has a kit. No Way active on these jiggles. And Nertz nails the head. It's just up to try now, but the time's on his side. If he could just isolate Jules, and Twist will swing through. He's done very well there. Try clutches up, keeps the dream alive for that third map. Imperial on the ropes, but not out.
Beautiful work there from Try. That's a 3v5 man advantage thanks to the Nertz double kill outside. Essentially, at this moment, when this second kill happens, the options for Imperial are so limited, like beyond limited. Because at this point, you're either going ramp or you're going topside. And JKS dies, he gets nothing. Ultimate dies, he gets nothing. Naf's chasing Ghost. The information's all over the place. He gets completely caught off guard after one kill towards lobby, and they fumble what should have been their round.
Oh, this is quick. Decent getting, like, I think he's doing the ROPS play, like gonna get flashed through that smoke, maybe?
The outside smoke wall's all a ruse. So right now, Liquid, because it is a light up eye, they could just give up B. They could say, hey, look, if they do go down secret, we've lost the round, that's fine. But let's gamble on the A site. And if they come out, we are at least heavily fortified. That seems to be the case. So unfortunately for Imperial, that smoke wall isn't going to give them what they were looking for, and they haven't even been able to send out a feeler to find that info. Still a lot of time within the round, so this one isn't done just yet.
Oh, look at that. Underhand flash for the pushed up hut player. No Way spamming away, Furia style.
Well, that tells you that Nertz, who is traditionally the player tasked with dealing with outside on the rifle, is playing towards A. So how does Shy use this? He's taking some outside space on his lonesome right now, and Nertz trying to do too much. Got them the man advantage, goes a step too far. JKS needs something.
He's been put in a great position to do so. Staying active on it. Pressure applied towards that top site. The flash as well. Running and gunning. Naf could have, maybe should have had that one. Ultimate down for one. Vinny cleans house. And JKS, the ramp player, the last standing, so they know exactly where he's going to be coming from, or at least they'll have a good idea.
You can see how quick this gets out of control, though, right? Because this is about to be 10-9. Liquid will have to be on an eco into the next, so unless they fumble against an eco, it should be all tied up at 10-10. Try will delete JKS, and there you have it. So back in this game, and it all started with a 5v3 number advantage that Liquid fumbled. So Imperial, they're not giving up. They know that there's ways back into this game. It's not done yet, and they can push this to the third and deciding map of Anubis. Elimination on the line. And the gauntlet awaits for one of these two teams who can brave the W.
How many man advantage rounds have Liquid lost this game?
I don't know. I think it's just easier if we put the stamp of this is the North American G2.
Yeah, it feels that way. Okay, well, nice eco.
They just don't have Monacy.
A chance, yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's an interesting and fair characterization. Whoa! Dive, just racking up the eags.
Oh, headshots.
And they're coming for you. Shy wants another. Thank you very much. All headshots indeed. Okay, that would feel good. Border indeed. Can't say that word.
Can't say that one.
Oops. It just feels so fun to say.
It does, doesn't it?
It's
Just
so
flows.
perfect. It flows so good. Well, last time if they called a timeout, they won the round.
True.
That's my analysis.
True. True and real.
Chat, is this real?
Honest and fair. Hopeful and patient. That's Liquid fans. Hungry and ready. That's Imperial fans.
Yeah. I actually am quite hungry and ready for a little snack between series.
You made a toasted cheese sandwich before.
I did. Most people have called it a grilled cheese, but...
Wouldn't call it that. Would call it a toasted cheese sandwich. Or a toasty.
But there was no toaster involved.
Doesn't matter. The bread just because it's not in a toaster doesn't mean bread doesn't get toasted.
All right, fine.
Let's see. Is Mytha the mythical genius?
I can't get over this elephant.
That Liquid have been looking for. Do you think he's named it something cliche like Dumbo?
Yeah, or Ellie.
So late smoke wall thrown out from Vinny. Now it's dropping down the vent to deal with that. Pressure on the top hold that currently consists of Twist top Hunt, Naf in the site, and Ultimate up Heaven. JKS over towards ramp is the final piece of the CT defense. Now that Imperial are in a strong position there, full utility, they have everything they need. They're starting to believe their players are hitting the shots. This is where Vinny can call his game. Just don't want it to be too late for them to hit the go signal. Replenish with the squeaky door smoke. Another waterfall dotted in, and Nertz, he's investigated lower, seen nothing, has been able to rotate freely back up the vent to join this A defense. So very strong.
Yeah.
And it's been fumbled before from Imperial.
They're getting into position to set him up now. Vinny responsible for the Molotovs. Try as well. Back sight. It's going to be a lot of pressure onto Nertz and Nav. How do they handle this? Nertz only the one. Good work from the entries of No Way. Ultimate rotates through, and it's just JKS and Ultimate. This is another round for
I told you
Imperial.
about 4 or 5 rounds ago. This could definitely go the distance.
You were right.
I didn't think it was possible because the early shift at Blast Open Lisbon has been 2-0.
Yep, true.
But anything is possible rounds here. Think about the historic moments we had in back-to-back days. Hunter with the big boy performance.
Yeah, career high.
The 9 dig.
The 9 dig. Highlight of the year.
The Madja performance against Liquid. Remember on Anubis? He was owning them.
Yeah, that's
He got that ace. He was absolutely delivering.
And this lower bracket game is too. It must be so confusing for them at the moment where, like, for Liquid, you pick Dust 2, you can't play Dust 2. Your opponent picks Dust 2, you beat them on Dust 2. You pick Nuke, you can't win Nuke. It's just like, what is our strength?
Well, they don't have an identity, right?
That's what's missing.
There's no real identity to Team Liquid. They've been trying to throw rosters back together ever since, what, 2019? Since then, it's been tough to stick the landing. You never know what that secret recipe is, their secret sauce, but the same can be said for Astralis. They were eliminated yesterday, and that's a roster that's been trying to piece things back together ever since they lost the Legends. Can't pick between living in the past or living in the now. Well, their future is uncertain, and Liquid's too if they do end up losing this and going into a third map. So with those saves, there is the ability for Liquid to buy, but we're at the crunch end. You have to win, or you will be giving over 12.
Oh, look how easy that was.
Oh, we've gone tactical timeout into tactical timeout by the looks of things.
That's rare.
So Zach now on the microphone. JKS doesn't have any utility, unless there's some left on the spawn. Now let's see, 30 seconds giving more time for Liquid to set their sights on how they were willing to approach the round, or are they chopping and changing? Are they doubting? Do you try and go for something aggressive on the CT side and see if you can just bowl them over? Do you try and play a standard round knowing that you're lighter on the nade sets? And if they lose a site in similar fashion as to what we just saw, it will likely be a save again. We're talking 4 consecutive rounds for Imperial, and their chunks have come in big streaks. In the first half, managed 5 on the trot. They came into this one, the pistol, found the follow-up. Could have only managed 3 rounds so far on this CT half.
Try going for an opening pick ramp with the AWP. So JKS and Nerds both cheating down lower.
I think they might go for a 2-man secret push. That'll completely give them all the information that they'll be looking for.
Right. It's just a vulnerability, temporary vulnerability.
Looks like Ultimate's picking that up now.
Okay, right. There it is.
So well-timed and understanding the situation. Imperial not to brave that smoke. So Ultimate now the ramp defender. JKS and Nerds both poking their head up secret. So JKS, he would be told to bait Nerds in this situation. But all that util I was talking about, it's already all gone. They're pushing, they're pushing, they're pushing.
Yeah, Nav's going to start working towards the smoke. And Twist as well with him. This is going to be a big test for Ultimate. And he's just going to peace out. Concedes it. That's the information. JKS can provide support. Nav. Oh, decent. Heard him.
Did he?
Doesn't act like he did.
Oh, did he see him?
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
He definitely saw him.
Takes down Nav's lobby presence. Twist now very alone.
They have 3 players down to B. If Twist doesn't kill, like,
oh, shoot a teammate. Oh.
Well,
Anubis is another map,
it
though.
is. It's orange. It's got water. I think it's based in Egypt.
What's this about the pyramids that everyone's talking about now? There's more to the pyramids?
Oh, you haven't seen this?
No.
Okay, so there was an AI-generated image that ended up on the internet to do with these big columns that are under the pyramids. But actually, it turns out with, I believe it's LiDAR. Guys, you had to save, otherwise you're not going to have anything. It's going to be max loss bonus for the final round. You're going to try and do it with much less. JKS, give it a go. Win a crazy 1v5.
LiDAR?
Yeah, in terms of what the acronym means, I'm not sure exactly, but it's this technology to scan. So anyway, there's these columns that are apparently 600 meters deep under the base of the pyramids, and then there's also coils or something that go even deeper than that.
Really?
Yes.
Not even like...
I'm not memeing. No, there is.
Wow. What? So aliens are real?
Well, that's not what we're saying.
But that's kind of the conclusion we can all come to.
We're just saying in the year 2025, we're learning a bit more about the pyramids.
Did you know that Cleopatra...
Well, bueno.
Cleopatra of Egypt, she was closer to the release of the iPhone than the making of the pyramids.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, well, Imperial, I can only tip my hat to you. You stayed in this. You're in a tough spot. The fact that you have now put yourself in the driver's seat, you have guaranteed overtime at a minimum. You got blown out on Dust 2. There's a massive void in that smoke.
Yeah, he's blocked that well. And whether or not that's going to catch Try off guard remains to be seen.
The smoke's going to be starting to fade by the time they move behind it. And there's the gap spotted.
Nice work from Nerds. Gives Liquid an opening. Hasn't always translated into a round conversion, but a must-win round for Liquid. Main smoke dropped, facilitates potential wrap with the locker smoke as well.
Okay, well, there are options available, but the bomber has just started to head down secret. Vinny, he's going to investigate. He's going to see how much space he can take away. The rotation point down towards B, it is not active just yet for Team Liquid. How far does Vinny go? The fact he's not making his way up the barrels to the heavens, he's just going to head hell. Oh, he's been spotted.
Yeah. Oh, it's very good. Very good from Nerds. A double kill from him in the round.
Well, it's a number advantage situation for Team Liquid after all.
Ooh, Nav playing for just the toes. Knocks the boots off of Decent.
There's so much money.
Oh, he couldn't quite get it over the fence.
Let's go.
Okay, this is nice, though. This is a big round. They take down Shy immediately, and he's up to 20 kills. He's at the tippy top of the scoreboard in the server right now. Sure, he's had a couple of eco bashes there, but he will a headshot, so they count for a little bit more. Imperial are going to take their third and final tactical timeout, so I think both teams have expended all of their moments to chat, moments to regather, refocus, and retool. Now, the fact that Liquid do break through in that round means that they have everything they could possibly desire for this final of regulation. The same to be said for Imperial. Their coffers were full, and the fact that they grabbed 5 consecutive rounds again, being done in the second half, has put them in a strong position to still get this done in regulation. Tough for Shy with the block smoke.
Yeah, good impact from the MP9s as well. Naf and Ultimate both getting connections with their SMGs.
You can see how that would go a different way, right? If Ultimate doesn't catch that slip, he ends up flanking ramp.
Let's go.
So just staying in it right now are Liquid. And number 24. Do we need the bonus rounds?
Ooh, are they going for something pacey, something poppy? They are. Twist is ready to receive them, but the flashes are brilliant. They're decent sprays. Can't transfer into Twist. He disappears into the smoke, but the bomb's down lower. This is hectic now. No way. Oh, spotted by Nerds. He unloads his whole mag. Need to drop util to facilitate a reload. Twist sticks around top site.
He's under so much pressure, Twist. Worried about absolutely everything, understandably so.
Yeah. Maybe Ultimate can lend him a hand as he peeks out. Not ready for Decent. Just slipped through the main smoke. Now Twist can have jump on him. Does so. Shy. Oh, down as well to Twist. Good shooting. Try onto Nerds, though. It is a pivot top discussion. Twist, however, with Lobby, they're going to try and put pressure onto JKS. And, oh, he needs this kill. He needs this kill so bad. Gets the headshot.
Both on B.
Molly limits his options. JKS down to the double doors. Gives himself a bit of a sight line to disrupt the Astralis plant. They'll smoke on top.
They're going to fight him first.
They are. They're coming for him.
And he's got the bomb.
Oh, Twist faffing around with his nades. They're not looking. They're not looking. Good jump scare there. Now Twists in the clutch. Otherwise, Anubis is locked in. Imperial secure a third map. They were on the ropes. They were on the verge of elimination on their opponent's pick, but they hold on and convert.
I love the balls for the final round call there, just heading at the top fast, quick as you like, being able to drop down that vent, throw the round into disarray, and Imperial, they worked hard for that. They deserve to take this to a third, and they're in it once we get to Anubis.
The Brazilians are biting back, and we have truly got ourselves a game on our hands. Anubis confirmed to see who will be surviving here at the Blast Open 2025. Fair play to Imperial as well, Nathan. The fact that they come in after what was dire straits on Dust 2, and they look like they had some life on this nuke.
Yeah, 100%, and especially the way this time was their T side that was pretty important, because they always kept the economy of Liquid very, very low. Even on the Glock eco rounds, like they were managing to get 2-3 kills and then just save an AK here and there and then plant the bomb. And so you saw that as a whole, their T side, they managed to be in control even though they were losing the rounds. And so one of the big things as well was controlling Nerds. He was trying to be aggressive in Monster, he was trying to be aggressive outside, taking information, and he was denied. And that enabled Imperial to keep the money low. And then when they started getting that 1-2 round, that's when they started rolling and cleared the T side and win the game.
It was a spectacular game in many different assets, I'd say. Again, I want to give credit to Imperial for fighting their way back into it, but I think it should have been closed out way earlier by Team Liquid. You're leading 10-6 on your CT side. As you described, it felt like every single round Liquid were winning. They made it uncomfortable for themselves for no reason whatsoever. It was
hold your horses. Jim.
Okay.
Hold your horses, because there's two sides of this coin, right? There's the nice, shiny, beautiful one, which we're going to start off on, which is gassing up Imperial, because they did a stellar job.
Sure.
Let's shout out Try and Shy as well in this particular matchup. Obviously, Try was a prospect that we've been talking about for a long time. He really showed up on this map.
He did show up, and we called him out saying that if Imperial wanted to win, we needed to see more from Try. We need to see more of an up presence. We need to see him not necessarily dictate the game, but at least have an impact. And he did so in this game, especially when you look at this highlight package that we're running across the screen for you. It was in different facets of the game, both with the AWP, with the rifle, with the pistol for that matter as well. So for Try to have that amount of impact, that's good. And that was a big win condition. That kept him alive in that first half as well, where he was doing a decent job on the CT side. So from an individual point of view, we saw some of these Imperials step up and actually match the output of Team Liquid. And that was the first step into making this game competitive. Yeah,
100%, because on Dust 2, that was the big key point, right? Like individually, Imperial was nowhere near the level of Liquid individually. And so when you come into Nuke, that's where, weirdly enough, compared to a map like Dust 2, you can have individuals really show up because there's a lot of rotations. And so instead of like necessarily shooting at the head of the opponent and having the right position and being perfectly placed, it's all about taking the timings sometimes. And so you had like people in the right place. And so it also means that the game plan that they had was great. And so when you have individuals that can enable other players by just being all around the map and then getting the entry on Nerds, again, was one of the big points, especially on our T side. That enables the other players, the lurkers, to like get out of hut, get out of ramp, and then just like take those extra kills on players that are going to be rotating all over the map and like, oh no, there is a gap here, I have to go and fit it. But sometimes you don't have to move. But if you do that, then you're taking a gamble. And if you're taking a gamble at the wrong time, then you have to save and then you lose rounds, etc. So it's all about finding that right balance of when to be mobile, when to stay, and then just play the economy game that Liquid should probably have played.
Yeah, I would argue that as well. Let's keep the conversation on Imperial for a moment, though, because I feel like we've got to learn a little bit more about Shy Jesus during this one as well. We're talking about 8 opening attempts being successful 50% of the time, 5 multi-kills as well. There was some impact from this man.
A lot of impact and a lot of responsibility being brought on his shoulders.
Yeah.
You know, a player that is willing to take that responsibility, willing to try to make the difference. CT side wasn't necessarily as impactful as he probably would have liked to, even though he had a couple of rounds where he was the one making the difference. Overall, though, the T-side presence from csgo and the way that, as you said, Freya, he was involved in opening kills. You see it right here as well. Very sharp, you know, very demanding, very aggressive, and very open. I love when a player is putting his body out there on Nuke and be like, fight me, you know? Let's see what happens. Just Crosshair versus Crosshair. Let's see who wins that duel. And csgo was oozing of that confidence on T-side Nuke.
He's great. Even yesterday, with his first game against G2, I thought that he was doing his job. He was doing very decent. And so having him come in on the second day and still having that output and still having that confidence, I think that his aim is sharp. I think he knows what he's doing. He's very confident into his plays. And yeah, they need those kind of players to start stepping up, and that's where like Imperial as well as the whole team, because they are pretty balanced. If you look at their opening kills as well, the attempts of every player, Shy is the first one, even though he's playing as an anchor, which is like a bit different. So like that's where they want to put their strength as well. And so if he starts showing up, he will disturb the teams by that anchoring movement, right? Like he's going to be all over the map, he's going to be pushing in his areas, which is not something you expect necessarily. And so that will make teams doubt a little bit where to put your resources to counter that.
Just because you are quite the expert in terms of, you know, watching through demos, scrubbing through and kind of classifying playstyles by region, was this more what you were kind of used to seeing from Imperial and pulling out some of those aggressive, I guess, tempo shifting plays, right? Particularly on the T side. Does this make more sense from what we saw on this map?
On their Nuke T side, 100%.
Yeah.
That was more what was expected. They had like different ways of playing the map. They were going fast outside packed, and then we're having an A strat, and then we're trying to fake an inner hit with someone coming in main and then splitting A side. And it's something that we haven't seen at all on Dust 2. And there's a big thing that I saw between the two maps that we talked about, that Dust 2 was very flat. It felt like there was no energy and there was nothing going on. At the beginning of the second map, they all started screaming and hyping each other up. And so even though they were starting on the CT side, it doesn't really matter. You need to get that energy going, and then that's when you started that the T side also made sense. They were starting to get into the flow of the game, getting into the right pace, and that's when they started playing better and then just beating Liquid.
Okay,
Unleash me for you.
Yeah, let's flip the coin. Let's go for the ugly, rusty, disgusting side of the coin, which was unfortunately Team Liquid. Let's talk about one of the rounds where I feel like it was, you know, the unraveling of Team Liquid. Round number 18. What's going on here?
What the F was that second half from Team Liquid? I'm gonna be honest, right? Round 18, you get a nice opening kill right here from Nerds, a double entry. You think to yourself, this is unlosable. 5v3, player JKS on ramp. Why the hell are you fighting until you die? All you had to do was get the information, fall down lower, stay in control of the round. Ultimate, yeah, let's fight ramp. You know, let's go for a duel that was also completely unnecessary, being up 10-7. Even the player right there pushing in door is trying to bring it back. He's not aware that another player goes out of hot, and Liquid finds a way to lose this round. I'm gonna be completely honest. If you isolate this round, you're looking at a bunch of noobs running around playing Counter-Strike, and it sounds super, super harsh to say, but ramp player, JKS in that position, the only thing you cannot allow yourself to do is take that duel. Ultimate, staying under heaven with an AWP, the only thing you cannot afford to do is take that duel and die. So it's two massive mistakes made in one round where the scoreline is 10-7, where you win this round, you win the game, you win 2-0, and all we talk about on the desk is how well you played, how much you were in control, and how good it was looking. However, I also want to put out the fact that Team Liquid throughout this entirety of the game, even though it was 10-7, every round was close for no reason whatsoever. You said it yourself, the Glock rounds, the Force round, Liquid could only survive one player every single time, because all of them thought that, I'm going to take that duel, I'm going to take that duel, I want to fight, I want to get better stats. It felt like they weren't in the game at all mentally, and for that I hate them. I think Liquid played good Counter-Strike up until the point where they decided mentally to lose it.
Why is that? Like, why would a player fall into that trap of, okay, like, I just want to take this duel, I want to open up a situation for my team. Like, where do you have to be at mentally for that to be even considered as a solution, and then you see it doesn't work, and then you go for it again?
There is a big individual part in that where, like, I don't know if I want to say ego is a big part of it, but it's just you're kind of checked out of the game, where you just feel like the duels you're not taking, and if you're not really in control, if you haven't thought about that part of your game, that, okay, it is fine to play my area like a bitch sometimes. Like you're just gonna go down the ramp and then you're gonna go on B side, and it's a 5v3. It's okay if you lose control of some areas. It's fine because you have the numbers advantage.
30 seconds left, by the way, of that round.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, 30 seconds, it's insane. So it's okay to leave the areas. It's okay to like leave space to the T's when you know how to do it. And if you're not in control, if you're not really thinking about your game fully, I think that's where you start losing yourself, right? And there's a lot of frustration that is coming out, a lot of. It just adds further and further into the equation, and especially now you have a third map in Anubis. Yo, be cool. It's okay, you know, like you were in control the whole game. It's fine. Sometimes you're gonna screw up some halves, and then you just come in better. But like you have to come back better.
And you were the one to notice the frustrations coming out of JKS's face, right? We obviously get to see some of the player cams in the green room, and you can see that these moments are, you know, tilting up, arguably, and he's not a player that we often see too much emotion coming out of arguably, so this isn't a great sign, right?
No, I mean, it's just from the outside, it's just how it is. It's just like a lot of things that looks like, what am I doing? What's happening? It's just you're not thinking about, okay, what can we do next round? What can I do better? What kind of approach, or even take a tactical timeout and talk about how you can be better in your position. Like how can we do it? Just, hey, maybe I need help into this moment of the round. Maybe we can play a little bit different. I need to go down because I'm just not fitting it. So just bring the up instead of me, right? Like, for example, it can be anything, but for that you have to be in control of your own emotion and of your own position in the game, starting to be a master at it.
We could have built the same package for Twist. He was obviously and visibly frustrated, and I understand him. Again, I think Twist actually called a good game on the T side. I think Twist set up the team for success on the CT side as well. And if I'm Twist, and you know, it may sound a bit harsh, but I'm looking to my right, I'm looking to my left, and I would be thinking, guys, come on. You know, it's very simple. For us to be up 10-7, for us to be in a 5v3 where Nerds finally finds impact in this game. Again, another point we don't touch on now, but we can perhaps talk about it when we talk Anubis. It does feel like whenever Nerds is not playing well, Liquid is just falling apart. You know, he is the spearhead of this lineup. He is the catalyst, and whenever he's not doing well, it's very fragile. It's a team that is very, very fragile, and I think that's what frustrates Twist the most, that he can't seem to figure out how to enable the players around.
And that is totally understandable, but we do have the score being settled on the Temple of Anubis. That is map number 3 between Imperial and Liquid. One of these two squads going home after this. map to separate Liquid and Imperial, and it does all fall down to Anubis, where we know it's a map that Liquid enjoy playing, whereas for Imperial, it's been a minute since they've even faced any competition on this very map outside of South America. So Jacob, I imagine a lot of question marks in terms of this.
Yeah, a lot of question marks. They lost last time they played it to a team called Sharks. The time before that, they beat MIBR Academy in overtime. So judging by the results, not necessarily a map where Imperial are feeling too confident, even domestically speaking. Whereas for Team Liquid, it is one of the few maps where they've really shown that they can go toe-to-go against some of the best players in the world. In particular, Nerds. The way he plays E-Box, the way he plays that area of the map on the CT side, I feel like he's a diamond, you know, in that regard. I think he's, as I said, one of the best signings of 2025 for any team out there, and one could only imagine where Liquid would be without him. I expect him to win this game, and I expect him to wash away what was an awful performance on Nuke.
And especially with what you said before the game, that he needs to be more of that voice. That's the prime game to do it. Like, if you cannot do it against a team like Imperial, where you're the favorite, where you're supposed to be comfortable and disturb their plans, and you see that they let you be aggressive, then you can't really do it against any other team. So, like, yeah, I expect Nerds to be the big guy for Liquid on this map. And for Imperial, I don't know, they might surprise us. Maybe they have a lot of surprises in their bags. We don't know. But it's a hard map to navigate. And Liquid having much more experience on the map, I expect them to take it. But I don't know, surprise me.
One of the few maps where Ultimate does his best work, so I'd expect him to show up a bit and maybe have an impact as well.
A lot of question marks indeed, but they will be settled on the third map of Anubis.
Didn't think we were going to get here, Chad did. He knew the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially after the 10-8 round.
Yeah, that was actually when it became more...
That was the reality. That's the economy was broken, they force buy, they have to eco, and then it all goes down the gurgler.
It certainly did, Chad. But Anubis could be a different game. I like the way the desk framed it as well, saying Ultimate's one of Ultimate's best maps. We'll see if we get some of his Aggie AWPing. We did get to see some interesting game plans on Liquid.CET side Anubis last time we cast them, where they were doing this weird thing where they would like put the AWP in mid.
Interesting is one way to describe it.
How would you like to describe it?
Not good. But I don't think they'll play like that again today. I think it should be returned to the norm. I think what they were trying to do is potentially counter some of the tendencies of Eternal Fire. I don't think we'll be seeing that again this time. In terms of Jacob talking about the lack of international opponents on this map for that of Imperial, well, that's kind of been the case for them in 2025, right? Yeah. They haven't been able to play many events based on the VRS situation. We do find them here, joining us in Copenhagen for Blast Open Lisbon. It's confusing, but the group stage is here. The playoffs are in Lisbon. That's Portugal, for those of you playing at home. And, well, it looks like we are about to get this one underway. Now, I don't have an issue with the lack of international opponents other than the reps. Yeah. They've spoken that they've been practicing in Europe, and we already knew that 4 out of the 5 members of this team, they can punch against, well, the big or maybe just regular names that Counter-Strike has to offer.
Interesting to see just 3 sets of Kev. They're very util heavy.
2 nades as well. That's curious.
Isn't it? They start 3A for Liquid, not fighting for middle. I'll flash for answers, nothing there, a bit premature.
Maybe those nades are going to be used on the back of the platform over towards B, because at the moment, they've just taken this mid control. They're waiting for the re-aggress, an exchange of smokes on the B side.
Oh, Natus is actually playing for answers early. Going to be tucking on a jail, and they overlook his corner. He gets one, gets away.
It's not a fake, though. They're in A. Or they're trying to be, as Twist is just denied access through camera. 3 massive kills for the in-game leader, and they just have to find Vinny. Well, Nerds knows exactly where he was.
Yeah, Twist has got his exit covered. Naf has his forward entrance into B covered, so there should be nothing to be said about this one. And nice angle from Twist, just tucks into the doorway, trying to get that energy flowing for Liquid. I mean, after what was a really disappointing nuke, they can shake it off and just kind of come in with a point to prove.
It's armchair mental analysis, but I would really like if they could go about this without having to G themselves up every round. I understand that every match... If the conversation after every game is, oh, well, we lost the intensity, it's like...
No, we lost the map.
Yeah, I don't think the intensity was the problem. Losing a 5v3.
Yeah, well, the desk perfectly discussing that. You're losing rounds you shouldn't, and that is how you lose games.
Surprisingly. Okay,
believe it or not.
Ultimate, you're about to be in a bit of a Imperial sandwich.
Sounds nice. Quite tasty.
Yeah, well, he's going to be the filling. Is he going to get his just desserts? There's players over towards T-stairs.
This is going to be a very quick round in about 3 seconds' time. Never mind, they actually incendiary him out. Oh, the nade looks like it's destined for some damage. Chunky. Nuts gets away with his reload. And tries scout. I mean, let's not forget how Dust 2 went, right?
Yeah,
got expensive.
I don't think you're getting away with as many tags on this map, especially if you're not even getting Canal's control.
Yeah, they've taken that from you.
If you went over towards B at the start and you were able to find a tag or two over towards there, but at the moment you're just going to have to sit and wait out the util, which as Imperial are on the eco, I imagine that you're happy to do. This time it doesn't look like they're going to get as many kills. They're not going to get the bomb down.
Yeah.
Unless something goes crazily wrong in the next 45 seconds.
We can take this time then while they win out their anti-eco is we can talk about Liquid. Are you hydrated? Yeah, make sure you grab yourself a beverage.
So a lot of SMGs would have just been noted there by Imperial. So right now it will be the bonus round coming out from Liquid. How are they going to use this? You could do it in a similar fashion, throw the T-stairs smoke, try and clamp down, grab that space.
I would love to see that. I think Anubis can be very, very suffocating for a T-side when you've got good mechanical aimers on the CT side playing aggressively, jumping out that window, flashing out A main, pushing there, maybe taking some fights on B. So Ultimate's gone for the Scout B to start. One single M4 in the mix.
And they're not going to do anything too crazy, so they might just try and batten down the hatches on this A main position baskets with Nerds. Who is searching. He is searching and he's been tagged. So the search is cancelled.
He's going to get chased. Yep, Decent's coming. Straight ahead of the smoke. That might mess with the timing for Nerds. JKS returns. This is a lot of vulnerabilities. I'm really concerned about A. And that's the fight. Nerds does go down on A.
It's not the A defender. Decent knows that.
Yeah, he's looking for him. Smokes cam. Twist can play ahead of that.
Big nade. You'd love JKS to swing. Doesn't know how many players are on the other side of this, however.
Bomb's moving back towards A as Shy joins him.
The fact JKS is still here undetected is kind of crazy.
Yeah, they didn't molly him. They used their molly for
They have to
heaven.
know it's a possibility.
I think he's going to get overlooked. It's a very powerful position.
Oh,
Another
that
nade
one
comes
just
in.
missed.
He
Now
can
they
reveal his
know.
position. Yeah, throws out the incendiary. Will force the fight. Nice work from Twist. Team play from Liquid. Looking good. Looking crispy. There is that B lurk. The pivot's available. It does look like that's going to happen. Nowhere will activate. Chasing him down is Nav.
There we go.
Gets them both. Vinny will pivot.
They can still plan on B.
They should get away with this. Twist only just now arriving, and the bomb doesn't need to cross his sight line, so the bomb can go down. Vinny punching in the code.
Lots of unknowns, though, on this retake.
Yeah, and Vinny is going to be flashed. Oh, but they flash first. Flash exchange. Nav wins it out. Huge contributions from Nav. That's a 4K. Sick, Keith. Says Mitha. It's all smiles.
I love the fact that he's just played so aggressively there, right? And you're not getting a lot of that out of JKS and Nav, so one of the two of them has to. And the fact that he's made a play.
The least aggressive human being on the roster has to be the most aggressive.
Well, like Nerds is always going to default towards that, and then it's meant to be twists, right? We spoke about the paddle buddy.
Yeah.
But you don't always get that out of RVD, so I think this is where you need every second or third round, JKS or Nav has to make a play.
Right.
And those two players are just so far throughout their career being used to playing more passive elements that it doesn't come natural to them, which is the biggest critique with this Liquid roster, other than should they get an in-game leader like Shui.
Oh, whoa. I love the commitment, but it's not going to work out through a double incendiary. From the back, try, catches Twist, walk up. That aggression's been cut short, and now Nerds goes down. It's starting to look like a Liquid fumble. It's certainly looking that way. If you peek again, the scout will be there. Oof. Okay, so they have to operate without Nerds and Twist, so someone has to step up out of these three. The flash and swing, they're not scared. They're not playing scared of that scout, and it's going to be punished. Try can put the body shot down, and from behind, they will strike. Naf is low HP. Where's JKS in all this? He's rotated through the beach. Naf trying to hold on to his life.
Gets another kill.
I mean, he's not going to get one decent from jail. Okay, we've got a 1v3 for JKS.
Yeah, to frag.
Mr. Savage. Smoke available, AK in hand. Can't isolate the first. Vinny out-aims him with the Tech 9, and the energy shifts in the studio. I can say that one.
Vamo?
Vamo!
I think that one's fine.
Let's go.
That one's more than okay. At least as far as they've told us. They could have been lying to us that whole time.
This whole time? Well, they want to Vamo to Lisbon. It's a long road.
They will have to run this lower bracket. As you see there, Nurses missed nade.
Nice!
Twist pushed the mid window, right?
Mm-hmm. And dropped.
Okay, well, Ultimate taking it right towards middle with the AWP, and Try's gonna win it out. So the re-peek punished.
Don't necessarily need to be taking those fights all the time.
as they are going to be applying pressure towards A. So
JKS still tuck in.
yeah, and he has support. There's two players here, Naf and Twists.
Oh, I like the strat.
So
I like the
gamble
idea.
heavy.
Yeah, you break it. JKS in that off angle. Pressure applied on both fronts now from Imperial. They start to aggress towards Nertz's position. He has the smoke to block.
So as that smoke gets thrown, this is where you want some aggression or rotation out of Liquid, because it's on a timer.
Yeah.
So Nertz knows that dropping that, and it's quiet everywhere, you need something. JKS and Naf are starting to push now.
Coming in. Oh, instant headshot
Beautiful
from Dome.
shot.
What a nailing it.
Save.
Save.
And this is the factor there with that repeak. You know, Try does a very good job of dealing with it. So you might go, oh, he's gone for one. He's not going to come back for another. You start to pull out a knife or a nade. Well, Try's still trained on that line. So a very good shot from him. And essentially the one that initiates all of the tailspin that Liquid find themselves in. CT side Anubis.
Question about that ultimate fight. When he bounces a flash off the wall, I presume that flash is not going to get the AWPer. Let's see. Oh, he did just full blind. He did full blind him. In his defense, he full blind him.
It's going to happen sometimes. So Try, and that's what I'm talking about. Very good shot. Just trained on the line. All he had to do is pick the timing and be ultimate to the punch. So 1 round difference. So Liquid have come in with a clear amount of aggression so far. A lot of these rounds, they have been really wanting to be in the face of Imperial, and that's kind of what we were talking about with Nuke. But things simmered, and Imperial earned their hard-fought map of Nuke. It was Liquid's choice to push us here the distance. So first tactical time out of map number 3 is going to be called by Liquid. Now feeling the pressure. What was a good start is now starting to slow down, looking to be 3 consecutive rounds for Imperial if they can get past these saves. Right now it's an AK in the hands of JKS. The AWP has been dropped across to ultimate. JKS could drop a rifle, Naf could buy himself. So there is definitely a buy. Oh, okay, they're not going to go all in. So what they're doing right now is, because of the loss bonus booting to 2,400 into the next, they're going to hedge. They're going to allow everybody to keep around that 2K mark. They still have the AWP to be a bit of a nuisance. They still have this AK with some utility. So it's not a done round. I feel that they could have bought into this one. It could have been 3 rifles, 1 SMG, and an AWP.
Yeah.
But not the buy that they were looking for. Default approach out of Imperial. Tries AWP posted up for any A aggressions alongside a Decent who'll be grabbing that space. Shy over towards the T stairs. No Way and Vinny in a tight little cluster outside of B/middle. Going through the paces now with the map control utility. And Baskets is secured. Might be a little bit too late to go for the fountain boost up as they're already entrenched. So thinking better of that ultimate and JKS, 2 on the site. And that's the biggest gun. So if it is the A finish, which is still open for question, Imperial have so much time. The bomb's down T stairs. Shine now, after they get Basket's control, applies pressure over towards E-Box.
It's very light on, isn't it, for their B defense? Just a USP, no Kev for Nertz.
It might work in their favor. This is where the potential prep work being done. Hey, in these type of rounds up against the saves, Imperial like to finish A, and if that is the call, it's right. Yeah, JKS's smoke needs to be worth its weight in gold. It's just been dropped towards main, but they're going to have to push through this. Time's the problem.
Ultimate in support of JKS. Break of the smoke. Ultimate needs to hit this first shot cleanly, because JKS definitely didn't. Gets owned by Shy. He's got a good shot on him.
Look at the time.
Yeah, I think that kill from Twisted slowed them down enough. Oh, it's not the weapon for the flank. He's done well there. How's he got that? And now Naf in support. Bust down the AWP. Okay. Farm up some free guns. They've converted. Liquid coming into that one with just the save guns, don't choose to invest and convert regardless.
And that's one of the things, if you were looking at the T side of Imperial with their opening match, that you could be a little bit critical of, is they can go through the paces. They understand they're doing the default, they're taking the space, but they're not actually putting themselves in any areas where they're taking a duel, winning a fight, or at that point being able to understand which site is stacked. I've been critical of some teams this season for going into sites blindly. That's exactly what they did. So, hey, we did the default, but we didn't actually have any information. So you're hoping that you've forced rotations, that you've sent them to stack a certain site. Otherwise, you're going straight into the guns. Where was the AWP? We don't know. Where does Ultimate normally play? Well, he's the AWP. He's going to rotate. He's going to be everywhere. So just a lack of information for poor Imperial there. But this is the difference, right, of the top tier of Counter-Strike. What separates the wannabes from the absolute best is the ability to navigate those difficult situations. So Liquid keep their lead, extend it back to 2 rounds. Can they build on top of that? Naf with an AWP into the mix as well. So double AWPs.
Not going to be pulling the trigger successfully this time when flashed off mid. Geeky pop flash there from Nerds allows him to swing with it. Just landing underneath the lip of those stairs. Block smoke from Twist. It's an interesting one. Something that the Ts might just have to respect and choose to do so, or use a HE to break and progress. Coming in towards JKS's domain, he'll throw out a smoke to block on cam. Okay, so mid-control fully foregone. No way keeps the pressure up on B simultaneously.
Nerds might want to push this.
He's looking like he will. Oh, they're pushing through the temple smoke. Good work from Twist holding that. And, okay, Vinny, I don't know. Maybe a miscommunication there.
I think he thought he was deeper in the smoke. He would have had a full gray screen in that situation.
That's rough. Oh, so is that for JKS. Goes down to Decent, and now Ultimate, he's feeling the pressure. They're staring at him.
Well, they know where 2 of the 3 Ts are, or at least should be.
Oh, this is so horrible. Yeah, dead now. Great shot from Try. Important fight. No way. He hits these shots. He's hitting. And Naf doesn't have the, perfect weapon for the job. The AK much better suited to the task. And Nowhere's going to be sent to B. Maybe it's just to fake it out.
I think it's based off of what we were just talking about, the problem of the last round, not sending anybody in for information. So now Nowhere's going to clear it. And the problem is, have they overcooked?
Yeah, if they start pivoting down canals, he's going to kill it.
Back. Not with the Julies in the hands, you won't. Try catches him in transition through the window, doesn't know where they're hoping to finish, and that one has been snatched away. The mid play gets them nothing. Twist deals with it handedly. Nerds does push B because they feel like they're in a box. They need some space. This is the double kill. So easy as you like. Players walking through a grey screen with a bit of a 50-50 maneuver.
I mean, No Way has to get some strong credits for his contributions as well as Try's shot there onto Ultimate. But this one, bang, owns him.
Well handled, well controlled.
All right, 4-3.
JK's down to just a 5-7.
That's not ideal.
So when Liquid feel like they've done the hard work, they're brought right back down to reality. 3-player B stance has misthrown incendiary there from Nerds. So there was 5 seconds that they could have had that they no longer do. Rifling through his utility very quickly. It's hard to make plays on this map unless they're well-coordinated CT maneuvers or you can catch a timing. The timing comes down to intuition.
It looks like Twist is trying to make a play. Flash and push. Does deliver, but brought down by Try's AWP. Important trade from the AWP keeps us level. Oh, it was a good flash and confirms presence, but doesn't commit.
Looks like they're going to block, but Shy wants to fight. Can't get it done. Nerds wins that one, but decent. 1 for 1.
Yeah, going to have to be No Way. Once again, trying to test the AWP for Ultimate. Misses the shot. They don't have the bomb, but they have got the kill on the A anchor.
Okay, their options are open. There's still plenty of time on the clock. No Way's going to rotate all the way back. Nerds is hearing the steps above him.
Okay, that's a lot of info. How does Nerds play this?
You should just wait for him to drop out of rugs, right?
Yep.
And plays a very...
Now he knows where he is.
But now you have to go through a grey screen, which you gracefully do, and almost make it into main.
Bloody hell.
Try can get the bomb, though. Just has to win this fight, and has done. 15 seconds, and now he's hightailing it towards B.
Ultimate reads it.
10.
8. 7.
Gotta wait till he starts planning, sure.
Oh, cracking shot. Ultimate secures the 5th for Liquid. It got messy, got scary. And tried. He did time it perfectly. His internal timer was bang on. He was going to have time to plant if he wasn't getting owned by that quick flick out of Ultimate.
Nice little move here. Twist calling for the flash from JKS, pushes through, catches them in no man's land. A very important double there from Nerds. And bang, a flick of the wrist there from Ultimate.
So fucking nice.
Sounded like it was a miscomm there. Was Twist just saying sorry for something? I know he's Canadian. They like to apologize and say thank you. They're very polite.
No, they start most sentences with that word. Yeah, just to be sure. Sorry, you did really good, guys. Did Nertz overcomplicate it with the smoke?
I think he did. I think he did.
Like, you really had the jump on him, and you made it so tense. I'm here. I have your cross.
Because I love the angle that he adopted.
Right, it was perfect.
He's not clearing these.
No.
No way in the world.
No.
Okay, well, Liquid again. They've done the hard work. They win out the tough round. They put themselves in a position where they have broken the financial choices of Imperial. They're going to take a light buy into this. Is it enough to get them their 6th? That's the question.
Looking good to do so here. Decent, the only one with that Galil. And oh, a missed shot from the AWP. Not going to be a problem. Bomb is delivered to them. And yeah, no way with no Kev and no chance.
Yeah, we'll try during all of this got found. Going aggressive over towards A. Well, actually, it was the CTs going aggressive. He was just making some noise, kicking up a bit of a fuss.
Isn't this a very on-brand Imperial Galil?
And
very nice.
Last 2025 to Senti.
Okay.
Like it's look at the name tag.
Yeah, lovely craft. The Imperial Galil. And oh, the timing. He actually gets away with it. Nuts just looked away. He's off today. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Now it is actually a bit weird. No one is going to be operating under the assumption that they could have slipped mid. I don't know what it leads to.
His name's No Way.
Sorry, No Way. Slipped through mid.
Somebody on first.
Somebody, respect to him. So what do you get out of this?
You're just looking for damage, I would assume.
Like you could kind of...
Because you do want to die, right?
Yeah.
That's why you left the money in the bank account of 2,500 and you're going to get the 1,900. So maybe he's gone, well, I can have the same thing essentially next round, but he's not finding anything. He's just going to be annoying for one of these liquid lines. There you go.
Shot.
Twist is annoyed about that. Yeah, come on, man. Why has he gone and done that to me? Gone around the world for that one kill, but
got ya.
It's all about the details, the minutia.
I mean, 6 CT rounds is going to be feeling fantastic for Liquid, stabilizing after their shortcomings on Nuke.
Yeah, but you think that first half on Nuke should have been enough, right?
Yeah, oh gosh, yeah, of course.
So I think Liquid need to just get every round they possibly can, screw the sides.
Good point, well made.
Okay, plenty of defuse kits for Liquid in this one.
Different flavor. We haven't seen too much of like a test. Oh, No Way again delivers with that AK-47. Look at these pre-fires. He's deadly with that AK-47. And if you miss one, he will punish. Nert's gone 2. Double entry from No Way. He is good for it.
Oh, and the lurk.
Oh, you can't even hold on.
Can't win a fight. So if they wanted to save, that option has been made for you. So easy. A B explode, a beautiful shot from No Way.
I'd like to, like, Ultimate...
He was dodging a flash.
He dodged a flash immediately got his head blown off.
Yeah, it must have been there available on a pixel.
Yeah, really like narrow angle for the conversion there. But No Way gets him anyway.
Imperial's second tactical timeout, maybe just to kind of help them understand what the money's like, because it's been a strange patch of rounds. 3 with the pistol out the gates from Liquid, 2 back from Imperial. Liquid snatch 1, Imperial immediately respond, then 2 on the trot, as you just saw a fast round come to fruition. So neither team having a huge loss bonus accrue throughout this first half of play, and again, that puts them in a position where choices are limited for the buy. Here's the opener.
Oh!
Wow, that's a pre-fire in it.
It's beautiful to watch.
It looked rough from Ultimate's POV. He knows he got away with murder there, doesn't he?
To his face, does it all. God, no fun for the 11th round for Liquid. What's the highlight of it? It's Ultimate 5-7. Hang on. That's a problem for Try.
Oh, go up the stairs.
Yeah, disappear up the smoke.
Do it.
But you know that's a possibility. You have to slow it down. And the USP pushes in and Try will collect. JKS is having a real rough go of things.
He's done it. Everyone else just stay alive. Ultimate's going, I'm behind him. Just stay alive. Just live. Live.
It's being held. It's being held.
Well, ish.
Ooh, it's being held.
Nice little correction there from Vinny.
Yeah, good aim.
Okay, we'll just be these final 3 Liquado members.
Ammo to the finish. Doesn't really matter if they walk into the stack side, does it? Shy, moving Nerds. And there's no way securing it and finding himself a nice little P250 for the final round of our first half.
Who do you think's more frustrated with the type of rounds they lost in this first half? I think it'd be Liquid.
I think it's Liquid every time.
I think they have a larger expectation to win this series. So the fact that this one's gone the distance when they were in a very strong position to win out Nuke, they're going to be a little bit on their heels. Well, can they walk away with 7 before the halftime break? Try showing some frustrations there, but it was all good. His teammate had him covered. So there's a Famous in the mix, bunch of M4s and the AWP. No defuse kits. Again, this early pressure towards B.
No Way just tried the pre-fire again. This time Ultimate's tucked.
Well, JK's taking down decent outside.
Yeah, it's a big find.
But they're still going to clamp down.
Pressure is coming.
Oh, they were trying to edge.
Yeah, it didn't work out for him. Twists takes him down. Oh, nade right on the face. He's not exposed either. They had no idea Naf's so close. Ultimate's ready for the walk. Just trying to exploit those gaps. And failing miserably. A 7-round haul on their CT side for Liquid. Vinny, the last man standing to try and change that. But not looking easy. In fact, Ultimate should have him any day. This swing through. Lovely work. Okay, Liquid 7, Imperial 5. Loser eliminated from Blast Open Lisbon. It all comes down to this final half of our third map. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a good Saturday afternoon. Liquid and Imperial certainly are, as they're locking horns in a rather intense Anubis. A 7-5 scoreline. Sure, the T-side's supposed to have the edge, but it didn't for Imperial. Liquid, however, have been struggling to convert and close out games, so I wouldn't necessarily call this one a lock-in. Got Chatty B with me.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Both teams had their ups and downs within that first half, and a pistol here for Imperial. I could level the playing field immediately. A lot of util for this, as it's a decoy thrown out towards E-Box. It's a bit of a ruse. Shy try and decent over towards A to deal with what appears to be the Liquid attack. You have Nerds with a molly, you have JKS with a smoke, and Ultimate with another set.
Shy's playing for that one-tap perfect execution on the swing, gets the little heads up on the jiggle. Baited in, tried to peek off, the molly will force him wide. Can he get one here? Looking messy, Nerds has got him down, burns to a crisp, but it's a double entry from Nerds. Vinny coming in from the flank, but it looks like Liquid's pistol is a lock.
Okay, well, this is another one of these situations where what they've invested so far on the CT side is better to hold on to than to throw away in what is an extremely unlikely retake. If you want to linger for a kill or two, it comes with its risk. But let's talk about what could happen off the back of this. You hold on to your Kevlar, you could drop the dual Berettas, you could buy yourself a FAMAS, and you could have a pretty tidy-looking second round investment. So Liquid, they get away with that one. Molly on the pistol to Fountain, of all places. As Vinny, you've got company, it's Naf, and Naf deletes you in an instant.
So aware.
The dual Berettas now for the big fly. There's no way. He's left on his lonesome in this big old world. 8 now confirmed for Liquid.
Yeah, just out-aimed there. They definitely had their opportunities, had their chances.
Now, just to contextualize where we're at, this is Group B. This is the lower bracket round 1. Imperial, they took on G2. They lost that series 2-0. Liquid took on Eternal Fire, a rematch from about 10 days prior at EPL. They also lost 2-0. So Eternal Fire enacting their revenge. That's thrust them both down towards this lower bracket where we have Imperial versus Liquid. Winner of that will take on loser of Navi versus Mongols. That'll be coming up at roughly 6:30 today. And later will be M80 versus Furia. That's our next game. Another elimination match. A regional head-to-head.
Yeah, should be fun. North versus South. And some Germans.
With some Germans. And a British coach.
Beautiful.
Well, Naf's POV is how this one looks exciting.
Yeah, I see you.
Like, in terms of...
excitement, this is the most exciting.
Yeah, like when he sees it, we see how much he talks.
Okay.
Right, here we go.
Yeah,
Look at mouth.
eyes on the mouth.
Look at his mouth. Yeah, there you go. See, look at all the talking.
Yeah. Man be talking, man be fragging. Nerds be spraying.
Wait, there he is. The Scavenge dual Berettas and Naf just slides in. He's inching out B every angle, and I see a tower. That's true.
Yep, that is what happened.
That's exactly what happened now. To be fair, his teammates didn't see it.
Yeah,
they only heard it.
He wanted them to know what he was dealing with. Now, these are arguably some of the hardest rounds, other than winning an eco, obviously, but it's just the lightness of the util for the CTs, and it's a bonus of sorts. Gaskalils and Mac 10s, so perhaps that levels us out.
You're taking my job.
Yeah, well, it's just because I know how horrible it is when you don't have full util on the CT side of Anubis. It makes me really sad and hard. Well, I mean, it's hard. It doesn't make me that way. Moving on. Jesus, I've got my skin's all flush. Not that.
No king shaming around here.
Jesus.
This is going to be directed towards B. There's two players who have already slunk their way into E-Box, and they're out silently. Hey, no way. Nice flash, bro.
It's fine, actually. Don't worry, because JK gets another dead. He nearly lost another. Ultimate gets tagged up.
Fast flank.
Decent, very quick on this, and he's going to push ahead. Ultimate, you heard that. You didn't know you didn't. Twist gets the bomb down, needs this trade. Pre-fire's good.
Still winnable with the Canadians.
Okay, 3 versus 2. Can they come together?
Where's Nav getting off to? He wasn't going top middle. He could have had to rotate in. Smoked off.
Oh, some significant connections on his first spams. Question of Twist being in con, and the defuse, it could be held here. They could go for a full 10-second hold. They are sticking it. Gets off the bomb with the first frag, though, a 10-second defuse. I think Naf can win this just by existing. No time for this. Gets the frag, but going to find himself a weapon and get out of there.
Okay, well, the lack of the kit, what you highlighted coming into this round, Are you talking about util? You don't have everything you need? Well, you didn't have a defuse kit to make that one possible.
Yeah, they were waiting for a pop.
And they get away with it. Liquid, hold on. Secure the 10th round. Everybody goes down short.
Nice! Fucking sick.
But just 3 more rounds required to get them across the line. It will be a partial investment coming in behind the saved AK from Shy. He's using the armrest on the keyboard.
Yeah, it's rare to see. I think Elise
Very rare.
uses
Most
it.
people throw those away as soon as they
straight
get
away.
them. Ooh, 2 MAC-10s.
Scout's been looking pretty good. He's pretty... Ooh, and that's a great nade. Could have combined with the Scout shot. Missed a couple of opportunities. Try thinks twice about overcommitting. Just going to grab that rifle in the smoke. Vinny up close A main. It's a very powerful pistol. At this sort of range. But a good flash can nullify him completely. Which is just what Ultimate's about to throw. Right?
Right.
Oh, he swings ahead of the flash. He's done well there. Naf's done better.
Still another player to deal with. That's the AK.
Wasn't expecting that, was he? Naf goes down. Good find from Twist on the trades. Try the last man standing. And yeah, they are low. And now even lower, thanks to that tag onto Nut, the only healthier member. They're all one shot now. He can do this. The 1 versus 3 for Try. Eliminating the first threat. Can't snap into Ultimate. He needed to hit the first bullet and does so. An 11-5 scoreline. Liquid smooth sailing so far.
Yeah, you're giving him a chance in that one, aren't you?
Yeah.
Just a tag, get away, the mobility of the Scout. So getting rumbled right now as the gap. It's turned into a void. This time around, they do have a kit. Shy, made sure to invest into one of those. AWP out for Try. Same not to be said for Ultimate on the T side. What's the approach? This could secure them overtime at the minimum, Liquid, and give them plenty of opportunities to close things. Deep dark, dotted. There's no way he has a tough choice. Play behind it, play ahead of it. Either way, it's rough. So just going to go through the utility exchange game. Ooh, that's a flash towards top mid that actually doesn't catch Try's position. So he's still posted. This is great information.
Yeah, informs your setup.
Doesn't mean you can focus on the extremities. The 3 players holding over towards B. Just Shy on A. And if he goes down, so does the site.
Why are you waiting?
Look, he wants to hold on to that for as long as possible.
Sure.
Called the bluff. Has the smoke to work with too.
Oh, that's a good pick. Actually, now just found a complete smoke spam. The decent death forces Vinny to acknowledge that potential. Try cheats back over, going to try and support Shy. He's just told them, I've used my smoke. They're still here. I will need some assistance, please.
Now, this is where you would like Liquid to send out a feeler, right? To see what's going on one of these sites before they set their sights on one of the 2. So searching towards A is JKS now. He can get the information on 2 players that are starting to gravitate towards his position.
Oh, they're not really looking for the fight right now. He's ahead of the nade as well. JKS to be cleared. Nice. Headshot found. Baits the shot of the AWP. Tries under a lot of scrutiny.
20 seconds. Have to... Oh, they're pivoting back. They're pivoting back.
Running back to B. Twist is going to be in there, though.
It should be fine. They can get the bomb down. There's no way that X's can be disrupted. And Ultimate, he's also done with the rotation.
Yeah, this is the fight, and Twist nails it. Perfect play. Oh!
Nice! Fucking sick, boys. It's a fucking sick round.
It was pretty good, yeah. Naf doesn't even go for the plant. He just wants to go straight for the
into the fight. If we just kill him, we don't have to worry about anything else.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Well, after what was a huge map number 1 from Liquid, where they came in, it was the map choice of Imperial. Their poor performance against EF on day number 1 may have lured Imperial in towards that pick of dust too. Liquid beat them 13-4. Going over to Nuke, Liquid had put themselves in a strong position to close. Ended up fumbling a 5v3 number advantage, and Imperial were able to break the money and claw the game back, winning 13-11, which has brought us here, Anubis, the sunny grounds, where it is looking like it's going to be a return to the norm of map number 1, a blowout.
Nine, 8, fight.
Fucking sick, boys. It's a fucking sick round.
So final round of play potentially for Imperial will be 3 Famises, 2 M4s. And you feel you have to take some risks in a round like this.
How's this? It's just a double swing onto B main straight away. Double nade to the back side. Looks that. No way swallows it. Down to just 39. A big peek from Vinny. Doesn't nail it. Now forced away, forced to extinguish. It's actually the T-smoke that he's going to spam through and find the headshot. That's awkward. Oh, but the spam connects from Twist through the smoke. There's still 2 players here on the side. The smoke will fade. No way. Lines up. There's another one there. They know that. JKS brings him down. It's try working on the B main flank. And, oh, looks like Shy's a dead man. Yeah, Ultimate was very prepared for that. And so Liquid making Anubis look a whole lot more like Dust 2 than it does Nuke.
These were the 2 maps they played against Imperial. And maybe just needed to get the reps in from day number 1. But a whole different class of opponent. Imperial are going to be joining the list of eliminated teams so far. That's going to be the Huns, that's going to be Astralis, and in 1 kill's time, that will be confirmed the Brazilians. 13-5, Liquid take care of business. It wasn't without its ups, it wasn't without its downs, but they are going to be able to continue through this lower bracket. They will be taking on the loser of the Mongols versus Navi later on in the tournament. And there's some positives to take away from this, but also some stuff to learn from in the VOD review.
Survival on their Saturday game. Imperial eliminated.
Yeah, Liquid do survive to fight at least 1 more game here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025, whereas unfortunately for Imperial, it does mark the end of the line. Nuke, that was a spectacular showing from them, but Anubis, I would agree with Sponge and Machine's sentiment just there. Felt a lot more like Dust 2, right?
Yeah, the T-sides especially were a bit flat again, just like slow pace, no real direction. Whenever they were starting to do very explosive rounds and they had a real idea of what they wanted to do in specific paces, that's when we saw them being good. And I just don't understand why you don't keep that exact momentum throughout the whole T-side and then just, I don't know, put yourself in a position to win rounds and to be very confident coming into your city halves.
It is a shame because the second map, ended up looking so competitive. It was a really valiant effort from the side of Imperial. We are joined by Vinny. First of all, commiserations. Really appreciate you joining us up here on the desk. I know it's not an easy time. Tell me a little bit about the first map, Dust 2. You decided to bring it into the pool. Why was that?
Actually, it's a good map for us overall. We just felt that we didn't manage to do any of the basics of the map. I think they were just running around and we were not able to punish. I think it was a little bit of nervous or anxious or didn't remember the game plan, but like you cannot play the map if your players are not like taking space, taking duels. Like everyone was all afraid. Were
you influenced at all by seeing Liquid's taking on Eternal Fire on that map? Did that influence your decision to go on to that at all?
No, I think like seeing that their map pool, it was like the good map they had, it was our good maps, so we didn't have like any way to run away from that, So when they burned Mirage, we knew what was his weakness. Like it wasn't much left to pick. Like maybe Inferno, they were good as well. Train will be a coin flip. So I mean, we're just feeling good at this shoe, but they just play way better.
Yeah, and so it just overall, to me, I have a bit more questions about the game plan when you come into the game, because especially we saw the differences between how you approach Dust 2 and then Nuke and Anubis was very like 3 different ways, especially on the T side. And so what do you think was kind of lacking on your T side? Because it felt from the outside a bit flat, a bit slow, like you were saying. And is it like more of a preparation thing? That's how you wanted to approach it, or more like you feel it was just not the energy that was there, that kind of direction? What is, from your point of view, from the inside, what really happened on those T sides?
I mean, I would need to rewatch first because, like, from my POV was really weird. I would say these 2 and Noobs are maps that we prac a lot based on defaults and how people take space, and when the players they don't have the courage or like the feeling that they can take the fights, like the game looks really messy because everyone is waiting for a miracle call to win the round, and that's not how we prac. On Nuke, I would say it's like more strategy based. Like you cannot just run away on the map, get some kills, so you just like waiting for steps to take space, and I think that's why it went more fluid.
Do you think like the addition of Shy in a team is something that plays into this, in the sense that do you expect him to be a bit more vocal? Because stats-wise, at least, he's one of the guys that take the most initiatives. Right? He's like entry fragging it out. Like he is the guy with the high stats in that sense. Do you think like once you have a bit more time to develop with him, this is the direction you want to go, of him being more of a voice and helping you to have those miracle calls when things are going a bit more shaky?
Yeah, definitely. I think everyone was like on the team had a lot of initiative, even in bracketing. So I think maybe some roles are a little bit wrong on Anubis, but on the show, I would say it was just shut down. Like everyone knows what to do. We knew like their weakness. We can like poke long or whatever, and we just didn't do anything.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then because the city sides were good, and everybody was also a bit more active. So yeah, the last thing I wanted to talk about is your part into this roster, because you probably changed a little bit of things with Shy coming in. I saw an Imperial version of Vinny being very proactive, very in the action and setting the game a lot more around yourself. Is it something that is more, not going to say like diluted within the team, more players try to do that, or do you want to get back into that position since you have a more anchor player now to be able to take more of that space and more of that fight?
Are you saying on CT or T?
I'm saying on both, so you're very active.
Yeah. I would say on CT we had to do this kind of change because the players were vocal enough and what to do. So like every time they had a early play and the mid round was just like silence. So I think it took a lot of that role to make the CT more dynamic. I would say in T side, I mean, bro, it depends. If they are confident, they will take space, they will get their fights. But like when the pressure is there, you know, it's just so hard. So. I don't know, we need to see how the maps went, why we're not peaking enough or not taking space and try to like redo everything.
Obviously for Imperial, it's been a while since you guys have been over in Europe. For Shy, I believe it's his first time playing at Tier 1
land. Something like that. First time, yes.
It's been a while for him, right? Have you seen this experience, you know, be, obviously, I imagine you would have wanted to win a couple of games here and there, but just the overall experience for him, do you feel, how valuable do you feel like it's been for him being?
I mean, probably it's really good for him, like, first time playing big stage, he probably was nervous or like he will see a lot of things he can fix. But right now we're just like 2-3 steps below the competition, so I don't know. We need to know how to like try to average that. Yeah, just looking at your events coming up, I see a number of South American qualifiers. Are you guys going to spend any extra time here in Europe, or is it no? Because we need to like play 2 or 3 qualifiers. Like with the new system, we just like it's really mashed to get points, so you need to take advantage of everything you can play. Final question or final opportunity for you. I know you have a lot of fans out there, so I'll give you the opportunity to address any of the South American fans that you want to say hey to. Obrigado, galera que torceu. Tá meio difícil mesmo. Acho que a gente tá abaixo do nível. Não tem muita desculpa. Tem que trabalhar mais, corrigir os erros, mudar algumas funções. A gente faz parte do CS, mas é isso. Continuem torcendo. Próximo torneio agora no Brasil, disputar mais vagas e esse é o ciclo. Appreciate your time, Vinny. Gutted to see you guys go. Imperial, unfortunately, eliminated here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025. That does mean Liquid, they do live to fight one more day at the very least. And I hear Jacob has got quite a special guest standing by.
Yeah, I'm joined by one of the winners from Team Liquid, the in-game leader, Twist. First and foremost, congratulations with the victory. Some would argue it took a little bit longer than it perhaps should have. How's your assessment of the game now that you just got off it?
Yeah, it should have been a 2-0. Like, we put up a good T-side on Nuke after, like, I made some adjustments. And yeah, to not convert the 7-5 half is disappointing, especially usually we're known for setting up brick walls on city side, and we definitely did not do that. But overall, good. We basically forced their hand in picking picking Dust 2 because we banned Mirage, and we found out very quickly in the veto that's what they wanted to do. So we won the veto, and we looked very good on you know, 2 out of 3 maps. Yeah, I'm glad you said that because I noticed on the desk the veto looked like in heavy favor of you. Even if going to a 3rd map, Anubis is a strong likelihood for you guys to go out there and win. I want to dive into Dust 2 just a little bit. You see on the minimap right here, I can show it to you as well. We saw a lot of aggression from you guys on the CT side, and in particular Nerds being very aggressive up towards middle. And I'm curious from your in-game leading perspective, is this a Nerds decision, or is that something you spoke about before the game, that there's a loophole in the defense of Imperial? It's definitely Nerds' decision. You know, players do self-prep and stuff. People are always under the impression that all IGLs are calling CT sides, which could not be farther from the truth in this game. So usually across all maps, it's divided between me and Nerds. And yeah, this was individual decision making. He must have saw something in their game and went for gaps, upper B and top mid consistently. Yeah, because you said consistently. We have another round we can show you here as well, where he's again, you know, within 10-15 seconds of the round, he finds himself in T-spawn as well. Now, as an in-game leader and having that, you know, relationship with Nerds back and forth, it must be nice to have a player that is so proactive and I guess creating a lot of chaos for the opponents. Oh, of course. It's you know, the initiative on top of his like firepower. He's very smart. He knows not to really overextend his hand. You know, look how many players he's drawing back to them, and he has so much information. And when people are playing annoying like this, it also gives so much more information for everyone. Even that is unlucky to a certain degree. But yeah, it allows us to just play with much more confidence on the rest of the map when we have people willing to get this type of information. And how important is it for you as an in-game leader? And again, as you said, you know, it's a joint role on the CT side to have that secondary voice, to have that secondary guy helping you to release some of that pressure. That's super important. On our very good days, it's also ultimate chiming in a lot. But it's something that we're working on to create a consistency there. But at the moment, the main voices are me and Nerds.
Okay, fair enough. Now, that was the good part. Dust 2, it looked very solid. I want to touch on Nuke right here a little bit, because I had round 18, and I'm not going to lie to you, I was quite mad at the desk, you know, showing and choking this round. Again, Nerds getting a double entry right here. With 35 seconds left, you somehow find a way to lose a 5v3. Easy to point out what the mistakes are, right? JKS probably shouldn't have fought till he died. The same could be said for Ultimate. But on a broader perspective as well, is that something you're dealing with? That sometimes you get a bit ahead of yourself where you don't have that clinical finish to a game? You said it should have been a 2-0, and I think this was the round that let it slip for you.
I mean, this Nuke.CET side is just a bunch of over-rotating and people being very eager to be in the action and end the game. You see, like, everyone was taking duels, even when it's unnecessary. It's something that I pointed out in between, like the second and third map, that the team we're playing against is throwing like bullshit fakes, and you know, 2 is enough to hold the area, and when we have advantages, like, we should not overplay our hand. And it was a very simple game. I mean, nothing against Imperial. They obviously destroyed us. Yep. They manipulated us on the T side, but we basically knew their whole game. Like, their whole game was A or ramp. And it's crazy they won with just those 2 things, right? And that's something that we have to look at, and it's still a bit getting used to, because I used to talk a lot on CT Nuke, and now I've kind of handed things over to Nerds, and he's getting used to the position. Because obviously I want my star player to be there and perform. By the shots you're seeing, I mean, he's insane. But I think it's a little bit of growing pains at the moment. That's what they look like.
That's fair enough. You know, everyone has growing pains. Would you say that is it a big issue, or is it something that you have a feeling of that's something you can solve within the near future?
I don't think it would happen again. Okay. Not like that. I think if we play a team with a bit more depth, like using Secret a lot more, or trying to get space outside, I think that's where we're kind of used to playing against. But we obviously did the prep. It was our map pick. And we basically knew their game, and you know, even things were a bit messy. We're 3-A, and we understand the full exec's about to come in, and we're kind of in each other's space. We're not like freeing up the site for each other. It's just small, minute details, you know, where you don't want to kind of make the site claustrophobic in some way. And yeah, I think definitely a demo to look at, and it's going to be very valuable for us.
Fair enough. You know, at the end of the day, a win is a win. I'm just going to take a little more of your time, Twist, to ask you about something I think the community would like to know as well. You transitioning into an in-game leader obviously changes a lot for you as a person, responsibility-wise, but also perhaps the way you prepare for games. So if you were to compare, you know, back in your time with FaZe Clan, when you had Kerrigan next to you, what's the main difference from you preparing for a game when you were a FaZe Clan player compared to when you're preparing for a game as a Liquid in-game leader?
I think the main difference is, I mean, I played a lot of important areas on T-side when I was in FaZe. You know, Banana, like, you're kind of responsible for half the map on T-side, and also certain areas like Underground on Mirage and stuff like this. So I had to prepare in a similar fashion to, I bet, how Finn would, but obviously, like, an IGL has to have more overview for everyone, and it's really dependent. You know, if I'm preparing Nuke and I feel like outside is exploitable, then I'm gonna pull Nerds aside more, and I'm gonna be like, this is our plan outside, and this is what we're gonna do. I don't really want to tinker too much with how the extremities kind of view their game and see what's useful or not. Like, if I see that a team is like jiggling ramp with smoke, I'm like, yeah, make sure you gotta bait that out, or else it's like ending A is a bit hard, and so on. But yeah, I would say the main difference is, like, now I focus more on everything in some way, small details, kind of how I want to plan out the game. You know, if there's going to be ideas already for first or second gun round, if best case scenario, it's always things, you know, rounds that if we don't have op, or if we have op to start first gun, there's so many more layers to it now, but it's not so different than when I just played like in FaZe. Obviously, I was a bit more of a specialist in my areas, sure. And more of my attention would be there. But everything I got and I saw in my area, I would give it to Finn, and he would collaborate.
All right, interesting. Final question before I let you go, Twist. You're obviously still alive in the tournament, and there's still potentially a way for you guys to go to Lisbon. The vibe in the camp right now, are you still believing that you have what it takes and you're in the shape that you need to be in order to qualify for the playoff?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it should have, if we didn't start CT side so shaky, I believe it would have been a quick 2-0, and we would have had this conversation a lot earlier. But yeah, I think the maps that we're really good on, we usually are dominant, especially against teams that we shouldn't be upset against. Yep. And yeah, we kind of just have to bridge the gap between us and the top 5, because that's the thing that is hurting the most.
Fair enough. You know what, Trist? Thank you so much for taking your time to joining us. Congratulations with your win. We'll go back to the desk with Freya and Nathan.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I love that second to last question that Jacob just posed to Twist, and I'd kind of like to get your thoughts on this as well, Nathan, because you've been through a similar process, right? Going from kind of secondary cooler back in the day to now being the prime in-game leader. Twist's answer, does that reflect the kind of reality of what it's like to transition into this leadership role?
To keep it simple, yes, 100%. Obviously, when you're in-game leading, you kind of take care of pretty much everything that's happening on the map, whether it's T or CT side, and you want to be able to especially guide your teammates to the direction that you individually as a leader want to take the whole game. And so make sure that everybody's on the same page, because as he also said, when you're a player, you're preparing your own areas, you're preparing the own things that you're doing. So if you have players that go into two different directions, like let's say I want to play more aggressive in ramp, let's say we take Nuke, I want to play more aggressive in the ramp on the T side, and the IGL is like, no, I want you to do nothing there, we're going to do some pressure outside, and then we're going to be playing ramp. Then you're going to have like a lot of things that can go against each other. And that's where the most important part of preparing a game as an IGL is mostly how to set up your own team altogether.
I love that insight you managed to get from Twist there. Very very in-depth. Like, I appreciate his authenticity every time we speak to him, right? He's open to critiquing some of the things that went wrong. I feel like he's already done the post-match analysis by the time you actually get him on the desk as well. He's a very intelligent man.
That was kind of the point, to make him, be open about it. And I very much agree with you. The fact that you are able to raise above and beyond maybe some of the teammates' needs. Some teammates would like to hear that, I did nothing wrong and it wasn't my fault. But I think Twist is the kind of guy that would tell JKS, you probably should not have fought ramp, and ultimate, you probably should not take that duel under heaven. And that's how you get better. You got to be able to take in critique. You probably know that as well. I could imagine as an in-game leader, there's nothing worse than when you have teammates around you who are tough to talk to, who are tough to be open-minded, who are tough to take in critique. I don't sense Twist is one of those guys who's staying away from that, and we got to see that on the B desk as well.
Do you feel less anguished, that round on Nuke, that really got you going? Does that explanation satisfy you for the meantime?
It still pisses me off, to be completely honest. Twist's answer was great, but it wasn't really Twist who were the main issue. I do like how he was also saying that all of them made mistakes, because I agree, it was like every single one of those players from Liquid had that mentality that, let's just finish out the game. Let's just go for this duel. I'll win this duel. I'll win this duel. GG. But at the end of the day, you're a professional Counter-Strike player, and if you cannot keep your head level-headed in a situation like that, one thing is playing against Imperial. Had you played against a better team where you should have won the game 2-0, you now go into Anubis' third deciding map and you get punished for it by losing the game, that's something you're going to think about for a long, long time. So hopefully it's a learning experience that didn't have a consequence for Team Liquid.
I want to learn what you guys are thinking about Group B bracket as we speak. That's where we find ourselves today with the 2 elimination, 2 qualification games. As we can see, unfortunately, Imperial eliminated. Liquid progressing onwards for at least one more game. They'll be facing the loser of the Mongols or Navi. Nathan, what are your predictions for those upper bracket semi-finals? We'll be seeing them going down later today. That's G2 versus Eternal Fire, Mongols versus Navi. What do you think?
I think Eternal Fire is on a roll. I think they found something in that first game that gave them a lot of confidence, and we still have to see Jota being unleashed, Xantares being fully unleashed, because Major was the one carrying them hard on that first game. And so coming into a game against G2, where Snax is a bit like the least looked at player for G2, and Major having topped the charts for Eternal Fire, I think it's a very good sign for the Turkish side. And then Navi against the Mongols. Mongols seems to be very stable, to be honest. Like, they seem to be knowing what they want to do. Blitz is very much in control, very active, always at the center of the map, and he always has an idea. Chess mastermind. and so for Navi, they're still searching themselves. They still don't exactly know what pieces they can rely on fully and have that consistency. So I don't know, I really, really like that Mongols team for sure. And so, it's the good thing about that. It's going to be 2 incredible games.
So Liquid going to be facing Navi by the sounds of it in that lower bracket game. Is that on the cards, Jacob?
It's possible. I don't have too much faith in Navi right now. However, the way I want to phrase it is, I think this open tournament here at Blast is a great showcase and a great potential of a marker, as to where are Navi going right now with the lineup. Are Navi coming into the major as one of the favorites once again that can win the entire thing, or have we seen Navi, I guess, decrease decreased to a level where it's more like Vitality, it's more Spirit, it's perhaps even more so Eternal Fire, G2, the Mongols that we have to consider the favorites. So I think this is a very important tournament for Navi's shape to get a feeling, are they trending upwards again, or have they stagnated as a great team, obviously, but not as a team that are necessarily winning trophies anymore?
I know that it's all about Group B today, but I do want to get a quick temperature check on what has been going down in Group A, because last night, of course, we saw the first two teams qualifying, that being MongolZ and Vitality. I think it's fair to say, Nathan, of course you have absolutely no bias here, Vitality best team in the world right now, correct?
100%. I think there's no contest. I think they're setting up what the meta is like in Counter-Strike and how you should approach the game. And on top of that, they have every player performing incredibly well at every single role. Apex lately has been one of the biggest fragging IGL. Flamesy is maybe the best entry in the world at this point. Rob, Zaiwu, and Mezi is also not really talked about too much, but in terms of support, I've watched in more in depth. Sorry, English is, I'm just getting flustered by Vitality. I went more in depth into the demo, and Mezi is 1,000,000% the support player in the sense that he's throwing all the utility for everyone, and he's doing all the work that nobody else wants to do. And so, in a way, is he the best support player? He's doing everything right. He's not missing a single piece of utility. He's just there when needed. And then, yeah, sometimes he's losing those one-on-ones, but it happens.
You know what, Freya? You can be proud of Messi. I think he is arguably one of the most underrated players as of right now. He's doing a fantastic job. He's been able to turn it around. Ever since he became a dad, he's been a monster on the server. So Messi, I'm all about his stock right now.
The dad and beans buff is so real. Never did I ever think a British player would be on top. Let's talk about their opponent in the upper bracket grand final, though, in MongolZ. Obviously, this is a rematch of the EPL grand final that went down just the other day. That was a best of 5 that went down in roughly 2 hours and 5 minutes. They were pretty handy with them. Do you think MongolZ have what it takes to maybe bring a bit more heat this time around?
I definitely expect them to bring more heat. Now, they're not the favorites to beat Vitality. I think we can all establish that Vitality currently are the best team in the world, but I think MongolZ have arguably been the biggest surprise of 2025 so far. If you asked pretty much everyone, myself included, when we saw the whole Shui thing go down after they were exiting the Blast Bounty and the online portion, we thought to ourselves, 25 could be a rough year for MongolZ. However, slowly but surely, are they perhaps establishing themselves as the second best team in the world? I mean, recent results are kind of suggesting that, with a trophy in Cluj, second place at Pro League. They play well here so far. So this this roster you saw in front of you, with Brodan as an in-game leader, with Spinks coming into it as well. Also for Spinks, that matchup, you know, that matters for him. He wants to do well. I like what I'm seeing from MongolZ, and I'm excited to see if they can make them more competitive.
And beating Spirit twice in the past 7 days. That's pretty handy, right?
I mean, it is definitely impressive, and I think the map pool plays into their favor a little bit when it comes down to that matchup, and that's where it starts falling down a little bit when it comes to playing Vitality, because the maps where MongolZ are good, first of all, is Ancient, permaban of Vitality, so it's not there. And then other maps like Dust 2, Nuke, they're like the prime maps of Vitality. So like that's the thing that is a bit more complicated for them. But yes, a bit surprising to see them playing that well, but very appreciated because they just play good, sound Counter-Strike. And in the same direction, the vibes are good, and you can see on the server, it's working.
Well, speaking of falling down, unfortunately, one more team is set to be eliminated today, joining Imperial. It's either going to be Furia or M80 next up on the hit list. We'll see you after the break for more action. An Americas derby up next, and yet another fight for survival. As the South Americans of Furia, they fought to Navi earlier on in the tournament, and now they turn to take on M80 once again. And I say once again because these two, they're quite the familiar foes, having eliminated M80 from ESL Pro League Season 21 just a couple of weeks ago. Now, M80, they've got a shot at redemption, Jacob.
They do, and I think they have a decent shot, because unlike you, Nathan, I feel like I've sensed, and correct me if I'm wrong, I sense that you're more positive surrounding Furia than I am. I think M80 as well is a decent team. I think M80 is a team that is obviously not on the level on paper as Furia, but just the fact that I can put them in almost the same category, to me, is a red flag when it comes to Furia. So this matchup in itself, I think it's going to be competitive. I wish it wouldn't be. I wish Furia would win this one 2-0. I wish it would be an easy one for them, but I don't think it is.
Can I poke that? Why is it a red flag? Why should Furia just be above M80?
Because I think one player in the Furia camp would probably out-earn, you know, the entirety of the budget of the M80 squad.
It's about money, Jacob. It's about
money. It's about resources. It's about, you know, experience. It's about expectations. I also do think Kesarado is a player that single-handedly should be able to dictate a game like this, but I just haven't seen it from Furia for a while. However, M80, I think it's an interesting team. I think it's a fun project.
Yeah.
You know, fostering Malps as well, sending him to G2. I think they found their place within the circuit almost, and I think they're doing a good job with what they got to work with.
Yeah, it's a question for both teams. What are the big axes of improvement, if you wanna talk about that? Because Furia seems like they're well-rounded. They have all the pieces. They have all the players. They have, like, from legendary players to more youngsters to people like that can shoot hard and that can lurk, that can entry. They have pretty much everything. But why can't they go that step further, fighting into the top 5? Because they have those pieces. So I don't know. Is it playstyle, more adaptation? But like, we need to see a little bit more. And then when it comes down to M80. Yeah, it's a roster that is a bit unexpected in a way, because you don't put like the biggest names together. You put like all the ones that you're necessarily looking at. They have managed to get one very interesting player, but then it's just like they're just merging well. It looks like outside the server and on the server, they're going in the same direction. They have the same vibe, and I think that's their biggest strength by far.
Who is that one that you're the most interested in?
That one would be Lake. I think Lake is an excellent rifler. He was very unexpected. A lot of ups and downs still, where he can have like excellent games straight into very bad games. And so that's where a bit more consistency would really help the whole roster being better.
Well, it's funny you say that, Nathan, because I did indeed have the chance to catch up with Lake. Just so be it. Let's see what he had to say. Looking at some of the, I guess, big differences between yourselves and Furia, obviously the in-game leader side of the equation, Fallen, has so many years of experience under his belt, whereas your in-game leader, Sin, how well do you feel like he's becoming accustomed to this role with you guys, and what areas do you feel like he's been working on as a leader?
I think it's just personality-wise, I think he's a pretty quiet individual, which is typically like not common for an IGL, but I feel like he's starting to kind of come into more of his shoes, kind of tell people when to shut up and when he wants to call, you know, the typical IGL things. But I think he's starting to come into his shoes well. Obviously, I haven't been around too many experienced IGLs myself. I guess the most experience would have been Walco on Carpe Diem a while ago, but I mean, I think he's starting to come into his shoes well. I mean, Furia just has a shit ton of experience, realistically. I don't know if I can say a curse word, but sorry. They just have a lot of experience. Like, I've only been playing CS since like 2022, so I've only been playing like maybe 2.5 years competitively trying. So, I mean, it's just one of those things.
You were a prospect that we were all looking at as kind of an up-and-comer coming out of North America. Where do you feel like the areas that you've grown the most, reflecting back on that period of time, or your tenure, rather, in M80 right now?
I'm still kind of inconsistent, which is a big problem for me right now. I mean, just in my role, I have to be very vocal and call for what I want to do. But there's some games where I'm kind of quieter, some maps I'm quieter. So I just need to kind of work on that still. I'm very inconsistent, which really bothers me, but it's just one of those things that there's some maps I'm more comfortable on, some maps I'm less confident on. I just have to learn to get comfortable and call on all of those, especially on the CT sides. That's kind of where me and Mario kind of differentiate. I think Mario had like really, really good T sides. I have like okay to average T sides, but my CTs are typically really good. So I'm trying to get a more balance in between both sides of my maps and getting to be able to where I want to call on both sides.
Yeah, no, that totally makes sense. And I guess $1 million question coming off of that is, how does one, you know, move towards that consistency? You're saying, obviously, you know, you haven't been around too many experienced in-game leaders. Is anybody on the team kind of helping you get towards the position you want to be in terms of consistency?
I mean, I would say that Def is probably the #1 person who's kind of like let him kind of do what he wants, figure it out, like let him have his confidence. Because I mean, there's some maps where, I mean, there's some days where I'm just not very confident. I mean, especially right now where I'm so like high, my highs are really high and my lows are really low. I'm trying to kind of find like a middle ground in between those, but I am like pretty inconsistent. Like I know that myself, so I'm trying to work towards like being able to be good just all the time instead of being like really high and really low in one series even.
Final question. Are you confident that you'll be getting loud in the booths here? We heard you hitting some highs in Stockholm, same in Copenhagen?
I hope so. I hope. It's always fun playing Furia, so I mean, it should be a good game. Should be able to get loud.
Yeah, I'm very much hoping to hear some more trash talking coming out of Lake, but he's obviously cognizant of what you were saying there, Nathan, the fact that we've seen high highs. We've also seen, in the same vein, very low lows coming out of him. When you're a player like that and you're still on the up and coming, you don't have the most experience surrounding you within your team, what is key to make sure that you're not dropping off?
I think it's very good to be aware of it because it makes you want to work more, and like he seems to be pretty aware, yeah, again, of where he wants to go, right? Like what to work on and who to work it with. So like, especially with the coaching part, and especially I think working with Sin, like what is the expectation of Sin for Lake, right? Like what is he expected to do within the roster? I'm sure they had plenty of conversations, but the deeper they can go into that, the more comfortable he's going to be more vocal, to be more consistent into everything he's doing. And some maps is going to be better than others, and that's completely normal. But that's an open discussion you have to have within your team, and then work is the name of the game, and then experience just comes from playing and from years of being on stage and facing different teams, and then recognizing some scenarios and patterns and then applying it as fast as possible. So he's on the right way if you're aware of that, and if you're just not thinking of, oh, did I just wake up on the right side this morning, or did I just eat something wrong?
Yeah.
If you just get that out of the way, and it's not about the confidence, it's just about knowing what you want to do, that's already a key part.
I mean, if anything, we have an NA prospect. You know, we have an NA talent. We have a guy who potentially could develop to become, you know, a spearhead of NA Counter-Strike. Again, big words, but there's not a lot of players to choose from right now. So the few that we can highlight and say there's a great future for this guy ahead of him. He seems to be level-headed, seems to be able to work on whatever he needs to work on. So I'm just happy we have another NA talent potentially coming out.
If we're looking at this on a scale, though, when we're looking at the in-game leaders, right, there's Sin on one side, there's Fallen on the other, and the scales of experience, they're tipping quite heavily in one person's favor, right?
Of course, it's hard to match the experience of Fallen, regardless of who you are. He's been around for a long time, and he's tried it all. My question is, though, and that's what I want people to think about, because I also do think Sin have done a great job within M80, as I said, with what he got to work with the budget, with the player material. I think M80 is playing good Counter-Strike, decent Counter-Strike. Now, how much does experience actually matter? Now, yes, in a game that goes down to overtime, in a game that gets tense, on a third deciding map, I think it starts to be more and more efficient. It starts to be more and more of a thing that we can dive into. But at the end of the day, with Counter-Strike 2 and the way all these youngsters are coming up, are we overrating experience at this point?
To a degree, yes, and especially because it's CS2 and the game is different from what it was from, talking about Fallen, 1.6. I don't even know, he probably played 1.5 as well. Like that's over 20 years ago. But CS2 is a completely different game where you have to be more aggressive and you have to play a specific style. And you can see, especially with the CIS teams, the way they're playing is much more aggressive individually. And so it's a whole different approach on how you want to build your team, how you want to put it together, and what plan you put together, especially. And so when you're younger, there is a part of it where you grew up with that playstyle and that kind of approach. So it makes it easier, but experience allows you to find ways to counter that and to shut it down. So that's where it's going to be very interesting on how, like, what the direction is going to be for Sin when it comes down to playing the game, and if he just wants to execute one plan straight, and if Furia and Fallen have a plan to kind of toy with them a little bit, just go left, right, center, make them rotate and all that kind of stuff.
Obviously, you played against Fallen when he was in his prime in CSGO, right? Can you describe what that was like when we had suddenly, you know, this Brazilian wave coming onto the scene, really shaking up the meta, and being so explosive?
Yeah, the good old kaboom when they came out all together. Yes, it was definitely a different playstyle, especially because they were practicing within a region, right? And so we didn't really know back then when they were coming up what exactly they were going to bring to the table. And I think what was surprising was the individual level that they brought, especially Fallen as an AWPer. He was regarded as one of the best at that point in time, if not the best, and especially IGLing on top of that. And they all had some sort of chemistry. The way that they came up, they were boot camping, they were living in the same house, they were all living in this, like sleeping in the same room. It was very special, something you didn't really like see anywhere else. And so it gave them a real chemistry that you could see in the game, where every decision they were taking, everything they were doing was really smooth. They spoke the same language of Counter-Strike, And that was very, very special back in that time.
Was it like Flusher and JW like donated them some money, right? So that they could fly over to Europe and actually, you know, start a whole new, I guess, generation of
I think they never should have done, you know, cost them a couple of trophies down the line. But yeah, I guess you live and learn.
I guess with the whole Fallen topic, is it a surprise to you to see him, you know, still competing and still on a team and an organization of Furia's caliber?
Not really. I mean, he's a world-class player and he has all the experience. He has a lot of ventures outside of the game, not only Counter-Strike. So there is also that question mark of, it's more of a situation of A, level. Does he still have the level to compete? And B, what is his will? Does he want to keep on playing and do that kind of stuff? It looks like we still have him for some time, and we're better off having him in a game, and we're better having him just IGLing for a Brazilian team and sharing that experience.
Are we though?
I think so. I think no matter what, like, the experience that he brings and the lessons he's going to teach to the players around him, maybe he's going to either form them or just like teach them something that they can then bring into another team and then into the next generation. Now, whether it's time for him to hang up the mouse or not, I'm not going to be a part of that conversation because I like the guy, I like the team, and I think if he wants to compete and the teammates believe in him, then go for it.
I feel like you're biting your tongue, Jacob. Go on.
Just, you know, I'll be honest, right? I think there's been a lot of conversations around Fallen, and I think part of why he's still active is because of that experience. Obviously, as you said, he can be a great teacher, he can be a great guy to lean up towards, but at the end of the day, it's a competition, and it's a fair competition, and let's be honest, the Furia that we've seen the past 3 or 4 years has almost been as abysmal as Astralis, you know, and we critique Astralis an awful lot for not performing. I somehow, some way do feel that Furia is getting a little bit away with being mediocre for a very long time. A player that have been a little bit mediocre for a very long time as well is Yuri. I used to be a massive Yuri fan. I think 3-4 years ago he was absolutely fantastic. I loved the combination of Quesarado and Yuri. Aggressive, a little bit more defensive rifling. They were complementing each other so well, and that was what made Furia, when Art were part of it, such a strong core, such a strong team. But even Yuri have declined a little bit in level, not necessarily playing as well as he used to. Fallen, not necessarily playing as well as he used to. So all this experience that we value, if you can't perform on the server and if you can't kill your opponents, then I don't care how much experience you have. You gotta show up, otherwise put up.
Well, gentlemen, before we do get the show on the road, it's time to throw to our picks and bans. As we already touched upon, obviously both of these two teams are quite familiar with each other, having played EPL just a couple of weeks ago. Do you expect the veto to be going any differently for this one?
I have a wild thought right here. I'm gonna bet all my money on Train being part of this map.
Oh wow, you just saw the over-the-shoulder shot. Wow, Jacob, so original.
No, I actually sat down on a deep dive analysis this map pool, and I expected Dust to be picked by M80, and I expect Train to be picked by Furia. I'm not gonna tell you why, because I don't know. Regardless, I think it's a good map pool where both of these teams are gonna test each other a little bit. Train, we see more and more teams picking the map. We see more and more teams trying to incorporate that map into the map pool, and I like it, because I do feel that every single time we see Train, we learn something.
And we're going to see if Fallen can prove you wrong, because Dust2 and Train especially are Opper's map.
Yes.
So there is the opportunity for him to just show what he can do, and if he still has the level and if he's still very confident, and I have full trust in Fallen. That's just my old heart speaking maybe. but yeah, I do believe he can do it, and yeah, I like the map, but I think it's going to be explosive.
Inferno, perfect decider for both teams as well. M80 have played it an awful lot. Furia actually used to be and are still a decent team on Inferno as well. So I think the map pool is shaping up the way I'd expect it to, and I think the more I think about it, the more I feel about the game. As I said, I would put these two teams almost in the same category in terms of level. I wish that wasn't the case, but I think we have a competitive game on our hands.
Who do you think has the edge in this series then?
Ooh,
you have to say Fallen.
No, I mean, I think as you said, I think it's very tight between the two teams, and yes, it's a bit of a shame and a bit sad that they're on the same group. Yeah, I think it's a 50-50, maybe. I would still give it a little bit in favor of Furia.
I'll echo that sentiment.
Yeah, you're going with the Brazilians. I would never have thought it, Jacob. Well, it's time to get this show on the road. Furia versus M80. One of these two squads, unfortunately, going to be going home at the end of this series.
Yes, an elimination game for us to indulge in. It could be a three-mapper here. It's got a code written all over it. I've enjoyed watching M80 play, some highlight moments for sure. I've seen, however, a bit of a dip in form from Swisher, so me personally, keeping an eye on him, seeing how he performs up against such an established name such as Furia.
Maybe he could be an exploitation that Furia are looking for. The B defender will be joined alongside of Lake. You're going to have Slacks on the AWP, Wreck, the man on your screen right now, anchoring long, and Sin, the in-game leader, the Rotator. On the other side, obviously, it's a little bit of a different division of labor. Match is live. We're about to get this one underway. Furia taking on M80 from the Americas with a German twist. Let's get this one started.
I've seen many a dust too, especially on the T side where cello has taken over the game. It's not always the case, but he has the capacity to do so. Let's see what the T pistol has in store for us.
Rush B.
It is a Rush B, no stop. Classic. An oldie. Is it a goldie? Sin hasn't hit the first couple of bullets, and now the gap is closed. The flashes just keep on coming, and down goes Sin. Access to the site granted. Late gonna have to play for the retake, wait for that rotate. Slack's gonna join them, worried about alert. Kodachi connects onto cello, and that's a tempting smoke. csgo's going to be attending to it.
Want the wreck flash before the go, but
good
they're
trade.
in.
Yeah, and if he wins this duel in upper tons, which he has, takes down Yuri. Lake in the meantime does go down. Rule wreck. He didn't quite time it to perfection, and it's Skulls with a very quick tap to finish the job.
Okay. Well, a high-intensity pistol round and an all-in B rush with some nuances as the layering of flashes. Let's get them in. Always fun to see Skulls, such a lovely gentleman. Don't think we saw anything of what he was capable of during his stint within Liquid. Glad he's ended up on what's the top Brazilian organization in terms of top Brazilian team. I'm sure there's a debate that can be had about that. It's going to be the force buy for M80, famous for Lake. Scout for Slacks, 5-7s for the rest with block utility. So switch over towards B, the other three starting A, as we can see Slacks trained on the mid doors, looking to see if he can find that pick over towards Suicide. That's where Fallen finds himself in the interim. As now they can start garnering this mid control. cello in through lower tunnels. Straight down the guts is csgo. And the short control is theirs.
Are they re-aggressing? They've all grouped up. The CTs, that is, towards A.
Sin has a flash. He could try and tee them up for success.
Oh, a flash would be integral. Otherwise, those pistols can start causing a bit of chaos. They start to accelerate, and actually, csgo takes a headshot, lives on at 10 HP, and yeah, the flashes from Fallen, and the bullets as well.
Interesting. Traditionally, or if it was me, I would like to take the fight as they're in the staging area, right? They're up the stairs. Right. They've gone for it what looks like a little bit prematurely, so they can still be tucked just at the base of the stairs. They're able to tuck in. You don't know how good that flash is going to be. And that is all 5 staying alive against a force buy. That is M80's worst nightmare to kick things off. It will be an eco for them now.
Skulls has got the long spawn. Whether or not they choose to take it remains to be seen, but against the eco, it makes sense to take that space, doesn't it? What are you worried about?
Well, it depends on what the boss man says.
Yeah, it's true.
So
if Fallen said me to do something else, I'm doing it.
Yeah, and the thing is, if he had somebody close to him for that long space, it'd be like, okay, let's go for it. But what are teams likely to do on Nico round? Maybe they'd invest in a couple of HEs. They could nade long. That could have 4 variants. What if they wait on the corner and there's a flash and a mob comes out? Right now, you're going to use your weapon. And utility advantage. That forces a choice, doesn't it? Ollie lands. 2 players spring ahead. csgo, he's going to pop his head up. And farm all 3. Can it be 4? No, Fallen will take that. And look at this, just spinning on a dime. csgo, let him go, the Beyblade. That's a pretty damn good start to proceedings right now.
Yeah, dreamy.
AWP invested upon by Slacks. They want to bring out the Fallen AWP because csgo are getting all of those kills. Yes, they do. So Fallen with the AWP. Galil's and AKs alongside. There's a kit on Wreck. We'll get to see the first real taste, the first full gun round for both of these squads. To round number 4 on the boost, and there is a fight available, but Fallen falls off and gets the tag. That is beautiful.
Yeah, I thought his warm-up looked pretty beautiful as well. Got to see him just warming up the Scout Deke switch. Clearly on one today.
Looks like they want to do a late long pop.
Yeah, Rek's going to be tucked. First re-smoking the doors.
It just depends on how good the flashes are, because we can see Slacks on the corner as well. And the CT smoke lands. So do they actually want to use that as an avenue in? cello might be able to park himself in that smoke. Rek behind the doors becomes more problematic.
Depends on the flashes. If it's a good flash straight through the door, the crack of the door, he'd be eating that one, and that looks like exactly what csgo is lining up.
Pivoting away on the fade of the smoke. Rek, you're all on your own here, son.
Yeah. Oof. Second guessing it. Now isolated. cello. First duel wins. Traded. Available. Yuri provides. Slack's got to get out of there and reposition. He's vulnerable to skulls if he does catch this reposition, and starting to edge into the site now as well from short.
Oh, beautiful little lurk here from Skulls. They're aware that this is a possibility, but the fact he's done it silently, now they can smoke the cross. It's about getting the bomb over. Yuri has that. Fallen, if they can post him up towards the platform or the pit, he can play Overwatch once the bomb goes down. Rerouting now, M80 are making their way through mid, so they will be able to watch short. There is pressure that they can apply.
They are going to start flooding in.
Look, this is going to be well timed. There's only 20 seconds left.
Yes, csgo is going to probably commit to the plant regardless of the flame. He's going to get away with it.
Not good for the AWP though, is it?
No, suboptimal. Especially now Swisher removes csgo on the ramp. Yuri playing card, this crossfire, Skulls and Fallen. Different elevations though, but Fallen manages to isolate the first duel onto Lake, and it's all lining up nicely. Swisher keeps it interesting for a moment. He's thrust into a clutch. 2 kills deep, make it 3. Okay. Skulls completely overlooked that potential for the jump up on the boxes. And Fallen's AWP is no problem. Damn, Fallen starts with a leg shot, finishes with a headshot. Gets the job done, a 4-0 start, winning the first gun.
And I think Rek was the only player with the defuse kit there, and he was the first death. So even if they wanted to try and get to that, there was absolutely no way. That was reverse side of Long, the opening incision from this push of Furia. And considering the safe plan, it looked like it was going to get out of control, but well handled.
I mean, he gets across. Gets awkward. Wallbang available though, and
the lack of kit, I don't think there would have been anyway. I'm going to go into another partial, so loss bonus is maxed out. What can they work with here? Lake and Swish both on B. No scout for Slacks. He's going to bring out the AWP again into the next. It's been pretty default heavy for Furia. This time, they're way up short, so csgo going through the motions. It's Furia's map choice of Train coming up next.
Yeah, very excited. I love me some Train.
I imagine them already playing it a handful of times. Taking a look, they've beaten NRG, they've beaten Falcons, they lost to Mouse. But the map's still really in its infancy, and I'm curious, like, with how many teams are playing it in practice and what it looks like in those matches, because the meta is still establishing itself as they'll be out on A without too many issues.
Fallen could have a bit of a rude shock. Never mind, he's actually perfectly prepared for that. Now ready for another one on the swing. Fallen's on form today. Best case scenario, you leave with that AWP, take it into the next. He will pick that up. Rek down to cello.
Look at Skulls though.
Oh, he can probably catch him off at the pass. If he starts heading spawn, it's probably his best bet. cello's going to be running that way though.
It just sucks right now for Swish that the bomb has so much time left on it.
Yeah, it does. Like, Yuri's coming doors, Skull's coming up a tons, cello through spawn. Like, you are not leaving with this AWP without some crazy shots being hit.
Give that back to the Godfather.
Oh, okay, everyone's looking good from Furia right now.
His henchmen get the job done.
This is, yeah, M80's pick, and currently a couple of players struggling to get off the starting mark.
So this would be gun round number 2. If they don't start voicing any concern now, someone might have to go looking for them.
Yeah, well, both of the Germans haven't shown up. 0 and 5 for Sin and Slacks. Wo bist du? Where are you?
Auf geht's.
Ah, he's a bit thirsty. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, hat Durst.
Wasser bitte. Okay, well, what's the adjustment? Oh, maybe it's not even an adjustment. Maybe it's Def just going, all right, well, we're about to play our second rifle round, so
let's win this one.
Yeah, this one will be pretty good. The flow of rounds and how quick a half can get away from you, but how quickly you can put it back together. You are going to have to break through at least a Furia residual buy, maybe even 2. You can see csgo.
Oh, those spawns are good.
Yeah, 10K. Do they change it up? Because they've been doing the defaults.
Yeah, and they've been working so well. Do you change up the pace? The flashes imply they are. Okay, we got the extinguished smoke, and they're going to commit. Rek, how can you hold on to long this time? In the open, flashes are good. Skulls opens up the account for another. As round 6 starts with another opening death for M80.
Yeah, and you can tell that M80 weren't ready for the long charge. If you're expecting them to go all out long, you would normally start 3 players. As Lake gets a freebie through the smoke. An important trade there for cello. I think they had started the AWP short to be a nuisance to the default setup, right? To go for the lower tunnel pick or get them coming out top middle. So right now, if you're Furia, just stick to your guns. Oh, wow, okay. Can't block that one.
And they are across. Mantles up. Wow, really diligent stuff from Furia, even Molly in the Gandalf spot. How can you claw your way back into this? Jumping up is too easy. The transfer hard for Cello. Swisher trades out, but it's not looking like they're going for this.
I like the fact they played together.
Yeah.
You come out of the smoke as I jump up the box. At least it will make it slightly more difficult. Lost burners into the next. We'll see them likely buy back in. That's
rough start.
Yeah, very much so. Right now they're dancing to the Furia beat. Don't know how that would sound.
I think it would have some drums.
There would definitely be drums.
Yeah. There'd probably be some glittery costumes.
Yeah, what's the Brazilian dance called? I'm sure they have lots of dances.
Well, there's the martial art dance.
Ah, that's
the
right.
capoeira.
That's the one. There's the capybara.
That's a thing that sounds similar, yeah?
Isn't that the little animal?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't imagine they dance.
They have capybara cafes in Japan.
In Japan?
For some reason, yeah.
They have cat cafes, dog cafes.
Oh, such an important trade from Cello, you were right. Just spams him back. A 6-0 start, and look what you're working with into this one. It's a higgledy-piggledy P250 for Sin, and you could... Okay, yeah, you are going to get across safely.
They started heavy long at least, so they've got that.
Yep,
but
that's
now
nice.
Furia back into the default.
Mixing it up.
Slack's forced off the line, will not be able to look for a pick with the AWP. Skulls in upper tunnels. And Yuri kicking up a fuss outside long, making sure that they can't find themselves too aggressive. Oh.
Yeah.
Just as Slacks was ready for this fight, the flash comes through. Now Fallen has the dominant position on the line. A decent nade for damage.
Sin's P250 is actually connected, and oh, Fallen warded off, close range. Sin, what a way to announce your presence in the surveys. First two contributions, and it's with the P250 on short. Maintains that control, the default disrupted. Audible from Swisher, he's low HP. You don't want to give away like a way back in here. You just want to play the numbers advantage. You've got two players dug into B. Europa helping out Lake on that side of the map.
Another resmoke available as well, so this is going to buy even more time, and doesn't feel like Furia have too many options. So M80 aren't playing into the crosshair, not allowing the AWP to work, as looking for something a little bit juicier is Rek.
Yeah.
Resmoke thrown.
They just want to take this fire. If Furia can generate a double kill here, that would be unbelievable. Flash has to be good. That's why Rek was anti. Oh, Sin, important. Hey. Okay, quad kill out of Sin. First round, we've seen him get kills. He gets 4 of them. Might have to even get 5 as Skull's the last alive. No time to win the round, so they'll just take that bomb. They'll take that round. M80 on the board. Sin solely responsible for the kills in this one.
Hold up a second. He's looking at him through the wall. What's this about?
Oh my God, Skull.
Skulls, he's cheating.
Wall hack confirmed.
Oh my God.
Nice guys, man. Let's go.
Yeah,
well,
man.
No, like nice to me, actually.
Good job,
guys,
Sin.
I did
Sin.
really well. Thank you for living. Be creative. Oh, I like that.
Dude, that's a line.
Yeah, let's
that
be
is a
creative.
line.
Be creative.
C-R-E-A-T-I-V-E.
Did well there.
Nice guys, man.
Can't call him shy, but I can spell.
No, you did good.
I did. I only had one blemish.
Fine.
It's my signature move. Slank's going to be open up that suicide run. And yeah, he has a timer on that. Knows Cello's going to be coming through that lower clear on this default once more.
49 damage on the nade.
Yeah, that hurts. Oh, swish. Chills his beans. Cools them off.
I like Skulls on the B lurk. Okay, it's right throwing out a little silent, so a bridge smoke deployed. Slack still has vision. Just on the cusp of it, and if they do throw out the molly, well, why would they? That was their own smoke, so that's not going to come into play.
This is a real opportunity for Slacks' Orb to do something good here.
Does he go wide?
Jiggled out. Good movement from Keserato to progress further. Block smoke arrives. 50 seconds, so They're going to be light on time if they do respect it.
Well, this is why the rotating rifler's position is so integral. How is Sin reading the situation? Well, currently for the mid to be split.
And he'd be right on the money, at least with the crisscross smokes. It affirms his suspicions. Knocks off his boots. Doesn't have vision, or maybe he does actually, just over the top of it. Ooh. Yeah, pulls the trigger, finds csgo. Cello an immediate knee-jerk trade. It's B, that's what they want. 20 seconds, they're coming into your sight swish. If you can get one, Lake can get two. That's the name of the game. Smoke's still up, they have to push through this. The flash as well disrupts them. It's just an opportunity for Swisher. He gets his. Lake trying to win the round, but Skulls, wait, just enough time.
Damn.
Oh, brutal. Brutal kill from Skulls there. An opportunity for M80 to string some consecutive rounds together, but just, what, capable of getting his one kill.
During all of that as well, with Cello pushed out, he found Rek, who pushed long.
Right.
So if they had the trading on towards B there and Cello actually gets found, then there's a decent shot on the retake. Now it's just Slack playing Save Simulator. Everyone's new favorite game available on Steam, $5.95. Wait for the summer sales.
James gets it for free.
It's actually his game.
Yeah, oh yeah, right.
Right in there with the catalogue of anime games that he has.
Yeah.
The dating sims.
You'd be playing a solo leveling game, wouldn't you? Running around, leveling up.
Like Steam anime games, like a dating sim. So.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Does he?
Well, does James? I don't know. Sorry, James.
Oh, okay. Spreading misinformation on the internet.
Well, that's kind of the internet's job, I guess.
Yeah, at the moment, kind of all we're doing. Skulls. Good to see him smiling. Good to see him comfortable as well. You can see just how, I mean, he's regularly featured when people are building like Brazilian Dream Teams. He's featuring in it.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone admires his ability.
The light in his eyes hasn't gone out yet either, so that's nice.
Oh, we're going long again, and it's just Sin with Rek in support. Someone has to concede and respect that long corner smoke. Maybe the AWP can get a little pick if they nade the smoke open. That might be a potential play. Don't see a HE thrown just yet. Sin perhaps holding one.
And boxed right now, so a real room.
Box.
Wishy little setup on the A side. I think they're going to have to go for the re-clear. They're going to march up behind this smoke. These flashes are making it difficult to consider that, though, isn't it? Look at them. Look at this cluster. Ah. Plans have been cancelled.
Don't you dare. Oh, wow. Good patience and restraint as well. Fallen pulls the trigger, tracks Lake. That's an important duel to win. How's he got two? He should be a dead man. He is now. Just knows he was committed to the fight. Didn't have the ammo to convert on another one.
Did so much there.
Didn't he? Tagged up csgo as well. 3v3, but the heavy health advantage. And with Swisher on that late flank, maybe he books Fallen so long as his teammates don't die. Slacks to be tested. It's csgo and Skulls, though. They hit so very, very hard. He's going to have to nail this, and does. Dips around the device smoke. And then Fallen, still aware of that potential flank. Swisher's dropped the ball there. Still a chance. Oh, and csgo removing the AWP. Okay, told you they shoot hard. csgo racks up a triple. Problem solved. 8-1.
I always find it interesting in these in-game leader-led teams. When you think about the current meta and the players who reside in certain areas, it has to change when you have an AWPing in-game leader. So when you're doing a default on something like Dust 2, your in-game leader would tend to be the back and cat rifler. Right, he'd be throwing out the supportive util to help your lower tunnels player. Then a rifler gets to take that position. That's why with Heroic, Stown got to fill a lot of those voids. Right. And it's surprising. Well, actually, no, it's not, because Cadian is now in that team and he's not AWPing anymore, which means he's playing the anchor positions. And you see some of these riflers who get thrown into those spots, it's just tough to find that, well, that impact. With this team, it's Cello and csgo, the two who are weaving through this mid control together, and then Falling is the third member of the map control. This was all about long, as I'm daydreaming about defaults. Won't be the first time, won't be the last, as 8-1, a very strong scoreline for the Brazilians. They don't want to go the same way as Imperial.
Yeah, having absolutely none of it. Oh, okay, there's a mix-ups. csgo tries to get an early presence down Sui and punished for it. Cello advancing at a rapid pace.
I thought he was just going to weave him through.
He could, though. I mean, select his AWPs there. It doesn't seem wise. Makes the informed decision.
Well, think about this, right? They've normally established the staging area, got the AWP posted. Just wonder if they want to try different pace to it this time round. They are down a man, and we can see the M80 have started to put their feelers out across the map. Lake is quite literally in T spawn. Swisher in lower tunnels. So the only way is going to be forward for Furia.
It does set up M80 with a real opportunity here, right? Like the first round they won, it was with compromised pistols as well. Can they do it twice? Oh, this is that head-to-head. Fallen enters into the fight once more. Slacks has to be cognizant of that possibility. A missed shot rattles off, whistles past the ear of the German AWPer. Oh, spots him on the jump. He knows these angles well, does not hit the shot. Slacks puts him down on notice. 19 HP for Fallen to work with, 45, and there's all-in commitment. Lake has the door locked. Yuri does a cursory glance. It's just a 5-7, so not fantastic for the flank. See if he can do what Swisher couldn't on that timing into Fallen. Slacks flashed off. Good work from Rex 5-7. He does generate a nice kill. Furia are limping here, and a well-timed push from Rek could be everything. Lake, that 5-7, not suited to the task. Skulls and Yuri there. Slacks still alive. What? Jump shot, headshot. Somehow Skulls has hit one, but with 15 seconds, he has to scoop up that bomb. Slacks disallows. An important round converted. Slacks with the triple kill on the AWP as they commit up long.
Jumping AK to short.
Yeah, yeah. We've had a couple of those.
Swisher said nice shot. Skulls said holy. So, yeah, I think he knows he got away with one there, but here's the opening kill. Oh, yeah, not catching a lot there, was he?
And he did catch Fallen on the flank. Yeah. Oh, I just got jumping headshot.
Yeah. Huh. Wow, how's he gone and done that?
That is a great addition, isn't it, the wings?
Yes. It's opening AWP kills. Change from round to round. Fallen taking down Lake. Yuri onto Rek, and what felt really good now feels really bad.
Yeah, sour. I'm talking warheads.
Guys, what if we don't full buy?
Very nice, very nice.
I even like the idea of Furia in the last round, the way that they approached the cross, right? They did the smoke and they peeked on the
You're
smoke.
dead. Lovely little boost, Aru.
The ideas are great.
Yeah,
like
it's flowing.
It's looking good.
You're full of ideas, but Fallen always has been. And another one. I mean, like I understand your hesitance. You want to fight them before they cross sight, but they know that you know.
The big man's 12-4 right now. K-Sort 11-5.
Like he just says wait. Like he just says wait. They're gonna go. They'll peek me, boost me, set me up for success. A triple kill from Fallen. The output of this AWP cannot be understated. And Skulls is a dead man if he jumps up.
Oh. Well.
Go on.
He's heard Fallen.
Yes, he has. This 11th round, the best case you could save Slacks and AWP. Doesn't need one.
Yeah, you're right. He doesn't. It's the fortunate thing when you're losing. You
have money.
Bonus,
yeah,
so.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's good, I guess. It's the blue total shot.
Oh, go on.
Oh, come on.
He can't even get the exits. He's just ready for everything. It's Fallen. It's a good day in the office for the Godfather.
All right, well, final round, first half, map 1. Things are flowing for the Brazilians. Fallen, they're getting his third opening duel in his favor. He's topping the leaderboard in that department. He's not giving up an opening kill.
Even ready for that. Get owned. Well, 3 is all they can get on this defensive half of their map pick, and they've got to cobble together a buy with MP9s.
And they're having to worry about everything. They just started 4 towards A to deal with the long rush. It hasn't been that, so it's just Swisher on B who's thinking, oh, well, if they do execute on my site, I'm in an awful lot of trouble. That rotation is trying to make it back, but the mid-cross smoke has faded, and they are setting up for that B execute.
The audacity. Last round, you haven't done it all game. Throw it in to keep them guessing. Cello kind of selling mid to B, keeping Lake and Sin busy. It's just Swisher up on the box. A powerful position to at least get one. He needs to deliver more than that, though. Jumping down, some damage onto Fallen. The spam will come through. They'll wait for the mag to run dry. And into the site. Whoa, flat is Sin. Straight through. Just deliver a nice dink onto Serato. Fallen onto Lake. It's up to Rek. He has the opportunity, given the low HP on Fallen. An MP9 could win that duel in the 2v2. Doesn't elect to go for it. And Cello, oh, flashed off on the mantle up, so he knows where one is. Fallen will do the planting.
You plant.
Yeah.
I plant, you plant, we plant.
Furia plan to leave with 10. Can they change it? Reg swings in. Fallen, despite the low HP. He's just looking so sharp. He's going to get another one. I can feel it in my waters. He's going to finish this one off. Slacks his barrel is spotted. He can't convert the no-scope hit. Cello with his headshot angle. Oh. He's struggling too. Playing the time. Up against the AWP. Headshot delivered. Wow. 3 rounds. All that separates Furia from upsetting M80 on their pick in this elimination game. First map could be a quick one here. M80 electing to take it to Dust 2, and a meager 2 rounds is all they have to boast after their defensive efforts. Furia running circles around them, Fallen in particular, not only fragging up a storm here, you can see this incredible sequence at the end as well with a 4K into 3 to finish it off with a bang, calling his team into that all-in B to finish. But yeah, they're just running rings around them individually and as the caller and top fragger Fallen. Looking very, very comfortable today. Chatty B residing with me, and he's taken the Julies into lower.
It's nice when the in-game leader gets to take the pistols with armor. No sacrifices.
That's
made.
rare. That is highly rare. Irregular.
Same with Twist and Ramp on Nuke, right? He got to play the Joker position. So there are some positives to being the in-game leader, I'm sure.
Set yourself up.
You have to deliver, as right now, M80 congregated back a cat there at Palm Tree. No tree there anymore, but once upon a time in a version of counter, as csgo flashed off. This lower tunnel support could swing through at any point, but they have now negotiated long control for free.
Sure.
No resistance, as it is just Yuri top of A. Now, Yuri doesn't have anything, just the pistol. No armor.
Yeah, and you've given this P250 to Slacks for one purpose only, and it's this fight right here. Trying to score the boys across. csgo dropping down. Fallen arriving on the scene now. Yeah, he wants to boost up. Serato
well, look,
negotiating.
let's cancel that now, guys. I think, you know, we wanted to do it, but we didn't have to do it. It wasn't necessary.
Yeah. 5v5 for a moment longer. That smoke does allow them to start taking fights towards the ramp. It's Sin opens up for M80, but there's the dual Berettas. Fallen's removed him. Gets that trade. Ooh. Rex spamming the smoke. Does connect and collect onto Skulls. Yuri advancing. Swisher needs to get one hit on that goose position. Does nail it, removing Yuri, and it's an M80 pistol. I mean, that's bare minimum. If you wanted to have a conversation about Dust 2 getting interesting, winning that pistol is compulsory.
And next time we get a shot of Swish, I want to know, is he on the way to Mordor? He has a ring on his necklace on his neck.
Ooh.
Is Mordor where they threw away the ring, or was that not?
Yeah, Mount Doom.
I don't know.
Mount Doom is in Mordor.
Okay. I'm not a Lord of the Rings guy.
Have you tried?
I haven't been able to get through the films in their entirety.
Chad.
I know that offends you a lot, but...
That doesn't offend me. I'm just... I find it hard to believe. It's such a special franchise.
I just don't enjoy the Wizards and Pixies.
Oh right, yeah, but you don't mind some magical dude in a Korean.
It's anime. Yeah.
Leveling up infinitely. Oh, comfortable. Get out of there, Sin. Calls for backup.
Everybody wants the ecos.
Yeah, who's too greedy? No one's getting too greedy. It's all fine.
Okay, so the conservative approach from Furia, and we'll be getting out the rifles into the next round of play. I think they'll be fortunate to get any kills with these USPs.
Jump down, go on.
It's not up for the job.
Oof, that hurt.
Didn't Sin get the opening kill on the MAC-10, and then he traded guns with Slacks? Is that what happened?
Yes,
indeed.
indeed.
And now Slacks has gone to farm up some money for the orb, but now he's been dinked?
Yes, that's not ideal. He would have loved a couple of extra so 600 buck kills.
Maybe Slacks give Sin back the MAC-10 and let him, because he's got the most money right now.
Oh, okay, I like it. That would be logical.
And it's also the in-game leader tax.
Mm.
And Sin's actually the only one that's put up a lot of resistance, right? Think about that 4K he had over towards short. That was a big round from him. Oh, Slacksy boy. Timing is not your friend.
That's a little suboptimal. So is losing 2 players on an eco. Oh my god, you've lost 3. And the bomb...
That was a literal facepalm from Lake.
Yeah.
A two-handed facepalm.
How has it gotten this close? How has it gotten this sketchy? Okay, you're jumping up. You can't faff around with stopping the guns. You are just going to have to try and make a beeline for that B site. Oh, and here they come. I like this from Swish. Does stick around. Doesn't play scared. Doesn't play too cagey.
All good, boys.
Barely. Barely.
Yeah, all right.
But trying to calm them as the scoreline now is a 6-round difference. You win this rifle round, they're onto a partial. You can quickly sew up this gap. And this is where it started to go wrong, and then continued to go wrong. Oh, Lake.
Yeah. I missed the facepalm. I did. I completely missed it.
I think it was a double,
double whammy.
Back into the chair.
What have I done that for?
Pass long into 3.
Okay. You got to get through Cello. You got to get through Serato. Tracking doesn't seem bad, but the flashes are so good. He doesn't even finish off the job. It's Slacks that gets that done. Fighting long. Complete. Successful. And look at this Furia response. Are they going to fight this?
Yeah, re-aggress. This flash is available. Go.
Flash and go. Flash and go. It's Poppy. Slacks is completely blind. Where's the trade? Okay, Serato has got the multi-kill. Swaps out for a fresh gun, but Yuri beats him to the punch. And it really disintegrates for M80. They even know where you are. Skulls is in the fastest of flanks. Wreck is a dead man walking. Just like that, the 11th is secure.
Yeah, like that from Furia. Before they're able to establish, while they're having the conversation of, oh, let's this smoke, or let's wait, or let's flash, let's get the pick control while all that dialogue's going on. Oh, he gives us a wink for the camera there. They re-aggress, the flash is good. Nobody playing anti, and everybody taken down in swift succession. You can see doing the flashbang dance. It is absolutely beautiful.
Nice!
Great response. Yeah. And think about those 3 kills that you gave away against those USPs.
And those 3 pistols you're equipping in this round.
Yeah, so... isn't it the consequences of our actions?
If it isn't just... Like, quick to the short fight. No one actively fighting for this, but the util will get Serato quickly mantling up. That nade could do some significant damage on their staging area if he times it well. Bang! Oh, perfect. Couldn't be better.
They're already about to have a hard round. Things have just gotten so much harder. And I guess the bigger problem for Portslax is he's the only one with head armor. The others would have all popped regardless. Could only invest in a Kev. Slacks could have taken a dink and still won out the fight, but that's not the case anymore.
Interesting call from Fallen to actually just play like tucked 3B. Is this just kind of a gamble read?
So I think when you're looking into the fact that it is going to be a 4-spy, what are they likely to do? Maybe a mid to B with crisscross where they run through the smoke and they like to pounce. Do they want to go for a B execute where they can do like a lurk smoke? So playing heavy for exactly this.
And it looks like it's the right call. Perfect from Fallen. You'll expect 2. You won't expect 3.
Cello take contact.
Boys, we've got to get a wiggle on here. What are we doing?
Bomb's going short.
Okay, well, it is the right call. There are less players there, sure, but it's csgo you've got to get past. And he seems ready, poised, with that M4 to unload hell. Swinging into the site. Lake actually removes csgo. It falls to Yuri, and he'll play retake. Dips out. He will concede the plant.
He'd be planning it right now. Oh, you knew he was spawned. That was called by Yuri.
Overlooked it completely. Important trade out of cello, sure. It's a 4 versus 3 that Furia seem quite hamstrung in going for. Is it just going to be the save?
Yeah, it looks like it. You could make an argument for them to go for this, but they only need 2 more rounds. So, sure, they have let go of what looked like a good round, especially after that earlier nade. But Lake, finding a bit of impact there, haven't had to say his name too much. Haven't had to say too many players' names on M80 all that much. He does get an important entry that essentially secures the round. So, it is about to become 11-5. You can see cello was doing some housekeeping to make sure that rifles were not easily obtainable. So they still will have to do some buying of their own. And the bomb goes off. The round is locked in.
Just his 6th frag, but it's round converted.
Played too passive, I think is what Sin said, or something along those lines. So let's see if that keeps up. It was to be anti-force setup, but a lack of information did come back to bite them. They didn't have a stack in the right place. One good shot, and there you have it. So it is going to be Fallen in with an MP9. So no AWP will grace the server just yet in this second half. And that will only change if M80 truly start working on a comeback. 3 players in through upper tunnels. Sin and Rek through top mid. cello has the long control. Skulls and Fallen on B this time.
Nice protocol flashes. Lower taken. Next flash to ensure that short boost is blind.
All right, well, crisscross lined up. Oh no, just the mid to B. With a molly flushing out close doors, and Skulls has gone down on B. He was back at plat. That's a big kill from Swisher.
Yeah, so Lake onto csgo in the previous. Now we've seen Skulls go down to Swish. Good start to these rounds. Will they find a clean finish? csgo still has plenty of util to keep them at bay. Just cycling through it now.
Meant to be smoke lined up again.
He's doing so much. Like, he's acting like he's bigger than he is.
Yeah, block short and mid to B. He's going to channel them into the 2 players on the side. It's Fallen and cello. Fallen jump spotting with the HE. Might be able to find significant dunk damage.
Oh, that nade is destined for glory. Yep, 50 damage inflicted, spread amongst 2 of them.
Coming in at cello.
Good flash. Awkward, very awkward for them now, especially with cello finding Swisher. That's the trade required. It's only Fallen's MP9. Rek will take him down, and the site is theirs.
Okay, that got pressure for a moment. Wait, there's a kill here. There's a kill here. Okay.
Ooh.
Do we want to have a look now, or no? We're still playing for the magic number of 13. So Furia, and we'll save again. And you can see cello worried about the mid to B, so it's being communicated to him that that's a possibility. Little did Furia know, csgo did more than an ample job blocking that option. So now we're looking at 4 out of the first 5 rounds in the second half. And a couple in consecutive fashion for M80. Even if they're unable to win this map, still positive signs for the series. You want to get your individuals warmed up, you want to get the comms flowing, so you can always take something away from a game, as long as it isn't too many frustrations. And knowing up against Furia, there's no reason that they can't turn things around. Even starting to get a good mood with the atmosphere. So cello between too many angles. Good trade work from Slacks. All right, well, they're going to use the spawn to peek long. So off Slacks goes. He's quick. Doesn't want to hang around, so flash work good.
Oh, look at this. They're very quickly regrouping. Fallen has support now from csgo. It is only the USP, though. Oh, didn't nail the nade.
One thing that I will point out is a couple of these rounds have come down to the last 20 seconds or so for M80. The one where they went out late shot in towards A, had to hit that shot onto like the csgo, then late into B, Fallen doing some good chip damage. If cello was able to focus fire upper tunnels, they could have very well lost that. So if M80 activate extremely late again and they play into either of the two saved guns, it still could go wrong. So it's their timing and pacing of these rounds that could be their undoing.
Yeah, Skulls and Fallen with their USPs, they're just playing to kind of bait in for csgo to get the multi. Skulls going to have to make a decision. Does respect the flame, falls back, would rather play his life with 45 seconds left on the clock. An audible break of the legs as he drops CT. And M80 now do have to find their finish. Swisher investigates mid. USP spamming, spots out csgo's M4. That's important intel.
Get the rig along.
They're advancing into Fallen. He doesn't have the weapon for this fight. Oh my god, apparently he does! He dings him up, takes him down. Late goes straight swimming with the fishes, and the bomb plant's theirs. The round should be 2. csgo being spotted out, quick acceleration into Fallen, but fair play, getting one with the USP.
Helped out by Sin, right? Obviously dinking his teammate in that sequence. The problems rear their ugly heads. Here it is again. Yeah, they line out. You just see multiple sparks.
Base burning one.
Base. Ooh.
CT base.
Base. Base. Buttery biscuit base.
Okay, well, this is a game now, isn't it? It's about to be 11-7. It was such a blowout in the first half. Furia have been not contesting these rounds because of the saves, but at a certain point that will change. Why do they say brick by brick?
Yeah.
Look at that. Well, they're right.
Round by round, brick by brick.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
Guys, I will boost Fritz. Even you can do peek, smoke maybe, and flash over, so they think we're peeking.
For long. So essentially they want to try and apply the pressure so they don't take the long control immediately. So that should be Rek throwing a smoke long doors and then flashing over. Has done. But the CT setup, they've played very heavy, so they're ahead of this. They're aware it's a ruse.
Fallen. Trying to do something Aggie of his own. That's a well-placed nade. More chip damage as well. That will hurt. Lake operating with half health.
Here till for Fallen. One of his highlights. Flash King. Nade damage. Again, more of the same for M80. On the back of Slacks over towards B. So this one has a different look again. Out mid to B. Different timing. I like the pace change.
Okay, pressure applied to these two and gets the info on the window jiggle. Spam is good. Wow, csgo still contributing despite the smoke. cello even finding Rek. But they are into B. It's really on Sin finding impact here, but he's been spotted out by Yuri. Can he tap his head? Oh, it's hard to track. What was that jump? Pushing through, Fallen brave, no bullets. But the bomb is down. Slacks thrust into a 1v2.
Both through upper tunnels. They're quick about this.
Okay, so he's going to gamble. That's the case. Gonna have to be worried about that cross. They're already in. They're already in.
Full W.
They didn't slow down for anyone. Maybe this angle could catch Yuri off guard, but csgo's on the side. Oh, he's heard him. Okay, that's a lot of info. Flashed off the AWP. Panicking now, and an easy headshot for csgo. He's so good at this video game, man. 18 kills, 3 in that round. One of them a smoke spam, and a closeout as well.
Okay, well, all the guns come out, all the goodies right there, and Furia able to secure the round that secures them over time at a bare minimum. And Cello does very well, doesn't he? So he turns around, he's worried about the mid to B, able to get 2 kills, eventually traded without his resistance. M80, they're in that site, they set up the post plant, and that round feels like a certainty because Furia would likely be opting for another save. The loss bonus is something that was starting to build for them, so it would have been, all right, well, we lose another, it's okay, we still have the buff up. This time around, they're incentivized to go for it with that man advantage. This is where you'd love it if you're Sid, that the boys just get the job done. You don't want to get back in the washing machine of rounds. You know, you lose one, you have one saved gun. It's, oh, do we force? Is it a partial? What are we looking at? You'd love to just close it down right now. They have a couple of problems on their buy, M80. As a Galil, it's not full nades. Good spawns for long. Oh, aggression. That's the flavor and spotted. Slacks. Motor mouth lets them know that they have pushed and out long late. It's Yuri and csgo. They shut it down.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he's smoked. It doesn't matter if he's flashed. He still gets his. csgo too damn good at this game. He's already got himself set up for another one as well. The spam wreck should be dead. Beautiful from csgo. Yuri and him combine. The two fangs take a chunk out of M80 as their map pick goes down the drain. Furia convincing in the start.
Yeah, Fallen in the first half, he was the win condition. csgo in the second. One map to the good. Train up their map choice. M80, a flat start to the day. But are they warmed in enough to contest on map number 2?
It's going to be a tall task. That was a terrifying T-side coming out of Furia on M80's map pick, no less. Try as they might to come back in that second half. That first half, Nathan, it was just way too one-sided for them to reverse.
Yeah, it really feels like a remake of the very first best of 3 we saw today, where like the first half is just non-existent, and then there is one team that comes in fully ready for what's going to happen. They're just energetic, they're in a game, they have a very, very clear game plan, especially in the mid rounds, and it just showed. There was nothing to show for M80.
No, very strong performance by Furia. By all means, you know, in control. I like the way they were changing up the pace a little bit as well. It looked very solid, you know. You had individuals showing up as well. Fallen will get into him later, but overall, a very strong first map from Furia. Yeah, it took a little bit of time to close out the map, but when you're winning 13-7 on your opponent's map pick, it's very, very, very hard to say anything negative.
I think this is what we were kind of curious about, right? And probably a big reason why you guys ended up siding or predicting rather with Furia prior to diving into this series is that Dust 2, I mean, it's by no means a bad map for Furia and co, right? They've always been pretty decent at showing up on this.
Yeah, 100%, and that's also where the experience comes in that we were talking about, like the experience of Fallen coming to the same matchup and then just approaching maybe slightly differently. The way they were playing the mid round, especially, they were taking control of areas and then they were waiting. They were waiting for a big part, just like pressuring a little bit, and then they were not really scared of just like letting the time go and just waiting the CTs to take information, because M80 was just always hesitant. That long part of the map was the big contention part that M80 just gave up, and once you give that up, either you have to put more resources at the beginning of the round and then secure it with 3 or 4 players, or you just give it up and then you have to be very ready about what's going to happen when the Ts try to go on the bomb site. And it doesn't seem like they had the answer. There was Furia that was just sieging from long, and Fallen was just posted with the up, and then people were just coming one after the other into his crosshair, and it just looked easy from their point of view.
Speaking of Fallen, I feel like he heard your speech on the desk before coming into this map, because man, was he showing up in a big way. We love to see a vintage Fallen performance like this, right?
We do, and in all honesty, it's great to see that he still has it in him. Yes, critiques out there may say that it's against M80, calm down, but it doesn't matter. You know, this is a competitive game of Counter-Strike. It's in a studio. It's important that you have your individuals showing up, and we spent the entire pregame talking about M80 and Furia perhaps being in almost the same category of teams. So if that is the case, then we got to stay true to that, and also credit Fallen for having a strong performance with the AWP, with the rifle, in clutch moments. Fallen had a bang of a game. Unfortunately, we don't see it often, but when we do, we're reminded about how good he can be.
Yeah, and like I just said, he was all over the map and he was very aware. I feel like everything that he was doing had intention behind it, whether he was posted along with the up and just like waiting for the CTs to just retake control, get flashed in, and he was always in the right position where he was barely blind, or he was winning his up duels, or when he was facing the other up, he was somehow surviving with 10 HP. And then when you're an upper, it doesn't matter if you're on 10 or 100 HP, when you're posted in pit and not your head is there, it doesn't matter. You just have the up and you're double scoped and you have the advantage no matter what. So he was, I think, a big part, and then the whole team showed up, obviously, but like he was the one leading by example. He also won the 1v1 at the very beginning of the game. So it's just what more do you want from a captain, right? He's showing the way, and then you saw the confidence on the second half when he had the dualies with the Kevlar on the city half. You know, that's a thing that is very smart and very lucid, and it shows that the whole team really had his back, because if you allow yourself as an IGL to do that, it shows you trust the others are like, yeah, sure, go for it, take the dualies and keep on carrying us.
I feel like there's definitely no question that everybody on the side of Furia massively respects Fallen. You're totally right, though. A true team performance coming out of the Brazilians as well. Great to see Queserado posting 6 multi-kills during that map, too.
Yeah, I mean, we often talk about Queserado as being the one stable within Furia. He's still a world-class Counter-Strike player, maybe not to the same degree that we spoke about him a couple of years ago, but I think that's more so down to the fact that we don't see Furia going deep into tournaments. I still think Queserado has what it takes in order to be, I wouldn't say one of the best rifles in the world, but at least up there in the conversation. Again, we're reminded that he is the one force, he's the one constant within Furia, and a great showcase, you know, a great performance without really blowing out the water.
Okay, let's go back to that first half, because M80 finally managed to post their first round on the board, and then what happens, Jacob?
Well, then they had 2 rounds in a row where they could have won, where they could have made the game competitive. You see first here in round 8, if I'm not mistaken, a B-split coming in right here from Furia, trading back and forth. Look at the time right here, 14 seconds left. They're forced to go through tunnels. They have 2 players situated on the bomb side. Unfortunately, only 1 kill goes down. A nice trade coming in here instantly, and they get to plant the bomb with just 4 seconds left. Fast forward into the round afterwards as well. Furia again, long control, executing out towards the bomb side. Trades going the way of M80. Again, actually playing the round pretty good. Look at the time right here, 39 seconds, 35 seconds. Again, unfortunately, losing grasp of the round. And then I gotta point out the last player right here. For some reason, he decided to peek out. He was, at this point, not spotted. Furia had no idea where he was at, and he got instantly punished for it. These 2 rounds were rounds that could have gone the way of M80. Had they done that, then maybe, just maybe, we would have had a competitive game. But if you're not winning rounds you're supposed to, versus a well-playing Furia, you're bound to lose.
That's the main thing. They were in the right positions every single time, right? Like when they attacked B, there were 3 towards B, 2 holding the bomb side with like 10 seconds left, and then somehow you don't get the 1 kill that makes sure that you win the round. And that shows that there is either not 100% confidence within the players themselves, in the sense that, you know, I can take that duel, I'm very confident I'm going to kill that guy, or Furia was overconfident and then they were like running and very active in the game. And I think that was more that part, because M80 was pretty static. They seemed pretty confident, but it just wasn't enough. So when it's not enough, you need that 1 extra kill. So be more in action, be more in control of everything you're going to do. And that's when you can have a bit of a difference going your way.
Now we're going to bring up an M80 name here, and this is by no means to put one person under the spotlight and say you're responsible for the failings. It was a true, you know, team capitulation from the side of M80. But Lake, we spoke about him coming into the game. We've seen high highs, we've seen very low lows. This is one of the low lows.
It's one of the low lows, and it's important to quantify the fact that without him playing well, I think we get into a scenario where the disparity between the 2 teams in terms of raw skill, in terms of firepower, is simply too big. Lake is taking responsibility on his shoulders by being a great player. We spoke about it as well, maybe a little bit inconsistent, but that's where, again, we can separate the 2 teams despite that we're putting them almost at the same caliber. If Lake is not playing well, it doesn't feel like M80 has that secondary start that can make up for it. So it's very important that he somehow, some way finds a way to reset, come into map 2, and hopefully have a better showcase.
And I think overall, there is a part where Lake has to just come in very strong, it feels like, because we talked about Sin versus Fallen, right? Like, that was the big thing that we wanted to showcase before the game. To me, they were the 2 players that showed up the most. Even Sin on the city side was the one guy that got them a few multi-kills, runs on the board, by just being commanding. You saw that he had that idea behind everything he wanted to do. He was coming, even with a pit 50, he was getting multi-kills, and that's one of the rounds they won. You need more of that from every single player. It's good to have a plan. It's good to have Sin that is going to direct everything. And that's also what we saw in the past game, in the past best of 3. It was just a matter of, oh yeah, players are a bit complacent and they're just like playing their position and then holding an angle and then, oh no, I'm dead. What next? But no, be in control, do things. Talk with your IGL, talk with your coaching staff, everything. Have your own plan so that you're in control of what you do. And that's what I'm missing. And that's why the score is so large between the 2 teams. It just didn't feel like M80 was in control on the city side in terms of, oh yeah, I'm going to push mid, I'm going to push B, let's crunch B together, let's retake short together, let's have that plan in action, and especially coming from individuals, because that's not what it showed at all on the server.
And it truly is crunch time for M80 moving forward, and this is only getting tougher as we move on to Furia's map pick of train. Potentially 1 more map separates M80 from elimination here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025. Train, the map pick of Furia in this series, which got me thinking. That's not something I often do.
No.
But there was a thought in my brain from, what was it, 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago, back at the Face.CET London Major. I did one of my first ever interviews with Fallen after they came off an absolute slacking that they delivered on the map of Train. The only words he said to me, I'm the king of Train. I'm sure he wants to bring that same heat today, but I'm conscious that it's quite a different iteration of Train, very different iteration of Counter-Strike, and a very different team around it now, right?
Used to be a time where Luminosity/SK Gaming were the best team in the world on Train. I think they had a period where no one could beat them, especially the CT side was fantastic. But you're right in saying it's a different iteration, it's a different map, way more compact, way less big, so to speak, more rifle dependent, more up close, up dependent, which should be a good thing for Fallen, because one thing he still does well is being this close combat AWPer. It's always been in his DNA, always been his style. So I would love to see more Fallen on this new Train and see if he can find back to his root of Counter-Strike, which was always this combat AWP styling of AWP.
He seems in a zone, so that should be a treat for everyone here.
Something tells me you're a big Fallen fanboy.
Well, to a degree.
To a degree,
yes.
yeah.
You know, that's old person speaking. But yes, like he, especially I think on Train, I think you're very right, and I think he was right himself. He was, let's say, and maybe he will be the king of this Train, because he always liked the map, and like the whole roster that they had back in the days loved the map. Like all of them. FNX, for example, was also pivotal in those crucial rounds and moments. So yeah, I'm very curious about what they cooked on the brand new Train, because as you said, a lot of areas that the Ts can fight for, and same for the CTs, and it's just about picking your battle. Where do you want to put your strength? And we saw FaZe, for example, yesterday, they were very aggressive every single time towards 1 or 2 areas of the map, and on Train it's a big role. You want to not let the Ts have everything on the map. You don't want them to have both Pub Dogs and T-Main and Ivy if you go 3 to 3. So you always want as a CT to fight for at least 2 areas, and mostly it's going to be T-Main, where you're going to put a lot of Molotovs and then smoke deep and then try to use a lot of nades to clear the left side of the T-Main, and then Pub Dog, where you can also be aggro, especially with the new utility that goes through the roofs and through the cavities and all that kind of stuff. So I'm curious to see what they have prepared, and if we're going to see, yes, a kind of Fallen up shotgun kind of meta going into all those areas.
2-0 Furia.
Oh, lovely prediction there from Jacob. Somehow, someway siding with the Brazilians in this one. But you know what? I don't blame him. It's their map choice of Train coming at you.
Yeah, we're on track for a 2-0, I think, here. Train, an interesting one. M80's obviously not got a great record on it, but King of Train, what do you reckon?
Look, it's a little bit early, isn't it? But restoring that...
Sure.
Look, yeah, it's still early in the meta, but I like watching Train. I'm glad that we get this one in this series right now. Obviously, it is the map choice. There's just been discussed there of the Brazilians on the screen right now, but there's a certain group of teams, Alex, where anything can happen.
Right.
Now, if you just reflect on the Liquid series, they did win the series, but they lost their map choice. And I feel like that could happen right here, right now to Furia.
Okay, fine. I won't hold out too much expectation for the Furia dominance, but I'm very excited to see more Train. Any Train we get to cast is a good Train and a good map in my books. Let's see how this one goes down. We are going to be seeing M80 starting out on the defensive side. And a heavy util. I'm intrigued to see if the decoy has any strategical purpose. They're starting out 3 early towards the main. Fulham throws out the decoy first, trying to bait out any block util had it been invested into. Slack's playing for that main fight.
So that's smoke towards...
yeah, he got you.
Well, 2 decoys on the map then. They're out.
And that should be a clean one from Lake. Oh, what? They line up for him. Mows him down. Triple kill. M80 flying to a pistol win. csgo was supposed to be like the late piece, the last piece, after all of that chaos got caused, and now he just resides himself to waiting out this smoke.
It's all meant to be very fakey, wasn't it? And they did start to move, but not the way that they'd hoped for.
Is that a step?
I think it was.
Well, it might have made a step.
There are 3 players looking in his direction right now, as it is confirmed. csgo up against the world, and everybody's coming running his way. He'll be dealt with eventually. And all 5 staying alive. And it's good for Lake to get activated in the game early, because he's going to be one of these pieces of the defense that is very important to feeling out the flow of the game for Furia. He'll be up close towards Evox, he'll be up close towards T-Main alongside of Sin. Rek's going to be locking down B. Slacks will be shifting around over towards camera, back a 6 there. WP and Swisher will be that supportive rifling element. But yeah, look, I do think that it is likely we go the distance. I know we've only seen 1 round. It's just the way things seem to go around here.
I think a big part of that would be Rek passing the tests that are likely going to be coming his way as the B anchor.
Slax is here immediately to join him. So nice little setup you can pull off. He sits here over towards the high ramp. Slax to take the first contact, either upper ramp or low ramp to bait them in. One of the positives right now for Furia is the fact that they have been able to establish a lot of control, and this is where the setup's fine, okay? So Slax loses vision, sure. Oh, don't worry about that. Rek's just pushed in high ramp, so they know it's not B.
Okay, confirms presence. That's all he wanted.
Sin might be hanging around a little bit too aggressively as Rek, he spots the bomb.
Yeah, but still has to kind of stay put. Falls back, deep sea smoke.
That means nothing, right? Because they know that it's not B. That smoke is void. At least they should know it's not B. Lake's heading over. What's going on here?
It's a little light on, isn't it? Sin's communicating to boys a lot, like motor mouth. I need you. Now you're behind the smoke. Looks like they'll get the plant for free. Okay, well, they do lose Cello in the process. It's Lake. Does connect on Con. K-Serata removing Slacks. That's an important contribution. Lake will be flanking them. Trying to hold on to this connector spot. Sin hasn't moved a muscle yet.
Swisher does have a kit, so they can take their time.
Ouch, that hurts. Rek gets humbled down to 42 points of health.
How's this gone so wrong?
It's gone horribly wrong, hasn't it? Furia to win the second round, unless Lake can find more. Oh, dead to Skulls, of course. Sin's dead in a moment's time. Skulls running him down with the Tech 9. Jobs are good un. Second round converted, and I want to return to what you were talking about there. Could you explain what you meant? I think I know, but when you said they know it's not inner. Like, because they saw the bomb on that upper player.
Exactly, and it still could have pivoted in either direction, right? The low ramp smoke lands, and Rek immediately pushes high ramp. So as soon as he pushes high ramp and sees the bomb not committed, why is Lake rotating?
Yeah, the long way.
Especially when he, moments before that, took contact in pop. And then they were out of position. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem not playing forward against the force buy. Like, once you get that info, it's like, okay, let's not give away a rifle in pop. That's pretty good. But why did they heavily rotate towards B when it felt like they had a good idea that it wasn't B at that stage? I would love to know what the comms were like in that moment, right? Is that something that is made, like, flash forward, good fight, AK found?
That's a really nice start for M80.
Because that call, right, could have been made by Sin outside saying, no, like, look, I think they're going to go B. Or it could have been Lake going, I'm rotating.
Oh, it's a good weapon for that fight, but he's kept humble just the one. What's going on there? AK malfunctioning for a moment.
Might be the save. I don't think you can get into this.
No. Better off keeping that AK on Lake as well. You fought hard for that.
Oh, you win that fight, maybe you give it a look. Lake's rotating over, Sin the same, smoke lands at your feet, and well, now your option is through this high ramp choke point. Is that a mouse skip?
Oh, that's a nice headshot.
They're going.
Yuri swings, and Lake hits it. Hold on, hold your horses. It's only K-Serata, and he's making a bit of a meal of the spray. They'll get it done. M80, they can thank Lake for that one. Hit some bangers.
So he's needed to have impact in both of the rounds that they've won so far.
Yeah.
How's that one gotten out of control?
I don't know if Furia can really explain that one.
That's 2 consecutive rounds from either team where it looked like they were in winning positions and then they're not. So, okay, Skulls. This one here from Yuri. And they're not the weapon for the job.
Nice!
Fumble. A couple of AKs carried through.
God, what are we in for? It does look like
this is just the start, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're in for an eco.
Well, yeah, an eco, but with a weird Molotov for some reason. Why would you buy a Molotov?
I don't know. Cello will show you why.
Okay.
There's a fight available for K-Serata towards high ramp. It's the same setup again, so they're running the same quote-unquote anti-eco.
Cello's got his molly out. Back Thomas. No, Z. Okay, it's just to try and stop that rotator from contributing, but they've already got 2 players here. Nice shot from Slags. Incendiary to stop the plant. Yuri might try and punch in the code, but he's going to have to get out of there. Repositions. Slags with a USB headshot. Lovely work. Just swaps out to the sidearm. Starts hitting headies. And that's another M80 round. Convincing stuff.
Well, that was an eco. So right now we will get into the guns. There's no Fallen AWP available. So we'll just have to be very rifle heavy going into this next round. But let's see what the T-side approach opens up with. Oof. Quick change straight into
tasty
absolute bangers. So good shooting. So same smoke again. Oh, they've actually dropped out of smoke towards high ramp to block the vision too. Straight in towards Pop with some pace. 4 players yard.
Yeah, they're flashing for Yuri. He's on the warpath here. Lake on the back of that red train, going to be cleared. Look at the awareness, but still wins his duel. Yuri short. Skull's the opposite, getting going. How has he got 2? Swisher could not respond, forced away by the flame. The bomb's already going down. What a well-structured, convincing take from Furia.
Yeah, nice outside split, right? Obviously, it's a little bit longer of a rotation time to get into Pop, but they did it with such a pace. Usil blocking towards information for B of high ramp as well as the low ramp Molly. They jump straight in towards the Pop Dog position. They surge out. The flashes, the timing of the split is perfect. And then the pathing is something to admire. So a nice one there from Furia. Slacks and Rek to save. There are drops available. Sin will be able to buy himself. Slacks can drop 1. Rek can drop something. It's only going to be 1,400 in the loss bonus department. So you win this one, Furia. You will break the bank. Here they are, just coming straight out.
Look at their spacing and pathing. You can see he's right there behind, ready for the trades, ready to spread out. And this is the second one. Great shooting from Skulls.
Great cam. That smoke on the front of bomb. Curious one.
Thrown by the T's?
It looked like it. It seemed to be the color of.
Yeah. We've seen a couple of teams throwing one. Did it land on like...
No, this was literally on the end of the bomb train. We've seen one that lands out from connector, so it covers back of bomb train and connector, but this one was pretty much on the tippy top.
Oh, okay. So that's a failed smoke then. Oh, the one that you could see the Heaven player through. Yeah. Well, opportunity to break the money, as you've highlighted. Lake up to 9 kills. He's head and shoulders above the rest in the server right now. Going to have to do it again, it seems.
What did he get? 3 on the pistol and then 3 on the retake of Inner.
Yes.
That they were able to win.
What's the go for Furia into this one?
This looks like a default, so Skulls works Ivy. Cello in combination with Queserato in main. Fallen and Yuri to take the box hole's control. This deep smoke is going to slow down those progressions. You can see Slacks tasked with holding B, and actually a lot more than B, as Yuri tried some cheeky spams and doing it from behind the servers. Making sure he's got some armor. So this is tough. If Yuri does go for this, he's going to have to bait out the shot, otherwise he will go down to that orb. It's the other 4 over towards A. There's another sandwich smoke now thrown out. And Ivy is where the pressure point is going to be. It's Fallen alongside of Skulls working that area. The only player looking towards it at the moment is Swisher from back of the bomb as they exchange utility over towards main.
Oh, there's a lot of pressure. Yeah, that's great timing. Oh, it's beautiful. Their response is swift, though. And, Sin forced away by the flashbang. Skulls is behind him. So much pressure applied to this site, wrapping out through Ivy. There's ideas here from Furia. Will they profit from them? Swisher spots out the E-box. Sin quick to the headshot. Queserato responds. Swish forced back. Smoke's now fading. Back turn, but Rek does withdraw onto Fallen. Hard to spray control into a second there, and Queserato considering a plan that Slacks could disrupt.
Well, it's giving him a timing he doesn't know.
He's repositioned safely. Skulls spots him out, confirms his presence. Incendiary's a good, well thought out idea. Spots the cross back to Heaven. Doesn't have a chance to pull the trigger. Smoke available, but no kit. Oh, tell a lie, he has one. Going for the no-scope crawl. Queserato. Oh! Gives it a go there, Slags. Fair enough.
Love the layers to that. Really enjoyed the timing of that strategy right there. So they throw out the Ivy smoke to push a player off Sunny or Dark Side, and then as that's happening, they're crawling up. the camera smoke lands. That gives them the option to then backpedal into the backlines. The emergency response time is, hey, let's head through their smoke and try and hold on to backtracks. Instead, they come through hell, they brute force in, and Skulls hits a couple of nice shots again. So that's a very nice round indeed. So a really good pacey yard split, and now a layered outside take has forced M80 onto an eco. This flash from Sin, that's the key.
Oh, now this disrespect. K-Serato go kill, that's the call. And kill they will.
Okay, well, into the lead. And spamming the bodies there with the Glock before the round.
Really?
Yeah, well, you got to let them know.
Mm-hmm.
Let them know.
3 consecutive. We force you to eco.
It's also important as well, these are some of the details with trying to take a look at the CT spawns. Right, if you're one of the players who's going to play up close pop or close towards team A and you want to have the best spawns, I think Swisher actually had the best spawn this time around, and he actually starts in a more passive position. And this is looking like it's going to be heavy B. Oh, Fallen was going for the low ramp, and he's legged him. He's going for it.
He's running in with the Glock. Oh, he can finish the job. He does so. Fallen the entry fraggle with the AWP. Now it's just Slacks. The rotation thwarted by the Flames. Finds a high vantage point. K-Serato on top of Thomas. Yeah, Cello's already nailed the AWP.
Beautiful. What a string of rounds this has been.
Right, this is going to be studied by others. Like, just demonstrating their depth on this map. T-side calls very, very suffocating for the M80 defense.
Yeah, and Furia only gave away what I would consider one bad round, right? And that was where Lake was able to come back in through high ramp. It was the round that they felt like they should have had every day of the week. Otherwise, it's been a nice little pattern of calling. Beautiful stuff falling there. So, look, just for people who are curious, why is the AWP going in first like that? A lot of players will sit low ramp and they'll jiggle with the smoke defense. It's a bit of a taco classic. Shout out to a Brazilian legend of yesteryear. But, yeah, the AWP is the best way to deal with that, right? On the jiggle, if you are up against a rifle, it's unlikely many players are going to be hitting that shot. But with the AWP, it's more than possible. You hit the leg, you're forced out low ramp, you charge it in with a Glock.
Yeah, it's
and then
gangster.
your teammates have the follow-through to get the round done. Say Tyloo.
I heard Tyloo too.
So it could just be a style of a round.
God, if you're wrecking that position, just shoot me, Fallen. Damn.
You're having a bad day.
Yeah.
Sid knows he got away with murder there.
Cheeky boy.
All right, well, 5 on the T side already. This is looking very good for the Brazilians to eliminate M80. And now they're able to use the earlier rounds to make it look like they're up to more of these defaults, but they want to continue to punish this B bomb site. So now an execute, not so pacey, available. Low ramp smoke lands. That'll bait out the utility, and the trajectory, if noted, could help them piece together this setup. Slacks has been called over to assist. He only has an M4, doesn't have the AWP in the back line. So Rek up high ramp. Slacks has to pick a strong position to assist. Looks like he wants to be playing on oil. And we know how good the flash layering has been to deal with this position in recent times. So here they come.
Molly back Thomas. Flash and go. And the flashes are diligent. They catch him. Starting their commitment. Repositions does Rek. They're in. This is the fight. This is the big one. Cello ready. Rek is 2. Does deliver an opening. Removing skulls. A bit messy from Slacks' spray there. And Rek, he's in trouble now. Down low. Swisher swings out to finish the job. There's another one right there. This is a hard fight. Very hard. Fallen covering as well. Furia on fire.
Why plant the bomb if you can just kill them all?
Your defense is terrified.
Damn. They have just absolutely mauled Inner. And they even had quick response time of multiple bodies there. So Furia are ragdolling M80 right now.
It does feel like this is a demo other teams are going to watch. Just saying. I just feel like there's a lot of things that you could take and pick and choose and go shopping for. Whether it's the spacing, but also the flashes there as well. We got to see it from the CT's perspective. Like there was like 4 or 5 nades flying over, and then the flashes came through. You knew it was coming.
Now Ivy heavy with 3. Bombs on K-Serato, and look how quick they're here.
Gosh.
You're gonna peek into this, Slacks. What's up?
A body shot. Connects.
So much pressure early in the round. At minute 30, they're out Ivy.
Yeah, he needs help. There's so many bodies here, boys. I'm getting overwhelmed. He's done some damage. Sure, Cello low. Rex 5-7's about to be tested, and good cover from Yuri. Important from Lake.
Bomb's in a tough spot to
Oh,
get
yeah,
back.
you're right. You're right. You're right. This gets interesting for a moment. They both scoop up rifles. And he stays active, does Lake. If he could try and find and isolate this duel onto Yuri. Okay, wow, he's so aware. Underhands the smoke to delay them further. You don't dare push that, do you? Actually, it looks like Skulls is holding the HE. Don't do it.
It doesn't feel like you need to. You still have time. If there was a bit more of an issue as far as the clock was concerned, then yeah.
They send Cello. They send him to, in this time, let's...
Oh. Oh! Well, it could have just been a step. It might not have been a boost.
Sounded very boosty, didn't it?
Oh, and back Cello goes.
Yeah, okay. Pulls the defense away from the bomb. This is still stressful for Furia. Making this as difficult as possible is Sin.
Time's a problem now.
And that's what they realize as well. Let them have it. We defended it long enough. The time is on our side.
Have to go B.
15 seconds. You gotta move. 14.
Oh, really?
Lake's there. Lake is there.
9, 8, 7.
5, 4. He's planted for him. Cover is there. Skulls has saved them. Oh, Lake did everything within his power to be in the right place at the right time, but the cover is supreme. 8 out of Skulls, and you can see Sin just kind of reclines in his chair, realizes this round ain't theirs anymore. A valiant attempt. You were right, like that was the same thought M80 had. Like they probably have to go B. Lake gambles that it could be A.
I still can't, but I guess going down lower, but even still coming out pop, I guess you think that if anybody's going to be watching it, it's from connector, so maybe you can still get it down. So Lake was even in the right place. The fact that's considered by Skulls, that's the only thing that unravels them, right? If this bomb doesn't get planted, we lose the round. So great covering work. 7 rounds on the T side. And handling a very stressful situation.
Can't believe Skulls gets that.
I think we're going to see more of the same from M80 in the sense of they need to be hyper aggressive. They need to be pushing up pop. Here it is again. This is the heartbreaking moment. Oh, dear. Yep.
They shoot hard to Furia.
So I think we might see them go aggressive pop or go for like a B crunch or something like that, because right now they're being dictated to. You need to change the tune. It already feels too late. You need the rounds. Oh, and they're not. They're actually quite a passive stance.
The Orcs shows an Ivy. Fallen holding for Slacks if he does choose to investigate the deep line. CT's in transition.
Now they want to fight.
Oof, spots on the top of the red. Presence main. Bomb on the back of Fallen with 60 seconds to go. Gifted additional util. He's calling on the fly here.
They're going to split outside.
Yeah, it looks like it.
2 through pop, 3 through main.
Why are Lake and Sin going in?
It's just they have no info.
Oh.
All they felt is pressure. They don't have real info.
Well, Slacks' AWP is going to get a chance. A real solid chance. This is the duel. And he nails it. Removing Skulls, a valuable asset to Furia gone. They are flooding into the site, though.
The bomb.
Yeah, it's not ideal for the AWP to be working with that. Sightline over the smoke. Yeah, he could perhaps see anything. Nothing to report. Actually, Sin gets fallen off the plant. K-Serata, a very nice headshot. But the bomb still needs to be planted. Who will be tasked with that? K-Serata probably says, Yuri, it's you, mate. Up on the train, though, Cello. This is a powerful angle. Yeah, hard for Slacks to read that one. Up the ladder. Balls on him to go for that play. Still interesting. Hang on. Coming in thick and fast. It's up to Yuri. The bomb did go down. And from behind, Swisher will strike. A must-win fourth is theirs.
Right down to the wire, wasn't it? Skirmish on yard. That flank from Rek coming into the perfect timing. Feels like so much lack of cover outside these days with the changes to train. So exposed to absolutely everything. Fuse will come through. And they could still salvage this half with 5 before they go into the 2-minute break. Swish trying to keep the energy high, but it just feels...
That was huge.
Best of times. Yeah, that threw a lot of question marks into how this one was going to finish.
Nice! Go, guys.
Relief on the face of M80. They know they need the 5th as well.
Them going into this round, so just working out the buys. There was an MP9, didn't have to happen. They were able to drop an extra rifle, so it works out everybody has an M4 at minimum. Rek doesn't have any nades, and he has to hold B, so he's going to get the support early of Slacks.
Ooh, he's beating the timing on the util there. Lake, oh, a chance, but Yuri just comes at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Round that corner, straight out, up dog into now an easy fight with Swish. Sin's blind, they're both blind, unloads his mag, they're caught out completely. He hasn't got the bullets for 3, how's he done that? Flanks into Skull, spins around, gets all 4. Beautiful work from Sin, and Slacks puts the cherry on top. Sin makes a half out of it, 5 to work with as we swap sides. had only 3 frags up until the 12th round of this half, and he comes in with his quad kill. Look at that, the last bullet of the M4 swips up the USP, double dink to remove K-Serato. And you can see it put the momentum on their side as we swapped sides.
Between the two of Sin and Lake, they were able to put together most of their rounds.
Yeah.
Lake was responsible for the pistol, also had a big retake with the scavenged AK-47. So that's 3 out of the 5, and they could have had a couple more. They made some light buys feel pretty damn deadly. That round timeline speaks to exactly what you were mentioning. 3 individual kills up until that point.
And the Furia T side that impressed you.
Yeah, I love the depth that they had in the playbook there. A lot of different looks, good pace changes.
Okay, Serato's already started to open up the account for Furia here on the pistol. They're accelerating towards that Z fight.
Yuri should just stay alive. They have the territory right now.
Flooding into that B-bomb site, he will. Yeah, so they have that upper.
4 of them are going to come from this position. Skull's going to activate so late.
Yeah, he will. He'll bide his time. Oh, a nice headshot angle from Swish. You see that?
Shadow.
The Shadow baits him in. Lake gets the info, gets the frag. Serato is the only man that can disrupt this. He's doing a lot of damage with those dual Berettas. Surely not.
Going to be both pistols.
Yeah, could be, should be. This point in time, the job is done. Ouch, that one leaves a mark. 77 damage to the face. Okay, Serato going to get run on down. They're going for the knife. Swisher, you cheeky man. Goes in for the knife kill. $1,500. M80, they're definitely running with that momentum.
All right, well, right there is a Slack's AWP, if they'd so wish, going up against what could be the Force Spike, could be the Eco. Let's find out what Fallen has in store. But you're playing for your tournament life right now. You lost your map choice. You were blown out of the water. Inferno third and decider if we need to get there. And winning both pistols is a great way to put you in pole position to do so. Will be the Furia Force. They want to tussle for this economy. And nade damage done early.
Oh, he's so dead. So dead. A nasty opening, death to stomach.
Skulls to take Ivy contact.
3 of them here. Skull's down. Nice shot out of Fallen D. Can he really get anything more done? Oh, yes he can. What a shot. 2 heads roll. Thanks to the Fallen Deeg, makes up for the shortcomings of Skulls.
Look how low Sin is as well. How are the 2 of them meant to piece this one together? Map feels very small. Swish is on an island right now in the backtracks. You've got a lot of time to work with. That's your biggest positive, but Sin's not moving a muscle right now.
Yeah, he's hoping that kill gets delivered to him.
Well, they're going to win both pistols, but it looks like they might lose both follow-ups. On a little adventure. Serato continuing his form from map number 1. 18 kills to his name. He's got a search party out. Him and Cello are looking for these pesky Ts. Swisher now will be getting the support of Sin. On the positive side, they do have utility to work with. Maybe a smoke for Swisher to plant in. A Molotov to cut off a choke point. Fallen to come through connector. Yuri giving them the space backtracks. T-Main and Cello's on such a late Ivy flank. So they have made it to the bomb train. That smoke.
Oh, Fallen did get flashed. And the molly will limit his push through. Planting as safe as he can. Cello is advancing. Could catch Swisher in the side of the head. Oh, an important fight. He loses out. And now just that low HP. What's Sin supposed to do here? Sure, winning pistols is great, but the second round conversion is compulsory. Now falling between their fingers despite their low HP. A 10-second defuse begins. And the nade to finish it all. Yuri, fantastic throw from him. Very, very loud applause there from Sid. He's very happy with what he's seeing. Furia, despite their absence of pistols.
I don't think they expected the force buy. Why is Late running out mid on his own against a force buy like that, right? So the nades slow him down. They're able to isolate that initial kill. This is great shooting from Fallen. The dig, precise. A couple of absolute bangers from him to really tip the tide of battle.
Yeah, that sucks. For M80.
Swish is the vibes guy, apparently. They do get the bomb down, so they can get another purchase. 2 Galils, 2 Tech-9s, and a Deagle. Harass utility towards Pop. Great damage.
Lovely work.
94-83. Holy moly.
That's one hell of a double stack. They synchronized that beautifully.
Just perfect between these 2 players.
Yeah, stunning.
Wow.
Stunning.
Okay, well, maybe the story of this one isn't over just yet.
Apparently not. I mean, sure, it's not a 5v3, but it's going to limit some of your defensive options.
Just a stiff breeze will knock these 2 over. Oh dear, all right, well.
Wow.
I guess you need to gamble correctly for the finish, as Cello not operating like he's so low on HP, is he? He's everywhere right now. They're out main and Pop.
Yep, there he goes. Their hard work with the nades converted upon. Skulls eats the flash and the Tech-9 bullet to the face. What's going on here? Okay, wait, Fallen maybe trying to disrupt, but they'll plant safe. Covered nicely. There's nothing here for you. There's nothing here for you. He's giving it a go, but Swish immediately puts him in the dirt. Clean headshot on the Galil. setting themselves up for success. Sure, you don't have the best guns, but you got the nades.
Yeah, wait till... it's actually nades in both of these rounds that have played a huge difference, right? The nades that slowed late coming out of main, and now the nades going on those two individuals of Cello and Queserato. And when you're M80 and you finish this round and you take a look, you're going to look at the utility damage you did. You're going to be like, wow. All right, boys, let's keep throwing those, shall we? Still following a similar rhythm as to what that first half did. Fortunately for Queserato, it isn't the best of gun to be saving.
The double dunk.
They are again. Look at this perfect placement. Bang!
Oof. Resulting in that, and then he actually gets a second here. Look, he's taking that space, confirms Z, doesn't get too hung up on the kill, chases down Skulls. The flashes were great from Lake. Big smiles on their faces, win or lose. They want to take us a distance. Like you said, fight for survival. You're on the ropes, you're on your opponent's turf. And it's Furia that are burning through their timeouts.
We've got 2 more games coming for everybody later today at Blast Open Lisbon. G2 taking on Eternal Fire and the Mongols versus Navi as the finisher. But the important one is the G2 EF game if you are watching this series right now. The winner of this one, M80 Furia, will take on the loser of that one in the lower bracket on Sunday, which is tomorrow, in case you didn't know what day it was, which does happen to us
all the time.
It doesn't matter what day of the week it is when you're doing the Counter-Strike. Well, there is a pretty tidy buy from Furia, nonetheless. Same harass utility or similar over towards Pop will slow the control for Queserato. Make any secret about their play over towards B for now. Smoke clears, Cello. Try and exchange after it has been replenished. And a bit of a stalemate. So the bomb being down outside T main shows that there's no clear go for M80 just yet. Waiting for any aggressive maneuvers through Pop, through B. Swish and Sin now working on some Ivy pressure. Skulls is playing very deep in the backtracks.
Lots of moving pieces to this Furia defense. You can see that minimap, they're just always on the move.
It does look like M80 are going back to rejig for, well, it depends on where Sin's going, really.
Right.
We'll be able to tell in a second's time. Where are you off to, Sin? Oh, Pop control taken. Nothing spotted. Does that make them over-rotate towards B? Apparently so.
Yes.
Bad information. Or incomplete.
25 seconds, they've run this clock real short. They've pulled it off before. This is going to be really hard. You need Lake to somehow get some space. He draws attention. It's that main fight, though, for Queserato. He's usually good for one. Swish has already opened up for M80. It's fallen on Queserato to keep things level. 10. We need that bomb plant now, Sin. You need to get on the bomb. Wreck with the double kill. It's all up to Yuri. Can he get him off the bomb? If he can, it's his round. Covers there. It's going to be Rek's round. M80, they can count on him. A triple kill. They run in the clock so close. God damn, they're running it right down to the wire. Last couple of seconds punching in the code.
That nade into Pop, as well as Cello swinging into exactly where the crosshair is. That double kill manifests on what looked tough. You can see the flash over from Queserato. There it is.
Bonk.
There's a double. It probably didn't even click.
Yeah, you're right. That's what it was.
So focused on the crosshair that kill happened. His teammates probably had to communicate, and Rek, the hero.
Oof.
As it will have to be a Furia eco, and there you go. You're warded off Pop again, aren't you?
This time Lake is ready to farm with his Mac 10. Catch is fallen, going to investigate. Another one for Lake, farming him up. Padding the stats. Queserato's position now noted, and Cello trying to profit off of that distraction, but doesn't get anything done. Wow, comfortable, quick, and efficient from M80 against the eco.
That's how those are meant to go.
Some teams make it look harder.
Well, Fallen could have bought an AWP. Has chosen not to. See an instant sandwich being lined up from Rek, so again, is this more of just conditioning the yard, making sure the CTs have to clear the smoke, play ahead of it? Make sure you have those options always available. The Mac 10 left at spawn, the upgrade in. Paul Lake wants to operate with something big up. That's the all posted on the E-box line. That'll be that.
Yeah, playtime cancelled by the smoke. Missed nade as well. Sin takes a little chunk down to 71. Softened up for the M4. It's Lake progressing for Pop. Skulls on this elevated E-box angle. It's a hard pre-aim. I do see those two bodies going Ivy. I presume that they'll...
I think it's just to usher Slacks in for another type of a pick. And oh, okay.
Geeky smoke, man.
So the lurk smoke lands, and that's something that Swisher can try and use right now. Or either way, it's going to keep Furia inquisitive because they have very limited answers. We have team main, sure, but where else could they be? Rotation point for Yuri. A very long ways away.
Yeah, I know people say the map's small. Feels very big when you're that B anchor and your teammates are worried about main.
They did do like a pop reaggress at a certain point. Now they're starting to hedge over, so as long as they can get into support Yuri, the util is designed to deal with a lot of these positions regardless. So lining this up, this could be a fake. You could still go late back through pop and have Swisher come out of main. So let's see from M80 how this finish finds itself.
Oh, Fallen actually hits one. Straight out. That's an important fight for Skulls. Can't afford to go down. Slacks is posted on him as well. Yuri, however, contributing, looking good for Furia. It's Wreck alone. Oh, and he's hitting shots. A great second. Bomb retrievable. 14 seconds. He's just going to try and punch in that code. Gets the job done. Oh, the bomb down. Now 2 to find. Dips away. We'll take that one-shot headshot. Cello, his first fight and his last. Put down by the Brazilian to make it a tied game.
Okay, well, Fallen with such a heads-up move, I didn't even catch that one happen. I was like, yeah, he's just going to attack in the side. No, if I play ahead of the execute, not only do we get the information, we get the jump on them. It's really important from the in-game leader. Defuse will come through, 2 players staying alive. They'll be able to drop some guns. Taking a look at it, one of Yuri's Skulls and Fallen are going to have to buy themselves. It's a lot of money for M80 to get their purchases in. Really good understanding of the situation there by Skulls as well, just allowing the inside anchor to take the next contact.
Making him work for it, though.
Okay, so it looks like Skulls has bought himself. Fallen has now brought out the AWP. That will have been dropped across by one of the players who survived. 3 players, or at least 2, swiftly over towards Ivy. Swisher and Slacks looking for an immediate fight, and his Skull's going aggressive.
Yeah, this is hyper-aggressive. Swisher and Slacks connecting on Ivy. Skulls down early. Furia limping and disadvantage.
I kind of get it, because he doesn't have any util, so let's do something a bit more proactive. Oof. All right, run boost. Saw some... Oh. They'll get away.
Is Cello in? No, he's on the outside.
No, he was on the inside.
He was on the inside.
He's the inside man.
Yeah, indeed. He's got full main.
I think Fallen... Look at the rotation, right? Radar right now, it shows everybody from Furia playing outside. If Fallen can get posted in pop with the AWP, very strong position. If they... We know no one's coming there, but still a strong position regardless.
They're going to run out of time if Cello just resmokes this and they respect it. He's even waiting. He's delaying. First the incendiary, thank you csgo for the drop, and he's still got the smoke to block. What are they going to do? You're going to have to go through. I don't see a HE, so... Oh, there is one on Slacks. Smoke. Play ahead of it. Cheeky boy! He's misplayed it. Lake will get the kill. Accelerating now. 35 seconds. They have to get through that smoke. Blocked off. csgo standing, ready to deliver. The nades chipping away. Look how much damage! They're trapped in the hurt locker. Double kill out of csgo. Yuri starts to unload his mag. Sin an important frag. It's just Fallen. Gets away from one. M80 again. Down to a 1v1. Just down to 7 HP on Sin. Triple kill. After all of that nade damage, they're trapped in main. How have they won that?
Oh, that's crazy.
How?
Cello with the craziest maneuver I've seen all day, and we did a Liquid game.
Because it did feel like that smoke was going to win the round, right? If he didn't play in front of it, no one anticipated him to play in front of it. I guess he got greedy because he was like, well, if they're not behind this smoke, I get the info and...
Sure. Wow.
A kill if they are.
Cost you. You're down to eco again.
Bloody hell.
And there goes the opening kill. So Sin took down Fallen to win the round, and now has opened the next start. Some beautiful little work from him. They found their form, they found their voice, and they are back in this. 11 is all but theirs. And Inferno, right around the corner. The bomb now being planted on B. Skulls looking for anything he possibly can find. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
And now it's just Yuri. So another clean anti-eco. He will continue to fill you with a whole lot of confidence.
Can you just add a spawn camera?
Spawn camera smoke. Just add the spawn. Okay, so let's say that Rex doing the... I don't know who has the spawn. Let me have a look. Actually, there's 4... Yeah, there's 4 spawns that you can throw instant from. Maybe 5. It can be done by Swish. Rex under the awning. Or the... Let's just call it a roof, shall we?
I think that's better.
It gets a bit particular after that. Well, actually going to be the timeout call from Sid. So he says, listen, boys. We want to get this done 2-0. We don't want to go in the stress of a third map. We need to turn our game around right now. It's just 2 rounds. They don't have a defuse kit on the CT side. All right, so they're going to molly pop so that they can get control. You're going to see likely a sandwich and a camera smoke. Swish is the man throwing the... Ooh. Just the one? Okay. Just, no, there we go. He picked up the other one. He's adding the camera smoke. There it is. That's what Sin wanted.
Gets what he asked for.
No, that's where the CT was destined for.
Whoa, whoa. Sin gets info. Forcing them away and takes a heavy brunt of damage. Gets away with his life at least. Yeah, so it does look like they want to test Yuri's inner.
And right now, nobody rotating.
Well, this would be the perfect call, perfect time for it as well.
Yuri needs a multi.
Here they come. Yuri playing anti. They slip past him. He's going to have to worry about his flank as well. No one's ready for this angle. Oh, does well to get one, but the multi still required. It's Slacks that puts him down. K-Cerato's rotated through, removing Lake. Bomb on the back of Slacks' AWP. Flash to set up and get across. It does blind K-Cerato, just dancing on that ladder. The shadow draws his attention. It's a quick click again. Rex looking very sharp here on Train. 3 versus 3.
But no kit.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find something quick. It could be Skulls to ignite it on this fight. Rex playing it very smart, though, just using that clock on his side. Cello down, more for Rek. Double kill so far, more available. Fallen's getting out of there, but not allowed to save. M80 making a very strong case for that third map in this do-or-die affair.
2,900 is the loss bonus for the last.
He's just playing for the AWP.
If he gets to have it.
Rek might say no.
This. Oh, Rex got it for himself. You will not be having that one. Sorry, Skulls. Yeah, you bang on. Skulls up to 19 kills. He's putting in a shift. K-Cerrato, I think, coming into the second half of play, or at least within the early stages of the second half, was on 18 kills, up to 22 now. Yuri's joined him 15, 10 for Skulls, but light contributions from Fallen and Cello. They're not having the easiest of time on the CT side. Only 2 rounds and they've been spotty. They had a chance to really take a commanding lead once they'd won the force fight.
Good shots.
Great fucking round, boys. Woo!
It's strange because I didn't know North America had trains, but they got it.
They're normally cross-country.
Yeah, well, we are heading to a very different country for Inferno. Off to Italy.
They've been able to take this pop control. It's all theirs. Right now, Rek is playing for this type of aggression.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Skulls was flirting with the idea.
Oh, he might even catch him on the
boost.
boost.
The boost.
Timing.
Timing. Owns him. That's frustrating for Rek. Just looked away as they boosted up. Okay, can you convert this? It's Ivy-centric. Fallen only has an MP9 to defend this, as long as the flash is good. Turns it. Fallen delivers. Swisher down. Another one asking a lot of the SMG. Fallen delivers again. Ivy double kills. First the Eagle. Oh, make it 3 from Fallen. Don't come near his Ivy. He's running at you. He wants to take it down. Will he be punished for that? No, he won't. Okay, well, I think Ivy's not the one. Fallen, every time they've gone Ivy, he's left with a multi.
I wonder if they just go harass Pop Dog control again, so they can't push up like that and go for another B execute, because it would require Furia starting more bodies towards B to be able to defend against those type of pops with the way that they've been run. Def will just call their second timeout right now. I think his biggest worry is the lack of finances. So there is enough money for a buy in this round.
Right.
But it's if you lose this round, you're only going to get the 1900 loss bonus. You're going to be operating with very little. So if you do go all in, which they are, this is your last crack with everything that you would possibly desire to get the job done. It will then come down to around with Mac 10s, Tech 9s, maybe a couple of Deegs. So close it now.
Or overtime is most likely. Skull's doing the instant main smoke.
I think he is.
Yeah, Madge has added this one to the meta. Arrives before the T's do. But the T's have thrown one of their own little lurky boys. Rek, quick to pop.
So this is the luxury, right? If you throw that harass utility, they're going to be a little bit more worrisome about taking this space. Coming with a pace, though. Rex block doesn't try and play ahead of that. Sin pipes up with the nade out main. Bomb over towards team mid still. And this slow ramp aggression.
Is he thinking about it?
I think they might have to.
If Slacks tries to peek the low ramp, as Lino, as we were talking about before, he's going to get a jump scare and Fallen's all posted and waiting.
Well, essentially, as soon as they initiate... Oh, that molly.
Yeah.
Okay. That's info on one at least. Nade scuttles in. It's actually sent them packing.
Swish has got the bomb late. Gonna come join the boys now. This is where Fallen Zorp has been waiting this whole time. It's good to jiggle. Yuri set up for success. He softened him up. Yuri knocks him down.
Well, now the U2 comes in.
Picked up an additional nade there, does Rek.
Oh, you hate to start thinking about that four-letter word.
Yeah, but I mean, you discussed the financial ramifications of this. K-Serato's flank is being held.
Oh, overcooked the food.
He's given it away. Their man advantage disintegrates with the death of K-Serato. How do you finish this? Sin calling the boys into what could be the last round on train. Can he finish the job? Can he secure it? Yuri fumbles the
util. They're going yard.
Yeah, they're wrapping in. Cello is still there towards the back six. Sin. Oh, headshot delivered. It's fallen through the fingertips, but the bombs does still need to go down. Slacks ensures it. It's all good in the M80 hood, as Inferno is as much secured as possible. It's only Yuri. Wrong bomb site.
These
no
last minute
teammates.
pivots, they pulled off a couple of these heists, haven't they? M80, no issue running the clock right down. Making these plays with only seconds to spare, and now Yuri up against the world. We've traded map picks here.
Started strong, ends weak. That's big from M80. Going the distance in this fight or flight match. Lower bracket goes 3. Inferno awaits.
Oh yes, M80 aren't going down that easily. They bite back and steal away Furia's map pick of Train. Despite them having a great T-side to start off this map, Nathan, M80, they're still in a fighting chance.
Yeah, a bit surprising. I think a lot right, obviously, at the start of the second half, where they win the pistol, lose the second round, and then they fight back finally. And then we see that they win this round, and it really sets them up to like have a good half, because that's how it works in CS2. The T-side economy makes it that you can buy all the time. If you start having the cities having once or twice on an eco, it's enough, because you only have 12 rounds per half. Now you have, as a T side, Galils, Tech 9s, AKs, everything for every kind of money you have, and you can pretty much buy every single round. And so you put the cities under so much pressure. As the one moment they break and they lose that key round, the money is gone, and that's when you can run away with the half.
There's two stories in this game. There's the classic Furia, they look good until they don't look good, and then there's M80 showing us once again that they are working well with everything they got. They were able to punish pretty much all the mistakes that Furia were offering. They were not supposed to win this map. There were so many moments in this game where Furia should have closed it out, but if you offer the opportunity to M80, they have shown us and shown me they have quality enough to punish that, and then they look like a real team. They were very composed, very good. We could listen to some of the comms as well, where you could feel, almost get this guarantee of they will find their way to grind their way back into the game. As long as all these opportunities are being offered by Furia, they will capitalize, and they did. And
it's one thing, Furia making those mistakes. It's a whole other thing, as you're saying, for M80 being able to jump upon those. Let's take a look at a couple of rounds which were kind of, some of the breaking points where M80 were able to get their foot back in the door. Round number 12 springs to mind immediately.
Immediately, right? Furia is off to a great start on the T side, and they had all the opportunities of closing down this game and closing down this half 8-4. One would even argue 9-3. There were a couple of more rounds they probably should have won. However, fast pace going towards outside. They're finding the first kill. It becomes a little bit of a freak round right here. Back and forth, some trades. I gotta give it up to Sin though for keeping his composure, pulling out the USP, getting a quad kill up until this point in the very last round in the first half. I believe he was combining for 2 or 3 kills in the entire half. So he stepped up. He gave them one more round, and honestly, that's all they needed to just get a bit of smell, a bit of sense of coming back into the game. It wasn't beautiful right here from Furia, but overall the T side was good.
Yeah, and it was also, it's a bit more of a mentality thing, where even though you start to have a bit sloppy, the rounds are slow, it's always one kill away from, swinging from one way or the other. When you're in the round, again, with Sin, that was already pretty decisive on Dust 2, even though they didn't win that many rounds, he was the one player that kind of kept them afloat. You come into the second map and you have a rough first half, and then your IGL steps up and shows the way for everybody to just get those kills, and then it also enables him. That's the other part that people don't necessarily realize always, but if your IGL has confidence, his calls will be better.
Yes.
He would be way more directive in everything he's going to say. Okay, we do this strat at this timing and you listen. And so it will give a lot of confidence to everybody within the team to not step in and to disturb the plans that are set. So that was a very good sign, I think, for Sin to just say, all right, I'm going to take the game in my hands and then just follow my calls, and then we're going to win this game, no problem.
And it massively paid off, right? Because we come into that second half and things get a little bit complicated at the start because, M80 win the pistol, Furia stop the conversion, then M80 answer back. What was the story when we move on to round number 16 after a bit of chaos?
Yeah, a bit of chaos. You're describing it pretty well. A lot of chaos, and I think that was thriving for M80. Again, we go into round 16. Furia in a good position right here. They get traded. It looks somewhat decent, and look at the time. 10 seconds left, 8 seconds left, 9 seconds left. For some reason, Fallen decides to double peek with his teammate. All Fallen had to do, his position was known already, so they knew it, was to stay alive, because he could have helped deny this plant. He could have helped push in from 2 different directions, which would have left them in a 2v2, but given the time left in the round with 10 seconds, Nathan, you have to plant the bomb, which essentially makes the round a 2v1 for 3 or 4 seconds. So I would almost argue that was unlosable had Fallen not peeked out a pop dog, and that was sort of the story for me. They made so many inexperienced mistakes, right? We're trying to paint the picture to Furia. They're the experienced players, they have the know-how, they won't make those silly mistakes. They were the ones looking like the immature guys, where M80, they look composed and they were ready to punish every single mistake.
And on the City side, you have what we talked about since the beginning, that CS2 is a completely different game. And it's time for the riflers to step up and take the space for the Oppers to then be able to do whatever they want and then to just kill people. And that was not the case in the game. The rifles in Furia were not just stepping up. Sometimes they were sure taking control of some certain areas. They were taking team main, pushing in pop dog like we saw at the end of the half. But it just didn't work out because they just weren't getting those kills. They were not slowing them down enough, and that's what happened in that round specifically. They were just standing in position, holding angles, not necessarily helping each other too much, and it gave M80 enough time. Even though they went out of teammate at 20 seconds left, they still had time to get 4 kills before getting into the bomb site and just planting the bomb. So it means that the cities were suddenly not decisive enough, and it very much comes down, I think, on the city side to the individuals just not deciding to, okay, let's double pick this area, let's take control of this, and then we're going to be able to rub them up.
And then we move on to the final rounds of the game, where Furia, as try as they might to be inching closer to that OT, respects the approach from queso, trying to get a little bit cheeky with it with the flank, but ultimately it just spirals out of control again.
I kind of want to show this round because it sort of summarizes the entire half for me. Again, Fallen in a nice setup. They actually read the game well. That's another point of it. I think Furia had a good read. Fallen had some good calls on the CT side. If you pause the clip right here, right, with 39 seconds left of the round, queso has so much map control right now. He's heard 2 players moving towards inside. If he stays in this position and wait for someone to push into him, either they're going to go to him or he's now fully aware of what's going to happen. Now, if we play out the round, you see that he's pushing the boundaries. He's dying, and at this point, the entire map opens up again. That means that Furia cannot rotate or stack inside. That means that they're now left in the dark, and all of a sudden, M80 are moving outside and they're winning the round. I love what queso is doing. up until the point where he overstepped his mark. And that's what I mean by, yes, they have an awful lot of experience. I'd expect better from csgo. I'd expect better from Furia. They were the ones looking like they didn't have any experience. And M80 every single time were capitalizing and punishing. I'm almost happy they won because they deserved it.
Yes, and what's a bit frustrating about the last round is that there is a very, very easy principle you can talk about with your team. It's the concept of boxing a team in. Because they had information that the T's were towards B, they heard them running, and then csgo made a crazy good play because he almost went through the smoke or at the end of the smoke, reading the game perfectly well. If he just waits in pub dog and has information, let's say he jiggles with a Muddy or something, they know that they're inside. So what do you have to do? You just stack in her. Because why? It's because they're boxed in. csgo had the information. They knew that the T's were there, and there was no chance for them to go from B into T main, right? There was no chance. So if they just wait there, they just call that they're boxed in. They just have to wait until B. If they execute B, 4 guys are going to be there. If they want to go back, csgo has the information.
It gave me PTSD. I used to call it an MSL. When I was playing with MSL, he was so good at always finding these loopholes and finding these aggressive pushes. But for some reason, he would always overstep that mark. Instead of having a position, as you said, that is perfection. You know, that's a guaranteed win round for Furia. He oversteps that mark for whatever reason. Now, I'd be curious to ask csgo what he was thinking. Maybe he didn't think. Maybe it was a feeling, a hunch, or whatever. But it's such a simple concept you're describing right here. But obviously easier said than done when you're in the middle of the game.
Yeah, we will have to wait until after the series to see if we can get some sort of semblance of an answer to that. But looking at this map compared to Dust 2, I feel like overall M80 looked way more confident. And when we look at the individuals as well, we were talking about, you know, is Lake's performance directly proportional to the result that is fostered by M80? So far, kind of seems to be the case, right?
Yeah, I think he had a great showing right here. Obviously on Dust 2, he didn't get to do much. We kind of painted the picture for Lake as being, you know, the next up-and-coming NA star, but seemingly a little bit inconsistent. So far, he's confirmed the inconsistency, but he's also confirmed what you're talking about, Freya, that when Lake is finding impact, when he's playing well, M80 have enough firepower to go toe-to-toe against teams of the caliber like Furia. So for him to play well, that's a massive step in the right direction, and hopefully that continues and translates into the third map as well.
It seems like he needs a lot of confidence getting into games because he started the map with having, I think, 3 kills with the dual Berettas, so being a bit set up, being dropped, and being trusted. And then once you start building that confidence throughout the game, you just get kills after kills after kills, and then that's when I think a player that has a bit less experience finally fully shows up in full strength, and that's also very, you know, how to say it? I forget my words. It's also very symptomatic of players that are either very, very strong or very, very weak. When you don't have that balance, it very much comes down from confidence. So set him up with on the pistol round and set him up in anti-ecos. You know, for some players, it is what it is. You're going to be happy when the guy has 35 kills, and then who cares about the stats in the end anyway? Like, it's just a matter of having your best players being enabled, and Lake is definitely one of the guys you want to have at 100% in the team.
Just because we've got the pleasure of having you up here on the desk as well, if you're in a situation like Furia where you bring in a map that they feel like they should be looking confident on after a great start as well, where is your mental at when that slips through your fingers and you know you've made a hell of a lot of mistakes?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's once you're in a best of 3, anyway, you don't have time to really speak about those things unless it's like specific scenarios. So like the csgo mistake, would say, where they were boxed in, I think you don't really need to be speaking about it because you can't really fix that instantly unless you already spoke about it and you have that principle and you just fully forgot about it. Then you can remind all those things, just playing with the basics. They're a team. They don't need to do crazy things, especially when you look at Dust 2. They played very basic Counter-Strike and it worked out. I expect them to bring the third map and going back to the very, very basics of Counter-Strike.
Well, we do need to throw things to a quick break before that third and final map will ensue. Do or die time, quite literally. It's going down on Inferno after this. The score will be settled on Inferno. Last chance saloon, quite literally, as one of these two teams will be eliminated at the end of this series. M80 versus Furia, culminating on the third and final decider of Inferno. We don't know what sides they are starting on quite yet. That will be decided by a knife. But how are we framing both of these squads coming into what is the ultimate decider, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, Furia are still the favorites to win this series. I am, however, curious to see if mentally they checked out after train. I think as much as we can see from the outside that they should have won the map, I think the Furia players themselves knew that was supposed to be a 2-0. Earlier today, we saw Liquid bounce back. We saw them have a strong performance on the third map, and I will give it to Furia in some sense, and I'm not sure if this is one of those backhanded compliments, but they've done this before where they look good and then all of a sudden they lose grasp of the game and then they bounce back on the third map. So I wouldn't say I'm comfortable in Furia winning this Inferno, but they should, and for that reason I'm in.
For this reason, you're in. Okay, yeah, I believe also back to yesterday, and the casters love that, that it's good to be slapped in the face once in a while. And so losing that second map is going to be hurtful because, yes, I think they had it in their hands. But it also can be a good thing coming into the third map. Have a bit of that fire, a little bit more, that will give you the edge.
I'll also say, you know, I almost personally hope that M80 will win just to teach Furia another lesson. I think M80 were doing such a good job on train to capitalize on all the mistakes offered, and if Furia is going to continue to play sloppy Counter-Strike, I think I've seen enough from M80 that are good enough to potentially beat them. So it comes down to Furia. If they want to win, they'll win, but they have to play well.
Well, they will need to bring that fire to the third map of Inferno. M80 versus Furia. One of these two teams after this map is going home.
Slaps.
Slaps. Yeah, we did enjoy that. Like
You're
yesterday,
in.
Nathan. And they've all got beautiful blue eyes. Did you notice that? They've all got blue eyes.
I didn't notice.
On the analyst desk.
No,
yeah.
I hadn't.
I've been doing an eye analysis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
You've
you're
been
here
drawn in.
Yeah, the analysis, of course. Yeah, so Pim's kind of leaning more towards M80.
To teach Furia a lesson.
Yeah, he wants to teach Furia a lesson.
Teach Furia a lesson.
I would be furious to hear him saying things like that.
No. Gary's next door.
Yeah. And he's wearing a pink Furia jersey. It looks very cool. Haven't seen that one
He
before.
hopes they've learned enough lessons.
Looks like we're going in. I can see the fist bumps. It does mean it's game time. One of them's going home, as Furia has rightly said. It all comes down to Inferno. A classic in the third map deciders. It is a do or die for Blast Open Lisbon. Furia taking to the T side, losing that knife. And look at Fallen's utility. Man's got every piece he could possibly acquire. Set up by Skulls and Yuri.
Well, we will let the viewer know that Inferno can play out, and more often than not does play out, as the slowest map in the pool. Now, you're going to ask yourself a couple questions. Why is that? Well...
Wait, can I ask the question?
Oh, yeah?
Why is that, Chad?
Well, in Banana, if you want to hedge in early on the CZ or the T sides with all your nades, you can take so much damage, give away openings, and well, lose sights. And then if you do that, you're going to be saving. So a lot of teams, they just want to stay out of Banana. They don't want to take too much damage early. They can take it late. The Ts do have good advantages on this map. It has started to lean that way. In the T side overall meta. 2 players on B. Sin and Swish. Execute coming their way. A block smoke. The dual Berettas to play behind that. Do they brave this?
It looks like they will. The HE was designed to break that smoke, and Yuri's already put Sin down. Good control from Swish. He's mashing his mouse one.
Oh, he's been cooshed on the way out. So found in the smoke by K Serrano. The bomb to get planted.
K Ota?
Smoke and a flash for the retake.
Oh, that's a lot of info for Yuri. He just slid around and spotted 2 CT at range. Slack's a bit further forward than he may anticipate, though, coming in from those ruins.
You're not going to flash the players in the back here, though, are you?
You're not going to catch him at all. Well, smoked off. One of them, at least. Fallen's, however, very comfortable to collect and convert. So Furia will win the pistol. Slack's trying to get away with something.
I like that one. Sid like that one too.
Toledo.
Does he have an old picture of himself as his avatar? Let me have a look.
Or like a young Fallen.
I think he does.
That's cool.
That looks like a young Fallen. That looks like a baby-faced Fallen right there.
Yeah. Well, he has been at this a long time,
2008, 2009 Fallen, maybe. Maybe he's even playing Crossfire at that point in time.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, look at his trophy cabinet.
Oh, it's massive. Oh my god, he's got a few thousand hours.
He only has 26,000 hours in Counter-Strike.
26,000?
That's all he has.
That's all? All right.
Have stacked B. fact, Jack has flashed forward looking for the fight. Half-wall smoke lands. Top banana secure. Now the rotation can head back over to help out Rek on A, who is playing over towards the apartments with the MP9 in hand. Sin has been left as the last man standing on B, and the rotation has made it over in time. Furia, as discussed, on the T side, do not have to thrust themselves into anything too early. They can allow the CT protocol utility, especially on a force buy, to be limped through. Sin is even going to leave the B-bomb site. So if they've gambled correctly, M80, they'll put themselves in good stead. 3-quarter smoke lands. They're playing ahead of it, so that means absolutely nothing. Banana smoke will be fading, and does. And if it is just a B execute, it should be all good. There is mid-pressure on the way. Skulls tucks in towards bench. We'll see how many he can get for his troubles. We'll have to adjust the crosshair. And there's the information. Let's go into B if we can, boys. And they can. So should be the save of these upgrades. The bomb will get planted. We'll add another 40 seconds onto the clock now. And it'll be 2-0. Now let's get... we need to move away from Glorp.
We do.
Ayes in chat. That's too many.
That was way too many.
If you think G2 are going to win the next series. Or let's get some Peepos of any variety.
Okay, any Peepo.
EF are going to win the next series.
Peepo.
Ooh, really?
Yeah.
Taz is in the room just next door. He'll come and find you.
I don't think he would have understood what I was saying. Not talking about Taz not understanding me. I just said the word Peepo 6 times.
True.
I don't think he's going to understand that.
Fair.
I was trying to do some like crazy cool maths of like how much 26,000 hours is if you did 8 hours a day. Mathematicians in chat can do it for me.
Okay.
So 26,000 hours. Let's assume he's played Counter-Strike 8 hours a day, like a full-time job.
Crazy.
I know, but like I'm just trying to do some cool maths. How many days of his life has he played Counter-Strike? That's all.
Okay, all right.
That was all I was trying to do, but I couldn't do it.
Oh, well, someone can.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that. Okay, well, there's lots of Ayaz. What were they doing? What was that for?
G2.
Oh, lots of G2 fans in the chat.
They're the weebs.
There's only a couple of Peepos. Guys, what's with the doubt? They are testing Swisher with the Mac-10 on sandbags. Oh. He is in a spot of bother, but he's being brave.
That's all we can do every day.
That's all you can do.
Wake up and tackle the day with kind eyes and an open heart and a brave soul.
Oh, Wreck a brave soul. Oh dear, Skulls goes down as well. Can they save them here? That was a full 5-man M80 squad on the other side of those smokes, and Slacks is going walking through them. Yuri's covering this. And just the smoke swings on out. Too hard to track. Despite Cello catching a couple, maybe he's done enough work for Keisaratu to clean house. Tidy up, sweep the rest under the rug like it never happened. Lake, trying to catch a timing. Keisaratu's back was turned for a moment. Distraction. Lake will strike as well. It's Slacks. Triple kill with the MP9 to get him on the board, get him going.
And people don't like it when you double dip in the salsa, but right there, M80 is showing why you do it.
3,250 days. Thank you, Defo.
Do you just believe random numbers you see in Twitch chat?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, no, Twitch chat never lies.
Why would they?
Why would you? No one lies on the internet, chat.
Best.
Can you come?
That's roughly 9 years, though, Alex.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
You think he spent 9 years
That's his CSGO
in-game?
Yeah. In his entire career. Well, not really. It's only like 2 years if you do it, if it's 24 hours in a day, you know, if you did it that way. We're just assuming that he didn't play for 24 hours.
It should be played 8 hours a day for 9 years without a break.
Yeah. He's been playing, I mean, CSGO was out a while, wasn't it?
2012, 2013?
CSGO hours. Everything's fine, right? Oh, what? Pull the trigger! Pull the trigger! It got blocked! Oh. Okay, bomb's going down on A. This is a big round. You can't really be losing this one.
You could contest this one. You're close enough. That incendiary hasn't landed as it was destined.
It's rubbish, Chad.
Swisher has another one to throw, but might assume that one's done the job.
Another useless molly. Sin drops in off the flash. Skull seems aware, staying on high alert, knows that clock's on their side. They're taking too long about this. They got to hit shots now. Skull's removed Sin, and the last victim is Swish. Furia right back to their winning ways, and it's tough. Was that just like a bit of a premature quick switch? Like he didn't pull the trigger in time?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Under a lot of pressure in that situation. So they will win a nice little clamp down on the force fight with this A split. You can hear how crazy the comms are in that first is a thing of beauty.
Bang. Oh, last bullet in the Tech 9. That's massive.
Huge. Massive impact there from Skulls. Him and csgo in combination. Win a stunner of a round, but there's another AWP in the mix. There's mid-aggression fallen. He's been looking good on the AWP. Here he eventually gets control of the garden hose, and it is just wreck. Last man standing, P250 in hand, and the little aggressive maneuver doesn't really pay off. 4-1.
White out. See what I did there?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a song that I'm not sure how many of our viewers would be familiar with.
Well, swing and a miss, but a swing and
no, that's all right, though. But the ones who do get the reference will be loving it, and all their grandmas too. So that was just a little bit of a mixed investment from M80 into the previous. Right now, it's going to be rifles aplenty. No defuse kit, so if they do lose a side, expect to see another save. We've already primed you.
Oh, that nade will prime Fallen. 45 to work with as he's just posted up in mid. He's welcoming anyone that dares challenge him. He's feeling good with the AWP. He looked great on Dust too with it.
Second wave banana, control utility lands.
Ouch.
Another nice nade back.
Solid, solid. csgo is good at this, but Yazzie in the flash will tuck on Broom, getting run out by Swish, but there's the counter flash back. Fallen sets them up for success, but Sin trades. They lose banana control. They have to respect that deep banana smoke, but aggression on A. It's Cello throwing out a little bit of aggressive short util.
Oh, they didn't actually get control of brackets off of that. Now 3-1 split of the defenses, and the half-wall smoke doesn't quite land. It's still going to do the job. Smokes, make that 3 smokes, excuse me, to work with for an executor. Molotov to scoop up as well there from Yuri. 3/4 smoke tutorial thrown out again from Fallen.
It's going to turn League around, right?
Well, I think so. But you feel like you have to gamble. It's Inferno CT side. So it will just be wreck on the A side. Cello makes some noise.
Deliberately.
And the bomb is currently in the mouth of mid. There's still a chance to change the call. Do you want to send Yuri in to see what's on the other side?
I mean, he's got smoke molly, so he can kind of keep these boots planted. Throws out the molly for the close box. Legs holding the God Flash. There's 3 players here. It's all on to wreck, just crouched on the box.
Well, he's tucked in, so maybe he goes overlooked.
He's going to be calling for backup soon. 10 seconds as they come in. That gets the bomb down, but yeah, mantled up. Solid attempt. If it's 2, maybe they scarper, maybe they can't find the bomb in time. I don't know. But what we do know is that this will be what Chad prophesied from the start.
Okay, so what's it going to be? Nade of the day. If I was going to go with nade of the day, it was the pairing from M80 out team main that landed between Cello.
Oh, I'm glad we're doing awards for the day.
Yeah, it was a nade of the day. That would be that one.
Yeah.
Pistol player of the day.
Of the day.
Blake did have a nice 3K.
Yeah.
With the dual Berettas. I think Fallen had some good moments as well on the pistols. We'll have to return to that one. Maybe people in Twitch chat can give us a hand.
You want to talk about choke of the day?
There's been 2 knives.
Yep.
Swish knives, csgo. What was the other one? What was the choke of the day? Or the 5v3 round for
Nerds gets 2 kills outside yard, and then you lost, and then
yeah, but we'll just call it blunder of the day.
Blunder, not choke. Yeah, that's a strong word. Largest mistake.
Yes.
Error of judgment. And
this could be best timeout of the day.
You think so?
If they turn their fate around.
Yeah, it's not a great start, is it? Yeah, see, I think that's a default. He did 2 2s, so it's like, you guys are banana, you guys are apps. I want to see you communicating.
I like the gesticulation with the hands.
Yes, me too.
It's important if you're talking with your hands, you know, you're really feeling it, you're in the moment. Moving and a grooving as the first tactical timeout does come to its conclusion.
Another UK flag. Not many of them in the Counter-Strike realms. Good to see Def still on our screens.
About as many of them as the Aussies. But here's one thing you do have going for you.
What's that?
Mezzi's in the best Counter-Strike team in the world
he is.
right now.
That is kind of crazy.
But you have to mitigate that with the fact he's playing with a Frenchman.
Yeah, no, balances out. Yeah. What'll it be? Yeah, he's going quick. The Slacks flash not going to find anything. Already tucked. Look at this Apps presence already. They're really accelerating A.
What a weird bounce.
Yeah, that did look weird. Got a little unlucky on the trajectory there.
So much pressure on A already, and that's just through Cello's presence alone. He's having to exchange flashes to try and hold on to brackets, but they've quite truly just waltzed up middle and have taken over.
They've sambered up middle.
True.
To be specific. Oh, wide swing. He's accelerating.
Wow, Swish.
Yeah, feeling himself.
Now they can just pause.
Yeah, what scares me is that Sin's alone, and I think he just used his smoke. So he's going to have a lot of work to do very quickly.
Skulls was quite noisy jumping out there.
Oh, he's got spares. Ooh, that's important.
But the fact
that feels too obvious.
Urgency bucket of you two. It's like, oh, you're not on the bomb site.
You're alone.
Let us take that, shall we?
You've just picked them up and you've thrown them.
Yuri, if he was with the team, he could smoke coffins, but right now he's in apartments, so still 3 players kept busy on A, 2 players kept busy on A. Safe.
S-A-V-E.
You ain't got economy. You're saving.
Hey, you saving.
Oh.
Well, the timeout didn't translate to anything.
No.
That's a shame.
Yes.
For M80 and their fans.
Oh, kickflip!
Yo! Not the best kickflip. And he's keeping the M4.
Oh, well, maybe he likes the color.
It matches his... Yeah, you're right. You're right. We all know skins equals wins, guys.
Kind of a personal mantra of ours.
Yep. Slow motion replay.
Where are the X Games?
He's on X Games mode.
Wicked.
Wicked sick.
Radical.
Mega kill. Kill. Lakes had a bad series.
He had some moments on train.
I mean, yes, certainly individual moments, just statistically. No, you don't like that word. But statistically, he hasn't been fantastic. Not up to his usual standard.
Yeah, I think obviously being the key playmaker for the team, you see Malbs have a tough time with that over in G2 from time to time. It's not always easy to be able to produce in that role, especially against the world's best. Are they really going to go for an Apps waterfall or a full gun round? Oh, banana control being taken. It's Wreck on the balcony. Here they come.
Oh, Wreck. Slacks, that's a nice shot. Good sequence out of the AWP, but Yuri puts him down, keeps it interesting, and makes it spicy. Finding Lake, can't catch a break. 0 and 5, condemned by a good spam on the smoke from Yuri. He's punching in that code now, and Sin and Swish are going to surely give this one a look in. You have to.
And there's a kid, there's a smoke, even a HE.
No reason not to. Serrato in that pit. Swisher advancing, could place a good HE on him to soften him up. Does so. Both of them operating at half health. Advantage now for the CTs in the health department, but not in the duel. Yuri not committing to that fight. Oh, and they both connect. 5 in a row. 7-1. Furia, this fight for survival. It's looking very promising as it currently stands. M80 are in trouble.
Not to be signified by that sound. Second tactical timeout called by Def. see the advice falling on deaf ears right now. Slack does very well. Lake desperately trying to get in, but too late to the party.
You always feel like a bit of a tip, don't you, when you start, like even with an A1, when you start to spam a smoke, there is enough of a plume that people tease with an AK can very quickly kind of suss it out, especially if you're in the smoke or close to it. You think you've got this, like, you know, liberty to just spam any smoke with an A1S, but if you are in it, it does really kind of puff out. It's got to be a better word than that. What's it doing to the smoke? It's
plumes?
No, that's what a smoke does when it... But like when you're...
I say oscillates.
That's a great word, but that's when it's all going jiggly-wiggly. Whatever it is.
Dissipates?
Yes, minor area-specific puffing. Come back to it. Let's focus on this whole banana control situation. That's an important component as the half-wall smoke is thrown out by Furia.
The only round they've won has been on a light buy. That was round number 3. They held on to the force buy weapons. True. Which was mainly SMGs. So right now, are they able to do more of the same?
I like this from Swish. He knows the best way to get anything out of this MP9 is a close-range engagement. Plays in front of the half wall, hoping to punish anyone with their aggressive maneuver, but Furia aren't doing any of that. They'll let you have it. They'll take it right back.
If they're too noisy right now, Furia, Swisher will be able to communicate the steps he's hearing, but they pop up here through the smoke into the SMGs.
Ooh, Lake gets a lot done. That's his first 2 kills, and it's round-defining.
All right, guys, if we just buy MP9s for the rest of the game, we could get 5.
No, it's good. Displace. It's not bad. It's the best one yet.
The problem is it's not acting like a smoke would realistically, right? Because then it would be like dissipate.
Disperses?
Yes.
Yeah. The M4A1S still disperses the smoke when you're in it. Thank you. Who are you? Anonymous.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. We can. What? You can? You can and you will. 2 rounds for M80. They can make a half out of this still, Chad. And something about the money, right? Is that important yet?
No, not really.
Okay. Fallen's getting aggy. Rex getting toasty. Burns down to 60.
The reason that it's not hugely important is we're yet to see M80 win an actual rifle.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. This would be the first.
So it's not impossible. At the moment, it's just not shown to be probable.
Yep, he hit the warp shot as well. Swish has had his boots knocked off, barefoot for the rest of this round. Gotta watch out for the broken glass. What am I saying? He's been tagged, is what I'm trying to say.
There could be broken glass.
You never know. I mean, there is glass on Banana.
The Molotovs get thrown.
Yeah, you're right. Broken bottles.
Precisely.
Get your Berks on.
Double app setup, as we can see, is not going to be tested, so I don't know how long they're going to stay in that. And they have stayed in a 3-man B defense for now. Quesarado with the jump spot on the corner sees nothing towards CT spawn. CT smoke will land. Change of an incendiary. It's the stack back sight that's the most enthralling. And well, here's that jewel. Oh, he quick changed.
He did quick change.
Maybe it's on his mouse and he
boost. Nice from Swish. They get the most out of him. This is the rifle round has taken shape. 2-man advantage with only 25 seconds to pivot, and they're actually going for it. They're going for a straight rotation into just the 2-man A defense. Block util still available. Last incendiary burned. And Slacks on this short line. Will Fallen peeking into this. Woo! Cello's the first one to go and go straight down. Slacks sends him down.
Okay, well,
a third round.
Yeah, look, if they're able to get a 7-5 half, they're back in business in a huge way. So not only would they get the shift of momentum going into the halftime break, they'll have got themselves what would be considered par for the course as far as Inferno's. You know, you look at this, if you're Furia, you're content with 7, but considering the massive lead that you had, you'd probably want to be getting up to 8 or 9. And both are still available, but they would need to win these final 2 rounds of the half. And now that cash conversation.
Oh, that switch looks so crazy.
Yeah.
It must be on his mouse. I think
time accident.
Yeah, your theory is the leading theory.
We'll get our best men on it.
Yep. And Skulls has already been, you know, delivering, especially that second map. No, not even on the second map. Oh, maybe I'm making that up. Actually, it's a lie. Straight lie.
Fake news on the internet.
That's me, man. Just can't stop spreading it.
What are you going to say next? I'll give you guys some truths. There is a Tech9 in Skull's hands.
Probably best. Get that tapping one tap.
Well, that's where he had the impact,
that tapping
right?
one tap,
So
the moving one tap.
He did have the impact on that force by wrap into A where he took down Slacks back a pit.
We saw that sick shot over the shoulder, double entry.
So you're not wrong.
Yeah, that was impactful. Just statistically, not his best games.
Actually. Well, they are being given the good graces of not being heavily harassed in Banana. Gotta be careful with that. If you make a sound cue in their top E, they are gonna know where you are. So dropping off the oranges. Sin in the back of the site. Swish will drop a smoke to block as A control is being vying for. As one long smoke fades, the other one lands. Porch side molly to flush out anybody and B pressure at the same time. So keeping their options open, Furia. It does look like they... Well, they're going to go for that little boost in the top mid cubby. You can see players rotating arch side with this.
K-Serato's just pushed CT. Yeah.
Do they know?
No. They did the Furia smoke and the CT smoke?
Don't know.
No.
Well then, Skulls and Cello, is there any chance you guys can come back to...
M80 doesn't know. M80 doesn't know.
That Furia and me
are in CT.
K-Serato tells
And
them...
at the back of the van, oh, Slacks is getting trucked. Sin and Swisher. Lots to do with every 10 seconds, though. That bomb is under a lot of pressure to be planted with Cello and Skulls gone. The bomb's on the floor. It's all good. In the Swisher hood, spinning around. Gets 4 down. Massive round from Swish. Defends his site valiantly to keep this game competitive in this fight for survival.
Ah, well, they found their voice and they found their impact late. It's going to be pretty tough looking fight for the final round of the first half. You'll sell Slacks for a round win.
Let's fucking go.
Hey! Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Could be 5. Could very well be 5. What a recovery this would be. It was it was 7-1, right? 7-1. Yeah. M80 are recovering this half.
This is what I'm telling the squad to look out for if I'm Def in the T-side tactical timeout. The round that we lost to with the fast A collapse, look out for that, right? Because right now they don't have a lot of money, so they might go for something set piece heavy. So make sure that the A defense is a little bit more staunch. 4 banana smoke thrown. Top mid smoke thrown as well. Well, it looks like it might be a set piece towards B as opposed to A. Oh.
Swish feeling himself after that last round.
Huh?
Loses vision for a moment. The spam connects, trying to draw him away from him. Is Sin. Oh, but he's blind. Covered by Swish. Dang. That's team play. Swisher does go down. Got to fall back now. Lake's on the rotation. Oh, he was. Sin says, I'm fine. Sin says, I'm fine? Smoke it now then, mate, if you really are, because otherwise your challenger's just going to pop your head off. He just contact walked in. Oh, it's scary now. Sin needs help. Sin needs help. The site is lost. Sin does get one from the grave, sure, but it's going to be a retake for M80. Awkward. Very uncomfortable. See that retake util going to be tested here. Molly ain't bad, and so's the shot. Slacks takes down Yuri. Fallen and Skulls trying to piece this one together. A rifle recovered. Fallen going to be responsible for the CT fight. 2 coming in from Ruin. Skulls responsible for this, and that's a clean headshot. 1 tap delivered. Skulls doing everything. He's stepping up when his team need him most. 8-4 sounds a whole lot better than a 7-5 half. After starting so strongly, 7-1 goes 8-4. Furia in the lead in a large way as we swap sides. It's going to be the T side of M80 that determines their fate at the Blast Open Lisbon. Counter-Strike to separate these two and send one of them home, head in hands. M80 versus Furia, Chad. And an 8-4 scoreline. It got a little exciting towards the end there. Some big impact rounds out of Swish on that B defense. And Furia running out of time at times on that T side.
They'd done the heavy lifting first, right, to get 7-1. So it was that momentum that came in late. Skulls with a couple of really big moments himself early on in the piece, as well as later to close in and make sure that momentum was stalled going into the halftime break. But we've got a bonanza day of Counter-Strike. It's like every day at Blast Open Lisbon. 4 best-of-3s, and this is only the second of the day. These are elimination games. Coming up next will be qualifications. You had Vitality. You had Mouse picking up victories yesterday.
Oh. Oh.
Well, understandably that Sin's bear is a little bit angrier than Cello's.
Cello's got a happy bear.
Well, they're winning.
Yeah. Double HE on the pistol. That could be crazy. Yep. See you later, Lake. And Quesaro runs him down onto Slacks as well. Love that. Absolutely love that.
Feels like anti.
He's just tapped in.
How?
Just a classic tap through the smoke.
Of course.
Obviously. Bloody hell, what? Yeah, when you say feels like anti, can you explain to the newer viewers what you mean?
So some teams might just set up in a lot of their pistols in a similar way to receive whatever the CT opening gambit could be, but the fact they've gone premeditated double HE towards Tree as well as the Molly Broom.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if you want to just wait for banana control, you can't. We are actually going to flush you out with utility, which isn't something you see a lot of, that aggressive nature on a CT pistol. So
it's incredibly costly to invest into the Incendio.
Imagine if nobody's there.
Yeah, right. You have to.
We have banana control, but
and then he does this.
Of course.
Oof, clean close as well. Well,
you don't get a better pistol than that.
What's the 7th letter of the alphabet, Chad?
G?
G.
Let's see what you've done there. I've got a spelling bit too.
Oh, yeah?
I used it on Harry.
You got him?
I got him real good.
You want to share with the class?
Yeah, I could try.
Yeah.
You ready? You got to play along. It's yes and improv.
Okay, I'm ready.
Give me an M.
M.
Give me an 8.
8.
Give me an O.
O.
What does it spell?
Mato.
M80, yeah. All right. Give me an F.
F.
Give me a U.
U.
Oh, that's not very nice, Alex.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
You see? Because Furia...
Yeah. I've been workshopping something. I haven't realized.
Nah.
Oh, okay.
What have you been workshopping?
Well, I was thinking, what's a pirate's favorite video game team?
What?
Matey.
Arr.
Is what they're going to be saying as they lose the second round, as they wrap into A. Skulls goes down. Oh, no. There is more twists and turns. Just when you think you know what's going to happen, and even those stupid casters are calling it GG.
We were talking about the player, obviously.
Yeah, G. Respect to G, man.
Well, that went perfectly, I would say, for M80.
It couldn't have gone better. Could not have gone better. And look what they're leaving with as well, a couple of extra resources.
So you had a really good pistol round for Furia, and then you had a really good force round for M80, so it's great for everybody. Everybody wins in a way.
In a way.
Other than the fact one of these teams will be getting eliminated. So
yeah.
The serious nature is not lost on us, don't you worry, as it is going to be 2 MP9s and an M4 saved by Quesaro Fallen and Cello. Rat gets the A4, Sin gets the Famous, and they're sitting pretty to now turn this game on its head. And we've had quite a bit of this. If you didn't join us for Train, both pistols were won and both force buys were followed up. But then the force on the force,
got to use the force.
Exchange. So it's tough to get a whole lot around this Quesaro M4. He's been in good form. You can say that one.
I can say that.
That one won't be questioned.
Kind of stole my opinion there.
So this is going to be smoke lobbed out to restrict mid. The nice deep chicken pit smoke forces the T's to consider the bench push. A molly over towards window. A curtail the pacing of which this default can take place. Sacking 3 players over towards the B bomb side again are Furia. Skulls and Yuri having to defend this. So you can tell they feel they want to force them away for as long as they can. They're dropping mid-smokes, they're stalling boiler hop-ups. Time is something that M80 can work with. It's going to be Poppy again, or are they just going to be inquisitive? Skulls might get caught in the side of the head here. This setup's not great.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what Yuri was waiting for.
Saw both, though, Rek. Saw site player as well as pit player.
Feels uncomfortable, doesn't it now? I mean, operating at the disadvantage.
Look at Slacks.
Yeah, Slacks is walking through. Skulls is so ready for that.
Yeah, that feels desperate as all hell, doesn't it? The fact he's in that smoke waiting to pounce.
But your teammates weren't anywhere like to profit from that.
No, this is a Hail Mary attempt to get you out of dodge, and right now you're just going to ping pong between the sides. So Swisher, if he can get a kill, he can find you a way back in. There's 30 seconds. Where is all the time gone?
Yeah.
And I was just saying they had it in buckets and spades. They're going to have to walk into the site. Cello's in the back line. He doesn't have to peek. He could just stay alive.
It does only have an MP9, though, which gives me a little bit of a conversation at least, especially if you were to time this. Okay, Serato gets caught out pulling out nades. Lake will really clear new box effectively.
Oh!
He will, and with 8-7, they've got just enough time to play.
Well, they'll give it a look, or they should. Oh, maybe not now. How's this happen?
It's happened again. Everyone's just running down the clock. We've got a full-on crazy game of counter here.
That was a 5v3. That's a 5v3 situation. And you think all Cello has to do is stay alive back at the site. K-Serato gets a little bit unlucky with the timing in that situation. Can't connect the dots on the kill. Swish is on 3 HP, Lake's on 9, and they walk away with the round.
I can't quite believe it. Furia gifted this kill. Gifted this kill. Then Skulls gets a freebie onto Slacks doing too much. And then the 5v3, they still win it. I mean,
it must feel hopeless at that point if you're the 2 dead players for M80 watching this unfold. And then Lake pulls off that double kill.
Yeah, rough time to be pulling out the incendiary.
I think at that moment when K-Serato dies, he probably doesn't think that they're still going to lose the round. He's just like, oh, man, I should have made that kill.
Yeah.
But just to see how impactful that one death really is. Ooh.
Yeah, it's...
Wow, it's a buy again.
It's a buy again.
Yeah, okay. So they're not even really leaving much residual cash. It is going to be Yuri with 1,300 left over, but everybody else is rifling around their pockets.
Cello starts a little late banana take. The flashes are good, and ooh, oof. I think he's gone away with that, tucking in towards the logs. Deep banana control.
Has a bit of flavor of Train now, doesn't it? It was that second half where Furia had fumbled a couple of rounds.
I mean, Lake's definitely cognizant it's possible. Smoke was up. Oh, they were flashed on the smoke break. So there is uncertainty there. Just jump spotting with the incendiary. If he throws that out at the right time, Cello's 5-7 can farm.
Pretty close, though.
Yeah, that's the fight. Oh, Cello's crosshairs not on the money. K-Serato will use his smoke now just to delay and buy time for Fallen's rotation. Skulls a forward position looking for answers, but he gets a bullet between the eyes.
Well handled.
No helmet, no problem. Swisher just takes his head off.
And now just group up and look for the finish,
right.
M80.
You've got time.
Got the util to do so as well. Get a smoke over towards Moto. Oh, it's going to be Library, so... room to work with.
No one's going to be home.
No, not at all. And it might telegraph of what the setup looks like, so... Sin, who's had some key moments, but also some struggles, is going to be wrapping around 30 seconds.
It's been no secret of this. Fallen has the jump on him, gets the rifle upgrade. Now Yuri's going to catch the pivot.
Yeah, there'll be nobody home towards B either.
Yep, they're pulling them around, just throwing them around the map in these rotations. They're never in the right place, it feels.
Time, though. This is going to get damn close. They could boost.
Yeah, if you kill Slacks on the plant. Covered. Great awareness from Lake. Gets them both down as well with the spray. Okay, we're seeing a momentum shift. M80, despite the round discrepancy after the 7-1 start from Furia's T side, M80 are kind of responding in kind with 3 consecutive now after the second round forced by running away with it now. 5 down.
All right, well, going into the next, they're going to get 2,900 as the loss bonus. So in this type of round, they could chip in with something light if they would like to. But if I'm Sid, I would hope that my team is going to be fully strapped by the time we get to gun round number 1 in their second half. But that'll just be a 1-round game. Important work from both Swish and Lake on this double. Able to identify the trouble once he sees that boost come in.
Yeah, Slacks was also tucked on orange, like for the safer plan.
Nice, Mason.
You say you're pretty sure they bought? Or pretty sure they're buying?
Well, yeah, well, which they were. So now they're eco. Uh-oh. It's fine. It's fine. It always looks so scary for both of these teams, right? It feels like they're always going to be wading through the mud. Really, you have a tough time losing the 2 USPs, but there are some upgraded pistols. Very, very light util.
Can always afford a P250. Jason Moses O'Toole. 2025.
So establishing top banana control. Lake can just park here. Oh, you see that flash coming for Eva as they're coming back to execute onto B. At least I thought they were. Maybe it's just so that Sin can establish the control while Lake rotates back on that low HP to play a little bit more in the pack. 50 seconds. I haven't sent out a scout, but you would still think even if you execute into this, you should be all good.
Well, that's info.
All 3? Or at least 3, yeah, he did. Steady now, Rek.
Swishy makes sure he's at the longest distance possible, knowing the weapon discrepancy.
And they know where Yuri is. He just kills Rek, he picks up the gun, he steps out for the fight, and Swish. Starting to hit some good shots. He had great impact in the tail end, and that smile.
That
Been trying to keep the vibes high throughout. And is delivering in the server now. So what looked like a huge lead with a great pistol, remember? Double nades, logs, molly towards Broom, push down banana, disintegrate them, not a single kill. You drop the ball to the force spy.
I mean, you can understand, like, I can understand why Swish is trying to keep morale high as well, just given it's been about 3 weeks since M80 got an official win.
It's been a rough start to the year for them as well. Remember that Rek, he hurt his leg, wasn't able to get on the plane. They had Keto standing in for some of the earlier events, so they haven't really gotten off to the flyer they were looking for in 2025. But this would be a great way to eliminate a regional team.
Yeah, and a team that you recently lost to in a best of 3.
And it's hard fought. You've had to come back. It's great for the mental. Seeing good moments from different players throughout. All right, well, rifle round number 1, second half. Wow, and it's aggressive.
Yeah, Skulls, he's throwing caution to the wind, but they hear you.
Being bad actually plays in their favor.
And he's done very well there. He nearly catches Swish, a good crouch away from the spray. So we'll find an even keel, smooth sailing, and a 4v4.
I guess the molly was bad, right? You'd normally want to be off to short side to stop the swinging from that side, or
unless you've thrown it deliberately in response.
It looked missed.
Yeah, it did look like it had been whiffed.
And yeah, that's going to be frustrating if you're Skulls.
Very early retake util thrown out by Furia, so they'll establish top banana control.
Didn't feel like they're under too much pressure, but so the map is a bit of a question mark right now. Fallen's AWP posted on the long side. Do they smoke it off? There are smokes available. They peek into this. They jiggle it out, so now they know what they're working with. He's going to play ahead of this Fallen. This is crazy.
Combat AWPing, signature move out of Fallen, anti-flash. Oh,
between
no!
the wickets.
Yeah, the back turn, hard to track, and he's done it. He's forgotten to pull the trigger. Slacks and Fallen have fallen foul to that. One on Inferno each.
Okay, well, needs to be a heroic moment from one of these riflers. Queserado and Yuri, both still alive.
Queserado's got it.
Oh, Cello might have to clear him. Is he going to go deep enough? He's just flirting on this long corner. Rex lurk, it might catch him. Knife in hand, swinging around the corner, and Cello gets the better.
It's a big frag.
Late heads into B. Time the problem again.
Queserado looking like he's a dead man.
They're coming in.
Booked. He's been brought low. Just one bullet will do it. They're into the B site. Can't disrupt the plan. Slacks punching in the code now.
There's a kit for this, so they can take their time, wait for the smokes to fade.
Single flash on Yuri. He's going to be positioned to try and set them up. It could be well placed onto Slacks and Lake. Has to be perfect over the rooftop. Swisher could be susceptible to this as well. They are going to swing onto him. Lake gets all of it done. And that means an awful lot. Gun round test passed for M80.
jiggle the long guy. This is how you play, man.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so we want to have a set smoke that bounces off that window. Sorry, a set volley that bounces off that window.
And they'll hear them if they're going aggressive.
They're going to push and do that little move. Skull's still got one for the troubles.
Yeah, he did well with that.
But needed 2 for the road because right now, the roars of M80, that's what you can hear in the Copenhagen studio. Their life has found another beat. These type of buys were how M80 were winning rounds.
Yeah, can Furia match it? Some armored pistols. Oof. Chip damage arrives. 25 onto the face of Sin. Lake just walking in on that warpath. Going to accelerate now. CT going to be a vulnerability. Smoked off, and he's just so blind. Unloads 30 bullets. Cello puts him down. K-Serata needed 1, but it's still Cello. He's kicking up a fuss. Retrieves the AK, returns fire. Significant damage inflicted. Sin on 50.
Still want to come in.
Yeah, fair play. Skulls are assuming they're going to go A.
This is crazy, boys. Take a breath. You've still got a minute on the clock, and you love to run it down. That AK's been picked up. Replenish the smoke over towards Coffins. Nothing that Cello can work with. There's a HE for Yuri, but he's still over towards A. So unless they're trying to dislodge them in the post plant, fake plant, Cello spams through. I already knew where he was, hoping to draw fire from somebody else. Another fake. Smoke's going to fade, boys. Now you're in trouble.
Yeah, now you really are. Sin's going to be needing someone to get some kills. Swisher using that Tech 9 to great success. Removing Skulls. Yuri's position noted. They know where Cello was on Ruins as well. So this is all fallen into place. Wreck will clean up. And not the weapon for the job. M80 getting louder, raising the roof.
Oh, looks scary. Looks very sketchy with the approach that they're going for. I think they're expecting more bodies of Furia to be close, ready to pounce when that bomb went down to play out the man advantage, but we are talking 6 consecutive rounds. That was after the pistol.
Just funny watching Lake holding mouse 1, holding the strafe key. So blind, so blind.
Can't see a damn thing.
Nice finish.
Well, that was a partial. Guns back out.
M80 in the lead. Matching that Furia
Maybe it is intentional.
If they
do it again.
Okay, well, this time Fallen's going to open up onto Swish. Aggressive orb. Punishes.
It's intentional?
Fight. It must be.
It hit the exact same
It can't happen
place.
twice. Yeah.
Well, it's not like lightning.
It serves a good purpose for the aggressive, like a quote-unquote counter. For
I guess if they want to play through it, sure.
Ooh! Fallen gets away with his life. Warning shot connects, puts him low. Man advantage. M80, if they win this one, they'll have matched that 7-1 scoreline that Furia got off to on their T side.
Cello on the jumps now. Shots illuminate Banana as they will creep through. Lake wants to make a play. He's going to make a play.
Oh.
He's going to jump up. He's going to fight this.
Oh, Cello, instantaneous reaction. Starts to unload and spam. An important find from Slacks, and he transfers. Open. B is open and they're running. Knives are out. Skulls will rotate through. Waiting for that CT smoke, but the spam will still come through. Sin gets across. Awkward for Furia now. Do you have to save?
You have to save. Sure, you've got max loss bonus, and you've had it for quite a while now, but what are you meant to do? This is a 3v3 retake on the B-bomb, so you don't have a key, you don't have any utility. They're well entrenched. You weren't there to harass. You weren't there to monitor where they were getting off to in the post plant. And that's 11. 7-1 to now 11-9. The opener from Fallen, a thing of beauty. So this is with a man disadvantage. Make it 2. And over the wall for the double. Statement play from Slacks.
Great comms. It's awesome to hear. They knew exactly what that signified as well. We have to accelerate. We have to take this space. A 2-man B start punished as Cello and K-Serata come up short. 11. Folks, it's getting dangerously close to Furia being eliminated here. Will they be able to respond with these save rifles? They'll be able to get everyone situated with a rifle. Does a round like that kind of force the B players into playing more passive, more reserved, more blocky and jiggly?
Could be the opposite. Could be, let's go all the way in, let's take full control.
That's an option too.
Actually, I was gonna say have Fallen starting over towards B. He was pathing that way, the juggling util, so working it out a little bit late out of spawn. I don't know anymore.
Maybe they don't either. A 2-man mid-crossfire.
It's going to be a pace change, though. They haven't had too many issues getting the top banana control with Lake and applying all this pressure. It's Fallen's AWP that has to be the difference.
He's poised and ready.
And they're backing off.
Conversation being had as to how they're going to sell this. Or do they just fully commit?
If they go A, it's just 2 players. And then, what, you save again unless the trades are favorable?
Yeah, Skulls and Yuri are about to have a lot of work to do.
Just the setup. Look at the gaps. Like, long has been a gap for so long.
Just gambling. It's not going to be occupied. Yuri aware of his possibility. Now the library and arch smokes have arrived.
About to come out apps. He's got no idea.
Yeah. Skulls goes forward. Oh, unprepared with Slack. Skulls doubles up. Massive delivery. Yuri steps up as well. Delivers from the pit position. Swings into wreck, but matches the output with a double of his own. Lake has bomb. It's a 2 versus 3 in favor of Furia. Must-win round for the Brazilian side.
Well, they're taking a breath. They made sure to get that smoke down. Now the bomb tossed across. Lake can stay in the power position of Pit, and the nade lands right on his nose. 10 HP for Wreck.
Max damage. Lake might have to be the hero for M80. Not only is it a 2v3, but one of you is just bleeding out.
Long smoke fading now.
If he can do the 1-tap, if he can deliver, he can, but it's all onto Lake. He's down to Cello. Furia retakes successfully to make it just a 1-round game. Not going down quietly.
Yeah, holding your breath there if you're Skulls. Massive double from him, and looked like it was on the knife's edge, right? We can see the players at the precipice of halls ready to push out. They actually initiate the top mid fight with that double. Yuri grabs one more, and yeah, the trades were favorable, making that retake a possibility. F will take the final tactical timeout. First time it feels like they didn't bleed the clock all the way down as well. Well, they have so much cash for this home stretch. Don't worry about the buy department for M80. They're still going to be able to operate with everything they need and more. They've come to a consensus on the close. Both teams with the AWP going into a very important round of play.
Oh, great. We get to see it from his POV as well. Ready for that. Double headshot from Skulls. Yeah, that was a really important round. Big play from Skulls. He does seem to be stepping up when they need him on Inferno.
He's had some of the most impactful moments for Furia on this very map. Fallen's had some big moments throughout the series, but quite quiet here on Inferno. Only 8 kills to his name. Can step up with some impact late, and that's not going to matter. Same opener. 3 players towards B. Fallen's AWP. Again, tasked with getting this banana control. Flash for Fallen off the line. There you go. Information. That's what they were looking for. Immediately communicated, but what is the response looking like? Well, they've stayed in banana. Oh, a fight. It's on its way.
Ooh, weird smoke.
That gives them a little bit more room to work with. Cello, you got to be careful around these.
The oscillation of the smoke gives Lake intermittent vision on the car position.
Oh, it's going to be Fallen and Cello.
What?
They are playing committed.
What?
They are playing full commit in this. Now, Cello has a smoke. If there is a molly that lands on them, he can extinguish.
Bro, this is going to catch M80 off guard, but it's such an all-in maneuver. You have to nail this shot. You said Fallen's been quiet on Inferno. Well, he can't afford to be quiet here in round 22. Do they do a contact? Is it really going to be this dry? It is into the orb. Cello activates if he's necessary. Now the nade does chip damage, but still that bomb is under their control. And a Fallen steps up, delivers when his team need him most. A triple kill on the orb. Down goes Wreck on A, and the job is done. The round is won, 11-11. I know what Furia are wishing for. Another one of them from Fallen. 4 kills in the round.
You say his name, and he turns up in a huge way. That's such a pressure position. All Cello had to do there was extinguish the smoke. So you, boss man, you take care of this, all right? I'll sit here as the contingency, potentially sacrificing himself. You see that smoke coming doink off one of the M80 players' heads, but Fallen, well, the desk highlighted this. Haven't seen much of it whatsoever. Steps up in a big way to tie the game.
That's a very brave maneuver to call them into that setup. Forward position. It does catch MA off guard, just jiggling angles. And we've got aggression. K-Serato looking to try and take some control on Banana. Good nade chips away at Slacks and Lake. Ahead of the Molotov, kind of trapped forward position for now, but the smoke's still up, so he can replenish that.
In fact, both of them are playing ahead of that rally of flashes, and they could have been caught in no man's land, sandwiched between the smoke and the molly, but limping up mid, being able to garner some space regardless. A minute 20 on the clock. Wreck in Boiler. Swish in the pocket. It's just csgo left on B with the jump spot. cello tasked with heading over and helping out Fallen. They might want to go for a mid sweep from this long side.
Fallen's opens. Oh, wait. Yeah, free frag delivered in the same time. In unison, 2 headshots found. Swisher with a jump spot confirms another player occupying that long side.
All on Yuri.
Yeah, he's got a lot of work to do here. Fallen trying to get into the site. Flash does connect, but so does Yuri with the M4. Now Fallen chips in with 1. That's an important frag back from Lake, but Fallen, you've got to get him down. You've got to take him out quickly from Lake. csgo, the B player. 1 versus 2. Bomb goes down.
Has nothing, well, I was going to say to assist him with this, but just scoops up 2 flashes quite swiftly. As the kit. Bomb just gone down. This is a very tough retake.
Ooh, and an opportunity presented itself. Lake on the jiggle confirms his approach.
Oh, we know what that means. Okay, well, csgo will opt for the save. 2,400 as the loss bonus into the next. Everybody should be in the realms of getting the buy. Looks like we're going to go the distance on this one. So cello just unaware that they had taken mid control so quickly. Holding the shift key around the corner. It wasn't a jiggle into the angle. The crosshair placement wasn't there. And overtime at a bare minimum for M80.
Oh, they're right there. 1 single round of Counter-Strike and it could be the end of Furia's pursuit of playoffs in Lisbon.
I'm just working out the purchases right now. So juggling across the guns as Fallen gives the final marching orders. Finances were not an issue thanks to the massive lead that was built by M80 in this second half stretch. CT rounds have been few and far and hard to come by. Fallen being a courier of some nades right now, they're going to start cello over towards A. So they use him as a bit of a bogey. Do they hide him in a site, hide him in the pit? He can activate late. You can have your likes of Yuri and Skulls, the traditional A defenders, battling first. That does appear to be the case. Top mid smoke again. Through the U2 game in Banana, but nobody's even close to be damaged whatsoever. So Furia, it doesn't appear that they have a good read of the situation as they go through the paces. And Lake, he hasn't thrust himself forward. He's done the job throughout this half. He is conditioned that more often than not that I will be taking this space at early timings. There's nothing behind this at all. They are just going to be gearing up for an A play. But remember, cello, he's the unknown piece.
We'll see if it plays a factor in this as the A util starts to signify they're in the right place. Flash for this fight. Leg still tucked. Big duel between the two of them. Displaced by the flames. Yuri trying to take out a duel. Still delivers onto Sin. Looking good for Furia to take overtime, and it's an absolute whitewash. Just 1 from Lake. Make it 2. The 3rd available. He knows where Yuri is. Can run him down. Closing that gap. Yuri so susceptible. Trying to position himself around the wall. Lake trying to isolate the duel. 20 seconds on the drop. Yuri down. Nice movement. Is there any way he can get past that AWP from Fallen? A single peek, a single AWP bullet would put him out of the running. He can't surely win this. An opportunity, sure. Fake plant. Fallen punished! Is he really doing it? csgo can clutch up, can secure the overtime, or Lake's about to go 1v5 ballistic. Not ready for csgo. A valiant attempt from Lake, gets way closer than he deserved. How's he done that? Incredible. I bet his teammates were starting to believe after that one. Onto Fallen, fakes it out, catches the AWP advancing. csgo stays cool. And he collects. We're going OT.
Damn, okay. Well, that one photo finish in the end. cello, the unknown piece, doubles up. So massive impact from him as Lake almost pulls off what we thought was the impossible time. His biggest enemy, the fake plant works, but hoping that that meant csgo was only a few paces behind. Lake could have pulled off an absolute miracle there to secure the series in quite the fashion.
I know it didn't happen, but I still have goosebumps.
It feels like he had it, didn't it?
Yeah. Tech pause into OT.
Yeah, well, we'll take a moment to take a bit of a breather. These CT sides have been the weak points for both of the teams. So as we do stare at 12.5K for OT, MR3. If you're able to walk away with, oh, okay, hold up, he's out of his seat. So this one might take a moment or two longer than we were anticipating.
I wonder if he got overly excited during the clutch and, like, I don't know, like reflexively kicked his PC or something.
Potentially. Got a smile on his face still about things.
Well, I will say it is extra difficult because you can't speak during a tech pause, so Rex just going to have to kind of put a pause on things.
Yeah, it gives you a moment on both sides to reflect over what has been a roller coaster of a series.
You can play with your hair, though. That's okay. And what a series it's been.
Well,
we started on Dust 2.
2-3 mappers today, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
We lost Imperial earlier on today. They were taking on Team Liquid in that lower bracket. That one was 2 blowouts in Liquid's favor. Dust 2, 13-4, and Anubis, 13-5. It was Nuke, where Liquid looked like they could have got the job done 2-0. Ended up squandering a 5v3 and scoring about 10-7 to become 10-8. Lost control of the economy, and Imperial, they fought through to force it the distance. And then you take a look at our second series. Furia versus M80 on your screens right this very second. We kicked off on M80's pick of Dust 2. Kind of blew up in their face, 13-7 in favor of the Brazilians. Train, well, that had everything, a 13-10 victory. And now we're all tied up at 12 apiece. We still have 2 more best of 3s coming your way today. It's going to be G2 versus Eternal Fire coming up next. And the Mongols versus Navi, both of those series being for qualification. We're so focused on Group B today. Yesterday was all about Group A. We did send home the likes of the Huns and Astralis.
Could you remind me, Mongols Navi, did they play recently?
They did.
That was in Stockholm?
Yes, at EPL. It was in the playoffs, and it was the Mongols absolutely pantsing Navi in 13-6 fashion on Mirage and Ancient. So
okay, revenge on the menu then for Navi.
Indeed. And because of the format that's being run here, 8 teams near the group, you win the first 2 best of 3s, you lock yourself in for the playoffs, and then you play a seeding game for either semi-finals or quarterfinals. That's what we're going to be getting out of Vitality and Mouse a little bit later on in the tournament.
It really amplifies. I know it's Captain Obvious time, but like, winning is better.
Winning is good.
Winning is so much better. You win 2 best of 3s and you're just like, tickets booked. Looking forward to Lisbon.
Well, that's why the opening stage of these groups can be really treacherous, right? Because if you do lose to an underdog and you're in a group, let's say like Group A, which is the group of death of this tournament, you have to run the lower bracket. And that's exactly what happened to FaZe. Right? They lost their opening game. Now they're down in that lower bracket. They took out Astralis. They got revenge from Cluj. And now they need to battle through. I'm pretty sure because Mouse beat Spirit, it is FaZe versus Spirit. So, yeah, it's not going to be an easy run.
Meanwhile, Rops eating good, living his best life, in his lane, moisturized, chilling. Off to Lisbon after besting VP and Astralis.
Yeah, so they'll be playing that CD match against Mouse. That will be going down on Monday. But we will have 4 of our 6 teams locked in by end of today.
Okay.
So you will either have G2 or Eternal Fire, or the Mongols or Navi.
Are you an IAR or a Peepo for that one?
Oh, I think Eternal Fire play better overall Counter-Strike than G2 at
Why
the
do
moment.
I feel like a big butt's coming?
I don't think there is.
Okay.
Just, I think overall, yeah, Eternal Fire play better CS.
Yeah. But you know what EF don't have?
Monacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is always that.
There is well, there is Hunter too.
Yeah. Yeah.
He went huge. So 36 kills on that Mirage game.
In regulation, no less.
He was doing it everything. It was winning rounds where he starts with a Glock, no armor, and finishes it off. Feels like he was taking absolutely no damage.
Yeah.
This is what could have been. Final round of regulation in towards the A site. Cello up on the balcony. The unknown entity helps with the A defense. Then Lake, with 30 seconds on the clock, runs in. Gets 2 quick kills. Gets his teammates believing. A labored fight against Yuri, who's already low, but does win that one out. given the space and the good graces to pick up that bomb.
Yeah, even winning out on the Fallen fake as well, just unable to finish off a 1 versus 5 attempt. A valiant effort. That was the last round we just played. Now OT secure. MR3.
You're going to be kicking yourself, Furia, if you lose this map. You did win both pistols. Falling down very low, and, well, Cello the same.
Kaboom!
6 speed lower now. That advantage.
What's Swish cooking?
Yeah, I like it. He's been making some plays, looking more like his former self. Oh, that play is punished.
Yeah, that's a good find from Skulls. An equalizing frag. csgo is on an island right now. Backup's on its way. He has a smoke to block, so it's actually, everything's fine. Unless they push through it. They're not going to do so. They'll boost over instead, and perhaps on the oscillation he catches a glimpse. Looks like csgo's safe.
Skulls will transition across as well, so if it is an execute, the two of them can play side-side. Cuspy's head spotted now. Lake saw something and catches him on the way back.
Beautifully played. Really admirable.
Remember,
takes his time with that.
Still low, but Skulls, now he's the one tucked in. Will they clear this?
Yeah, that's the question. How diligent are your clears? Slacks gets the answer, gets more than the answer, gets the headshot in the round. Beautiful.
Okay, well, even though it's 12.5k, Fallen wants to retain that AWP. A good start for M80.
Very good start.
Kicked off with a lot of damage to Fallen and a nade kill. Top Banana finished off with Slacks, fortunately, clearing his corners. They're running with the momentum now. They were able to put together a very comprehensive second half of play. But as touched upon, it's the CT sides where these teams have been struggling. So if you can blank them right now, M80, you just need to pull one as you swap over.
Yeah, we're looking for a CSGO scoreline now. 16, the magic number.
Fallen's been able to get his hands on an AK, so that means Yuri will take the AWP. So the AK is something that they're not able to purchase, just in case you didn't know. I hope most of you knew that.
Never know, there's always a newer viewer or two.
So gets peppered on the way back, and nade for good measure, and then
one more for good measure.
Heat-seeking missile.
Off the corner, just enough damage.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't get much of a chance there, do you? Wow. Good shooting from Slacks on the rifle.
Cello's been given the AK. Well, as he's one of the point men in Banana, let's see if he can put it to good use. Rush for M80 in this one. Swish with the clear. Now the jump spot, just to make sure no one from Furia is getting inquisitive and playing behind that mid-smoke late. They're doing this same setup that we saw them find success towards the tail end of regulation. Fallen's off on B. Cello over towards A, joining the defense of Furia.
Interesting to see this. Yeah, Furia have got like a deeper retake smoke and molly combo.
Apparently it's enough of a tell to send M80 straight in towards A.
And there's a third prong. Maybe Cello is once again going to prove to be that joker up on the balk. Looks like he's lining up for the flash on Skull for Skulls on long. There's the flash and no one home.
Second one.
They're in the open. Isolates the duel, takes out Swish. Lake to swing. Slacks delivers from the balk. Cello's been found as well. Looking awkward for Yuri. He's light on ammo. Still got 11 bullets. Can try and track. Does well to convert another. The USP even takes another. Yuri 3. Masterful work from the pit side. Slacks in the clutch. Fallen Zorp's got his cross. And csgo hungry for that. And yeah, that's a great step up.
That's what you want to see from your pit anchor. Exactly that. The third, look, the fact he pulls it off with the USP under that much pressure, but that's massive work for Yuri. CT rounds, not easy to come by, and there's one.
He simultaneously sets up Skulls for the first and then wins out with 3.
They've been doing a lot of this double flash stuff. So, you know when Skulls pushed up the short side and was able to get that double kill on one of the first kind of gun rounds that they got, it was a double flash setup there as well. Skulls self-flashed and then Yuri followed through with one.
Well, because your natural inclination when you hear that flash and you turn the flash is to immediately prepare for a swing. That's when the second flash blinds you. That's when the frags come in. Well, it's not going to be the clean sheet for either side.
Oof. Just took a look at Sin's score.
How bad is it?
It ain't great.
It ain't great. It ain't groovy.
Fallen was having a tough time, and then he got 4 kills once we mentioned his name.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Now we've said Sins.
Okay, we're practicing our dark magic.
So here we go.
Juggling an extra HE over to the B side is csgo. Love that. Look at that. They got 4 HEs delivered. Puff up their chest. Slacks catches quite a lot of damage on the first one, throws out one of his own to no avail.
They've constantly been starting this AWP over towards B, haven't they? Very irregularly that we haven't seen Fallen starting here. These are the mind games. So how long do you keep this 3B set up? And do you just get csgo to continue to throw the util as he normally would? That nade doesn't find a target. I'm playing a bit more in the open, so in an off angle. Oh, that one.
That's the one he was waiting for.
An awful lot.
100 damage.
53. Slacks his own.
He's got another one.
Okay, well.
Oh, this could be big. Boom! Slacks gone. 4 HEs. And yet they're still going to go B. They're not falling for it. Fallen owns him. Takes another. Repeat into Reki once more. The multi-kill. Oh! Fallen through the wall onto Sin. Swisher with a lot on his plate here. Gets jump spotted. He's not going to be ready for this forward position of Skulls, and so they will leave with 2. An innovative approach to their final CT round. Gotta say, Fallen, of course, magnificent on the AWP, but even just that barrage of HEs was inspired stuff. Bonk. And then one more for good measure just to get that opening kill. You think you're safe on that half wall.
csgo has 885 utility damage.
I'm sorry?
885.
Bloody hell. And this one's even stunning to watch. Unk's still got it.
Well, it's been a long time since this. There it is. Highlighted for everybody playing at home.
889. Swish.
Oh, no.
An opening death. Not the time or the place for that. Tries to get Aggie on the half wall. Yuri and csgo just unload their max into the smoke and connect. How do you recover that?
Apparently more aggression on the table. Let's push down towards logs. It's normally the rotating piece, and it's spreading, it's spreading. He is dreading his. Yep, that's some more utility damage.
Well, yeah, add that to the tally. He's headed towards 1,000. He might break Alexi B's record. Oh, they are running and gunning. Trigger discipline. And it costs him everything.
And Sin, who has been having a very rough go at things. You know exactly where he is. And there might be the wind out of the sails now of M80. They stayed in it. They kept the focus. They brought themselves back into this game.
Yeah, they lost their grip at times. And still just showing their pedigree.
Was it 7-1 to 8-4 at the half? They lose the pistol round, they win the force, and then they start just slathering on round after round. They were definitely believing.
Perfect molly, and a flash on top as well, 100-0.
Leg just concedes his life, and so unfortunate for Rek. He's trying to make the move of a century.
I mean, you can see that was one of his win conditions, is he needed a multi. He knew he had to. 989. He is close to the 1,000 mark. Keep your tabs on the HGs.
Straight up mid.
He is just posting, peeking in the flames, burns down. Oh, that's a 1G.
Officially a 1G.
Little awkward.
When you got a round to spare, take a risk.
Yeah, fair. Still far from a guarantee for M80.
Fallen now gets to be the puppet master, can call from the grave. Can see all of his pieces on the board. Oh, okay, well.
Taste of your own medicine.
Yeah, exactly. Straight on the nose of 2. And Swish did have some heroic moments on this B bomb site.
Swish going to throw out another nade, but they're already into the site. Sin on that new box. Swisher does deliver. Removes skulls. 2 of them here. A nice work from Sin. He's managed to double up and make it 3 from the backside. csgo to stabilize, but on the side, it's Rek. Ooh, okay, they survived the night. One final round to play.
All right, well, is it back to more of the reverse setup as opposed to trying to charge the way up mid and force that opener? They might just go back to simmering into the round, taking their time, grouping up and looking for the finish. Remember in the previous T round, they were actually able to get a free opening on Swish, being very aggressive. Said we'll take this 30 seconds to instruct how they want to move out of spawn.
Okay, I did some research. The utility damage that Alexi B did was in 1/2. He did 967.
All right, we're now in overtime.
Yeah, so it's completely, it's contextual, but it is still an absurd number. Make no mistake.
And that's why we tell everybody at home to look into it. As that case already does break the 1,000 mark.
Yep, there it is. Oh, big call. I mean, this is always those crazy rounds where it's elimination point.
I think just try and play out the util battle, right? Don't thrust yourself into banana for the sake of it. Careful now. Clear of the smoke, shot taken, and he's out of there.
Lovely idea.
I love the fact that they're not backing down on the CT side either. They're still trying to bring ways to find these opening picks. So M80 still playing their game deep into this map 3. But yeah, Furia making sure they're not going to give away any casualties, not take too much damage to nades, and now they're working on that map control. We can edge this.
Yeah, he is. Swisher forced back by the flames.
Both teams essentially giving up banana control, so the util dump doesn't really get either of them anything. That nade's a curious one. It makes you feel, okay, well, maybe they're not infesting banana like we think they could be. Sounding off through the wall as the boost is assembled. Swish up there with the AK-47. Oh, it's essentially all 5 players of Furia over towards banana once Fallen comes and joins them, and the rotation point is going to be far away. Slack's posted on the short side. Wreck over towards Absent. Makes in the sight, so it's just these two.
It's just these two. Okay, gets to see over the smoke by blocking it. It does indicate his position, though. Who takes first contact? Your fate in your hands. Just the two of you. Swisher and Sin. Spam connects. He's very low on the pillar, but that boost to deliver one. There's Sin as well, defending his site valiantly down low. 21 points of health. Yuri's low could go down. Skulls finds 2. Spams him down. Bomb will be planted. It's Rek rotating in from the banana side. Slacks in from CT. Fallen's AWP holding for this fight. Rek cannot afford to go down to this AWP. Somehow he has to anticipate that Fallen's posted. How does he get this info? He's waiting for his teammate in the ruins to activate. Fallen overlooks it. He just turned away. His patience rewarded. Rek taking down the AWP, and then one of them's low. Yuri bleeding down to 19 on the new box position. Molly to force the fight. Can Skulls deliver? Not enough. Damage inflicted. Yuri so low. Slacks can hit it, and there's enough time for the defuse. We go again.
How unlikely a retake's on Inferno, but final round of the overtime. You have to go for it. Timing favors Rek there in banana. You think he's a dead man walking. Fallen turns around, shot in the side of the head, and it is picture perfect on the way in.
The pause from Rek wins them that round, that retake. Oh, Lakes found his voice.
You're scared to lose. We want to win. Let's see if they can back that up as we head into OT number 2.
What a high afforded only to the professional Counter-Strike players of taking it the distance into a second overtime. You are just right there, a couple of clicks of Furia's mouse away from elimination, but we go again. Nade does connect onto Yuri. Keserato trying some aggressions towards the half wall. He dices down Swisher comfortably. Sin's gonna have to try to throw block utility. The pre-fire wasn't bad, but the nade is good. Operating at 50 HP.
They might
that flash is scary. That's what they want. Look at Furia.
3 players
just pushing in with the AWP and takes down Lake. And another one from the AWPer on the other side of things. Slacks his combat AWPing 2, racks up the double. Sin in the smoke in the 2v2. Hold on, hold your horses. Sin can't wait for his teammate. He's in the smoke. He slinks behind them. They're not ready for this at all. Are they? Yuri is, apparently. Perfect read of the situation.
Oh, here comes Rek again.
Has he got it in him? He has the element of surprise as it currently stands, but held by that Nubox angle. Spotted out now. Swaps to his nade. Has the info on the both of them. Yuri not going to die to the nade, but chunked down further. 31 to work with as he progresses forward. Yuri's planning to swing off of that Nubox clear. This is the plan. This is the ploy, but he isolates the Jewel. Had cover as well.
Time.
Takes him out, isolates the Jewel. Yuri's feeling pressure as the smoke gets going to make things so awkward. Yuri trying to get ahead of it. Rex just going for the ballsy stick. Yuri going to tap him away. Secures it for Furia. Right down to a 1v1. Smoke diffuse. Furia take the first round OT2.
Yeah, you better hope that Lake, you just haven't given them some mental advice, because the way that they're running up Banana there sure look like they wanted to win. Okay, Serrato changing the tempo of this. That fight being taken at about the 1:40 mark, and then Fallen saying, hold up a second, let's just charge on in. Who the hell are these kids? Slacks, he tries to put up a bit of pressure of his own, and this retake almost perfectly dealing with that setup was Wreck.
Nice.
The high-octane Counter-Strike now. We're going to have a biff in Banana. I don't think they like giving away that control. Slack's AWP is going to be brought over to be trained on the line. Like blocking mid quite early there with that incendiary, so hoping to force them elsewhere for the time being as a nade lands. This one does primarily damage to Swisher. Slack's only taking 8. Getting this mid control now. Slack can work behind this.
T-Smoke, he sees that as an invitation to try and get on half wall, but he's out.
Yeah, a bit scary. They could have crept up under. Can still leave him here on his lonesome. Has a smoke. Just needs to be careful of the Logs boost.
He's really trying to encourage them to try the boost.
And look how passively Swish is watching Speedway from as well. So there is still fast support available. Swish is playing, oh, there you go, in a quick transitional period. Rex still has an incendiary left late. And late has been the story of a lot of these T rounds.
28 seconds. The 3-man setup on A site. Very site-centric. Cello and Yuri will wrap around from the long side.
Rotation's on the way.
Sure. Right down to the last couple of seconds. It's Fallen leading the pack, leading the charge. The spearhead of the assault draws fire. Cello, the one to double up, but will he overlook Sin? He's not looking. Cello turns his tail, still takes down Lake. It's up to Serato and Skulls hitting the orb shots. Hiding out on the site. 5 seconds he has to plant, but he's right in front of him. And Sin secures it.
Good fucking round, Elias. Good shit, baby. Nice, babe.
Everything is so crazy. What the hell? This is what you mean when you say Inferno's fun when it gets to the...
Exactly, right? Because throughout the regulation, you get a lot of saving, a lot of playing for, oh, we just need a couple of CT side rounds. Then overtime, that goes out the window. We're fighting for everything, tooth and nail. And this time, it's M80 taking a page out of Fallen's trap, but playing the loose piece of the in-game leader on that site. Not to be expected when you're nameplating and getting happy with things now. Sin, if he can turn his game around, at one point he only had 5 kills. He's starting to rack up a couple more.
That was an impactful round from him, and he's going to start over towards B with an extra pair of hands.
Looks like it might be more direct. They're already starting to go up mid quite silently. This double app setup. They've been circumvented. They're wrapping already.
They are. And they're about to work it out. Costing the frag onto Skulls, and now they know where both of them are. Bombs accelerated in. Very early retake. Look at the time. 1 minute 25. Complete reversal.
But the key right now is M80 has so much utility for this retake. Look at everything they have. Smokes, flashes, mollies as well. To piece this together. Take a breather. You know they've got them boxed in towards A.
So much utility indeed. Piecing this one together. Yuri spamming away at Smokes. Cello in the pit responsible for the abs. And that balcony fight. Incendiary. Oh, and an orb shot hit. Okay, lining up. Fallen, how's your spray? Good enough. Needs more. Can't get it done. M80 swapping sides with the lead. They take the 2.
Right there, it highlights the problem with taking a site so early. Furia don't have any utility left to be able to defend that, but everything required for M80 to get back in. Both of those incendiaries, picture perfect. Headshot displaced over towards pit. Put into the wide, and the AWP will deliver another kill.
Oh, that's a great
there
shot
from Slacks. And then the trade work, the body's just thrown into short.
Like you'd think retaking from a balcony with an AWP is not really the best weapon for the job, but he makes it look like it is. Onto Cello. Great shot, 17 to 16.
I wonder if they've been able to piece together this Fallen AWP starting over towards B an awful lot, right? Whether that's supportive or whether that's holding the line, it's something that came to fruition late within Furia's regulation. They even brought it into OT. Well, he will be starting A. So Fallen starts the AWP on short. Does he want to go for a pick?
That's what Slax is banking on.
Oh, he's actually up in the window room.
I mean, this is overtime. You start throwing the strap book out the window.
That smoke's really weird because Fallen, right, if they just walk through, they'll shoot him in the side of the head. So there's a crazy move that's possible.
True.
It's not going to happen. But that's going to start to fade in a second. Fallen's going to fight this.
This is a different approach. And he's nailed it onto Rek. Now, all the swing from Yuri could have maintained. Instead, concedes.
Oof. Tried to pin him in boiler. He's going to swing for another. Fallen. He's a madman. Slax will take him down.
So, just skulls.
This is for 18.
As they line up for him, now he reveals his position. There's no help, there's no backup. They're trying to isolate the duel. They swing in. A little bit of damage. Cello onto Slax, but that's a big one from Lake.
Queserado in the clutch again. He's late to this. He's
very late.
Down Banana.
Smoking a kit. Valuable assets in the clutch.
Sin very low, but not in a traditionally naded position. Lake actually takes some space, pushes up towards that Moto smoke.
It's a default plant. Not planted for Lake. Behind that smoke, if you can isolate Sin. Nades him. Makes it a 1v. Oh, he's missed the nade. Can't clear the corner now. He's worried about the pit. Running light on time. Queserado paranoid. Can't find him. 2 opportunities to eliminate Furia and survive the night. Blast open Lisbon. This Inferno has gone long. Furia, call that timeout. Sit on the mic. His boys need 2 consecutive just to extend to a 3rd OT. Furia are on the verge of elimination. Def gets an opportunity as well, make no mistake. M80, especially when you've got 2 opportunities, Chad, these are the kind of guys that would be willing to do something a little avant-garde, a little unique in one of those 2 rounds. Catch you off guard, do something a bit unpredictable.
Take a look at this. So the Dink is blocked here. This is against an AK.
Through the cone.
The Dink gets blocked, the kill doesn't come through.
What?
And Rek ends up clutching out that round.
What? Oh my gosh, 3 HP. Watch this, 100? 23-3. Oh, we have got pace. We have got pace. It's cost Lake greatly. Oh my god, look at Slax's HP as well. Well, aggression wasn't the remedy. They're all committed.
This is all in.
This is an all-in. Chips to the center of the table. One gets across to the pool. God Flash available, but they're pushing into the CT smoke. Takes down the AWP, but what an equalizer from Slax, and it gets worse for Furia. It collapses. Oh, now it's stressful. It's so stressful for Skulls. Cello, Yuri. Look at that deep smoke. You're staring at it, but you're spamming it, and you find Rek. A glimmer of hope for Furia to extend play. An opportunity, Slax. He's not playing scared. He's not playing shy. Holding for this aggressive line. Cello jiggles it out. Slax gets the frag, but he gets stuck on the doorway. Skulls is saving Furia 1 frag at a time. 25 and counting. Swisher is going to have to do it all because Skulls...
There's a smoke for this.
Cannot be tamed, cannot be stopped. He's desperate to secure another round of play. Yuri, audible, pushing through the smoke. Swish will isolate. Skulls is going to get on the bomb. He has to get him off it. He has to get him off it. Can't seem to find him. And Skulls forces the final round of our second overtime. I can't quite believe he's done it. How has that happened? How are we still in this game?
Another round where the retake looks so unlikely. They brute force in towards B. They have everything they need and more. This kill through the smoke, it gives them hope, but the AWP kill, getting stuck on the door, he can't get through. Skulls just keeps on hitting and has to stick to the fuse. He can't take the fight, the time's not there.
The balls on this guy, sticking the smoke, and for poor old Swish, the stress of not being able to hit that instant shot in the smoke. They've got another chance. It is not, all is not lost. Your hard work was not for naught. And Cello's got the audacity to just go running and gunning.
Oh, careful around the flames.
Straight down, deep banana control gained.
Another nade just lands for 1 damage right next to him. So lucky to be alive, and how does he even back off? Plenish of the smoke comes through and a breather for a moment. M80 going to be kicking themselves. They didn't close the game then and there.
It was theirs for the taking, mate. Deep smoke, 3v3. What do you... Oh, Skull's just too good. He didn't give up.
cello has been able to back off. So he gets out of there, still remains as a piece on the board. They've left him jiggling half wall. Moment of silence on Inferno falls as, yeah, if he had hung around, he would have been burnt out of position. Selling something mid, but they didn't have any follow through. You can look at the radar, you can see that the space is not M80's, and Furia know it.
Yeah, and cello's going to operate at just 21 points of health. He's so low. He's just so easy for Lake to take down. And now K-Siraj's been caught out with his nades out. And that's surely going to be it. He can't do it again.
With the post plant this time, they're going to be on high alert. The way that they approach this, not going to be giving anything away. The comms at this moment. Keep it tight, boys, and the AWP posted on the line.
Slacks can close it down. A leg shot hit into the shoulder. Trying to piece out, no doors nearby, nade damage, AWP shot hit, looks like Furia are packing their bags. Slack's trying to do it for him with an over peak. And Rex secures a frag onto Fallen, it falls to Yuri. It only took him 2 overtimes. Yuri goes down, Furia are out of there, M80 throw the knockout blow. A marathon of Counter-Strike, 3-map affair, double OT.
Well, they stay alive here at Blast Open Lisbon. They were down 7-1 in the first half, and the fact that they draw this all the way back, they eliminate the Brazilians. Furia had their chances on Train, had their chances on Inferno, but M80, they were playing to win.
M80, no strangers to a marathon. They get this slog of a game over a line. Particularly more impressive when you're looking back at Dust 2, their own map pick coming into this series, and the way that Furia just absolutely manhandled them on that map. The bounce back, Jacob, super impressive.
Very, very impressive showing by M80. I'm not gonna lie, again, on paper, M80 shouldn't be able to take down a team like Furia, but we said it coming into the game. You know, they're closer to each other than many people would think when you look at the experience, when you look at the player material. M80 have once again shown that the resilience that they show up with, the understanding of how to incorporate their way into a game, fight their way back into a game, is at a very high level. Furia didn't play well. Furia offered way too many mistakes, and M80 were there to capitalize and secure a massive, massive win, not only for them, but for the VIS, for the major aspirations, and for their future in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a big confidence boost when you can win tight games always, especially in the fashion. It brings you even closer as a team, because you're going to look at that game as a reference game. Like, we just gave it all together, and then you can carry that on for like next games, and then the next match you're going to play, you're just going to have that in the back of your mind. Okay, if we play with that energy, if we play with that intensity, that's how we can win. And then you can see for Furia, I mean, it's just, they know they have the games in their hands, and it's just going back on those rounds, going back on those moments, it is rough, man.
From a game in their hands to now a head in their hands, unfortunately, I can understand the frustrations, the emotions that they must be feeling right now. We do have Fallen joining us on the desk. First of all, commiserations. Really appreciate you joining us despite the circumstances. Tell us about that train, because coming off that first half, we thought you guys had momentum. Then we switched into the second half, and it felt like there were a lot of mistakes for you guys, right?
I would say that series was pretty much lost on both CT sides, not capable to administrate the pressure and, in my opinion, administrate the usage on the utility as well. I think sometimes there is too much panic, and you know you gotta understand that you're playing a tournament. People are not gonna walk out mid straight, like they're not gonna play first time, so you gotta administrate your utility well. And I think on that regard, we kind of didn't evolve as we need to win matches like that. And secondarily, they actually play very well on train as well. I think they made a comeback was possible because they dominated us going towards ladder. They made two of our players to go 6 HP instantly. So that was a very difficult round to win right away, right from the bat. So it was that started the comeback on the T side. So I have to rewatch the match to understand more, but I think overall, gotta be a little bit smarter and a little bit more cautious on how we're gonna approach the T sides, because I think we're just playing for things they are not doing too much, and that's going to be costly.
It's not a secret that obviously, as you said, the CT sides were looking rough in this game. At times you look like a very well-drilled machines. At times in the game you look like you're way superior to M80, and then it's like there's a mental switch or something. Would you say that you're a little bit fragile at the moment? It feels like it's 1 or 2 rounds and then you lose confidence, or maybe you start to overthink things, or what's the feeling within the camp?
I think that's happening, and you can see that on those things that I mentioned.
Yeah.
Because the confidence is not there, because the view of how the round is supposed to happen and how the defense is supposed to happen happen. Sometimes the view is not there, and then you can see some choices, and you can see some risks, and you can see some utility usage that's going to be costly at some time. So yeah, it's all, at least Inferno is mostly about that. But overall, I think we have been playing good T sides. They're very good players on the T side, and on the CT sides, we got to find our groove because it's been lackluster lately.
Yeah, it's a lot about the pace, I think, that you try to put in the game. Like when you come on Dust 2, you knew exactly what you wanted to do, right? Like the pace, you take control of areas, then you wait because they make mistakes. And that's what we saw on the T side. But it comes, yeah, a lot of the basics, I think, of the game, right? Like bomb planet situation and all that kind of stuff. And how much of your energy does it take to like try to make that the best possible for the team? Because there are some things that were lacking there.
You know, it takes a lot of... I give everything that I have every time, not only in the match, but before the match, on preparation, on practice, I try everything that I can. I try to help with the experience that I have. Some things have been improving and others aren't. And we got to check on those things that are not being improved, and they're kind of repetitive at some point, you know? So at some point, we got to find a way to step up and be more collective and be a little bit more smart with the utility usage, smart with the decisions, the risks we're going to take. Because yeah, it's tough. I understand as well that the team has been lacking a lot of performance on the CT side lately, and that sums up on every game that we play. So sometimes the confidence is not there because of the recent past, but you got to find a way to put that aside and play the game. You know, if we are able to play the game, we should never be losing those matches.
Yeah, for sure. And also, was their slow playstyle kind of what you think struggled a little bit? Because it's a bit of a thing that happened throughout the whole best of 3, right? Like they were very slow on their T side, and so talking about the utility usage, that's where we have to a bit jiggle a little bit, like switch the areas around. Is that going to be the main focus, you think, for you and the teammates you have around?
Yeah, we are always trying to improve on a lot of things. Some maps have been improving lately. That we found some new grooves. On Anubis, for example, has been a map that have been suffering a lot, including Mirage, and we have been stepping up on those maps. But overall, there is some key factors that they keep happening, and mostly it's because of the risks and the decisions we take, as I mentioned. And we got to find a way to fix those things. And I do believe a lot in the team. I think there's a lot of potential, but the early results on this year has been lackluster. I think the team can play with more capability. And it's kind of 50-50 as well, because we, as you said, we can play super well at some moments, and then the others is just not there.
I imagine it's been, you know, quite difficult to be finding the time to work on those things, right? Because you're one of those teams that have been attending a hell of a lot of events. Not going to be stopping either. You've got Bucharest, Astana, Dallas coming up. Anything for the next like week and a half, 2 weeks before you guys go to Bucharest that you're going to be doing?
I think after this result, we're probably going back to Malta, a little bit more boot camp, and we're probably going to have good talks and try to understand those things that are happening and try to keep improving on them. Every single team here in the tournament is trying the same. They're trying to improve themselves. They're trying to get better, winning matches. There are teams who are coming here in the tournament, and they right away they can think about the title. And it's just not the case for us in a lot of teams here. So it's all about realizing and learning something for the next tournament. We play a lot of tournaments. That's the great thing of CS, you know, it's not only one tournament per year. So every tournament we play, you have the opportunity and you have the chance to learn something and apply on the next games. And what's being a little bit frustrating for all of us, not only me, but all the teammates for sure, is that some of the things, they are repetitive, and we're not going through some of those things, but we've got to find a way to go through, you know, that's the game, and we're going to find a way.
Fallen, really appreciate your open and honest nature as always. Commiserations once again. We'll let you get off with your team, but looking forward to seeing you guys.
Good to see you guys.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, gutting for Furia to be going out in that fashion, particularly with the hot start they had to this series.
Yeah.
So many moments, as Fallen said, you know, if they'd been a bit more optimal, if they'd been a bit more focused, cohesive, on the same page, could have potentially been a different story.
The worrying part is that he seems to share the frustration that we're seeing from the outside as well, which is that, you know, it's repetitive mistakes. It's the same thing over and over and over again. And I can imagine from an in-game leading perspective and from Fallen's perspective as well, even the teammates, if it's the same things over and over and you keep addressing it over and over and you keep talking about it but nothing changes, then at some point as a player and as a unit, you start to lose faith in the possibility of fixing those mistakes. And again, you can always, you know, overcomplicate things. You can maybe even look towards Fallen right here and be like over-judging what he's sensing, but I do feel that they're at a point right now where it's starting to hit a brick wall, and that must be frustrating for not only Fallen but for all the players involved.
No, for sure, because especially the way that they lose the game is because of basic mistakes, and like basic way, as he said it himself, using utility. Why would you use utility if they're not in your crosshair, they're not around, you know, they're not going to contact and do crazy things all of a sudden. There is that part, and the bomb planet situations that were at times abysmal. Like it was just sometimes there are rounds where you just unplug your keyboard, unplug your mouse, and then you win a round, and then you have literally nothing to do, and then it's going to be even better, and then you just find a way to just overpeak and fight and then just lose those rounds. And so As an IGL, I think he did well in terms of like setting the whole team up and like getting into, especially on the T side, right? Setting the team up properly, getting into the right areas, especially in Inferno. He was playing with like the AWP on the City side in Banana and Inferno, and that made a lot of impact. And so when that was going, that's tactically sound, but then you lose because of basic mistake. You're like, what more can you do?
Yeah, for Furia and Fallen, unfortunately, eliminated here at the Blast Open Lisbon 2025. But that does mean M80 live to fight at least one more day here in the Copenhagen studio. So let's get a few winning thoughts, courtesy of Swisher and Banks.
This was a crazy game, and I just first want to ask you, how much does it mean to you guys, especially when I know you're trying to climb up and grab those VRS points, dude?
Yeah, it feels great. The game yesterday, we felt like we should have had that 2-0, or 2 days ago. No, we should have had that 2-0. Yeah. We've played these guys now. This is our third time playing them. The first time was in the RMR, they eliminated us. The second time was in EPL, they eliminated us. And then like this time, we're like, we're gonna get over this hurdle. And then today we did it.
You say today we did it, but it started on your map of Dust 2, and it didn't look like your map at some point in it. What was going on there? Why did it take you so long to kind of wake up into this?
I'm not really too sure. We're gonna have to like look back and review. I think we just had a couple bad reads early on. We just have a constant thing right now though, is that we just keep starting slow. Yeah. Like it's almost every series that we play, and like this is something we're trying to harp on. Like we need to just like start sharp and like be shooting.
In terms of doing that though, you come in to train, you're down in the first half, you battle back though. Were you confident enough in your train to be able to do that? Did you have that belief, or was it kind of more in the flow of what you guys were doing?
Our train has been really good in scrims. So like we were pretty confident coming into it. We have barely any officials played in it. Yeah. So like that's obviously a concern. And the last time we played it was versus 3D Max, and they kind of just destroyed us. Yeah. So we were a little nervous, but we were just confident in our own train and our own scrim results, and like we played really well.
Now talk to me about this Inferno a bit, because there's almost a 1v5 pulled off by Lake. A lot of us thought that was going to happen. What was it like after that? How did you guys even reset? Because it looked like it was a possibility, like it could have been so close. Then you have to go into overtime.
Honestly, like, I think, like, no matter what, we kind of expected to lose the round at the point, like, before. In the 1v5, like, you kind of have to expect to lose it, right? So it's like, as he gets kill after kill after kill, it's like, okay, it's like more of a reality. But, like, I think that kind of the beginning of thought of like we're expected to move, like we're already kind of moving on in the round, and then that kind of lets us like snap out of like the closeness of it.
Do you think that swung into some extra confidence though going into the overtime itself?
100%. Rec actually had some minor issues with that, which slowed us down a little bit. That kind of like iced us a little bit, but we still came out strong. I think like Mason Lake had a kind of a slow start in his first 2 maps, but he won so many rounds on this Inferno for us, and that he's like a big reason why we were able to be victorious today.
Credit where it's due. Good luck going forward, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, pure elation from M80 in this winning moment. Not only at least keeping their life for one more series here in Copenhagen, but the first time they've actually ever been able to take down Furia as an organization as well. So that's a nice little hurdle to get over for them.
It's a big win. It's a massive win for Swiss and the boys. As I said, I think they deserved it. I think Furia offered too many mistakes for them not to be punished for it. And I think, as we spoke about pretty much throughout the entire segment, it's a team of quality that gives you the opportunity. Whenever you're presented by a mistake, you got to capitalize on it, right? You got to be there to punish it. You got to be there to chime in. And I think M80 did that. Then we go into double overtime on Inferno, and you think to yourself, as we spoke about Nathan as well, how much do we value experience? You know, what is experience even worth in today's day and age of Counter-Strike? And I'm starting to side towards, you know, not a lot when it's inside these environments. Fallen, Quesarado, Yuri, I think they made significantly more mistakes than M80. And would that be the case with all that experience against no experience? Not really.
I mean, I think Fallen brought the experience and said that he was in the right place in the right time. Like, he often had those entries, and he was like playing Banana, which is like his staple on Inferno, that he always played very differently and playing a lot of Banana with his up. So like he had a lot of impact when it comes down to that. But yeah, like when you come down to the bomb planning scenarios, I don't know if he was alive in those or not, but you cannot lose those. Like this is impossible. I don't know how you give it away. So regardless, yeah, I agree that M80 just did what they had to do. They won the rounds they tried to win, and it's not their fault that Furia is giving it to them, right?
No, totally fair analogy. We can check in with the Group B bracket as well to see exactly where that marathon game that M80 just about managed to get over the line leaves the proceedings. Obviously, they're going to be facing the loser of our next series, which is G2 taking on Eternal Fire. So by no means getting any easier from M80 moving on forward.
Not at all. You know, M80 is only going to face steeper competition, but I think with today's win, they can also move into the next match with pretty much nothing to lose in a sense. I think they've already done more than enough. They've played a good brand of Counter-Strike right there. They've once again shown that they are one of the teams on the horizon, one of the teams that we have to pay attention to. Are they going to be G2 or Eternal Fire? Absolutely not in my head, but still, just the fact that they could take down Furia and maybe make that game competitive in itself should be enough.
Well, we've got to find a winner from that series, and that is what is going to be going down next. You can wipe the sweat off your brow because the elimination games are done for now. G2 taking on Eternal Fire, one of these two teams netting a spot in the Portuguese playoffs.
Oh my gosh. Jason Kaplan and I, that must have been right at the start. I'm in my itchy clothes, didn't really know who I was back then. Very much consuming the "you're lucky to be an esports" Kool-Aid in my cereal. It was very good. I was just like the new guy, and I remember finding that quite daunting, moving into a new community and trying to, integrate. But I was warmly received. Cadian was on the desk with me, Hiko, and I was working with those guys, and it was actually the start of a long career in desk hosting. It was the start of something quite exciting and life-changing. Got a Lego Man haircut as well, man. Jesus Christ. Ooh la la. Star Ladder. Yeah, they did. They started sending more specific fashion guidelines after this event. They weren't happy, but I look cool. You can't deny it. It's a good look, nice color palette, chunky chain, bit of a statement. You can see the difference from 2015. Yeah, that was a great event. That was where they had these like musicians as well. Like there was these I think they were pretending, but it was like kind of heavy metal intros with these guys and big flames and pyro. It was a very cool atmosphere. They got to the point where I was kind of so familiar with the role and it became quite effortless, not trying to sound like egotistical, but it didn't take much effort for me to do a good job at that point, which actually created quite a crisis internally, because I think everyone wants to have something to strive towards or improve on, which is probably when I started getting the itch to go back to my roots as a commentator, because there's a whole lot. I'm never satisfied in commentary. Just a fantastic final. One of my favorite finals to be involved in. I still wish that the word that hadn't come out of my mouth in that 1v1 where I was saying it could be overtime as Shiro kills him and it's the end of the game. I mean, I quickly pivoted. I got swept up in the romance of like, they're actually doing this. FaZe are actually taking us to overtime. It was an overtime spirit. It's their major. But yeah, very, very cool. And it was cool to see like the Chinese audience. I hadn't really seen, how they indulge in Counter-Strike. They're very respectful, but also they really understand the game. Oh, the American crowds, they do it different. Raw passion, very friendly. They show up, they go the whole hog. They are one of the more loud and boisterous crowds, I'd say. They've got a lot of energy and a lot of support. For those of you that are traveling to Texas, for those of you that are traveling to Texas, I know you're going to put on a show. I know you're going to give your all. And USA, USA, USA.
Legacy makes the jump across, picks up the AK, gets the headshot. Oh! And he spins around for the kill.
That's it. That's the dagger. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again and again and again.
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise. Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
If you've got the chance, you don't want to miss it, and neither do these two teams of trying to get to the arena in Portugal. Lisbon is a beautiful place, but they bring a lot of hype, a lot of fire, and that's what I'm expecting from these two teams on your screens right now. They've already played against each other once this year, and it did go the way of Eternal Fire. But this G2 have been improving, but how much? That's what we're going to have to learn throughout this series, because Eternal Fire, they've proven to be a dominant team. They've proven that they can consistently get to playoffs, and they've proven that even with making a roster change, it only gets better from here for these guys. I'm James Banks, and I'm going to be your host as we go through the next couple of games today. You've still got 2 more best of 3s, plenty of amazing Counter-Strike action on this weekend. I've got Vu and I've got Maui again. How we doing, boys?
Can't complain.
Fantastic. Thanks for asking, James. Really, you caring? There's always somebody that cares. Everybody out there should know that.
I would say my mood is comfortably acceptable.
Oh, here we go again with the comfortably. Do we want to get the scale out again? Are we going to start with this from the very beginning? Now, I want to look at this for Eternal Fire first, because this is a team that is grinding like crazy. They're putting the work in, but they're looking damn good, and they are showing that they're not going to falter, especially not at the beginning of the group stages, right?
Yeah, whereas G2 are filled with more household names, Eternal Fire is more cult heroes. They've obviously gotten the entire Turkish region to rally around them. They play an explosive brand of Counter-Strike, one that doesn't have all the bells and whistles of the most tactical CS out there, but their shooters shoot hard. They all follow a very singular game plan crafted by Major, crafted by Faber, and they've shown themselves to be a consistent playoff team this year.
Yeah, I don't think you need necessarily the most tactical style when you have Xantarez and Woxic there to bang some heads. You have really well-crafted game plans, like you said. You can get away with, I'm not saying they're not tactical, but they really are kind of brute force CS. I think that's their style.
Now we can see the team in front of you right now, and we know a lot of these names and faces, but you mentioned Woxic, Xantarez. In some games now, you don't even need them to be the ones that take over.
That's what's so impressive about this team. It's really a win by committee. Yes, Xantarez is going to be their best player more times than not. Yes, Woxic will have the explosive op round occasionally, but this has been a win by committee. Madra's been an incredibly solid fragging in-game leader. Jota has been a really solid anchor upgrade over Calyx, and Wycadia is a guy where I'm just liking him more and more and more that I see him.
I think a lot of people were kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop with Eternal Fire. Eventually, it felt like maybe something would go wrong. The question about moving Calyx for Jota, but it's just gotten better and better.
And he brings a great mood, which we keep hearing from them in interviews, right? We see that he's able to add an extra depth to them as well, and he can put up the numbers that Calyx certainly wasn't doing. When we look at Wycadia, though, what I want to touch on here is that he's had moments where you'd say he can struggle on a stage or some of his inexperience is starting to show. Do you feel like he's starting to get over this? Are we starting to see a better version of him now?
I would say so. His consistency is something that I have found quite remarkable, actually, because the jump up from academy level to tier 1 is usually a sobering experience for many riflers out there. But Wycadia's numbers have now actually surpassed his academy numbers. He's got a higher rating with Eternal Fire proper than he did with the academy lineup. So he's obviously fit in very well to tier 1, and that's because he understands how his bread is buttered. He doesn't swing by himself. He doesn't go for too many ridiculous sort of solo plays too often. He mostly just plays around what the team needs of him, and he's able to execute that because he tethers so well off of teammates.
Yeah, Wycadia, the important thing is you're always looking at Eternal Fire over the years. It's the Xantarez show. When does Xantarez show up? When does he not? But we're looking at a win over G2 where, I mean, Xantarez is near the bottom of the scoreboard because you have Wycadia, you have Jota, they're both showing up. They're both, the B game here for Eternal Fire is actually an option. It's not just hope that our stars show up.
And is their C and D game also an option? Because I've seen now, not one, not two, I can probably count on my hand now how many games I've seen Madger have games where he has been the one pulling the team over the line, leading by example, and also fragging out.
I mean, when they took down Vitality earlier this year, Madger was just targeting Flamesy in E-Box on Anubis. So yeah, no, he can come up with game plans that also suit himself. So it is a much more balanced team. Whereas obviously, I think some people might want to just reduce Eternal Fire to just, oh, can Xanthorus play well today? I've seen so many games where he actually goes sub 1.0 KD and they still pull off victories versus some of the best teams in the world.
And when you say they pull off that against some of the best teams in the world, do you feel like Eternal Fire are a team who can make that next step now to being a trophy contender? Because it's been the playoffs, it's been the arenas that they've admitted themselves, they don't play the same, right? But they're trying to play as much as possible against the very elite.
Yeah, that's the ever-present question for Eternal Fire. I mean, they even played against Mongols. I think everyone can accept Mongols, Eternal Fire both have trouble in playoffs, and it doesn't look very good, but you just need the experience. You need the stage presence. You need to get reps in, and if they keep dominating group stages like they do, the reps are going to come.
Are we thinking that's going to be a possibility for them here as well, right? Do we put them as the favorites, especially maybe in this matchup?
Oh yeah, James. I think Eternal Fire are the favorites here. I feel like G2 are inconsistent. They are a bit more top heavy. Eternal Fire, like we've already been building up, it's just that anybody can really step up on any given day, and unless the game plan is so abhorrently bad that it just nerfs them completely, they're usually going to find answers too.
When you say that though, sorry for a second, when he says about the game plan being so bad, is that the biggest weakness of Eternal Fire? Is it sometimes the strategy side of it?
I've seen them sometimes, no joke, hit the same bomb site 8 rounds in a row. Like I sometimes see them just kind of run their head into a brick wall.
Your favorite IGLs do that though.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because G2 does the exact same thing.
I know.
And you know who else does that once in a while? Apex doesn't want. Everyone does that once in a while.
When Apex is doing it, it's working. But no, that is a little bit of ad hominem right there. Or like I do think that it sometimes gets IGLs into trouble if they just follow the game plan too strongly and don't try to adapt to it. If you just keep trying to run the same play over and over again, yeah, maybe you'll break through eventually, but I feel like a little bit of variety is needed when the first one goes as badly as it sometimes does go for EF.
Now, looking at this, right, they're going up against the G2, and this is where the similarities come in from what you said on that leadership side. But also, I want to look at MongolZ because he has big boots he needed to fill, right? It's not easy, especially when it's Nico. But he right now is not the same guy we saw in 2024. Are we worried for him at this point, or does it need a bit more time? Because we're getting to that 3-month part where we say, he's had time, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is when he had Nico on the roster, he looked like he could be the next Nico. And then Nico leaves the roster, and it's all the intangibles that MongolZ just doesn't quite have yet. He doesn't have the CT side calling. He doesn't have the mid-round decision-making that you really need to make up for the fact that you lost Nico. And I don't think people expected this loss to be as big as it is because you did replace Nico with Heavy God, who's just fine.
Right. Heavy God is obviously taking up more of the anchor positions. MongolZ is trying to fill all of the shoes of Nico. And I want to just remind people briefly that even though MongolZ had some of those star spots when he was playing for M80, for example, outside yard on a nuke is completely foreign to him. That's a spot he never played in his life. He was playing ramp for even since I was competing against him, he was playing ramp on nuke. So that's like 5 years of ramp experience, and suddenly he's just changing a couple of spots here and there. Either way, I think that it's fair to say that on CT side, he probably is trying to fill the void, not of individual player in the server, but the voice. And that's obviously what G2 is clearly missing on the CT side. That's why when you talk to them in interviews, it's always like, who's calling on the CT side? Hunter, m0NESY, MongolZ. It's like, someone should probably be a little bit more of a singular leader there.
Yeah, taking it all by lead, taking the charge of it all. Well, I caught up with MongolZ earlier, so let's find out what he had to say.
MongolZ, with the changes you've had to go through, and obviously you're progressing into the role again and getting used to it all, just tell me how you view it so far, and has it been more difficult than you expected?
It's been, yeah. Like, I feel like I haven't done really, like a really good job, honestly. Like, I know that I have been underperforming a lot, and also I've been getting a lot of hate from people like that watch it too, you know, so it's kind of sad as well because like I expected to be like really good and I expected to have like a really good start in the season, but it ended up being like the opposite way, and of course it's kind of disappointing on my side, but I'll try to do my best though.
We know you're always trying your best and we know what you can do because we saw it, right? Look at how last year was for you. So tell me, what are you doing to turn this around? What improvements are you trying to make? Are you doing stuff maybe outside of just team practice and things?
Yeah, I definitely play like a lot of CS. I try to be playing like DM a lot. And also when MongolZ is trying to play like Face-It, I'm there, you know, to play. Or also with Heavy God, I also play with him. Or maybe just us three, we all play together as well. But mostly I play DM, and I'm trying to like, you know, bring back my aim and everything, and just try to be confident again, because I feel like I lost my confidence a lot.
In terms of losing your confidence, is this something that's like maybe also pressure coming in? Is it mentality as well? Just talk me through like how you're feeling and how you're dealing with it. I know you've got a good support staff at G2, but how do you try and fix all this?
I would say that I'm like a lot like lean to mentality, because like sometimes I can be weak with my mentality and I can be like hating on myself even, but I feel like I can go through it. But it's mostly mentality, but also like pressure a lot, yeah.
And this is where it's tough for Malbs, because when you got the G2 jersey on you, you're on the big leagues, you're going to catch some of that hate. And at least he's aware, right, some of the problems he might have with the mentality he's having here. This is different now. He's not the second one. He's not the one who can then go clean up and have these magic moments. There's so much more on his shoulders every single game, and he's having to take all of that weight right now.
The way I would relate it to another example that we're seeing in Tier 1 CS is you're trying to fill the GOAT Rifler's shoes. That's what MongolZ is trying to accomplish here. Imagine Wonderful trying to fill Simple's shoes by trying to play like Simple.
Yeah.
That's incredibly difficult, and we see that Wonderful pragmatically realize I'm not Simple. He's going to play a little bit more of a passive style, and I think MongolZ sometimes tries to play a little bit too much like Nico, but Nico did some things that were very uniquely him. Like when he's playing Connector on Mirage, like Nico would just sit at jungle for the whole round and just kind of hope that he gets a fight and he wins the fight. Like I think MongolZ probably should take a little bit more from people that are like Apex, you know, like people that are just more active. They don't rely on their aim as much. Even though MongolZ is a great shooter, I just wish he doesn't try to just be exactly what Nico was.
Yeah, when you look at what Nico did on Falcons, we had listen-ins in the bounty where he was directing the entire CT side. You go here. Should I push further? Magisk asks Nico. And Nico's telling him what to do because Nico has that much experience. I'm not saying MongolZ can't get there, but it's just going to take a little bit of time. And we see sometimes with the mentality, especially on T side, sometimes we've questioned Snax's calls. And Snax goes, yeah, MongolZ just did that. He just did it, and it was just a weird play that kind of just happened. And that's why I kind of question it a little bit. But the big question mark I have for G2 is on the CT side. MongolZ and Heavy God have kind of struggled on the CT side. Their T side win rate is actually insanely good. They're the third best team in the world on T side this year. CT side, they kind of suck. And I put that a little bit on MongolZ.
Damn.
And that's a problem, right? Because if your T sides have improved, which is something people were critical of this team for quite some time, the CD side drop-off can't be allowed, right? So what do you do to try and fix that?
It's tough. I went through the ratings of all the players on G2, and they all drop off when they go from T side to CT side. Technically, the biggest rating drop off is MongolZ, but I'm not really going to blame him. It's just that his T side is so phenomenal. Okay. So I have a hard time really saying it's down to one person because it's really just the lack of the singular voice where it feels, because G2 sometimes in the middle of a round on CT side, they'll just sit on their hands and wait in a bomb site when I feel like another team would be like, no, let's push ramp, let's push Palace.
So does that come back to that same conversation and the gap that Nico's left where he's not micromanaging at all?
Totally, but the thing is that you can't take from Nico's blueprint because he didn't push ramp or push Palace. He just sat and killed people.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to just be a perfect turret like him.
Yeah, I think they can create Nico in the aggregate. And we say Heavy God and MongolZ should be able to put it together. And the reason I'm interested in those two specifically, they're all right on CT side, they're passable, but the problem is you play a team like Eternal Fire, where they're gonna bang out 4 players instantly in your face. You need those 2 stars to, because we know MongolZ's going to be there. There's no question MongolZ's going to be there. We need those 2 to hit that first shot, hit the second shot, delay for a rotate, and buy time for G2 to actually take down.
What makes it now, though, where, okay, we've seen all this change, look at the caliber of players, we talk about a player like MongolZ that G2 have, right? He is a superstar. He can do very good work whenever required of him. But then why are we now seeing that they're not the favorites in a matchup against Eternal Fire? Like, what is it? Is it just the CT side? Is there more to it?
Well, sometimes they do collapse on the T side, but they've actually gotten better at that. I mean, you know, I pointed a huge finger at Snax, I pointed a huge finger at Taz, and I feel like, if anything, that's probably the most they've worked on. But they, in turn, have seemingly kind of lost any sort of CT side identity. And so, yeah, I do think it generally comes down to that side. In general, CS2 is T side favored, and I feel like they're some of the best at abusing that because they're so good with just like Galil's, a single flash, a smoke, because when they just group up, their firepower is crazy. crazy. It's just that CT side, you're kind of left to your own devices, a little more spread out.
Can I give you a stat, Maui?
Yeah.
Snacks this year, worse than Cadian, statistically.
On what metric? Everything?
HLTV rating. He's like a 0.75.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's also apparent when he's on CT side. He tries to even double op a lot of the time too. And that feels like a band-aid fix for, this is like the craziest thing about this team is sometimes I watch what they do on Nuke, for example, and I almost just wish that Mobs went back to ramp and Snacks just played outside like Alexi B does, you know, just like get tricky with it, because that's another thing. Like Snacks is now relegated to these anchor bomb sites, and a lot of people said he was gonna be a firepower upgrade to Hooksy. That was because he was getting star CT spots.
Yeah.
Like he got the A overpass rifler spot. Like that's the best spot, bar none, for a rifler on almost any single map. It's because he gets to move around, he gets to pick his fights. And now when he's just sitting on a bomb site, I'm sorry, but Snacks has just never been known to be a guy that just jiggles around a single box, is able to like drop 2 people with instant headshots and then just tuck away. That's not his thing.
Yeah, when I see Snacks pick up the double op, be on Mirage, get entry'd regularly with an op in hand, it really, it makes the Malbs Heavy God question kind of a little bit moot. It's like, we're watching these two players and we want more from them. Yeah, they could do a little bit better, but Snacks has to do a lot better.
In terms of looking at now where we're going to next on the veto, is there a change-up you expect from last time? Because we've seen a few more months go, or do you expect it to just be a repeat of the bounty?
I wouldn't necessarily expect a huge change-up. If everything goes accordingly, Eternal Fire always pick Anubis. G2 tend to side with Dust 2. They sometimes sprinkle in Inferno. I'm not sure what they're between right now in terms of what map they rate higher for themselves. But last time, they both were able to win their own map picks, and then we had a decider nuke. So I don't know why it would change. I don't know why it would.
Okay, well, let's find out what's going to happen. It's time for the veto. So the first bans will roll on through. Ancient obviously going the away. First one out. And then Train.
Okay, well, okay. We got both of those out, and I mean, again, I don't really see this going anywhere different. I feel like G2 should just go for Dust 2. They were pretty competently better at it. They like Inferno 2, but I don't really see any way Dust 2 doesn't show up here.
Yeah, I mean, Dust 2 is definitely what you're expecting. Anubis, obvious.
Oh,
you're just, if you're Eternal Fire, you're picking Anubis every time.
I think this is the wrong way around.
Is this flipped?
Yeah,
Is
I think this is different.
There's no way.
I saw
This
that
gotta be
Train would have been banned by G2.
Yes,
and Ancient would have been banned by Eternal Fire.
I was questioning why
so we're
Eternal
gonna
Fire
just
banned Train.
we're just going to go the other way with it.
Okay, surely this is EF's pick, actually.
Yeah, that would make most sense.
And then I think the next one should show a Dust 2 pick, but could be Inferno again. Like, it's kind of a coin toss, but all right. They actually, okay, so I think this is G2's pick. Yeah, we got the graphic correctly now, and so they go for Inferno. Yeah, that's a slight mix-up, because I thought they won Dust 2 pretty convincingly last time, so I don't know why they went away from it, but maybe they just want to flip the script a little.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at what's already happened in this event, Liquid picked Dust 2 against Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire destroyed them. They didn't seem to have any problem at all. And look, Dust 2 and Inferno for Eternal Fire, I think they're about the same level, and I think maybe G2, maybe they're a little better on Dust 2, maybe they're a little better on Inferno. It's really hard to say. So if you know EF are just like, they're gonna pick Dust 2, we're gonna prep that entirely, you just go for Inferno instead, I think it makes sense, because I don't think they're that different in terms of win rate.
So only one change in there, the Inferno, everything else will stay the same with it as well. It's just, I guess, a confidence thing you say then for G2, right?
I think G2 like calling on the map. I think they can just get into the bomb sites really quickly. It's like so many more pop plays work on that one versus Dust 2. You kind of have to scale a little bit more. Maybe they don't like their CT side as much as we've talked about too.
Yeah, and when it comes to m80, we talked about him just for a second, but just touched on him. m80 is crazy on Inferno. It's absolutely one of his best maps, and it's one of the maps where he's actually better statistically on the rifle than he is on the op. And that's him entering on T side Inferno, closing rounds with the rifle. He's incredible on that map, even more so than Dust 2.
That would make sense though, right? Because Inferno not known to be maybe the Orpus Paradise on the T side, so he gets to just have a bit of fun, let loose, and you know this guy can do it all, right? So there was moments where we're seeing the drop-off for m80. Right now, people are saying he's back. Would you agree?
Oh, he's back, yeah. Honestly, he's one of the best 3 players in the world right now. That's why it's so crazy when G2 aren't getting deep into tournaments. If they miss a playoffs or just eliminated in the first round of a playoffs, it feels like they're letting them down. Do you remember that picture of Spirit when they lost at ESL Pro League and they all went around donk, like almost like we let you down? I feel like G2 should do the same thing every single time if they lose for m80.
I mean, how many times have we seen a G2 scoreboard where it's m80 1.3, everyone else below 1. I feel like it's regular at this point. You see it all the time.
One player we didn't talk about too much though on the G2 side, just to get towards the end of this, was Hunter. He obviously had a phenomenal opening game, right? We saw the crazy rating, the best rating of his career. Are we looking at him, obviously, where he's talking, he's being more active more, to put up some more numbers when everyone else is slacking a bit?
I think Hunter really struggled to adjust to CS2 until MongolZ came in. I think he had a big resurgence when MongolZ came in because MongolZ creates a little bit of extra space for Hunter to play his slow kind of late trade frag style without actually having all this pressure when, you know, before MongolZ was there, he'd just be stuck in a 1v4.
Now, looking at this, though, you guys said that Eternal Fire are coming in the favorites. Do you see this as maybe all the way 2-1? Do you think it's going to be 2-0? How much confidence do you have in this because of how it went last time?
It's pretty close in my eyes. I mean, it went all 3 maps last time. Anubis should definitely be favored for Eternal Fire. There's just specialists on that. The problem is that I want to see what G2's game plan is. I want to see on their, once they switch to the CT side, which G2 will probably have in the second half, are they able to disrupt what Eternal Fire like to do? Like, are they going to be able to fight for mid control and actually stop Xantaras from taking that every single round?
Yeah, I don't think Anubis is going to be as much of a gimme as people might be expecting it to be. Obviously, Eternal Fire are the favorite, but you have MongolZ on one side, Heavy God on the other, m0NESY in the middle, or, well, pulling out the big green, and it's not their favorite map. It's not a map you're really expecting them to take, but if they win a couple pistols, I think they absolutely have a chance at 2-0.
Now, I want to ask this then, because you're saying this all on maybe more in the Eternal Fire favor.
Yeah.
What is it going to take for G2 to be in a conversation again, where you say, like, they can be up there, like, to fill this gap with all the stuff they've been losing?
I mean, are you gonna make me say it? I mean, I think Shuhei puts them in the conversation. I think something like that puts them in the conversation.
You'd like to see that move?
I'm not saying like I don't expect some 30% jump for G2 as a team right now. The players are playing quite well. Sure, MongolZ can probably get 10% better in his roles. Hunter is maybe even hitting that level, and he's a little bit better. Heavy God, he's got a little bit more to give. I know he definitely does, but the biggest jump is and you're asking, what do we need to see for them to do that? Is a roster change probably.
I think the unfortunate reality is you can see MongolZ get a little bit better. You can see Heavy God maybe get a little bit more consistent, but like Maui is saying, it's Snax' fragging is just not good enough. And I wish I could say I expect it to get better, but he's in the decline of his career. He's older. You're not expecting him to all of a sudden become a great fragger, which is what the best teams have right now.
Very true. Thank you for all the insight, guys. We're getting ourselves into this game. It's Eternal Fire taking on G2, and Scrawny and Launders are ready to take you through all the action.
Thank you for your thoughts, gentlemen. Yes, we are ready. G2, where everybody sits and waits and hopes that maybe they can put forth better form. And I think that the beauty of what Hunter has done so far at Open with that career high rating is a reminder that at any given day, G2 can click. And if he's going to step it up like that, why can't MongolZ give us that extra little bit that it feels like the pundits want from him?
Yeah, it might be too much to ask, especially this early on in MongolZ's career, but the question is of elite consistency, and we don't even know if he's elite. So consistency is the biggest really battle that he'll have to fight, but the fact that he doesn't have NiKo to work off of and has to replace him, it's just such a big job. I think what we've seen so far is that MongolZ at the moment is not exactly reliable, but he can be extremely good. So the consistency across this team is in question. Even Hunter's career high yesterday was a great display of his ceiling, but his floor is still, for the moment, quite low. So I think he's definitely gotten better since MongolZ has joined the team, and after about a year and a half of CS2, that's a great sign. But this team is definitely trying to fill the void of NiKo in the same way that FaZe is trying to fill the void of Frops.
Yeah, I think just the real testament to both of those individuals and the holes that they left behind them. How long will it take, right? With Austin around the corner, with this entire season leading up to that major via VRS points, G2 are kind of sitting right there on that fringe. Everybody wants the easiest road to the major. Nobody wants to be playing MRQs, Mohan.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've seen G2 miss out on majors before. We could sit here and make fun of organizations like Astralis, who miss it seemingly too many times, but G2 are also fallible in that way. It was some time malleable, trying to shape themselves into something different and avoid that happening again. I think it's a team everybody wants to see at the top of Counter-Strike, but it's one that, despite still having one of the stars of today in m0NESY, we see results are more important, and there are cold days for G2, which scares me in the face of an Eternal Fire who, I think with Eternal Fire, it's 2 years in a row now of great starts to the calendar, right? In 2024, they tapered off, though, quite quickly, burned really bright, and then just kind of fell back a tier. Obviously, this new addition of Joda has kept, to me, a consistency from Eternal Fire that makes them the favorites in this matchup. When you've got, again, a wounded opponent on the other side, one that's trying to figure out this new formula, one that has, you know, let's say, missing a limb with Nico's absence being so felt, and not just in the frag department, but his voice, his impact, his mid rounds, just his presence in general. This is a prime target for me, as Eternal Fire have proven at this point, they're not going anywhere. They are a top 5 team in the world.
This would be an amazing win for them, and as you mentioned, it's kind of hard just to say like one team will win, one team will 2-0. I think this is one of the games that's the hardest to predict because so much comes down to G2 in terms of what Eternal Fire can provide. We know what they're capable of, and they don't start slow at the beginning of the year. They don't need warm-up games, so that's really good. Obviously, the team that here at Blast at the Bounty made it to the grand finals already, and I think when they look at G2, I'm not sure that they're all too intimidated. That doesn't necessarily mean that they'll outright win, but honestly, this Fido is even better than last time. The one map they lost last time is not here in Dust 2. Inferno will be a new look for G2, but the 2 maps on either side were ones they already lost. So again, it's because of that, we have to sit and wait and see if there's anything special G2 have for us. But for the moment, definitely leaning towards Eternal Fire.
Yeah, I mean, Eternal Fire looking like one of the best teams on Anubis in the world. And I think shout out G2 for making that close back at the Bounty. It wasn't like that was an Eternal Fire that didn't have what it took to win. That was one of the best forms of Eternal Fire. And so to take 11 rounds to make that map close, it's what they're going to be hoping to do tonight. Mald's trying to find his inner Nico.
How many times will Madger go be? It's sometimes it's just a bit of a like, you know, what kind of read do you have? Because I think your reads can pay off versus Eternal Fire because they don't necessarily work full defaults and then make decisions based on that information. They just really believe in their set strats. And I think they trust Madger, who himself has also been playing really well. We've got some chatter in the in-game chat. Hunter, did you like bread? Walksick, yes.
When I got to the studio earlier, he was looking for a slice of bread.
Yeah.
But, you know, Blast puts out a nice loaf. I know Harry Russell, actually, Harry Russell of Just Harry, is a big fan of the bread here as well. He puts a little pesto on it. That guy gets crazy.
Nice.
But let's get the bread, shall we? Someone's winning tonight, and as they do,
this bread,
they'll be booking their tickets into Lisbon. Playoffs on the line for an Eternal Fire that has been hoping to become this consistent mainstay of top 8s in 2025.
On a map they love.
Be no reason to doubt Eternal Fire on Anubis, particularly unarguably at the tip top of the iceberg of Anubis teams.
It's actually one parallel between how these guys win T rounds. Eternal Fire believe in their set strats, whether or not they're red. Same goes for G2. When they group up, that's when they're at their strongest. That was highlighted, I think, by Maui. They just have so many good entry players, even without Nico, that they can dominate a bomb site that has 3 or more players in it. I think sticking to strategies like that makes perfect sense. Here will be the Caterpillar up middle.
First shots fired towards Wicadia. Won't stick around to find out. G2 moving quick now.
Madger's listening for this.
We've got 2 players ready to set up this covered crossfire.
Beautiful.
First bullet out of Madger's a kill. Berettas go peeking in, trying to tear up more than one. Nicely done, Madger. 2 clean headshots coming out from him. Hunter's got 3 more opponents to deal with, having already cleared out Madger. If he can get a bomb plant at this point, that'd be cash in the back pocket, but he tries to go for fights. They give him a chance. You've got Joda on the other side, doesn't know about him. He's gonna try to find him.
Oh, he doesn't know now.
That crossover to Fountain has now been found out. Hunter's gonna go at it again. 3 kills into the 1v4, but denied on the final hurdle.
Oh man, we saw what Hunter did just the other day. It was such an incredible performance. It looked like we were gonna get that Hunter again. Back-to-back games of that caliber was like next to never seen. A very good try, but for now, Madger steals the show, I think. Crosshair placement, and actually the special part about this was he was just deep enough into CT spawn that he could listen for them wrapping to the right, because normally if people go through mid that way, they're going to wrap to the other side of the map and hit the B bomb site, but Madger had a really good position to listen.
true Anubis master.
On top of the crosshair placements and the shots.
AK-47 here for MongolZ.CET. Talk about a team that has a parallel in that they'll commit to their ideas despite maybe being red. What about mid-round calling between these two rosters, Mohan? You have a thought on that contrast?
I think Eternal Fire outclassed them on mid-rounds, if you ask me. I think that's where G2 lacked the most without Nico. I think that's where Nico is actually just one of the best callers, I'm going to say, out there in Tier 1. And that's where a lot of IGLs have the most problems. But if G2 keep it simple, then they can avoid those kinds of awkward and hard decisions.
This one's be simple. Straight down into sight. Yo, this is an awkward position for CTs, but they're going to just try to hold this line. Snax is Deagle with one, Hunter with the other. Madger's quick on the trail as they come down from camera side by side. M4 in hand causes a little bit more problems, a little more cost as well for Eternal Fire, but for a 0 to 100 moment where two CTs are literally stuck in the smallest of corners, that felt like it could have gone worse.
But you know what is very special? You can see how many reps they have on Anubis, because this position is like last chance saloon for the CT side. You never want to end up here, but they don't overswing. They wait the flashes out, and they both understand they're going to take the fight the same direction. Nobody's looking up, no one's looking the wrong way, and G2 are trying to keep it as simple as possible, wrapping all the way around. And you can see in some sense they were still calm about it. So great flashes out of G2. The attack nearly works, but this is a very good start for Eternal Fire. 2 strong tests already passed.
Yeah, I think it's a good start for Eternal Fire and a good sign for G2. They've got ideas, they've got conviction, and they've gotten a good amount of kills in each of these rounds. Hunter damn near putting that clutch together. Desert Eagles finding openings in the last. The seesaw teeters, but it kind of falls somewhat even, just leaning EF because those rounds are on the board.
It's actually a significant chance to not only do damage, but win this round, just because of Deagles in play. Utilities a little sparse. They don't have all the cavalry here over on the A site.
Katie's got a feast ahead of him, and the fact the first player is a little too far forward
Getting ahead of your problems
means he gets 4th in with a 2nd, and he mows him down. Triple kill for Wicadia. That's a lot of cash. Of all the rounds that we've seen so far, only 3. That one,
Woxic had a...
not inspiring.
Did he have a scout as his primary? I don't think he had a SMG or something, but he had the P2K out. That's pretty perfect. Got the shadow advantage, timed the push perfectly. It's again another small moment where the attack actually could have got out of hand, but Eternal Fire are just so well prepared. None of this looks risky at all. And that one, unfortunately for G2, is the one that Eternal Fire will make money on.
Caused a team kill in the Carnage. I feel like Heavy God's name wasn't really thrown around too much in our pregame, you know, in contrast to like his inclusion to the team.
Well, he said the quote was, you have Mobs on one side, Heavy God on the other, and MongolZ.CET in the middle.
What about Hunter and Snax?
Vu didn't bring him up.
Whoa.
Didn't bring him up. Oh, I know. They said that this year, Snax is performing worse than Cadian on average. That was his Snax stat.
Well, not at this event. Cadian wins this time. What was it, 0.43 final rating?
I don't speak of numbers that low. Someone asked me to do an unlucky or bad, and I just gotta say, I casted that game, that would just be rude.
Luckily, by the time we get to Lisbon, most will forget about it. And hopefully we haven't just jinxed Snax to have an even worse rating. Right now, he's a part of this 3-player unit outside of the B site. Starting to shuffle slightly back towards Temple just because of the lack of information in middle. This is going to be Joda on his own, swinging into 2 AK-47s, and Madger's caution about mid is going to end up costing them this bomb site. No chance they're able to hang on to this one. Just boils down to a singular frag. Maybe a lack of map control causes this understaffed bomb site to be the easy takeaway for G2's first round win. Guns make a difference here for the attackers.
Yeah, I mean, nicely done for G2. They found the easiest site. That's, I think that was just a few seconds too slow for Eternal Fire, who was collecting information on the other side of the map, but they didn't get the flank in place. And Jota kind of really, if he stays alive for a little longer, it could get tricky. But I mean, the pace that G2 were moving at, they had that one in the bag. That's nicely done. The implications are limited, like they get the round, but there's still basically a full save here for Eternal Fire that G2 don't want to hunt down. So this will just buff both of their bank accounts.
Oops.
And they just lose snacks voluntarily.
That's an AK and Kevlar to the dirt. Sacrifice it to the Counter-Strike gods, you might get lucky later.
Gaben doesn't know you, little bro.
Gooseman does.
True.
That's my goat.
True. We should just Berenstein Bears it and replace every image of Gabe with Min.
Careful.
Until he comes to a major.
Oh, okay, sure. Just manipulate him? You're trying to manipulate Gabe Newell? Is that what you're telling me?
Manipulative.
I speak no...
Oh, this boost doesn't... See the first... Ooh.
No way.
Okay, well, they were going to try to keep this one real simple as well and look like string that attack together. Again, I like the style here. I mean, they're 4-1-ing. Sometimes this doesn't work, you know, on a macro level across an entire event, but it's a specific game plan, especially on a map like Anubis where what we saw last round was 1 kill and round win. If you get caught a slightly out of position, then you can pay the maximum price. But Eternal Fire, they spot one. Yes, Woxy doesn't hit the shot, but he doesn't die. And G2 look to keep the exact same energy, try it again over on the A site, late into the round. Yeah, I never like defaults like this because they took a big risk by running the map back. But again, I think this is actually some of their strongest round wins. Let's see if they get past Woxic again.
Out on the ankle, ready for snacks. First shot good. Ooh, eats the flashbang. They kind of jumble up on each other awkwardly here against the wall. There's Wikadia's MP9 with a single kill. That's it. Smoked out. Rotate. Comes over fast, but not fast enough. So a little reposition here for the post plant. It's even. 3v3.
Oh.
Not the nicest spray from m0NESY.
There's actually a way into this retake now.
Hunter's frag grenade finishes off what m0NESY couldn't. Still smoked out through camera, flashing their way inwards. Hunter's got his spot up into the closet and will find the head of the in-game leader. Jota turned around, down to half health, and so it is enough. G2 into the bomb site, a kill apiece from each of the members of the defense, but m0NESY there, and that nade from Hunter, who has now made the difference again. Triple kill for Hunter is a good sign for him trying to tap back in to what we saw yesterday.
I think the proper, like, elite way of approaching this same round outcome for G2 would have simply been having a lurk in place on A site while they were working baskets. And then they could have looked for this lead over on B, gone back to A, and actually done it a little sooner if they wanted to. But G2 still win off of maximum entry power. Woxic gets the first kill, and he misses the second, which is a great opportunity, but the flashes are good. And 1-for-1 simply not enough. Eternal Fire have these guns because they saved them from the last rounds, but that was 2 MP9s. This just allows them this chance of being able to buy again.
Yeah, this time they go for the double op, so extra cash in this one gives them a new strategy. 6 rounds into the defense. Madger sitting very forward here. There's not a lot of fallback positions with the way he's starting this. He's just going to tuck into jail, you'd assume, and bank on 2 of his teammates giving cover, but it's a good starting position. Yeah. And then they don't actually apply immediate pressure, so I'll take it back. He goes all the way behind Obelisk, and now he's got himself a nice cemented position with teammates around him, and it'll boil down to a mid-round man disadvantage that G2's got to call out of.
That's a Turkish player's favorite hookah flavor is double apple.
Okay. Have you said that before?
3 or 4 times.
Okay, yeah.
But like over the years.
Ah, yeah, sprinkle it in.
I never did it with Turks. That's definitely the country to do it with. They got the best hookah.
Badger lost Zantares, but he's not too far away. You can see him sprinting over from Temple now. This is a good reposition for Eternal Fire.
Wow, he
when Badger hits his shots. 2 for 2 on the sniper. And G2 still just going to try to slam their way in. MongolZ just dives out, feels a little too dire.
He said, nah, I'm good. They're going to try to save now.
A little too desperate. No save guaranteed at this point. Wicadia is going hunting with that SMG, so nice changeup, right? You go from 2 MP9s in the round prior because of the success of being able to save, and then into the double ops makes a difference. Nice shots from Madger, 2 for 2, and I love when Madger steps it up a notch in an individual level mode.
And that was straight up. He just straight up out-op m0NESY, who's 0 and 5, and then his second shot was fast as hell. So well done here from Eternal Fire on, as you mentioned, the expensive double op purchase. Looks like the perfect answer to build momentum.
It's one of those rounds, I think, where the answer is just a great idea. You know, m0NESY does come peeking into that in preparation. He's not entirely caught off by it, but Madger just stoic on the angle.
Yeah, Madger
Feet
keeps
cemented.
Yeah, Madger keeps talking about how old he is, but
and yet this whole team
you
is
pass
like
that test. You can pass any age-related one in CS.
You know, we got the likes of MongolZ, youngest team in the scene, and then you've got Eternal Fire, who are all getting up there, but also playing the best Counter-Strike of their career in many ways.
Yeah.
Almost like age doesn't really matter.
Yeah, some people are just slow. It has nothing to do with their age. that's just a fact.
I mean, you know, I think Roy was always one of my favorite examples who just like bursts onto the scene at an age not old at all. He was like late 20s, I believe, when he left casino dealing behind to become a pro Counter-Strike player.
The blackjack dealer.
Has officially retired since, so shout out Roy one time.
He is, I think, an agent now.
Copenhagen Flames, we'll never forget.
Another good start here for Eternal Fire. Spam down is, yeah, I mean, it has been a lot of early plays leaning towards the entrance of B in the first 20 or so seconds of the round. Last 3 rounds, they've tried that.
I think the flash coming out from camera just indicates where Zantares is trying to play from. If there's a flash from camera, it's because there's a peek from Temple. Oh, but the lineup on window. Joda, 3 kills in. Triple A play. And Wicadia catching MongolZ means it's all on Heavy God 1v5, 25 seconds, no bomb. This one is toast, and it's because there's activity. Eternal Fire not only just spamming a smoke over on that B site, but Joda pressing the issue forward after the fact. We see the rumblings of mid-play with the cameras flash to set up Zantares, and that really drew the attention of the G2 mid cohort. They're walking forward. They're on high alert. What they forget about, Mo, is their flank.
Well, you're going to see more flanks like that if G2 keep playing like this. Every round we pointed out that they have grouped up for every attack, which again, that's how G2 can win rounds. Sometimes when they overcomplicate with this lineup, it ends up looking worse. But because Eternal Fire have given them some respect rounds and learned the style that they're going to bring, now they're going to get more comfortable at going for early timings like that. And that's where you have to take your level to the elite tier of Anubis to be able to take down a team like Eternal Fire. Because openings like that on CT side are the most precious thing that you can look for. Fewer teams better than Eternal Fire to find them.
Made easy, of course, by the fact that m0NESY and Snacks kind of jumble up. It's a scary situation here for m0NESY, sitting 0 and 6.
Yeah, like you see m0NESY actually turns to look at the flank. But what we don't see is someone holding for a main push while they're still taking mid control.
Right. A little too all in.
It's like m0NESY's worst start ever, man.
And it's going to get worse. 0 and 7. I'm sure it's happened in the past, but I actually can't recall the last time I have seen such a slow one from m0NESY.
I mean, there are players on this team that start 0 and 7, but not m0NESY.
Who are you maybe alluding to?
My mic cut out. Did you just get that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Loud and clear. Zantares ready to receive, bolstered by the 2 teammates behind him. And we haven't seen any real mechanical failures out of the Eternal Fire camp. There's no reason to kind of point at any of their individuals and say, bad start, you stink. None of that. Pistols, no chance. Supported by Madger's util, Xantera is going to get some freebies, starting to get his stats up there. It was a slow-ish, no, not slowish, sluggish start, we'll call it. But all's good in the Eternal Fire camp. A comfortable 6-2 CT lead, while the Flash sits 0-7.
This is up there in terms of rare MongolZ starts, but we can say this for sure for Eternal Fire. This is one of their best starts to Anubis. It is 6-2. They've had stronger starts numerically, but when you look at how the rounds have been played, the challenges in the pistol round, the second round, the way that they managed their economy to get the third buy-in, the fact that they doubled off and then won that, they've done everything correctly.
Nice trade.
There's his first kill.
It's right after Woxic clips the wings of Malbs. So it is a first, but it comes with a cost. Careful, Madger. You know that op is out there. Always that looming threat of an op to peek into E-Box. Wicadia operating on his own, very much so, as Xanteras takes a bit of a glance over the mid-bridge, sees nothing. So from what was kind of numerous G2 members.
I just like the snapshot at this point in the round as well. See, this is again how G2 are going to stage. No push so far here for Eternal Fire, but two waiting for the entries.
Wicadia just kind of
watching for walkouts.
Skinny making sound up in heaven. That's going to catch him. Guards down. Wicadia slides. Oh, and MongolZ.
I legged him.
Yeah, hits the shot, but not in the right part of the body. Now you've got another 2v2. Bomb can be planted uncontested. You've got the camera threat in a second. Jota coming down momentarily, but met by smoke. Has to hold off, you'd think. I mean, a walkthrough like that as Madger comes out from storage, it's going to put the IGL into the clutch. He'll announce himself. And they are just layered down beneath him. Snacks first contact.
He knows Hunter's below him as well, though.
Yes, he does. And Snacks isn't getting those immediate shots. A bit more chip damage. Snacks is going to get exposed to that.
Oh, what a spray!
2 headshots in a second.
Wow, man. We've seen some clutches out of Madger recently. That's another one to the tally. What a display. And part of that is because he knew that someone was there. There's something to Snacks taking contact, but there's actually no guarantee for the guy below to get the trade. Instead, it should be the guy below to take first contact because Snacks has a better angle to swing, right? If you're down there, how are you going to guarantee you can get the refrag if he dies in the back? You can't. Madger has all this cover. What needed to happen there from G2 is the opposite, taking contact, or both of them slightly swinging out in one angle together, putting pressure on Madger to take the fight 2-on-1. Instead, we witness an amazing bit of spray control and another way that Eternal Fire have won a round in this game.
Oh, you're getting the full force Eternal Fire tonight. G2 ahead of this smoke. They're going to catch Wicadia off guard. Now the op can come back. A collateral shot, but Hunter survives it. For how much longer? You've got MongolZ still floating out around middle. You've got Heavy God wanting to get pressure on Woxic. He's concerned of that smoke, and he can just hold. He's in a good pocket. This corner, this position to hang on to. MongolZ goes down with nothing.
There'll be pressure on Heavy God. Oh, he pre-fires and dies.
Quick scopes into Heavy God. There goes your flank. Molb's trying to recover here down to the 2v2. Can't swing it all. Opper's stuck in the corner. Hunter trying to gun him down. Op does a good job of drawing out Fire. Now Hunter has to double back. Bomb's not planted for him. Frag's gonna soften him, but you won't find it. On Fire, Eternal Fire.
It's a free defuse in the end. Perfect job from Woxic, man. He knew someone was gonna come in on that flank. And after one more teammate dies to Jota, he feels it's time to push the button and go, but Woxic is ready.
4v5 win.
With the collat here.
Great shots coming out of Woxic.
Heavy God literally pre-fired that.
This whole team has now put on a display, barring Xanteras. And if you've got an Eternal Fire where 4 of the 5 are giving you highlights,
they look elite, man, like just individually. So
it's a matter of time before the Terminator joins them.
You know, at the moment, we've had teams in the past like Monty who have brewed in Tier 2 and played tons of games. Eternal Fire, the team in, I think, recent memory that are doing that while playing Tier 1. They're playing the most amount of games possible every tournament. We know that that can be exhausting, but we also know that time off doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get better. I mean, look at Astralis. Sometimes it is great to be able to play so many officials.
There's an opening. Only his second kill of the half, but Xanterez is dead first. We just witnessed a 4 versus 5 recovery. We'll see if it's back-to-back here for the defense.
They don't smoke both sides off. 2 C-tiers. Oh, they have flashed through, came back. I think Stax is still in this, though. Yeah.
Ooh, got dinked.
Oh, dude. Is he going all the way through? Okay, that's a little crazy. He thinks an exec's coming. He thinks they're all... This is such a messy round, but it's still favoring G2.
You're not flamesy, Chief.
Man, they were about to run 2 through the camera, no main control, and just, like, see what happens, I think. And now they actually don't have... They're just back to middle, sort of. But, I mean... A is free.
Yeah, they'll figure this one out. They've put Eternal Fire into such an awkward place here. Look at Madger.
They're going to go back to B, though. Woxic collided them last time he was solo on the site. Now he calms this.
No way. 30 seconds. They rush in on him. Mob's up front. Dead. You've given Woxic a chance, but his second shot is missed. If that one lands, you know Woxic's good for another.
This is where you tell your teammate, I've seen you win these, Madger.
1v3, though. Maybe 1 kill too many. He's got the kit, the smoke, the incendiary. How could you piece this together? With smoke still on bomb.
This would just have to be a grave error from G2. Like, why does it feel like with Madger's utilities, just maybe they give me some weird opportunity, but he is so far away. Shot comes in from m80. 3 kills in this round. He was the life raft here for G2. All these awkward trade situations. And the opening again.
Good on G2 to be able to actually finish off a 4v5 this round, but also that moment.
It's a nice shot.
Wicadia kind of lost control of the situation.
I mean, I kind of get why Wicadia thinks they're like there's more than one person coming through the smoke.
Right, yeah.
Well, here we have it. It's been a tough job, but G2 have elicited a force down that has 2 rifles here.
But Eternal Fire are going to play active. And it looks like G2 leaned back enough to anticipate this, but now Xanterez is right here lining
that's amazing. Oh my god, m80 off him. I mean, I think he dies anyway, but he's actually the protection for Xanterez.
Sure. Woxic ends up dying. That's out middle. There's a recovery happening here. We're back into a 3v3 situation. What they don't know about is Joda also down in canals.
Yeah, okay.
You've got a 5-7 here for Madger. You'd think surely this can't happen, right? Because they should clear every corner. They sat back passively waiting for all of this. So, yes, you will be on high alert that somebody else is trying to make a round-winning move. Joda comes running up from E-Box. They stall out, though.
They throw some nades, and they're trying to get something out of Heavy God.
Catch Heavy God, yeah, sure. Heavy God kind of turning around in a circle.
And
Joda's going to know damn well that there isn't this B commitment, so Wicadia can stick around on mid with the smoke in front of him.
2 pairs of footsteps were heard. They're going to see the smoke. Their heart's going to sink. Joda's the one with high HP, even though he doesn't have a great gun. Question is, how does Wicadia come to help in time? G2 definitely still might want to try to take this site.
Yeah, it's the last round of the half. They better try. Joda up in the corner. It's a slow approach. Again, just kind of following through with what found out. The Madger corner hold. 10 seconds to the clock here. Hunter, hands are going to be busy on the bomb. Back turn, done. Toast. Swap into the AK. Mob scrambling to try to get this. Eternal Fire have hunted them down 1 by 1. And Mobs knows damn well there's nothing he can do. This half fizzles out. Fizzles out as much as, unfortunately, m80 has for most of this half. Eternal Fire with a showing 9-3. It's a bleak picture here for G2 as Eternal Fire get that 9-3 CT lead under wraps. That's the team kill there for m80, who ends up having more opening deaths than Snacks. 7 opening deaths between those two players, 4 for m80, 3 for Snacks.
Yeah, but that's why he's the GOAT. He also had more opening kills. Just the best at everything.
They actually had the same.
Oh. One?
One.
Oh. I saw the one. I was like, he got 2 at least.
Those rose-tinted glasses do look good on you.
Yeah, that's brand value, honestly. You know, we put him under a microscope because he's a monster. And he hasn't, like, he's not been off form. He has been back. He has been very consistent recently. He's just right now. And the day isn't even started, okay? So we can have our laugh for now.
Pistol round here would truly spell disaster for G2. MongolZ is going to go down empty-handed.
Woxic's looking like a force right now.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, across the board, Eternal Fire looked like a force. Hunter's been the best piece on G2's camp to try to hold them back. m80 will find one in the pistol. And you've got Heavy God turning them away from the A site. All the while, Madger's standing around in mid-window.
This is what G2 are missing a little bit. Taking something while they're working something else. So even though something goes wrong here, you have Madger in an interesting lurk spot, and G2 don't have info on mid. Now they go back. They see the bomb walking towards Hunter. This is a good spot from him.
Now running.
Madger, though, like, look how disarmed they are about mid.
Just totally operating on his own, and soon enough, he's going to find Snacks. Oh, he doesn't look. Snacks gets the side of his head turned, so executes him with ease. 40 seconds on this clock. All that's remaining of Eternal Fire still working together, and that's the deadly part about Eternal Fire, right? When they play as this pack, even though you're up a man, it's still going to be a 3 versus 2 on one of the bomb sites. We can see Hunter trying to carve some information back for G2 over on B. You've got Heavy God and Snacks. One above the other, dual Berettas behind the cake. It's a good position for him to just hold. They hear that audio as they approach, so he's waiting to activate, and Snacks is going to make his job even easier. Berettas get away from him, and now Snacks has to just kind of give up sight and hope the rotate comes over to help. Ooh,
there we go.
Snacks is getting his. Ties m80 in the frag department. Wakadia, if he had more than 16 health, you'd probably believe in this, but you don't have to believe to witness it. Although he has 4 bullets in his mag, I just noticed.
Only 3 players.
All right. A reload here would spell disaster, and Hunter's going to catch him in the hip. Hiding up on Fountain, G2 will take this pistol. Eternal Fire trying real damn hard to kind of rock that boat back and forth, but Snacks staying on high alert was a very key player in 3 different moments, holding Madger out of Temple, getting over to this A site, and then also falling back and not dying to put them into the 2v2.
He ended it with a great shot. That was important, but yeah, I actually missed this. I just want to give credit to Snacks. I thought this mid-timing was open, but he was in CT waiting the whole time, so they allowed for that to be a honeypot. Great work here from Snacks on this round. Keeps the CT comeback potential alive, but there will be a buy down because Eternal Fire scored that plant. They come into this round with a Galil and an AK. This won't be news to G2. Oh, no trade. Oh, I think he got caught off by that just very fast peek that happened.
God damn.
I'm honestly scared to make this even worse. I'm gonna say that was a good read on when to peek, right? It was G2 as soon as they were just about to get comfortable, realized that that's all clean.
Snacks has to be careful. Now he's walking out. It's a contrast to the passive CT
Oh, he made noise.
Oh, man, but still gets the kill. Zenterez gets bested by that. Smoke grenade ahead for Madger. He can keep this pressure on middle. That's going to put m80 in an awkward spot, but he'll finish with Wakadia. That was a low health player. He's worried about the camera fall down, and Madger just gets right to the tip of it, holds off for a second. He gets both again! The back-to-back headshots from Madger. A jumping MP9 is what's going to keep MongolZ in the clutch. You've got 2 ahead of you. Woxic down on sight, and Joda up above him. 10 is on the line here for EF. MongolZ comes out, and he's dead just as fast as Madger executing. He can look at his eye.
Bro, Madger needs his own highlight reel right now. Get this man an editor, his clips. like, we can feel that because you see exactly how they're stacked up. They're separated. They weren't on top of each other. There was a slight flick that happened there. Like an artist, Madger just hits the spray transfer. Oh my god.
So good right now. So in the zone. And that's after trading out Xanteras out in middle. I can't believe that in 2025 we can look at an Eternal. I can't believe Xanteras has a roster.
Yeah, it's not Xanteras jail.
Where he can go 5 and 8 and they can be dominating G2.
Yeah, he's had an off map and it's just not noticeable at this point. I mean, maybe they win the game if he was at the top of the board in this map, but like, how much more can you ask for from your team? It's been an inspirited day, start to the day here for Madger and the roster.
Madger is nuts. Katie is going to die out to the pistol push of long A. Guns being controlled. Oh, no, it's not. Thought it was on the body, but it fell close enough for Heavy God to scoop it up.
Madger's got the bomb.
I like the switch up, right? We went heavy long A last time with Madger out mid. This time majority middle instead.
The thing is, he has to clear out A main, and MP9's in there. Even if camera gets taken, it's a great place for the CTs to stand. So this a lot still comes down to him versus one guy.
And he's got the bomb.
Yeah,
so you do not want to be the dude who dies. You got to join them. Your hand will be forced.
He actually needs his team to go a lot faster because they have to help him clear main.
m0NESY will be over on Fountain as Heavy God starts the second. Oh God, m0NESY going down with nothing. Does Heavy God then have to go back? No.
No, because again, it's a safe spot to stay.
Yep. He'll sit in this corner like Woxic did once upon a time. And eventually the smoke is going to fade, and it will fade with time for that bomb to press in. It'll be traded from behind, you'd assume. Oh, but he holds it! 5-7 from Heavy God gets the trio on for the ace! Joda's going to try to sit your ass down! Heavy God stomps you!
That's it, man. Bomb outside of A main by itself. Has to clear out A main because no matter how many kills your teammates get in the site, he has a great spot to stand. But with 20 seconds on the clock, he should have eventually been traded. With the guns that he had in his hand, he should have died 10 seconds ago. And instead, we get this. What a moment from Heavy God.
That's a 5-bullet MP9 burst to keep him in it and a 5-7 clutch. Holy hell. That is what G2 needed. Now the money's wobbly for Eternal Fire. Heavy God and m0NESY in the same positions.
It's like the last round, but the bomb's in a better spot.
He just doubled his kills in one round.
I mean, that's what Snax did on the pistol.
Yeah, fair. m0NESY under pressure. Flash peeks out. Easily holds back two. There's a good moment from him. Wicadia is going to pop Heavy God, so no multi-frag this time around. 3 players on site. Couple nades up into camera. Makes it awkward. That tags everybody. They're trying to push in, but the smoke's ahead of them. And so they've got to wait this out. This is a good amount of time burned off the bomb for Eternal Fire's favor.
A big flank would have been nice here for a G2, but now they got to sit behind a camera smoke. Timing spam is beautiful. Oh my goodness.
You could see Snax trying to line that up.
They were walking up the stairs to get to CT probably.
They step straight into him and offer an opening for G2 to try to follow off of the Heavy God momentum. But can clutches go both ways? Because Wicadia's got a good position. He's going to have to wrap around, and he's going to clear that first one. Oh, but he's not able to press the issue versus Snax, who just full commits to the defuse. They do make the most of the Heavy God moment, and now the bottom of the pack is rising here. That's 5 kills from Heavy God. That's a double out of Snax that gets you into a retake after m0NESY also doubles down on the exit. This is what you're looking for.
Absolutely. Excellent on this timing spam, and the reason that they're walking up here is because they feel like they need to get away from main. They think there's a flank coming in. They want to take a double duel versus something and then get out of the site entirely. Sitting down there is not a real good way to defend it, but that's exactly what Snax was punishing. Last round, they didn't come in with a ton. It's a couple of guns. This one will be the save.
Mobs welcomes the challenge.
Okay.
Acadia is going to give Hunter something to think about. But it's not a situation that gets too zany off the back of the one death. Snacks catching Joda as well. That's that slight sigh of relief as they go up 4-2 versus now just Desert Eagles. And Acadia can take his time wrapping around, but Snacks has got him locked in. That'll prevent him from ever joining forces with Woxic on site.
Snacks didn't have a good first half, but his aim is looking better now. Not exactly watching this, but okay, he's got the shadow.
All good. G2, 3 rounds away.
And Hunter is having a good map. Do we see 16-9 right there?
Yes, sir. You are correct.
Good moment for a timeout here for Eternal Fire. Got 2 remaining. They want to try to keep this lead. They get their full buy here. After a misstep on that Heavy God Ace round. That's like a comeback starter pack, right? But you still have to win the rifle rounds. That's where G2 are they've still got some stuff to prove. He's got a few more kills than that.
Ooh, fast one. Snacks. Okay.
They did hear him, though.
Oh, we missed. Wait. Mobs is able to catch the kill. That comes from the second person pushing E-Box. m80 finding Woxic. It's a slaughter outside of the A site. Mobs is going to hear the runaways. Xanteres and Major both caught up by this aggression. G2 starting to sense like there's a bit of blood in the water, playing as if they weren't all sitting down at like 4 kills for half this game.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that works out beautifully with the A main push as well. Like, even though they get blind and Snacks is heard, it draws their attention to something that they can't see for a second. Off of the tactical pause, it's G2 who make the most of it, actually. The full buy from Eternal Fire, and it's one of the weakest attempts yet.
This round caught me so off guard, I developed a stutter.
It sounded like you were from South Park for a second.
What the hell was that, dude?
Unlucky.
Snack kill from Mobs. Good cover onto Rugs. And it sets up m80. So really 3 players getting aggressive like this, but Mobs is the one who has to kill Rugs and then follow through up the staircase. So G2 walked into the second half with an Ember. That pistol gave them a hope. The force buy scared the hell out of them, but then they've recovered. Singular T round win for Eternal Fire in the 6 they've played. The force buy in the second round of this half did work.
We're gonna get that A attack, the same camera split. A lot of people are doing on the half buys. It's hard to stop once you let them breach middle. Yeah, I wonder if the G2 setup's gonna be sufficient. Again,
I mean, it's a
passive hold. Let's see if m80 sees the flash or not.
It's taken an ace before. Oh man, he lets 2 players cross, doesn't shoot. Heavy God turns to try to hold it. Madger, he falls as m80's able to recover here. At least able to tuck into a position on long that will keep some real estate
Acadia
going.
held back.
Hunter's able to attack quickly down from camera. Now he's chucking nades out. Snacks gets his out from storage. Man advantage. Tech9's not there. And Acadia already removed from the situation, so m80 can let them know to go ahead, defuse that bomb. G2 get this because m80 is able to just lock into a key position. And now that op starts to connect. He is nearly breaking even.
Nice, man. I mean, that's great. Like, the fact that they lose vision on camera, he doesn't get a kill there, and they have to fall back to holding a main, they do a great job of actually delaying. Heavy God gets his kill, wastes a little bit more time. Hunter's coming in right at the right moment. And these situations are all about, like, a few seconds, right? I mean, G2 do not have a grasp on middle. They get info pretty late. One more kill tips the scales, but G2 have consistently denied that one extra kill. Wouldn't say we saw great macro from G2 on their T side, but we're seeing great micro here on CT.
Still trying to keep up these aggressive attacks. Still trying to make things happen. And the trade's good from Hunter. There's only Joda out there. Cost him a lot of his health, but still standing, and that's what matters in a minute.
Yeah, but no matter the map balance, in a 4v4, it's T-sided. So going 1 for 1 is a small victory. Converting these positions, though, even with the slight edge, has been hard. Eternal Fire look like they're going to try to capitalize on that damage.
Is Hunter thinking about coming back at this? Because Snax rotates over. He's got a flash. If Hunter wants to go around the corner on a timing, and he's going to try to set himself up again. All he gets is a deeper angle, no information, and they arrive seconds
They don't
later.
have the resources to clear E-Box.
Frag grenade goes beyond Xanterez. Can't help but feel like they're going to catch them off. Hunter walks in unsuspectingly. Xanterez, instant headshot. Good recovery here from Snax. Just trying to hold them at bay. He turns around and he's going to play the front of this pillar. Flash comes at him. He's able to put that crosshair back. 15 seconds on this clock. You've got damage happening all around Snax. He holds on for as long as he can. Now Heavy God could be the savior again, trying to serve up distractions. He can't stop it, or can he? Yes! 5 to the clock. Walks it. MongolZ.CET's in position. 6 rounds straight.
Yes, they do it. Xanterez overplayed that big time from E-Box. He got his 1 kill. Then they have to keep the threat looming that he can swing at any time. Otherwise, they have no split at all. And instead of team to come out A main, he takes this swing. I can't help but feel like it's because he's having an off game and he wants to get back into it. But this makes it so Snax can put on a highlight. Heavy God can help out in a perfect moment. And they can't cover the bomb.
Ladies and gentlemen, the lead is gone.
And they've not been easy rounds at all. When they went for that flash retake on main, didn't see anything, their odds shot way down. Then they had to walk in E-Box, just die with Hunter. You know, that's when the round could have been over if Xanterez played that situation more carefully.
Hunter's coming back. Whoa, oh my God.
That's a great amount of info, though.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of people. They peel away. That spot, you know, you realize, okay, we can't just go all in. Try to reset it. Snax lets the bullets sail by. Doesn't panic, doesn't fire back, doesn't let him know anything.
Snax, great comeback here on CT side.
Dude, Snax, Heavy God, and MongolZ. The fact that they've all nearly, you know, broken even, incredible. They were all 5 and 10. And after leaving and coming back, this group of Eternal Fire players are going to try to bank on those. AK entries between Xanterez and Wakadia. That's what could be offered up. You've already got a lot of positioning here into the platform. Woxic sat down. Hunter holding his nerve, not panicking, but Wakadia eventually finds him out. Wakadia then sprays again through this smoke, and he's just collecting kills without seeing anybody.
Yeah, they do the full wall of smokes, and the reason that you can do this is because you can spam the side of default from jail so easily. You can just incidentally hit CTs who want to shoot back. And Eternal Fire, this is the round that breaks G2. It's a very simple one. They get spotted by Hunter. They come right back in for the attack. G2 sticking around, I think, because they have a few extra dollars to spare. That's nice.
They're going to try this. They've got
There's a
smoke in Eerie. Oh my God, 2v4. Wait, halfway through it, get on the bomb. Someone's got to jump it. Smoke can cover, but there's no way to cover the bodies. Snax goes for the no-scope show. It is Eternal Fire to 11.
Hey, force them all to die on the one round they win. That's a victory here for G2. Even though Eternal Fire take the round, it's a small lead that can vanish if they lose the next.
It's a full rebuy, just for the record. Everybody's got the guns and nades they need on Eternal Fire, but it's all about causing problems if they lose the next one.
Worth the sacrifice in the end.
Frustration for Ilya.
Timeout's being used liberally. We are nearing the end of the game, so it makes sense.
Crunch
As we'll
time.
have one final word.
Orta parti yapma Özgür. O utilitileri A'da atarsın elden. Bir daha utilitiniz de lazım olur.
What was domination almost faded into a loss. Could still. G2 back to playing from behind. They've done it all map long. Acadia could be their savior.
I can already see what Eternal Fire are thinking, but since they're not taking bridge in this spot, even with the bomb outside of A, it feels like they're just going to walk back over. Johto. Oh, he's not falling for that. It seems like he knows what's about to happen. You want to go 1-for-1 again? Oh, man. Gotta be careful when you do those plays because you just reveal two players pushed outside the site. It's like guaranteed positions that aren't covered right now. This opens up the E-box push for Madger. But the staging, it's over towards A.
Yeah, Heavy God just hides behind the table. Madger continues to try to puff his chest. 30 on the clock. Heavy God, no multi-frag this time around.
Down to Snacks.
He'll get back behind Cake. Madger just into the corner. Maltz, he didn't leave. Entirely off guard. He would have thought that he had left with that bomb. Madger's able to get a second. Bomb here is on Fountain, locked in. Acadia can't manage it. Snacks is looking to be the hero this time.
He has to
Jota's
reload,
gotta run him down. Now, if he keeps him pinned, that's one thing, but someone's got to plant. That bomb's going to get scooped up. Jota actually gave Snacks a chance to come back, but he will end it. He will hunt them down, and he will push Eternal Fire onto 12.
Woo! This whole game's been a heart attack in these late moments, and it's a nice try, Snacks. Wish he had a little bit more ammo, of course, in that spot, but this is Madger once again individually, right? It's over on E-box. He again goes into E-box in the first place because they flash retake A main. Jota's holding on to info there. Right, they know what they're doing. That's not a random move. And then they have the pack coming over to this side of the map. It's two players who are sort of vaguely aware that there could still be an attack, but they're worried about the other side of the map, and they get caught off.
Limitations
now to defend against 13 rounds. We've got no rifles here for G2.
Trio of MP9s. A slowly improving G2 throughout the second half, but a first 12 rounds that has left a lot to be desired. And it could all fizzle out right here. Been pretty consistent in this outer B play, so they're going to go for it again. What will they find? Toxic with a collateral shot. From bad to worse here as Hunter has to limp back in with 20 frags.
You have to be more conservative about what you reveal, like to know that it can be used against you. And that flash did nothing.
Hoping maybe to catch somebody up close as we'd seen Jota kind of standing there alone with nades.
How are you going to get caught up close? You've done that play 4 times now in this half. If Jota got blinded by that, like, what kind of fool would he have looked like?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Eternal Fire do something different. Man, vacant A bomb site and Eternal Fire walk away. Yes. It's the classic go B, go B, go B, go B, go A.
Yeah.
Tranquility.
Oh, man.
Inside this A bomb site until they set it ablaze. Op's gonna hold the flank. Eternal Fire absolutely tested as a resurgence from these G2 players nearly gave us something to talk about on Anubis. It had the belief rolling, and at least the individual levels have returned to a point that Inferno could get interesting, because this felt like G2 weren't even in the same tier. Snacks has got a Desert Eagle for the road. Back from Hunter. He will end at 20, and Eternal Fire do indeed push this over the line. A labored effort and a hell of a comeback attempt, but it's nothing in the end for G2.
Despite managing to get 6 in a row on their CT side, and G2 looking to fight their way back into this game, they just can't get round Eternal Fire. The mid-rounding spectacular, the understanding obviously phenomenal. It is their tried and tested pick, it is their home map, and they showed exactly why.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Anubis. Eternal Fire, great T-side team. It's a CT-sided map, but both teams apparently just dominant on CT side.
That was the surprising part about this game, the fact that the defenses were finding so much mileage, and for the Eternal Fire side to close things out, like you said, James, I mean, it was good mid-rounding, it was good understanding. This has just always been, well, really since this year started, the home map of Eternal Fire, and you see exactly why with that last round. Case in point, last couple rounds, even the way they're just able to read the defense, immediately shift over, they're never too panicked, and they're able to even win some tight rounds too.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a concern, because, I mean, I was okay with G2 losing this map, but losing it, what it looked like it was about to be 13-3, 13-4.
Yeah.
At least they got to activate.
They did get activated, but it just wasn't enough. And this one's probably going to sting to them, considering they probably felt like they had Eternal Fire in this. We spoke about the good mid-rounding, but rounds 6 and 7, right, showed us some good rotations as well.
Yeah, when I'm looking at Jota, one of the things that really makes him such a good player is that he has kind of the individual ability to do his own plays. So round 6, major double ops up. You have this setup from G2. They have 2 players in B main. They're trying to go off of a Monacy pick onto Madra, but Madra picks up the op. So G2 go back mid, they fake mid with a molly, and then they try and go for a B exec. Major just shuts it down. We talked about this in the pregame. Major with the rifle, with the op, he's a great fragging IGL, shuts down the hit, and then in round 7, that's where I really want to focus, because round 7, Jota makes a great individual read that actually wins them the round, because he's going to get the initial kill on Hunter. Then later on in the round, he goes, hey, they faked mid and went back B. They've already gone B 3 times this game. Even though we're 5v4, even though this is a bozo death if I die, let's just go for a B push. Let's just look around. Oh, would you look at that G2 completely looking the other direction. And, yeah.
And it really feels like Jota just only goes for this when he truly feels it. Like, you don't really see him being that guy that is going to give up, like you said, the bozo death. He's not, even when he gets that kill, it looks kind of ridiculous to just instantly push, but he's able to read the default. And that's a characteristic of Eternal Fire in this game. They were able to read G2's default. I know that we have actually another round on round number 12 where it was looking a little bit risky the way that they wanted to start that one, but it showed once again that just EF were in G2's head. So this one right here, it's a force buy in the final round of the half. And look at what Xantares is doing. He's pushing canals. There's no stair smoke. This is so risky. You almost never see a player just push this dry like this. But I looked back at all of the gun round defaults for G2. They've only sent Monacy on stairs with an op one time out of 12 gun round defaults. So this is a very calculated play. And Eternal Fire, yeah, they have a lot of firepower. Yeah, it's kind of based, that's kind of what their whole MO is about, just people killing other people. But they do have great reads, and they do have good prep going into these matches.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, with CS today, it's not just about, you can't be just a fragging team. You can't be just someone that has amazing aim. You have to have those reads, those timings, and know when you can get aggressive, even if it's a bit of a risky situation, even if in the Jota one, they're 5v4, he dies, everyone goes, Jota, what are you doing? You're such an idiot. But when it works out, it's amazing.
I'm never calling Jota an idiot. I love what I see from this guy, but I understand some people would look at that and think sometimes it can be that way. Overall, right, Eternal Fire taking it over the line is what we expected here. Is it maybe a bit of a worrying sign that it got to where it did, they didn't close it out sooner because we talked about it being a T-sided map, or was G2 just playing a bit better, Maui?
What's scary is that Eternal Fire, like Vu's clips highlighted, like the round 12 clip highlighted, is that they were in their head. Like, Eternal Fire knew how to prep against G2, and that's an Eternal Fire team that you probably think is going to rest on their laurels a little bit when it comes to Anubis. It's just been their home map. They're usually just so solid on it, but not only were they good when they should have been good, they were good on the side where it was supposed to be difficult for them because of the great prep work. So to me, it in some ways feels like they came with much more to offer here on map number 1.
Yeah, when it comes to a map, we saw last year Navi had that unbeatable Mirage, and you're just waiting. Eventually someone's going to figure it out. Eventually someone's going to steal everything they got. They're going to hijack the playbook and make it work for themselves. We're not there yet for Eternal Fire. They're still number 1 on Anubis.
But it could have been another side of things if the little young goat stepped up a bit earlier, right? He was missing at the beginning of this game, and we talked about him having better performances. Maui, where was it?
He was dead silent. I mean, 0-7 start. I'm surprised we didn't get the James Bond kind of thing on him. Yeah, no, m0NESY was nowhere to be found at the beginning of this game. And like we've mentioned in the pregame, I mean, like, he does have a drop-off from T to CT side, and unfortunately for G2, he kind of becomes their T side on a lot of maps. Like, for the year, I think he has a 1.4 rating on T sides. It's something just berserk. He's a monster on it. So for him to just be missing, to not actually find even kills that he probably was supposed to, that is obviously going to massively hinder G2, and it's a huge reason why Eternal Fire, we praise them too, but like also m0NESY characteristically poor start.
Yeah, I mean, m0NESY, the problem is he's so consistent, you can kind of run your T sides through him. I mean, the round I highlighted, round 6, they relied on him. He was going for an entry and he missed, or he just got opt, and they have to change the whole round. They have to go back mid. They have to fake. They have to do all this other stuff because they know m0NESY, he almost always gets those kills. Doesn't this time.
Now, someone who was getting a lot of kills, though, on the other side of things, was Madra again. We keep talking about him doing well. He was having some impressive moments. That 1v2 just sticks out in my mind. This is a guy who feels at his absolute best and most comfortable here on Anubis.
I want to bring something up that's just a greater narrative for the whole scene right now. Madra highlights are going to roll, and we're going to see just how insane his crosshair placement was on this pistol. But think of the 4 best teams in the world right now. You have Apex for Vitality, you have Blitz for the Mongols, you have Brolin on Mouse, and you have Madra on Eternal Fire. All 4 of those guys can frag. Like, there's no question about it. They're not at the bottom of the rating list when you look at top 20 for the year. They are all actually fairly competent. Oftentimes in tournaments, they're putting up 0.95s or better. And that's obviously, like, I just feel like there's so many times, Vu, when I feel like this whole, like, does everybody need to have a fragging IGL? Does everybody need to have a fragging IGL? With how CS2 is being played today, you do. Like, all top 4 teams have a guy that can just kind of pop off. Like, the stats test doesn't maybe show that this is an insane performance, but the clutch that he had, the way that he was able to deliver on pistol rounds, the way he was able to pick up the double op, all of that gives them more tools.
Yeah, one of the reasons I don't really blame Eternal Fire for letting that one get close is G2 is G2. They have such insane fraggers. Everyone showed up, including Snacks, and without Major pulling off a couple of nice rounds there, including the ending round. I think that was the final round where he's sitting outside connector, gets himself a kill. It's without him pulling off those frags, they're losing this game.
Well, we saying this then was a good performance from Snacks. This is one you can be happy with. You want to see more of like that?
No, honestly, Snacks played pretty well. I mean, I can't even really fault him for that. You would have wanted the T side to be better, and so, but really, in terms of his individual ability in this one, I wasn't really questioning it. It wasn't really just him missing frags. In fact, I felt like this was a pretty darn solid performance individually for him. And usually it's that the calls are actually okay, but then on CT side, he falls off of a cliff. That wasn't the case this time. Like, he had some clawback kills. He was able to find a couple of just nice headshots. I feel like he played with more confidence and just was a little bit more mobile this game than sometimes he's just kind of a pawn in his own system.
Yeah, I think I want to apologize to Snacks. I was just too aware of your game to expect this to happen. But that's the concerning part, though, because Snacks has a great game. You don't get that every game, but where's the rest of the team? If Snacks has a game like this where he clutched on the pistol, he has a couple 3Ks, when he has a game like this, that's supposed to be the win condition where it just puts them over the top.
Yeah, that should be like, oh, okay, everything's going perfect if this scenario is happening. Now, I want to touch on Heavy God because you also saw him into this game when we come into it, right? The AC managed to pull off there alone. That was a pretty solid one. That's what you want to see some more of that, right? This is the anchoring we're talking about, where he can hold and lock it down.
This is what Heavy God was always just good at. When he was playing on OG in the past, when he was playing on Cloud9, he could be on an island and just find ridiculous multi-frags. The tracking, crosshair placement there, the fact that he's always jiggling. Look, he's just never stopping until he's really certain that he's actually committing to the fight. Like those kinds of movements is why, for my money, yeah, his numbers haven't been insane this year, but he still has the potential to be one of the 5 best anchors in the world.
I think Heavy God is one of those players on CT side, even in anchor roles, he likes to get aggressive. He likes to take his space. He likes to go for some openings, and I was worried at times. G2 sometimes feel like they don't give him enough support. You send the Opper over there so the T side can't just walk into you and just like know they can take a straight up duel, but he's still getting the aggressions off and he's still delivering.
Well, let's see what happens when we go into our next map, because it was a good fight out of G2, but it's going to have to be even better if they want to avoid getting dropped down once again by Eternal Fire. We'll be discussing more about this after the break. The win here on Anubis is what is expected for Eternal Fire. This is where they do their best work, but it certainly wasn't as easy as they might have liked it to be. Now we go into Inferno. It's the pick of G2, and they've only lost this to VP back at Katowice, where for Eternal Fire, they haven't beaten an elite team in quite some time, right? They try to go up against them. They sometimes struggle against some of the tier 2 teams in there. They've even got a loss in against 3D Max. They beat the teams they're supposed to beat, but this is where I guess it's going to be an uphill battle.
Definitely. This is why it was actually kind of getting scary there on map number 1 if Eternal Fire were to drop Anubis, because this is a G2 home map. I think this and Dust 2 are the two that they've outlined for themselves, where the mid-rounding's pretty straightforward. Feel like they don't have to reinvent the wheel too much. And also, I actually think that Snax' calling on this map isn't as one-dimensional as maybe some of the other ones. They're going to go for a few more wrap plays. They use the Hall's Lurk and Heavy God really nicely as well. Mobs isn't necessarily like the best banana taker in the world, but at least he's definitely above average.
Yeah, and this is the one where I highlighted previously. MongolZ.CET, a lot of oppers on T-side Inferno, they really struggle.
Yeah.
You have to go with the AK, or if you stick with the op, you're just playing after plans. It's just like, okay, guys, take the site so I can hold CT while they try and retake B or something like that. But with MongolZ.CET, he's comfortable with the AK. He's more than comfortable with the AK. He's one of the best players in the world, T-side Inferno with rifle.
That's impressive, and that's what you want to see. You want to see this man on your screens dominate and step up. I think that's a huge win condition, but what are the other win conditions here for G2?
Well, in terms of T-side rating, Heavy God has been a monster, but sometimes I don't really know if he can actually get completely activated on some of these plays. I do like that he takes care of himself in that position. Like, sometimes you're going to see the Halls guy just jump out, and I feel like they just throw caution to the wind completely. Heavy God, I'd say, really just understands what kind of fights he can take and when he should take it, and make sure that he's not just the first point of contact too many times.
And in looking at this, do we feel right now that, like, Eternal Fire, they would have expected this, that they would have just rested on it and said, okay, it was going to be Dust 2 like last time?
I think they can't be that surprised, but yeah, I would have expected if they were doing some preparation before the veto, they're probably focusing a little bit more on Dust 2 because they lost it the last time around.
Well, let's see if they're ready for it, because it's time for us to get ready into this game. G2 got to fight hard for this one. They show what they could do on Anubis. Let's see if they can do any better on Inferno.
Thank you, as always, for your thoughts, gentlemen. Do you believe that Eternal Fire are going to struggle on this Inferno as they have previously, based on what we saw on Anubis?
I think, yeah, I mean, maybe they won't struggle, but I think G2 will still be better. So I think, like, G2 are one of the teams that are, because they have that entry pack, it's highlighted so much on Inferno. They're really good at synergizing between the halls and lane as they hit the A site, to the point that this is one of the maps where they can overwhelm a properly crossfired and stacked position on both sides of the map. And because the rotations are so difficult, if they get the 3 kills at the same time, it's pretty much round done. They don't have to worry about even a lot of retakes happening. I think the one thing that Eternal Fire have going for them is just their high play rate. They might have expected Dust 2 to come up again, but this would be one of 2 maps G2 are most likely to pick. So I expect Eternal Fire will just be ready because they've been playing so much, but G2 probably have a better chance of winning the map.
There's a question around individual form that makes me nervous. Yes, we saw a recovery back on Anubis, but the nature of that incredibly slow start between MongolZ.CET and Heavy God, that's just too much of G2's engine offline at the start of this series.
That's a good point. And it is T-side, as was highlighted. MongolZ.CET can be their entire T-side.
I think highlighting his ability to play with the rifle on this half particularly, and the success he's still able to find, is a good point. It's not like you've got to invest heavily into him for him to pull off those kinds of carries. He should be able to get it going faster. He's the first casualty in the pistol. CT's gonna find one right here in the grill, and there's 3 kills on bounce back. Wow. But it's Wicadia with the final 2. A couple nails in the coffin for the Eternal Fire CT pistol.
Just an excellent setup, man. Excellent. Like, 3 players there, dualies on site, perfect counter flash, guy pushing through smoke, gets a kill uninterrupted, everybody holding the right angles, and they know G2 are coming through the smoke. This is brilliant. I mean, it comes down to 1 frag, but again, that was G2 nearly taking over site that had 3 players waiting for them. But everything went to plan here for Eternal Fire. And with no plant, no buy.
Yeah, just some stinky Glocks into the apartments. Hunter gets a P250 though, because he's coming off of a career high performance. You look puzzled.
I thought WotC.CET was in the hall, so he's actually on top of the porch, and I was like, oh my god, his back is just completely turned to the hall.
He's in the walls!
Yeah.
No, he's just hanging around. Don't you fret. No poltergeists. We'll find a bunch of real estate. Jota's going to be ready and waiting. And they don't even have a flashbang, but, I mean, maybe they jump down into the pit to make things weird. It's not one of those moments where you can jump down onto a rifle, pick up that rifle, and then get more for it. It's going to be irretrievable even if Jota does die. And that's a big if. They will still find 2 frags behind him. They do end up clearing all 3. Now, they have grabbed the FAMAS. This is that situation I thought impossible. The fact they killed 2 guys in the background. Monacy realizes prioritized plant is going to get run down by Madger. A ton of damage. Xanteras ends him.
Again, always scary. You're like, dude, that's even with the first 2 kills going down the way they did. They can pop out and take out a stack. And I mean, because of the way that you see Eternal Fire position, they're optimized for any kind of like lane jump out, but once you get into pit, that's when you become a little bit stronger. So yeah, aim could have been a touch better, but this is what happens when you don't have pit control versus a hall spot. Good amount of damage, forces a better buy here for Eternal Fire. What we saw in Anubis was them keeping their MP9 safe forward, losing a couple of rounds, and then going into a buy like this. We sort of accelerate to that position, so Eternal Fire have a bit better chance to win, but not full grenades. Whoa, is he? Okay.
Doesn't panic. Loses a teammate out towards middle. Madger has not been hit by any utility, nothing.
Smoke's coming up soon.
Quietly just snuck into the spot. They're going to try to spam him back. He would have known about Snacks as he made a ruckus. 97 damage done to Eternal Fire's in-game leader on the fallback. He gives Snacks a love tap, and Xanteras goes to bolster the defense. Madger, he's got a ton of grenades. Make sure he doesn't die. He'll chuck that full belt onto Xanteras instead.
That was a lot of calculating he had to do in that spot. He knew one right, one to the left, when the smoke was going to come up that he was standing in, who was going to be watching what, and to pre-aim Bell as well. So pretty great job once again from Madger. I mean, every round we watch it where he has a moment like that, it feels like he'd have a place on this team whether it was IGL or not. So here comes that A play.
Monacy dies out. That's going to allow for Jota to turn soon. WotC.CET tries to track pit, doesn't do it. Oh, Jota! His second and third are slick. Bomb has been dropped, but will get picked back up in time. That other 2 CT push out through libraries, delayed and smoked off. They could keep the pressure up, but if they do, off that flash, they catch Heavy God full blind.
He didn't see it at all.
They keep the tempo going. They pounce on him before he's able to get into any kind of postured post plant. Jota, triple kill. Huge moment.
Nasty spray transfer, also ready for mid as they're coming out of halls. Excellent start once again. Important for Eternal Fighter to save at least these 2 guns, and that's because Madger gets out of them all with 3 HP. Here's the beginning of the round, and we see the moment he gets the kill. We don't see the very precarious position he is right before that. But I think to him, he has it under control. He doesn't look nervous at all. He knows what he's going to do and when he's going to do it. The rest comes down to the fragging. So this is going to be, you know, good guns, low grenades for G2.
Nobody to peek boilers, so
low grenades, you walk into ops.
Yeah, WotC.CET not too concerned about the approach. Monacy shows the barrel, Hunter takes the bullet. Heavy God looking to activate. They do take space off that. Big reposition from WotC.CET over towards Arch side instead. Looks like he's going to join forces with Xanteras.
They're really close.
Malbs may be caught trying to join his teammates as they all get forward, and if he had died, that would be bomb dropped. Now you've got 2 more inside of Boiler, just hanging on. Snacks is a sitting duck as Joda comes back. Another reactivation off of Arch. MongolZ has got to try to push this bomb in, but he gets denied. Heavy got out from the balcony, will not double down with Kadia. Makes the difference.
Yeah, they're getting out-rifled. Peak is a little rough there from MongolZ. Unfortunately, first kill was nice, though, and that gets him into the game. But the fact that they had low guns, I think they were upset about seeing Woxic get the op this early. It's the perfect time to do it, though, if you're Eternal Fire. You can see how many positions where, like, one guy's not watching one thing and it all goes wrong, for sure. The fact that Eternal Fire's still on top of it, though, that's, like, the important part for them. Des mentioned, you know, wasting the rarer Snacks carry, or like, not carry, but like, he had a really good CT performance on Anubis. And Vu saying that that's supposed to be the win condition, where now your talent is overwhelming.
Swiftly, just want to remind you guys that playing on Underdog is easy. Okay, off the script, literally all you have to do is pick higher or lower between the players. Look at the side of your screens. Higher, lower. Single click. All you've got to do to play on Underdog, and you can win literal real money.
Even I'm smart enough to play. That's awesome.
Simple as that. Our new fantasy partner. Santerez to the front. Eats that flashbang. Tech9's ready to go. Whole pack of them around that corner. Now, supported by the frag grenade, kind of slowed down any possibility of a repeak. No trade frag for m0NESY, so he's going to go down to the 2-5 start. And all G2 have left in this one is to walk away. They've got 3 smoke grenades, Mohan. What can you do with 3 smoke grenades on Inferno?
It's maybe even excessive for the B site. Like 3 smoke grenades, you can go for a full arch wrap. You know, you can even get fries on the side.
What? What size?
You can get extra large. I mean, the upgrade's only a few cents. It's really about getting the fries in the first place.
Free refills?
Unlimited. It's almost summer now, right?
Wow.
So, the extra smokes as they come in, still going to try to make it beat.
Magic tries to track that pack of players going all the way around.
All going through.
Okay, every single one of them. No, Hunter sticks around a little bit to try to catch the rotate with Kadia. He knows about you hiding in the corner. Gets there in the end. Now to push out through the coffin smoke is a death sentence. It's a cool little wraparound, seeing as they blanketed this bomb site. But flying MP9s are going to set Eternal Fire on fire. 5 rounds straight.
In terms of fast food, that was a cheesy gordita crunch. Extra cheese.
I've never been to Taco Bell. Is that good or bad?
It's excellent.
Oh, yeah?
I gotta say, man. I mean, love for Taco Bell to be a partner. Taco Bell hit blast line.
Maybe once we get to Monterey.
I think if it was a Kassad tweet, he would say, it's not Mexican food, but it's even better.
Okay. He'd be like, it's so good it would make you dance if men could. It'll give you feelings, but don't tell anyone.
Free on your birthday, loser.
Snack's ready for this. Madger's got his number. Mechanically.
He was very ready. He had a position to block the flash.
He was full ready.
Yes.
Mechanically, Madger superior.
Oh, this is annoying.
Oh god, they both had past tense nades out. m0NESY seems a little cautious about it, so he just tucks back in. Woxic on the swing gets the trade because Wakadia dies behind Woxic. You got 2 more on the approach.
Oh, they're letting him go.
He gets out.
They were too far away in Boiler. m0NESY was not ready to go for the full commit and a flank.
Lovely aggression. Joda's got a back turn to him.
Oh my god, he's got 3 players.
Hook, line, and
Stinker.
what could have been sinker. Instead, WotC.CET's going to have to finish this off, and he only has that 39 health. No teammates here to help him. This does still look winnable for G2.
Badger's actually playing back.
WotC.CET keeps his head tucked down. Then he tries to pop up, kills Hunter. It's Heavy God with the more health and that little bit of clutch factor that we've already seen him put on display. 2 kills to his name, another double needed, and he's not going to play the bomb. He's going to go into the peak. He's going to try to swing. They are both there for the taking, but he does double back to go for the plant instead. And quiet on the approach is Xanteres. You've got Heavy God in the corner, aware of the threat, tries to change position, does so, then goes back, missed the timing. And you've got Xanteres now inching his way around the tall box to close it. Oh, Heavy God could sense him somewhere, but Xanteres sneaks around.
Did Xanteres make a fast step?
I didn't
when
think
Heavy God
so.
ran away to try to swing a little bit. If not, like, it's hard for Heavy God to have known he was doubling up. He did a good job of thinking about the option, but that timing was open to Xanteres. So yeah, this is a position where Snack should get his kill. Like, you couldn't really put yourself in a better spot after dodging a flash. Like, the player coming in is expecting to have an easy frag, but frags aren't there. Quick 6-0 here for Eternal Fire. And we didn't have Xanteres at all on Anubis. It's already much better. Really appreciating their beat protocols, actually.
Oh, okay. Hunter trying to keep the hopes alive here for G2's first round. Badger the casualty. Now talk me through step 2.
I think the way they see this, WotC.CET's in a great spot to get 1 kill. If they come in again, low utility, walk into a shot, and they will. So they have time to rotate back if they want to. But if they don't rotate here, he's trying to multiply his presence, but
he's kind of riding off short at this point. It's a good decision.
Oh my God,
back into the cover. Now he's still got a smoke.
Oh my God!
WotC.CET! Oh my God, trying to do it all.
He might have won this round. There's 3 players coming in for the retake. They weren't even going to try this, I don't think.
He is straight up the reason they have any sort of advantage. You wouldn't have faulted him if he only got 1, let alone 2. That 3rd? Come on. Headshot on top of it, fully health teammates.
The special ops Snacks could be your first.
He has found the upgrade. He has tried to cross back over to the pit. Goes back in, misses his shot. It's still a chance to reposition. Could set up Mobs instead. Mobs gets the head of Wakadia. Joda's got the trade. Snacks could be that. But Xanteres, the difference. 7 rounds for Eternal Fire. Beautiful moment here for WotC.CET to truly give them a chance at this flawless CT side.
That was Henry G's WotC.CET. Okay, that's the WotC.CET that he wanted on his team. That play right there shows us what he used to be able to do. This is incredible, man. They trusted him with this site. And look what he did with that. He smoked off halls, which allowed for this 3rd kill opportunity to happen. He got his first kill on the pick on mid, didn't drop a shot. That was the best possible round you could have with an op in that position between the shots and the utility. And it comes down to the last kill, unfortunately. Snacks gets 1 out of the 2, but he could have already won the round if he hit the first shot.
There's no denying the chance was there.
Let's go, boy.
WotC.CET 10-5 off that triple.
You smoke long, then you molly, or you don't smoke.
Such a cool reposition as well. Past the tall box gap.
Yeah.
Stands up behind center box and just nails the headshot. Quadruple banana play here.
That one's called Tarek, by the way.
Tarek, which one?
The center site box. Because yeah, he was upset because Stewie got quad on Inferno after one of the majors, so you can have Tarek mid-site.
So we got to make Tarek happy.
Yeah, because there's Cold as well. You know, there's like all these great players around getting named, and here's Tarek. You know, IGL'd that win for us. We got away. The movement.
Able to jump back into sight.
The slickness out of WotC.CET.
Joda tall box, holds on, little spam, 80 damage spam on Hunter.
And they had the disengage, man. The movement wins this position for WotC.CET, but it's still 5v5.
the fact they got all that pressure, all the positioning that G2 just had, I mean, they were far more forward than they are right now.
Every round,
everybody's still alive on Eternal Fire.
Every round has been G2 trying to look for the one kill so they can overflow, and they are just getting denied that every single time.
Trying their hardest to just poke a hole in this canoe.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to portage.
All right, you've out-boat termed me. I'm sorry.
Let's see if they can steer the mast.
Whoa.
All right, here comes the wrap.
Yeah, on the starboard side.
Time means they can't watch it entirely. Malk does.
Jota on the pit. Scott, nope, never mind. A little bit of damage, that's it. Woxic, don't you dare. Not again! Oh. A missed shot this time. Here comes the wide swing out from Library. The trades make the difference once more, and only a single man stands. Who? Snacks. Able to close out this one. It was close the round prior. Over the line this time. It's the first round for G2, and it was that disengage that made me think that they had kind of lost all they were working with. But then this just majority wraparound Arch side ends up getting these clean entries. So shout out Mobs. He finds his impact.
Yeah, that was nice.
And it won't be flawless for Eternal Fire. Not to mention how close these rounds have been as of late. Look at this. USPs for Eternal Fire off of the back of G2's first.
Oh, yeah. They're out of cash. G2 getting real excited. Probably want to go back at the bomb with how quick this round is shaping up.
No, don't Zeus him.
Zeus and Heavy God.
Don't do it.
Zeus is kind of the heavy god. Is there a heavier god than Zeus?
All right, you beat me in mythology too, man. Trying to prove a point tonight? Nobody home. No chance at stopping this one. It all boils down to whether Heavy God gets Zeus. It's the only interesting thing left in this round.
3, 2, 1.
That's a morale booster. Wicadia can't help but grin. He said, let me recharge this baddie. I'm going to go get another one. And he's actually going to try. Okay, let's see if the sound effect of the Zeus recharging kills him.
Crosshair placement, impeccable.
Where was the getting Zeus voice line?
Yeah, I had to make it. That is weird.
Oh, it just came back online. Terrorists win. He will save that Zeus.
Yeah, like why is he running?
Bro, this thing's $200.
Well, they are broke. At least they knocked down that 4 or 5K equipment value here for G2.
Yeah.
G2 try to get back into the game. It's 2 rounds.
I've seen worse T-sides, but we'll see where G2 end up. 7-5 best case. You can see still the money not ideal for Eternal Fire, but certainly enough. If you've got Woxic on off, that alone feels like enough at some point. This CT side has featured some gross op shots from the Turkish sniper.
Kind of immediately responds to their R-trap from last round. It's the B staging, though, comes in again here from G2. It's a triple up. And I think because Woxic had such a good game, they can leave 2 here and feel comfortable. Between him and Jota, they both multied on defense. But I think it's been very wise for them to just not ever give G2 that first duel they're looking for. And when they have, they've won it. G2 are one of those teams that can lose to the clock. You give them too much space.
Whoa, throw it. A little delayed, so he changes the trajectory to just still make sure that it goes ahead of Snacks, who can gather a little bit more info than he could have if it landed where it was originally supposed to.
They deny information, but look at the reaction. It's non-existent, right? The last round they had Woxic on A side, they left him alone the entire time. They believed the round was going to go back to B. So now they're getting the round that they've been looking for this whole time. The thing is, they don't have smokes. 30 seconds, and Jota has the only molly on the other side of the map.
Right. Got Wicadia with the M4 up top. Oh, double kill. That is going to just suck the life out of the G2 hit Fire at his feet, though. Awkward, still able to reposition. Not enough cover for 2 players on the fountain, but nobody else follows through here. m80 was sat back hoping his teammates would get entries. And for an analyst desk before this map went live that highlighted that m80 is statistically one of the best T-side Inferno players in the world. Oh my god, they almost still won.
And they don't die after time, and they get lots of kills. That's great. So very expensive round. Heavy God with the lurk through CT, but Heavy God's just there to get the frags in the post plant once they hit the entries. Here are the first 2 frags of the mode that mowed him down as they came in. The flash is absolutely beautiful. I don't even know if it was necessary, but it landed. Luckily for G2, they have enough money to buy.
5 and 8 is m80, but 2 of those are these kills after the attempt to deny the save, and then Madger just right back into the action. m80 tries to go aggressive through middle. m80 able to get the better of him in the head-to-head. Mulb's probably sensing he's got players locked into the corner. He is absolutely right. Wicadia dropped by half health thanks to the frag grenade. This is looking like a good start for G2.
I think this is...
Wicadia almost kills Mulbs as he just runs away from this.
It's kind of correct from both teams. I think Wicadia knows that he needs to fight for something, because it's still just Jota alone here in the halls on the MP9. They never have wanted to over-rotate towards the A site, because they know the propensity for G2 to NB, but they finally cave in because we saw the pressure. And there we go. Oh my god, wait, with that kill,
back, right?
don't overthink
back
this.
Into the stack site. What if?
Surely not.
You'd think that Heavy God just goes in. It'll confirm one of the 2. They'll take their chance on the B site. And then we'll see if Eternal Fire want to risk it when the economy has been so sketchy in these last few rounds. A 2v3 retake on the opposite side of the map, or you just save for the last.
Yeah, you let them have it. They've had a pretty successful half. You really want to have a good chance to win the next round.
It's all about that 9-3. This time we don't get to see it, but a duel of the Oppers in middle that goes the way of m80, trying to find some late half impact on this T side.
Yeah, the play was crush bottom mid from both B and mid at the same time, and they don't get distracted.
Flash for Madger. He does kill the closest player, then dies to the one in the back. Here's the duel. Yeah, you just find him coming through a smoke. They didn't expect him to just run through fire to ensure it. In the end, Eternal Fire will be able to save both, so that is Woxic's op save by Wicadia. They'll have to try to piece together a really wonky looking buy. Most amount of money is Woxic on 3,400. Nobody else even 3K. G2 will have the odds of a 8-4 half.
We'll see if it's going to be a series of good CT sides, essentially. There's a lot to calculate inside of this buy. What they're going to do, how they're going to spend their money, how much utility is going to be on what site, and since they just tried an aggressive tactic, that would also be great for a round like this, but I feel like this is a round where you try to sneak someone out of the back of halls, wrap for a late B play. That's most likely to come from G2. And if they have the off from Woxic, you could trust him with mid. But they need to find a gap, and I don't think they want to go for a super aggressive early round tactic besides maybe a B play. G2, we know their real flaw, I think, is just having a thorough T default, even though they're better here than Anubis. Oh man, it's a 4 mid stack. It's actually correct, it looks like, with the T's coming up. Here, Woxic, they flash him back, but other 2 CTs haven't left.
Cheeky MP9 crossfire. Woxic all the way back around Library.
He's going to B.
Yeah, really fast reposition on the sniper, so just letting it ring out. They're going to come through that smoke grenade, though. Not really respecting Wicadia's util. Could cost them more than one. Hunter on the brink of that wraparound, and he will catch Wicadia in the last second trying to jump around the corner. Also, the A-site player's dead, so good call by G2 to just follow through in the face of the utility. It is a man disadvantage, forced retake attempt here for Eternal Fire's last round of the half. That is not ideal. Not for Hunter, not for G2. Evened out in an instant, but still smoked off. No more nades left for G2. A nice collection of utility here for Eternal Fire to try to create some kind of artificial path to get on that site. m80, oh, he misses. Luckily for him, Heavy God gives cover. Then Mob's dropped off of the graveyard. You've got Heavy God with fire on his feet, burned into the duel, but still able to deliver. Woxic versus m80, point blank, and they're both missing shots. It's that AK over towards Pit that should end up making a difference. I'm gonna commentate through this. Woxic, don't you dare! You will die to the knife. That's what happens. You witnessed it yourself.
You did a great job casting it.
I'll see you guys in the next half. Eternal Fire versus G2. Okay. What the hell, dude? I don't know how you cast this. What the hell, bro? Oh my god. A little chaos and carnage towards the end of that one. G2 starting the CT side with 4 rounds. Mohan, I think, okay, I'm not a numbers cruncher. My memory may not be serving me all too well, but I think we could be on for a record for knife kills at the Blast Open right now.
Been a lot of knife kills.
I can think of myself at least 5, and I haven't watched all of the games that Sponge and Machine were casting.
Yeah, smart backwards, we need you again.
I don't know. We need the number cruncher out there. One of you guys who's got a little extra time on your hands. I wonder what the record for knife kills is. And I wonder if we can beat it. Still plenty of action at the Blast Open Lisbon to go. I mean, so much action. We're still in Copenhagen.
Hunter did not see any of this. He thinks he's already walked through smoke. Now he should know. Ooh, but he's still being watched by Xanteris. What even happens here?
Oh my god, he's between all.
Ah, they watched it.
Wicadia makes sure that Hunter can't get into any antics. Heavy God will be up in apartments with m0NESY to wrap back around Boiler. This could very well catch Eternal Fire off guard, especially now that m0NESY's dead. Would they anticipate a second up here?
I think
yeah, I think Wicadia keeps second guessing it, taking a look. His teammate won't be in that same boat, so we're gonna stay even for a moment. Mulbs then catching Xanteris takes the edge. Nowhere for Wicadia to go, so Woxic's gonna have to clutch out, and that ain't gonna happen. A 2K from Heavy God, a double down from Mulbs. G2 takes second pistol.
Well handled, G2, especially with Hunter going down in that fashion inside of middle. The amount of speed that could have come in. We had the m0NESY flank even, you know, carefully watched after he got one kill, but shots were surgical here from G2. The small opportunities they got, they capitalized every time. They didn't shoot, fall back with nothing. They know how good they are on this map.
A lot of talk on the desk about Eternal Fire's deficiencies on Inferno. And getting the reps in on it.
Lots of reps. Still a winning map for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just not their best.
Not their best.
Not their worst.
Not their worst.
Not their best.
Not their best.
Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. Coming at this G2 style.
m0NESY in the middle of sight, gonna help out towards the pit hold, and Hunter and Heavy God, they've got him for the most part. You still got Woxic standing, but not for long. Little 8 HP is not much for Heavy God to deal with. 4K for Heavy God, another great moment where he is anchoring well and talking about the desk before the game. They were highlighting Heavy God's ability to know who and when and where when it comes to being this A defender, right? Good at tracking, good at risk assessment, good at target prioritization. Knows when he's got to hold his ground, knows when he can help out on the bomb site, and I think this showcases it well.
Absolutely. I'm a fan of the macro. That's the kind of guy you want in Big Pit. Not the guy who will guarantee one kill, but the guy who's a really good odds of multiing. Strongest position on the whole map. Just like that, Eternal Fire's lead is thin.
See you. I'm actually quite surprised to take a look down at Madrid's scoreline and see it sitting 5-10.
Every kill he got was awesome, though.
But I guess he has been on the receiving end of a lot of these smoke spams
even on
now.
map 1, he had like 66 ADR or something, but he had 2 clutches. He had, I mean, those macro numbers just didn't really matter for him. He had a really great map.
Anybody else? Anybody home? No. They're going for the top mid play. With a little Wicadia Balk spice. But this one goes down smooth. That lead cut to a singular round. G2 nipping at the heels of Eternal Fire yet again.
I got a lot of economy to chew through here to even get G2 to save. And actually, the op purchase up from Woxic, that's a bold move. You know, it's a expensive decision. It's a purchase that means that, you know, if you lost a round with just an AK, there's potential someone forced with an AK additionally, but and your op impact is gonna be way limited on T side no matter how well you're playing. So let's find out if they have a good plan for it. The 2-op adjustment on Anubis worked out really well, but this is a map where on the attack, you have the most limited options.
Such a nice flash. I'm a little late to saying it, but I just sat here still thinking about it. The flash from outside of balcony that goes off the door frame
the hallway,
into the hallway. Like, talk about angular.
Angular, man.
Yeah, man. Now, they are low on flashbangs. And the defense still a healthy amount of nades. m80 dropping smoke at 45 seconds. Ooh, they're gonna walk through. Front runner goes out. m80 stays alert. There's a second layer of balcony pressure in a moment.
Pull that up.
Splatters Heavy God into the pit. Hunter here to help though. So the protocol's in place for G2. There are layers to their defense. Madger's wrapped around through Arch. If he kills Snacks, Bomb could have come in to join him. MongolZ is in a painful position here if he dies. But he finds the back of Xanterras instead. So Snacks dying. Now Woxic knows Arch is still open,
He can
right?
get to B.
Oh, but it's going to be close,
Oh,
no?
man. Yeah, it's going to be super close. Oh, maybe he doesn't have time.
not
I don't know.
impossible?
This is called Speedway for a reason. And I don't know. He's going to pull that bomb out now. Oh, he might have got it.
MongolZ is right on the corner. The bomb goes down. Can you believe it? This is a viable round. Woxic, you know you've got one player up in front of you. Made sound on the jump. m80 just waiting and waiting, and that teammate gets closer. Woxic doesn't expect it. Hunter takes his sweet time to arrive on Banana, and what was by the very fabric of his jersey, one thread of a difference. 8-8 off the defuse.
New Jersey.
This one. You guys caught it.
You
guys caught it.
Can I help you, sir?
That's it's milliseconds and millimeters. I think this is a spot, though, where there are so many ways Eternal Fire could have lost even more badly. This is a spot where Madger could have come back to kill Library. It could have been an A-Rap. That came in a bit more slowly. Xanterras went to check the flank by himself, but didn't check it deep enough. Had the bomb as well, so really shouldn't have been doing that in the first place. There were better options to win, and like I think Eternal Fire didn't really see any of them. Also, Halls is getting smoked versus G2, very good at this map, and you just walk through the smoke. Like, yeah, come on, come on.
Who the hell you think you is?
Yeah, that's it's gonna work versus a team who's you know, has a worse win rate. I'll put it that way. And G2 are not one of those teams.
Heavy got a little more forward this round, starting on Porch as opposed to Pit. If two players couldn't get a balcony, why not add a third? We'll see if that's the idea here from EF.
I mean, this is no Hall setup. They have one on site, but it's still slightly more vulnerable.
Yeah,
now they'll move back.
Yeah, the right time, right? If Heavy God is over on Porch and you've got Hunter still kind of floating between two spots, it's one thing, but now Heavy God's got the position he'd prefer to stop a hit like this. Not to mention m80 scoped in, about to throw a util. We'll see if that serves as the trigger to push. They will try to pop out. Heavy God and Hunter, all too easy. Fire ahead of the short side. We saw Madger able to catch the rotate and Snacks last round. These are the same three players that walked away from the site when it didn't work last round, and we know how close they ended up getting.
What is he looking at?
Madger is able to catch Snacks with the upgrade. This time they don't go back down middle to get caught by the banana push of MongolZ. This is a repeat round,
but
essentially.
20 seconds and MongolZ can go anywhere.
Just a little more time to play with. MongolZ is up here on a silver platter, but he catches Madger not looking. Able to lock in. 10 to the clock. They're going to try to come and clear him. They know exactly where he is. They try to pre-fire, but it's Xanterras down. 5 seconds, not a lot. He goes for the unwinnable decision, knowing Hunter's coming at him, and G2 go up 5 straight.
Yeah, going B in that spot with that amount of time was silly. The fact that MongolZ even, you know, showed himself was a gift to Eternal Fire, but he plays it fantastic with the pressure on the clock, knowing they have to be running the entire time in those last few moments, swinging into oranges. But for whatever reason, like, there's a big obsession with Eternal Fire and trying to get out of halls. Doesn't seem like a weakness to me for G2.
No. Not with Heavy God, highest performer in the G2 camp at the moment.
I don't know. Maybe they should start thinking about how many opportunities Madger's had on Arch and think about a classical way of attack. If they're going to go 5v5 attacking A,
sure.
The best way, fundamentally speaking, is, you know, trying to do the 3 Arch wrap. But they really want to do it with lane and halls exclusively.
I think it's a great point, because the moment there's been any pressure on A, you see how quickly all 3 of the players who are starting there just kernel up on site. If it's just Madger back-to-back rounds finding a kill on Snax.CET alone, imagine if he had help.
Also, their halls guys coming out too early in general.
Yeah.
That should be, you know, last.
Oh, this T side certainly starting to fall apart for Eternal Fire. Have not won a single round since this second half started. You said that it could be an uphill battle, but I didn't expect it to be flawless for the defense. We'll see if that trend continues here versus the quadruple Mac 10 buy. Malbs takes the free real estate, but doesn't stick around. Feigning a little bit of presence, but just that grenade, just that one smoke out from the pit side is enough to get Snax to kind of tiptoe back through spawn.
Flash didn't work.
Nah, but those Mac 10s will still barrel through it. Here comes Snax trying to now hold sight, but he just steps forward.
All right, that's the round.
Into a whole pack of players. Oh, and Wicadia with an upgrade from a Mac 10 to an M4 sends shots through smoke to end their hopes of hanging on to this lead. Of all the rounds we've seen from Eternal Fire, this one works.
There's something about it, because even though G2 were holding on to mid, there was, I think they threw part of their A-pop smokes where they skip bracket control, run into the site.
Right.
So G2 started backing up, and that's why a rotate happened through B.
Yep.
Looks like there was just a utility fake that happened. I don't know if that's 100% true, but it feel like Madger got the exact reaction he was looking for, turned that into a B play, and would you know, there was only one person there, so...
It makes total sense. I mean, the amount of times they've just found Malbs on his own, right? It's no secret that he's been playing solo B, whether that's the time he pushed down Banana or when he held them back from oranges.
That was pretty crafty.
You know, when you find Snax in CT spawn in back-to-back rounds, I think you know that B defense is a little prone to run quickly.
We're watching this sort of half exact back, and yeah, they've got the arch smoke and the smoke that blocks off vision from pit, so you can jump through default and wrap into the site. So I think they, yeah.
So there's the first.
Baited. But how many of those tricks do you have? Because like the standard rounds are not good enough for Eternal Fire. So let's see.
I mean, no surprise to Malbs that you've got players behind this. They're gonna come through. Okay, you can try it, not expecting Malbs to be in front of the half wall. And a costly error, but at least Madger's able to spray one down. Pressure here from Hunter is great. Able to surpass Wicadia over towards alt middle. Looks like some kind of unfortunate timing that allowed that to happen. And Zentera is still in the cubbies of Banana. Holds on to barrels. Wicadia about to pop up from down beneath Hunter, and he seems ready. That somebody should be over here, but he is not prepared for the timing of it all. Modesty will trade back, and that should be enough.
They don't know that Zentera is here. Hunter was clearing Banana, but he didn't watch.
What you looking at, Snax?
Wait, he's gonna phase the smoke? Is this the right move? Oh, okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
For a second, I thought Snax was just watching his teammates. I didn't know, but I didn't realize that smoke was there. Like, this guy's gonna get slammed. But no, he pulls it out. Last kills for Snax, and it's an instant answer back after Eternal Fire's first. All these grenades.
So comfy here, man.
Yeah,
none of
them's prepared for a player in front of that half wall. It really shows you how easy it was for Malbs this round.
All his pre-aims have been great. His positioning on Banana, solid.
Eternal Fire end up looking a little foolish for that one. But it's just this sudden reposition of Malbs, and a very confident one with the pressure behind him. another fight for Banana. It's another moment here for MongolZ, but not in the same position until now. They come through, no smoke between them. And with no smoke, suddenly Joda gets the easy headshot. He's got Hunter to try and work with Snacks. Frag grenades come sailing over. Looks like Eternal Fire gonna pump the brakes for a moment.
They dumped a ton of utility with no ability to put pressure on right after. Waiting this smoke out.
Smoke fades and everybody rearing
classic Nico
to go.
position. Top sandbags.
Well, thing is, it's Snacks, not Nico, though. A little boost for Xantares to take a quick little peek. Little shoulder shimmy. 1 down and 3 more to go. Gonna try to util pressure in. Wicadia catching m80, just walking down from the top of middle. And now the sandbags player still hanging on. Oh, Snacks out with the pistol.
But they can go back.
Spray's not clean, and Hunter will be left on his own. Opposite side of the map, bomb is gone. Woxic drops the smoke in front of him, and he hears this audio to confirm Hunter's position. Woxic comes back, gives a kill over.
Yeah, there's a chance. I mean, oh, well, Hunter's so low. Look how close this game is, man. I mean, it's 10-10 now. Eternal Fire finally have started winning rounds on T-side, but even though their T-side's not been that great, they only need a couple of rounds to tie up. They had such a fantastic start to the game. This is the hole that G2 have dug themselves into. Surprisingly, the same round comes to MongolZ. I think he starts salivating because he's like, yeah, another 2K mow down. They're not going to blind me. They don't think I even advance in front of the half wall because of their grenades. And he doesn't get his kills for the first time. Can't blame him for being there. But again, because it's such a close game, even the high probability plays like that, those mistakes actually matter. Now economy becomes a factor. Opportunities to buy again for G2 becomes a factor.
Yeah, they're lucky there's this surplus of money here, so maybe that's the timeout to calculate some more. $6,700 for m80. I see the buy coming in. Snacks the first to purchase, but there will be limitations here.
It's even scarier if this round gets won, right? Having to make that decision next round.
Oh, with the saved AK, actually, they come out all right.
I think this is where Magic can flex his stuff, man. We just saw a really cool bluff that netted them their first round. Now we get a really aggressive tactic that actually goes successfully over on Banana early into the round. Hardly any concessions here for G2. MP9 is fine on this map, many positions.
Well,
missed their bottom banana smoke. So what that was?
Yeah, I think so.
It's not even so high, it's not even on the mini map.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it's right here, I see. Okay. Well, that's, yeah, they're gonna run through that.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Joda.
okay, yeah, okay, all right, yeah.
That's a lot of fire.
It's a Joda barbecue.
He tries to find sanctuary without looking at his feet because he's so afraid of that peek off the corner. Has a reason to be concerned. Snacks gives away the MP9 to try to get the AK, does so. Nicely done.
That's quite a big upgrade. Snacks pushing the same smoke for
that.
Xantares that he did last time. Why did he do that at a minute in a 5v? What was the value in actually?
You're the expert.
I couldn't tell you. This is like the best opportunity for Eternal Fire you could possibly ask for in this spot.
Thought it was just to get the gun, and then he was going to fall back to be a part of this triple defense.
He tried the same play he did in that 3v1 the previous round, and look at Xantares literally holding it because there's nothing else to do.
m80 can't afford to miss this.
Oh my gosh, he dies.
And Madra is able to stamp
Snacks might have just blown this entirely.
Now MongolZ behind the fountain. Can he be the hero? No. Single kill all he gets of the 3 players there.
Snacks completely blew that situation.
Ouch. But why?
I have no clue. I mean, there's like, yeah, because he's like also pushing a smoke too. Like,
I thought it was the, get the upgrade for the AK, fall back into sight.
You got
3
teammates
players
that
on site.
can Coffin's flash. You want to take a peek. You can be playing with a teammate pushing if you want to push. You could play passive and literally just win that way. Like also, I mean, to be frank, Snacks, you have 7 kills. You know, it's not like you're like frying, like I'm nuts. Like let's go take some risks here. That actually just allowed Eternal Fire to win this round. I got no clue. After this gift,
man, scrambling. Yeah, it feels like if you really, really feel like you need to do that, there's a better way to do it.
More than that, there's like 4 other ways. He played that like he was alone on B, basically, is the way to put it.
Because last time when he did it, he was.
And even then, it looked weird. Okay, 11-10.
MongolZ missed op shot, sprinkled in, just makes it go from bad to worse.
Punishment is a few USPs.
See if Heavy God and Hunter can save the day here. Save players of the last round. Kevlar and Rifles to go.
Oh, man.
Kadia's just sat there.
Yeah, he should be tucked slightly. Won't see a barrel.
Does he not? Is that gun not sticking out?
No, I think he's okay if Kadia doesn't go like right underneath.
Meanwhile, jumping his Snacks. Sees it. Xantera's on the approach. This is Hunter's AK up top.
You might see it now.
There it is.
Oh, he just doesn't notice. It's not moving.
He doesn't see it.
It's not moving.
Well,
I mean, it would have been hard to kill him, but
just doesn't notice.
Yeah.
Didn't realize. MongolZ shoulder spotted on the mid peak. I don't know if he would have gotten a glimpse of Kadia, but the nade will let him know exactly where he is. Not that he's really got the rifle for the play.
One gun on each site. No bad place to go. Hunter's still up top.
He's just got to be the hero, but he turns. And as he does so, it opens the door for Madger. P250 from New Box. Can't finish him off, and Snacks is down with nothing. Heavy God's rifle finds one, but it's this swarm into the B site that will make the difference. Eternal Fire secure themselves 2 map and match points.
I really don't like highlighting one error in a game, especially towards the end of the game, because that's what, you know, we all naturally do. But, well, I mean...
That Snacks push in the 5v4?
That Snacks push is game losing, yeah. And it also has to do, you weight it against how unforced it is. And I will also just say, in the general defense of 5v4 positions, there are situations where you need to push in 5v4, or it's still a good idea. I just couldn't explain, based on what he saw, you know, why that was like the plus EV move to make. Well, we'll find out now if it matters or not. We've got Eternal Fire up 12-10. 1 round away from this series victory. A big comeback here, CT side of Inferno, map that they are very confident in, regularly win, and, you know, cast an enormous shadow over Eternal Fire's record, but they simply don't have the lead. That's just the facts right now. It's been a really solid set of calls from Madger and some frags and punishments that have put Eternal Fire in this position. Technically, it was an abysmal T-half, but now they've got 4 rounds, right? Like, this is nothing to scoff at.
Oh, that could have been the one. The first domino to topple the defense.
Whoa.
That could have been the next.
Woxic gets hurt right there.
And doesn't get a kill for his efforts. MongolZ on an AK versus Wakadia in a second.
He's playing really active. Maybe they thought that someone's fallen back. Woxic doesn't have enough HP to take any bullets to walk into this peak. Madger going all the way back to spawn for utility. It's the rounds towards A that have not worked. And we know Madger, he likes one site or the other. But it can't help but feel like they want to try to make A work. And here, G2, they'll bite. They think Madger would go B again. The slight fake just to feed into that. And it'll be a staging towards A. The only low player has an op.
Man, they're going to surround this site before they just try to chomp through it. 25.
Heavy God's been so great in the pit.
Hunter full lean back. Doesn't get his kill on Arch side. That's going to be an additional layer of pressure for the back of MongolZ to deal with. You said it, Heavy God's been great, but this is a massive ask of him. He will peek up into the balcony, the only player to connect. That kind of a wild spray could have made a world of difference if not for the spam back through.
They don't have a moto smoke. 2 players coming up mid. Tease will be watching everything. Woxic stayed alive.
And he puts that off on the right angle. It is low health, so you think that maybe they could push it through. A mistake that costs them. And the flawless run of playoff appearances continues. 5 events straight for Eternal Fire. They have become a mainstay, and Lisbon will be no different.
Once again, Eternal Fire come through on top. Even better than last time around. And this is something we set up as G2 Inferno. Surely they'll have the chance on that. They must be able to get this one done. But it wasn't the case, and at times it looked damn right flat.
And I was surprised that they went for the Inferno pick instead of Dust2, given how well Dust2 went for them last time around. But great resilience from Eternal Fire. Our initial game plan not going all too well for them. They're able to find the adjustment in the middle of the half. And I mean, Scrawny and Launders already pointed it out. I'm sure we'll point it out later. A grave mistake on the side of G2.
Yeah, I mean, they actually managed to fight back into the game. You got to give them a little bit of credit for that, because what were they, 7-0 down at some point, and they actually made it a very competitive game. Honestly, when it tied up, you got 10-10 scoreline. I'm thinking G2's taking this one home. Instead, Eternal Fire managed to make some mid-round reads and adjust to the game plan of G2, take it home.
Yeah, this is kind of tough though, right? Because this is an Eternal Fire who, even being on this crazy schedule, never really going home, event to event to event, keep grinding, keep practicing, they are showing improvements. They're not showing weaknesses.
I think the impressive thing is you have Liquid pick Dust2 against Eternal Fire, and I think they saw something because Eternal Fire had a lot of kind of strong tendencies on Dust2, and against Liquid they changed some things up, completely dominate them. And I think G2 see that, and they go, we don't want any of that. Let's just go to Inferno.
I don't think there's a single team in Tier 1 that has more officials on land than Eternal Fire. I'd be shocked if there is.
And they're still evolving.
Exactly. I feel like this is almost like, you know, those teams like Monty in the past at the Paris Major who just kind of show up. They have so many maps under their belt. They're getting better every single time. That's what it feels like Eternal Fire is doing, because they're getting cleaner with it.
Well, they're definitely getting cleaner with it. Eternal Fire is looking a lot better. Arcadia is one of the reasons for it as well. How are you doing after that game, man? That was impressive.
Yeah, it was a great game, and I'm really happy that we perform and we win and we got the playoffs.
Now, yeah, you made playoffs again. The consistency stays there. The first thing I've got to ask you is, how much time are you guys putting in to try rework things on the map and change things up and not be predictable, not fall short in these games?
I mean, like when we have like much, we go a lot of tournaments because like we can't break a lot. But when we have time, like in a day, maybe we work like 7-8 hours, something like this.
I know you're young and you're probably doing fine with it, but is it still quite hard to go through?
Yeah, it's hard for some, but it's not so hard for me actually. So yeah.
So you've obviously, from the academy team to this, I feel like you've only gotten better as a player. What do you think you can attribute to that to? Is that all internal, or is that Major, Faber helping you out? What is it?
I think like Zantares, Mayar, Fabre, like they know the game really well and they're the legends of Turkish CS. So I learn a lot from them. Maybe that's I can say.
I noticed because you're having some pop-off games when Zantares kind of has a B game, you know? Are they putting more faith in you and just kind of telling you, oh, you know, go for a play this round, we need you?
Like, I don't think so. Like, I'm not a star player, and when Zantares like not playing his own level, Jota and Woxic can perform as well. So I don't think so.
So what do you think with Jota? I feel like that's been kind of one of the big talking points for you guys this year. I mean, before some good results in tournaments last year. Obviously, you made quarterfinals of the major in Copenhagen, but then kind of some shaky results in the second half of the year. But now that you have Jota, you're making every single playoffs. What does he bring?
Yeah, he's laughing at me right now. Like, I know him for 5 years maybe, and he's a really good friend of mine. We play on academy together as well. He's a great player. He's learning fast. And like the most important is he's mentally so strong. Like he gives good vibes to everyone.
Okay. Is he calling a lot then, or what?
No.
Okay.
He's not calling, but he's screaming a lot.
Yeah. Is that just as important?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And you guys didn't really have that before him, right? There wasn't someone with that loud hype and kind of bring you back into the game.
Like I think Calix was like a bit quiet player than Jota, and Jota is very loud. So I think it's like I have to say it's a plus for us.
Definitely seems like a plus as well. I want to ask a bit around, especially on Anubis, which has become your home map. The mid rounds we've seen from you guys, right, is really good. What is it with Madra playing not just well there, but also calling so well, reading the opponents so well? Can you give us some insight into it?
I mean, he's shooting also.
Yeah,
well. Yeah.
He's everything.
I don't know. He's playing his prime like something. In Anubis, the like, mid calls were great. I think he did a really good job. So that's it.
I'm actually curious about what you think of Major. I mean, you're watching him every day in practices and in officials. I'm going to be real. When I saw you guys play maybe a little over last year, I felt like Major wasn't really always the strongest mechanical player. But now, like we see today, like we've seen in a bunch of matches, like sometimes he can top frag for you guys. What is he, like he's clearly progressed as a leader, but what about even just as an individual player, like a fragger?
Like I think last tournament he didn't play so well, fragging as well. So he plays a lot DM, a lot aimbots in Prague room. I think maybe that's it, I can say.
Do you think it's important right now for teams to have IGLs that can frag? Because we got people like Apex, we got people, I mean, I've listed a bunch of them before. I mean, but do you think fragging IGLs are important now?
Yeah, I think it's a new meta.
Okay, you think, okay. Yeah. You think you have to have one?
Yes, and
that
he's doing good
thing?
also, yeah.
That's a CS2 thing, you think?
Yes.
Okay, a big change coming through. Well, Kader, thank you very much for joining us. Anything you want to say to all the Turkish fans out there? Because I know they're supporting and cheering for you guys like crazy always.
Beyler, başka söyleyecek bir şeyim yok. Her zamanki gibi. Destekleriniz için teşekkürler, seviliyorsunuz.
Hell yeah, man. Well, thank you very much.
I don't know which camera is it, but...
It doesn't matter. They heard you. That's the main thing. That's all that matters. Sometimes I don't even know what camera I'm looking at. We're all good. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff, man.
Now for this is another big performance for Eternal Fire. Getting it done 2-0 is something that shows they're growing, but also can show, I guess, some of the mistakes we're seeing from G2 aren't really... I thought like out of both teams, G2 would be showing more improvements than what we saw just then.
Man, I feel like, James, you look at the teams that are improving over the course of this season, and it's generally with, I would say, just coaches and IGLs that we really hold in high regard. I mean, I feel like Mao's with Cyclone have shown tremendous amounts of ability despite a season that we thought was going to be very questionable. I think that some of the other teams right now, like Navi, maybe not always like hitting the top of their game, but still showing a lot of competitive games too versus the best teams in the world. We rate those guys really highly. So I'm not gonna, I think there is a consistent factor in why G2 seem to be trending downwards. I don't think that really there's any reason you should face Eternal Fire and be surprised by how they're gonna play. Like, they have more footage than practically anybody at this point.
Some of the things also that you pointed out was just even on rounds where they had like no utility, right?
So yeah, I think even some of the game planning for G2 can be a little bit awkward at times. Despite the T sides being good overall for this team, I want you guys to look at the bottom right of your screen right now. You have a 4th round force buy, and look at the kind of buy. I mean, you got a Galil on MongolZ, you got an AK on Snacks, 0 flashes. And what is the opening play, Vu? They just walk into mid, into an op.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're not expecting an op on round 4. Maybe that's a bit of a surprise, but still, someone can get a Mac 10. Someone can get a couple of flashes.
A Tech 9.
A Tech 9 with a few flashes. That could be Snacks. He doesn't need the AK necessarily. And I understand, sometimes you want to mask your play. You don't throw flashes for a reason. I don't think this is a team you can do that again.
I don't think it's I don't think you should have 0 flashes. I think that's the main thing. Like, yes, you can mask your play on taking map control and be a little bit sneaky sometimes. It's kind of a way to mix things up. You walk through a smoke, perhaps. They just dry walked into mid. They didn't smoke either side. They didn't smoke arch. They didn't smoke porch. There was no flash. They just hoped that they were going to hit headshots. And against a team like Eternal Fire, that almost feels disrespectful at this point.
Yeah, and that's the type of thing. I mean, we have this 3K or 4K from Woxic in a couple rounds later. It's the same exact situation. They have no flashes. They're in a 5v4, but they left spawn with 3 flashes. You've got Snacks with 1200. You've got Heavy God with 500. They could have bought a couple of flashes. And Woxic is alone. He's completely alone on the A site. You cannot walk into A in a 5v4 against one player. No, because they have no flashes, they just can't get anything done.
Yeah, it's just kind of criminal for rounds to end like that. It feels like you would have specific plays that are just a little bit more well-rounded if you're not going to have flashes. Like if you only have the one, yeah, maybe go for the Halls pop. It really only takes one flash to do a Halls pop, but having 0, man, it's just like that's when we get frustrated with G2.
I mean, screw it. They had a pretty nice idea there. They got all the way up towards the site. They had the right smokes. They had the right idea, but you just can't, there's no excuse, no matter what the reasoning behind it is, for an Opera to 3K you there when he's alone on the site.
But it isn't all doom and gloom for G2, right? We're not going to hard on them too much. They got some good defenses in there, Heavy God being one of them.
Heavy God was actually fantastic in this one. I feel like Anubis, he showed a lot of individual prowess with the ace. This is a round where he was able to turn the score into G2's favor. Great smoke from m80 to set him up. But just, I mean, Scrawny was highlighting this one so well. It's just like target prioritization, like making sure he gets that first guy. Doesn't swing out too wide. Make sure that he plays off of the smoke rather well. This is one of the rare bright spots for G2 and MongolZ himself too. To get a second kill here, this is going above and beyond. And that's why it's so frustrating to watch G2, because the individuals have a lot of talent.
Yeah, that's why we highlighted MongolZ and Heavy God in the pregame, because you know the way Eternal Fire are going to play. We keep saying this. You have a good idea. Maybe you don't know the exact plays they're going to make, but you know the Eternal Fire style. You need Heavy God in pit. You need MongolZ on B to pick up at least one. In that round, they pick up 2 apiece, and that's an easy round win. That's why they have a good CT side.
You're talking about MongolZ, though. We've got to look back over towards the B-bomb site and Banana, because yes, MongolZ sometimes was just completely on his own. Sometimes there were some positives to take away, but it was a significant weak point that got exploited in this map.
It was the only weak point, because for rounds 12 through 17, it was all A hits. This is what we talked about with Eternal Fire before. Initial game planning can be a little bit weird. I've been critical of it in the past, but what Eternal Fire do, they turn their attention towards B, because what the A hits were not working out for them. Snax tries to swing through a smoke. It is a bit desperate, but it's sometimes one of the only plays you can do. I'm not going to fault Snax for that one. I won't fault him too much for that one, because that's just trying to get something back, but they are getting pushed back. Eternal Fire is taking all of the banana space that they want to, and then they go back to the well. Round 20, Eternal Fire realizes, yeah, we should just be going B more, and that's what they do. Jota with a crazy spray right there. This is a really ridiculous set of trades that happens at the top of banana, but look at, like, Eternal Fire, they're just playing a 4-1. I see this so much in Tier 1 CS2 nowadays, where you just 4-1, single lurker towards A, and then you just do this huge B explosions, and yeah, Eternal Fire, they just switch up the game plan. This is why I have to rate Madrid at times.
Yeah, we've got to give him a lot of respect, because this is not just doing it on his comfort home pit map. He's seeing it, he's recognizing it. I'm sure maybe some timeouts are coming in there as well, right, to tell him what's going on, to give him some extra eyes in it. But it's just a very well-oiled machine in all of this. How much praise can we give them until they can make the next step? Because I think that's what we're waiting to see for Eternal Fire, right?
Yeah, I mean, I want to give them as much praise as possible, because they're so impressive when it comes to this stage of an event. But the question is, how long is it going to take them to get over the hump and actually make it into some semis and win some Tier 1 events? I want to see them take out a scalp like MongolZ or someone around that level. I'm not saying they're going to beat Vitality, but maybe.
But they've been the only team to do it.
The only one, yeah, they have good record against them.
Yeah, so far. They were embedding ROPS at that point, so we give Vitality a little bit of slack. But no, really, like, Eternal Fire, how many playoffs now have they made it to? Grand Finals of the Bounty, they made it to the playoffs of Katowice, they made it to the playoffs of Cluj, they made it to the playoffs of ESL Pro League, and now this is a 5th playoff for them. Like, that is a streak that no other team has. Yeah. They are the only ones going to all of these tournaments, but still, there's a lot of credit there, because usually people would already cite burnout. They say, it's our 5th tournament in a row. Like, if they fell apart here, I wouldn't even really blame them. I would have said, yeah, okay, now you guys can recuperate, maybe go back to the strap book, but it does seem like they're evolving.
But you know what this is as well, I think, is the fact that they were not a team that was in partner leagues. They were not a team that was able to get invites to places, right? Now they're sat here and we're like, okay, we're on top of the world. Let's take as much and get as much as we can, as quickly as possible, grow and develop, and that's certainly what they're showing. Looking at more problems, though, and maybe something that could have cost G2 the game here, right? You got round 21 for us, Mary. This is what you less than happy with.
I mean, I'm going to let this one go to Vu, just because I've said enough about Snax.
Okay, you can't do any more Snax hating.
Not a fan of Snax walking through the smoke. I will give them the benefit of the doubt. There might be a timing, because Snax went for that play, what, twice, maybe 3 times?
He went for it like 2 rounds ago, Vu. He went for the same play 2 rounds ago, and Eternal Fire are desperate for a pick back into the round. Snax gives it to him. I do think that is a mistake, I don't know if I necessarily think it's what cost them this game. I think a lot of things were not going well for them, like the examples earlier from them not having flashes as they were getting into the site. A lot of things went badly, but it felt like it came down sometimes to game planning, and it definitely came down to the B defense.
Yeah, I mean, the B defense, one of the things about it is MongolZ incredible when he gets aggressive. Little bit of a liability sometimes when he plays a little more passive. I think that's why they have so many aggressive plays on Banana, and then you have Snacks. MongolZ is dead. He's kind of trying to do something. You might even say, I mean, they have 3 on B there, so I understand trying to get some information, but walking dry through a smoke, probably not it.
That's a play that worked in CSGO because you kind of one-wayed the smoke there. That's honestly why Snacks did it. Like, he needs to just change his brain for CS2 at this point, because I like that play before. In like, Astralis used to do that stuff. Like, they used to push that exact smoke, because if you just get on the edge of it, they couldn't see you if they're playing the top Banana, and you would see them first. But CS2, you're disadvantaged there.
Times are changing. He
did bait them into a B hit into m80 and Hunter. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
I'm results oriented here. No, it is not worth it.
One thing I just wanted to just turn your attention to on this as well. For the series, right, the lowest rated player for Eternal Fire was Zontaras, and for me, that's even a good thing.
We've talked about that before. That's exactly what we were setting up in the entire pregame, that they can still win games when Zantares is not popping off the page. That's why this team, this Eternal Fire roster is showing depth, that other people can step up.
Yeah.
Jota can have big rounds, Woxa can have massive rounds. You really take your pick, and it is a win by committee for these Turkish players.
It is looking very good for them. And with that, we'll just remind everyone what's going on over here in the group bracket right now, because Eternal Fire is waiting for their opponent. They've made it through to Lisbon. They've made it through to another playoffs. They'll be in another arena getting more of that stage experience they see, and they'll be facing one of the Mongols or Navi. That's the way it's looking. We'll have to wait and see how it will go. But my, oh my, this has become quite an exciting one for a group that was supposed to be easier on paper.
I mean, easier on paper. I don't know if it's turned out quite that way. I'm excited to see Navi versus MongolZ, though.
Yeah, I mean, the one coming up is going to be fantastic. I'm sure that M80 is kind of wincing. I don't think there's really any great option for them between if it was Eternal Fire to go down into their lower bracket game or G2. But I mean, you know, Rec just said that when they're on their A game, they can beat anybody, and I don't think that they're going to be too far behind in the calling aspect.
I think M80 did beat G2 once.
They did?
When Vertigo was in the pool, maybe.
There's a little bit of history
and
there
Mobs,
as well.
And Mobs was on M80.
Yeah, Mobs was on the team.
A win's a win. A win's a win.
Well, these are our teams so far. 3 out of 6 locked in for Lisbon. Mouse, Vitality, and now Eternal Fire. If you haven't got your tickets yet, trust me, you need to get them. This arena is epic. This crowd is amazing. You won't want to miss it, and you definitely won't want to miss this next game. It's a rematch from EPL. It's where Mongols smashed the hell out of Navi, but it's time for them to turn things around, especially as they need those VRS points. Let's see if Navi can get it done against Mongols.
It's a really great opportunity for us this year. We have so many tournaments and so much opportunity to show out their maximum potential.
A lot of travel.
Comparing to last year, I think we're very improved. All of us, individually, the players are growth really strong. I think the one disadvantage for us is maybe some kind of experience.
In game, we're trying to read our enemies, and the outside of the server guys think that we're shooting hard, but we're trying to just reading enemies, doing some moves.
Last year, we were thinking about we need to make it to the major playoffs at least. Yeah, the last year we made it too. This year's goal is to maybe take a major champion, I guess.
At least some trophy, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's not major, I think some S2 trophy.
Recently, Counter-Strike has been made a lot of updates on the city side, like M4, A4, famous, the prices, and some damage of the gun, also more accuracy. That's the really advantage for everyone. I think the other teams making mistakes of maybe some panic moment and not take the pressure, I guess. We're really confident for us, and this is the 4th tournament in this year. We already made the playoffs for the 3 of them.
We had some stage experience since the last years, and we're improving a bit. Maybe we don't focus on the others, like the shouting or what, just focus in the game.
I think that too much adrenaline is maybe bad for the player. In my opinion, the player must be really good condition with his mentality, I mean, not too shaky. And if we keep the mentality like that, they can play good as well.
If I play good and they shouting for us, yeah, that makes me to like a bit more, yeah.
Of course, if we lost the first round, it's the really disadvantage for the team. We have the really good skilled players in our team and have a good strategy as well. And that's why we're really good at first rounds.
The history has already been written here between these two teams. Across 2025, they've faced each other twice with varying results, but the last one was the one that put a big surprise on the players from Navi's face. They weren't ready for that. The Mongols were fighting harder, they were pushing harder, and they were showing what they could do. And that's what's interesting here is this Mongolian side, they went from being just underdogs to now being a consistent playoff team, to now showing that they've got depth to their own game. They can mix things up, and at times, they can just blow you straight out of the game. This is why this next matchup, our last best of 3 of the day, is probably super exciting and way more exciting than what we just saw previously.
I hate reducing a game down to firepower, James, but to me, that's really just been the difference maker. Yeah. The face-off that these two teams had recently at ESL Pro League felt like Navi wasn't even making too many macro errors. It just felt like Mazinho would walk out A main and he would just headshot Bit. Senzu would just go into middle of a map and he would headshot whoever's there on the other side. This is a game where Navi has to show that the floor is a lot higher and that they can actually work around the fact that sometimes their players aren't going to be hitting all their shots. And that was what was so impressive about Navi last year. So I want to see them be able to just show that forget EPL, we can play as a team to negate the individual prowess of the Mongols.
Well, you said forget EPL. Yes, let's forget about EPL. Let's look at the Cato scoreboard because they also faced off there, right? There's two sides to this. It's not just the recent result as well. When you look down this was much more dominant coming out from the side of Navi. This is what most people probably expect in this scenario, right?
Yeah, I think they expected that at EPL as well, but the difference is Bit was there, JL was there. It wasn't just a wonderful one-man army. And the thing is, when I look at both of these matchups, one of Navi's best play styles is that they're constantly in really good advantageous setups on CT side. And that means, look, if someone can walk out A ramp on Mirage and just insta headshot someone that's in a crossfire, or he's holding from a perfect angle and he still dies, I think to some extent there's no way around it. You just have to be able to win those fights. You can't accept losing those.
And did you hear right, Mazinho, for this game, when it comes to EPL, was like, I was using Bit's crosshair at the same time. Like, this guy's just full of it, but I love how confident he is. I love the attitude he can give. And he's been the one who's critical of his own performance, but he can perform under any circumstances, maybe other than an arena.
That's just one of those things where it's the best way to beat your opponent is know your opponent. So I actually love it. I love that he went for it. I mean, in some ways, Mazinho is a lot like Bit. I mean, he's very reminiscent of him as a player. It's like the babyface headshot assassin versus Bit, the human headshot machine when he was coming in as a rookie. That head-to-head it was fireworks last time around, mostly in Mazinho's favor. I hope it's a little bit more even this time.
Do we put Mongols and Eternal Fire kind of on the same thing right now, on this, like, where they can be, what they can do, what we expect from them?
I think it's easy to write them off as similar teams. I think their playstyles are very different at the very least. I think Mongols, I really respect the way they pick teams apart. Even when they have an advantage, they know how to make contact on one side of the map. They understand exactly how those rotates are going to be pulled in that direction, and then they'll have someone pop out of somewhere you never expected them, shoot you in the back as you're rotating. Their whole team's there. It's when I see them break down teams bit by bit as they get those entries, if they're fragging, it doesn't have to be better than Navi. It doesn't have to blow them out of the water. It just has to be there on the server to actually pull them apart in a really impressive way. And you see things from Eternal Fire, but it's not the same style.
To me, Mongols has a higher ceiling because the calling is more intricate. There's more happening on the map. Like Vu was saying, it's just that when they are able to pressure one side, but then the other guys on the other side of the map understand what they're allotted, what they're allowed to do, that's when Mongols get really scary. And now everybody has really started to flourish in those kinds of roles. When there's pressure, for example, towards B main or E box, sometimes Mizinho gets the comms from everybody else that there's 4 sets of pressure. Like they can understand how many people are on one side, so he just goes for that 1v1 into the A bomb side. Like they understand how to work off each other's calls, and I think Madger, for the on the other hand, kind of just keeps things a little bit more compact.
Okay, well, to talk about the in-game leaders, we've got to talk to Blitz, and he did give me an English interview, so I appreciate it. Let's have a listen.
Blitz, the Mongols are playing so many events at the moment. For you as the in-game leader, how hard is it for you, for Mara, to rework strategies, to prepare a new playbook, and just have time to change things?
Yeah, we are so far from our home. Like it's, yeah, we are so tired, and we just did practice and in our prac room, yeah, and like so it's a good practice time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you able to change the plan? Do you have new strategies, or is it just fix mistakes, little changes?
Yeah, we just fixed our little mistakes and little bit some communication mistake and in-game mistake. We fixed it, and I think, yeah, that's it.
Now, last time you played Navi, it was EPL, and you guys destroyed them. It was really impressive. Was it some special preparation, something you learned that helped you do that?
Yeah, we prepared against Navi a little bit, only for them.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it. And maybe our time has come. Yeah, you know what I mean. They are so young. They now they are just on their age is only young now. Their in-game knowledge is not young.
Okay. The veto this time changed. Did you expect them to do this? Did you have an idea it would be like this?
Yeah, I didn't do it today. Yeah, the Technobarcade do today, and I heard about they ban Ancient. I was shocked. Oh, they scared from us. Yeah. No way. The major winner team they ban our Ancient. Why? And we just shocked, and yeah, that's it. It was so surprised.
I was surprised as well. Is this a good sign for you if they are scared of your Ancient?
Yeah, I feel. I'm feeling now they scared from us. Maybe so much, and it's easy to play against this scary opponent. Yeah.
If they're scared of you, it becomes easier. So, will you tell your players today to fight more, fight with confidence?
No, I usually don't say the words.
Okay.
I just say, oh, go A, go B. Yeah, that's.
I love Blitz. He's saying he just calls go A, go B, but he's just keeping his cards to his chest. He knows that's not what he's really doing, because we give him a lot of credit for this. But it does seem like Navi might be scared of them.
Oh, they're showing them respect.
Yeah.
I mean, he just revealed what's going on in the veto right there. That is surprising to me. That Navi are really switching it up as drastically as they have.
Well, we've got it, so let's get into it. Let's reveal the veto. That's right, the veto did get changed up a little bit. Navi this time banning Ancient. They don't want to face the Mongols on it, which would mean, right, normally Mongols just getting rid of Train, because between these two teams it's about floating it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Navi is like to ban Train as well, so it almost feels like Navi get a free ban there. So taking away a map that they got dominated on last time leads me to the Navi pick. I mean, usually they like to go with Mirage, but both of these teams really like Mirage, and obviously the Mongols just beat them on it too. So it's kind of a scary ground to go for.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that if you're Navi, you're expecting Mirage to be map 3. It's not something it's not something Mongols are going to ban. You're certainly not going to ban it. You've probably prepped it. You know what's coming up, and
okay, so they go with Dust. It's another map that they've shown some strength on for sure, but I mean, I'm not as confident necessarily in their Dust as I am Mirage. It just doesn't feel quite as methodical as their Mirage does. I don't really know though. Navi's had some weak spots in some other places, so maybe it's the best of if Vu's right and they get Mirage to 3, then they get almost 2 picks here.
I feel like when it comes to Navi, what you're looking at is they always kind of reinvent one map at a time. They had Mirage last season. In the past, I think 2021 Navi, weren't they unbeatable on Inferno and Nuke both?
That's why this is weird for the Mongols. They go for Inferno themselves. So this is kind of, I feel like this is already very good for Navi. I'm just going to say that already, yeah. I think they love this veto so far. Okay, and I mean, if Vu's right, I agree with him that I think he's going to be right. I think this should be a Mirage 3rd map. So yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. Maybe Mongols ban out. Okay, we got it. We got it.
Okay, so a change up in there. This is the benefit of being able to float in the veto, right? Because we've seen Navi will happily play Train as well. So Mongols are forced in to open this up. Are you liking what you're seeing here? Who do you give more credit to in this?
For sure, Navi. For sure. They're the ones that change things up here. It forced the Mongols to another type of pick. Navi even kind of a surprise pick of Dust 2 there. Maybe the Mongols had some preparation that it was going to be maybe Dust 2 comes up as a 3rd map or something like that. But all in all, this is when Blade does his best work. When he has an opponent where he can target ban like this, and then it just plays into his hands. And I feel like if anybody knew this veto, it was probably Blade.
I don't think Mongols really need all that much prep. I think they can do it with no prep at all. No, listen, they're an impressive team. I think they just have such a system working behind them. I don't think that I'm particularly worried for them that the maps might favor Navi a little bit as compared to last time. If they can show up on the server, I think they can take Navi on any map that they end up on.
You know how Vu went into his games during his career, right? Just no prep.
I mean, I'm making sense of what Vu said. I do think that the way that the Mongols beat Navi last time, I'm sure there were details. I'm sure they understood how to pull rotations.
Well, Blitz said it in the interview. They prepared hard for it. They were ready for it.
Yeah, they knew how to get 1v1s on bomb sites. Like that's something that I will give them credit for, that they pulled some of the rotations and took space away to get the fights. And Mazinho, they were just feeding the hot hand there. But I mean, if they worked really hard, because that was a very clear veto going into the last one, this is probably not to their expectations.
The thing is, I don't think they need to really reinvent the wheel here. I think Navi look shaky on a whole bunch of different maps, and Mongols are on they're on the up and up. I think Navi are on a downswing.
Very true, very true. But let's find out what Navi are thinking, because I caught up with JL and he had a lot to say about this whole thing.
JL, Furia tried to find your weak spot of Anubis in the last game, but you hadn't played it since September the 24th last year. Yeah, it was quite a long time, see. Did you guys feel a bit rusty?
Yeah, I was still 24 the last time we played it. Now I'm 25. I mean, we practiced a little bit. I feel like we do good on the map on official games, so we weren't that frightened by it, but we weren't prepared for it, for sure. We expected an Inferno pick from Furia. We put a lot of time into it because they have good Inferno, and yeah, they decided not to pick it, so we closed it in 2-0. Maybe it could have been otherwise, but
it wasn't as convincing as we were thinking. Was it less convincing than you thought, or was it just you're happy with it because you hadn't played the map in so long?
I kind of rolled with it, to be honest. I expected an Inferno. I'm like, okay, they picked Anubis, kind of they're bad, so yeah, just play it and see what happens, and we won.
How many times in games are you guys surprised by the veto? Because when I think of Blade, when I think of Alexi, what they'll do in prep, what Flashy can add as well, I doubt it's that many times.
Not a lot. Yeah. I mean, we were surprised. I mean, we take this one a while back, but at the Copenhagen Major that we won, that was the biggest time we've been surprised, because FaZe decided to pick Ancient instead of a Nuke. We didn't prepare for it, but we knew it was a good pick for us, so we kind of played 2 picks. We picked Ancient and we picked Mirage, but we lost Mirage. So that's good. We got saved by Inferno nonetheless. But yeah, out of topic, sorry.
No, you can stay on this topic because I'm still going to be talking about maps for this as well, because you guys have been floating training against other teams that ban it. So how comfortable do you guys feel in terms of the practice schedule of actually running a 7-map map pool?
Oh, really comfortable. I feel like we have a lot of information about our train from practice. It's just that we need to play a couple of officials to be really confident on that map and maybe pick it sometimes. But now it's just, I don't know, like any other map. If people pick it, we'll play it. If they don't pick it, fuck it, we'll practice it.
What's your thoughts now on train? I know you're trolling the interviewers before.
Sorry, what?
You were trolling people about your train opinion before, so what are your thoughts about it now?
I actually didn't like it, but now I do. I feel like it's an interesting map. There's a lot of, I mean, there's not a lot to it, but there's a lot to learn because I'm learning from one of the best minds in Counter-Strike, and it's so interesting to see the perspective of how trains played, because I played it like 5 years ago when I was like level 10 on Face-It, 3 Halo maybe, and the way he sees the map is way different than I envisioned it to be, and that's interesting to learn. Like whenever a new map comes out, I feel like it's a new opportunity to become a better player.
I got to do this. You said one of the best minds. Is it Alexi or is it Blade?
I'm talking about Blade. Yeah. I mean, Alexi is also one of the best minds, but I feel like Blade's a step ahead, above everyone. So.
That's because he's older, you know, more experienced, wiser. Sometimes it just be like that. Now, I'm going to come and cast your mind back to the last time you played the Mongols. Obviously, it wasn't great. It was 13-6 on both Mirage and Ancient. What can you now say about the reason why you guys lost that game, especially in the way you did?
I feel like there's 2 factors, and they're very simple. A, they had a really good day, and B, we didn't feel like a team at all. Okay. I feel like we're not finding solutions to whatever they're doing, even though they were doing simple things. We just, even if you find the idea of how to fix it around, they still headshot us. I mean, I remember a couple of deaths I had. They were really important ones. I feel like Tekna one-tapped me, or Xenia one-tapped me. Yeah. They didn't one-tap, but it just first bullet accuracy and done. I can't do anything, and then they're just out on a side running around doing whatever they want. So just crucial deaths here and there. And even if we managed to win a couple of duels, it still wasn't our day. We weren't communicating well enough. So I hope it's a different game today.
You'll definitely want it to be a different game today and try and get that playoff spot for sure. Now, I also want to ask you just around, it's not the first time you've had a blowout game like this before. I remember even after the major, right, where you guys faced FaZe, you had some of these maps where it would just go down bad like this. Is this something that you can try and stop happening? Is there something you guys talk about to say, like, guys, this is when we're not the same, this is how we need to make sure we lock in? Can you explain it?
Yeah, for sure. It's not the first time. I feel like we know how to come back into the tournament, into the game, and just doing the correct stuff and focusing on the game. And if you're not there, you have to make yourself there. So yeah, I feel like we were playing a great tournament. We played 1 game, but it was...
Hey, you won on Anubis, it's great.
Yes, it was really good. I felt like we played as a team, even though none of us like performed like star players or shot a lot of headshots. 4 of us finished in minus rating, but I feel like we played as a team, and I really enjoyed that, and I hope we can show the same thing here, even if somebody has a stinker, as long as we play a great game. That's what I'm here for.
But that's the beauty of the Blade system, right? That you don't need to have the star moments. It is about the playing as a team. I also just want to ask finally, VRS, obviously if you did beat the Mongols with the points they have, this is quite a nice one for you to try and jump back up. Does that add some extra fire to you in this game?
Fire, yes. But yeah, VRS rating is really important, really important to make it to the legend stage. We call it the stage 3 or stage 1. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's really important for us. That gives a lot of time for preparation and makes our schedule way easier. So yeah, that's what partially we're playing for. It's not even to beat Mongols; it's just to have the best chances for the major. Yeah.
A lot to say, JL, on that one, and because it's a weird spot for them to find themselves in, right? Especially just the way they lost, which you kept talking about.
Of course, and I'm just gonna take W's where I can here. I mean, probably when I said, oh, it's firepower why they lost, well, the pro player just said it, okay? He said exactly the same thing I said, so we just gotta take that when we can, right, Vu?
I think they want to, I think pro players really like to say, oh, we just didn't show up. It's just an easy answer. I think the
so my answer's easy too. I
think the reality is you're right. I think you're you're right. They just didn't show up. I mean, Bit, one of the most consistent players out there, just had a really bad game, honestly. And when you look at this matchup, one of the things I really want to touch on before we go live is Blitz versus Alexi B, because I think that's where the firepower, you know, you might see it even out with Bit, you might see it even out with JL against Mizinho and Senzu, but I don't know if you see it even up between Blitz and Alexi B.
Yeah.
No matter how Alexi B shows up.
It's a crazy point because we've actually gotten to the point in CS2 where teams are so comprehensively good that it goes top to bottom, that you can't have a weak link. We had Katie on the desk 20 minutes ago, talking about how the new meta is to have fragging in-game leaders, and it's pretty clear. It's clear as day that one of these guys is a fragging in-game leader, and one of them is a great caller.
I don't need Alexi B to be a quote fragging in-game leader, but I need him to do some fragging. I need him to
just get the kills that matter.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're in a position to get a trade frag, that needs to happen.
But the difference will always be that Blitz he's going to do a little bit more. He's going to go above and beyond the same way Major does. That's what Blitz is going to be doing.
Quantify me it a bit more. What do you want to see? Is it a certain amount of numbers, a certain amount of jewels he's going to take? Is he just more sharp, individually ready?
It's an eye test thing because I don't really need Alexi to get 15, 20, 25 kills.
Yeah.
I just need that when he's in positions where he's supposed to get the kill, this is something that people like Snacks, Kerrigan, Cadian are all having problems with. They just need to hit the most important shot when it's a gift. When it's an 80-20 favored fight, you need to win those fights as a pro player.
The way Mongols wins rounds, they topple defenses by getting into advantageous spots. They get deep into enemy control, and then they pick off one player and they topple. The rest of the site goes like dominoes. And so when Alexi B's in that spot where he's the guy that they're trying to isolate and take down, he just needs to win those fights. It doesn't need to be popping off the scoreboard with a ton of kills. Just win those ones so his team isn't kind of in panic mode on important rounds.
Well, let's see if that panic can be stopped, and let's see if that flow can go through all of the players and all of the teams when it comes to this, because I want an epic brawl, and I know two epic casters that will deliver the action for it.
A brawl is hopefully what we get here, James. I think that with the nature of this head-to-head going back and forth between them since the start of 2025, and a bit of a blowout in both those instances, either to Mongols in Katowice, or excuse me, Navi in Katowice and Mongols at Pro League Mo. Hopefully they meet in the middle tonight, because this is a game for playoffs. And these are two teams who have consistently attended all of the playoffs for all of the events that they have gotten to so far this year. So give it to me again, and give me a matchup that's deserving of that ticket to Lisbon.
I liked what we saw from Navi when they played at this event already. So I think it's got to be a better day from that perspective. I mean, looking at the round scores, I just think there's no way it's that bad again. So I think it's a deserved rematch, something we want to see. I think Navi will be up to the challenge, and interesting again to get new maps because, well, I mean, maybe it's obvious that they needed to try something new, but in the past few series, it's always been the same two. Now, here we go. Dust 2, pistol round, Mongols. Also sharp, however. You know, it's not like they've ever or recently looked terrible. Definitely wouldn't be doubting them at the moment.
It was a little sketchy to see them, you know, lose a map to M80. But then they stopped them, right?
M80 are a team who win games.
Well, you do have a valid point. That is...
G2, watch out.
That is true. M80 versus G2 tomorrow. Get ready for it. 4 games of Counter-Strike every day from now until the end of eternity. No, just until we get to Lisbon. Blitz takes the Gush, drop down from Emet, so a little CT control for this mid pop. That'll catch you off guard. Mongol's gonna have to hope that Techno goes far above and beyond. Ooh, but we swap over to Alexi, who ends up, actually, excuse me, no. So Alexi, how is that?
He was outside the window and he was jumping up to get in the window, I think. Yeah, crazy. Lots of people could have got that one. And running away from this, JL. Come on, take that fight. There we go.
Navi close out the pistol. And I mean, they just sliced right through that mid setup. There was no resistance for them whatsoever.
Great attack, basically. I mean, I think that Freiburg drop will just never go out of meta in some sense, just because it's so versatile. And clearing CT is more important than ever because of CT nades. So having this open, fragging your way through, and seeing how Imma, look at this, like Imma's playing the smoke mid B. No one's going to push through until very late into the round. But when the smoke is that aggressive, you have to respond to it to go and help your B players. And so you're always going to get a free kill.
Where do you put your chips tonight in this head-to-head?
I'll take the Mongols. I'll still take the Mongols because there's more questions about Navi. I think Mongols will also even get better than they did versus M80 because they had the rough first map and then they just got better and better.
By that map they owned.
Yeah. I just think Techno is really coming into his own right now. His form in that series was fantastic. Him as a retaker, small site player, his aim is really starting to reach a new level, I think.
Senzu trying to keep the hopes of denying this A site alive, but that frag grenade's got his name on it. Techno's been searching out some contact through the tunnels. He brings 910 with him. Woof, there we go. Khalil kill on Alexi's not half bad. Do you have any thoughts you'd like to add to the desk in their conversation about needing Alexi B to get a few more kills?
Yeah, I think the fragging in-game leader thing it's definitely important, I guess, conversation to have. I mean, I guess it'll need like a couple more months to really see, how much that's going to matter. Like, there's teams like FaZe, for example. It's like Kerrigan's never going to be like a fragging in-game leader like Blitz. But does that mean that FaZe are going to fall off entirely? I don't know if I'm ready to say, like, yeah. I don't think there's a world where I believe that Kerrigan's calling for a team with 4 other great players and they can't actually win entire tournaments. So it'll take some time for me to be convinced, but I would understand in the evolution of the game and people just getting better at everything that, yeah, you're going to need more and more good players.
Especially in the absence of, say, like a particularly wild superstar that we know Navi don't really have, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, GL is a superstar, but in different ways.
Definitely. I think it is true, though, that, like, yeah, Blitz is pretty incredible for the fact that he calls, like, very detailed games. A lot of aggressive games as well. But then also frags so heavily.
Yeah, my favorite thing about that interview in the pregame was just when James asked him, like, did you tell the boys something special today? Like, we've got this, just kind of like tapping into whether or not Blitz offers up the moral support of a leader. And he goes, oh, no. I just say go A or go B.
Yeah.
Blitz is a all business kind of guy.
Definitely.
And I thought that about the Mongols entirely. I'm like, oh, they're very serious. They're not always playing around and stuff. But I'll pull back the curtain. After that last match, I left the casting room and I walked by the Mongols team room. And as I walked by, Senzu was just like awkwardly standing there with his hand on the door handle. And I'm like, what's this guy doing? And we make eye contact. He nods at me and I walk by. And then I realized the door was trying to be opened by somebody on the inside. And Senzu was just holding the door shut, trapping him inside. And then all of a sudden, Senzu lets go of the door handle, and M80, who was trying to open the door, stuck inside, goes flailing backwards and almost falls over. And Senzu laughs at him. And I thought to myself, okay, good. They are traveling the world playing Counter-Strike and becoming just best of friends. You got to have that fun side of it all, or else what the hell's the point?
Ooh, that was actually a great play. Nate for the smoke, and they cross up into this mid-B. I don't know if there's a way to do anything more if you're the Mongols, besides a lucky shot. And there will be no Deus Ex Machina helping them out.
Everybody bullying M80 today. First casualty over towards long doors, and then Navi rock that boat back out through middle into the B site. And they'll close this one for the 3-0 start, huh?
Alexi won't be able to save within the site, so he'll have to exit. They know that Blitz was out in CT, but they hurt him a lot. So they'll go this way, and Blitz and him both survive. No problem. Crazy that with the region, we knew that there were other rosters, full Mongolian out there, But then to have the Huns come through and their own player, 9, put up 2 incredible clips at the event. Goes to show you their talent runs deep. And you can even see from just the roster transfer history for the Mongols, they have tried so many different players for their own lineup.
Yeah, including 9.
Looks like they had their pick of the litter, yeah.
It's nice to just know that, like, whatever Mara saw back then with 9 when they were playing under the IHC banner, it obviously wasn't all for naught, because he shows up now with the Huns and kind of shines as their star. And, that was technically the 3rd best team in that qualifier. or from that region. 910 strikes down JL. This is the first gun round for the Mongols, and it starts off with an op shot. Techno awaits the fall down. Ooh, delivery, bomb at his feet. Tries to climb over the car to continue to hold this. We get a very fast scramble up towards window. 910 just skating around these players, but then they both get caught, him and that close rotate. It's M80 to finally get another one back for the Mongols. Navi doing a great job of taking over sight, but the kid's in it, and he's got it. 3 kills to his name. Big clutch as he just creeps up through window and takes them both off guard.
They're always ready to fight, man. I actually shocked that M80 wins that. Navi had to just go through it just to get into the site because 910 did a great job between his first off shot and the smoke. But jumping up, the jumping inaccuracy I thought was going to cost him the round. And then M80 just does this, simple. No trade possible. Great reaction. Well, happy to say that it's a good-looking, 2 teams in the server today.
But only one can win. See if they can keep it up as Alexi chucks his grenades out.
You know what they say, if the T's and the CTs work together, they'd win way more rounds. They say that.
They do, whoever they are. Look at this man on the prowl. Oh, no way. Alexi comes back. Clutch. And Blitz is going to strike down Alexi, but he's also kind of 2 minds here. Is A truly compromised? Where the hell was Alexi going? Had anybody already gotten out the long doors? Not yet, but Wonderful heads there now. Bomb's still down in lower tunnels, and Blitz.
Bomb aims to be crossing low. Wonderful getting up into long. It's a solid spot here for Navi. Blitz could jump up.
But will he?
There's no real way to know that Wonderful got out to this position. So it looks like, oh, I thought it'd be a done position. Okay, now
tries to get into cover and denied by Bit. Techno's off over towards the tunnels will go for the save surely, and that's Navi getting past. And considering how convincingly they were inside that B site last round, if it wasn't for M80's heroics, Navi would be one better. So another great showing out of the T side thus far.
To be honest, though, M80 could have won this round, too.
Yeah, fair.
This kill from Alexi V is so important.
Desk wanted more Alexi kills. There's one for you.
There you go, Vu.
Certainly not favored in that one as the top mid flank comes out, and he has the lesser weapon, but a couple Tech 9 taps, and it's Navi back to winning ways. So yeah, there you go, Vu.
Professional hater over here. Just kidding, we're all haters. Are you a hater?
No.
No.
Not really.
I hate that.
Not really. I only hate the things you hate so that we can be on the same page.
Hating for the sake of hating? That sounds like a hater to me.
I'm just a good friend,
Oh, hating the same way as me. I see.
Yeah, whatever
Okay.
whatever's got you hot and bothered. Yeah, get him, Mohan.
Thanks, sheep.
I prefer the term sidekick, but okay. Now I know how you feel. Look at 910 go. Op in hand, MP9 on Blitz. Those are the 2 real tools they'll work with in the 6th. And Wonderful's got an inkling. As to that CT up close, almost exposed by the frag, but Techno's able to get into the corner. And Alexi is allowed to hang on to Suicide because we get that peel back from 910. Maybe because they opened up that smoke, they've beckoned the other op over.
It's kind of a crazy spot because 910 walked away just as Alexi jumped Suicide. There was no one to trade. Tried to make the best use of this one big gun. Wow, what a clear out of Wonderful. Gotta appreciate that. I'll have a hard time getting that gun back too. Molly's bummer. Another.
Strikes down Senzu, so it's all about setting up this 5-7. Does he take his time? He doesn't really get the chance as JL does come back to clear it. That's an AK picked up, but he peeks into the double. And Alexi B gives the cover that they'd hoped for. M80 flanks again. This time, he's the one with the pistol. And same as last time, unable to connect or collect a kill from top middle. 5-1 to Natus Vincere.
Lovely start for Navi, man. This is looking like they're at full strength.
Scrum-diddly-umptious.
Bet he said a bad word there.
Oh, I bet it's really fun to swear in Mongolian.
Yeah.
I bet you they
Maybe someone could teach us some words.
Sign me up. Careful, Bit. You got a fight on hand. Just wants to put the smoke on the corner and doesn't follow up behind it. M80 just sprints on over to the pit. It gets flashed out, makes some sound. So M80's just going to lock into the corner. That actually draws the majority of the Mongols back over towards Long. 910 playing car, holding catwalk. Really starts to kind of open a gap here that could be exploited to the B site if Navi pounce on it.
The mid gaps are real. Navi quick to find it. I mean, love this. I think this is the same thing for Mongols last Dust 2. Except it was both teams who didn't really pay mid enough attention. And look at the utility, man. There will not be a retake this round if this exec comes through fast.
Boils down to whether the B defenders can hold it back alone. Nade nearly exposing this 3-player mid-pack.
Wow.
Nice headshot from Ime.
Refresh of the smoke as well. They won't be breaking that open.
But where are they going?
I mean, I guess they know it's a 3-2. They weakened up A a little bit. They still have Bit outside Long. But they're running into the Opper.
Ime onto the op himself here to set up the 2 AKs ahead of him.
They've got time and a full exec is coming.
910 eats the flash. Doesn't end up stopping either of the first 2, nor Ime, the temporary opper. So Navi with conviction.
Wow, we might have another finals contender here if Navi keep this up. They are sharp. Question was, at this event, which Navi would we get? Looks like the best version. Wonderful with another one. 2-op T side. This is peak matchmaking. No deaths. They fought everyone on every site.
Ouch.
And won all the way through. Dude, what a kill. Hit that chicane like new.
Now poor Mongols aren't going to have much to work with in this, so...
This is what Mongols did to them at EPL.
Yeah. And then, you know, it's what Navi did to Mongols back at Katowice. So this head-to-head has been happening a couple times already this year. We're trying to find some consistency in the results. To me, and the bigger picture, the consistency we're really getting so far this season of Counter-Strike is that the teams that you see in playoffs really becoming mainstays. You know, Cluj was one of those anomalies where not all of the top teams attended, so we got some new teams in top 8, which was very refreshing and fun for the not only stage experience to be collected by some of those rosters, but also just the names we got to cast. You look at the guys starting to qualify for Lisbon, it is starting to become a trend. You know, Eternal Fire 5 for 5. Navi and the Mongols have yet to miss out, but again, they didn't attend Cluj, so they don't have that extra accolade that Eternal Fire can be proud of.
Imo was there.
True. That is true. You know, and Vitality, well, they started the year slow with the whole bounty loss, but obviously they're now the team to beat for everybody, so they have just skyrocketed up the list of contenders.
They are owning.
Yep.
They've got like that Vitality aura right now. Absolutely stomping here. And, oh yeah, just as a side note, Immo was glowing at that event. I mean, that would have been so special for him because that's the most famous that he's been coming into an event that he's, you know, he's got fans, and that was in Romania. That was a real awesome sight. Him and his friend, forgot his name, who was streaming, they came up together.
Jaxie?
Yeah.
Jinxie?
That sounds right.
Damn it.
Sharing the crowd.
Feel bad for forgetting.
Yeah, he's got the biggest co-stream in Romania, so kind of important to get his name right.
The barber I went to while in Cluj-Napoca told me that if Navi had shown up to the event, he would have bought all the tickets. That's how much he wanted to go just to see Ime. I said, you know, you can still just buy one.
And he's going to be there.
Yeah. Ooh, Bit's going to take that as a peek. Fire doesn't come through the doorway, so he's happy to try to contest.
Wow, he had his teammate ready to call for the flashes.
Nice supportive utility here for Ime. That is going to bellow them forward. A booming entry frag ×2 here for Bit on long, and 910 just has to lean back. Where are the Mongols?
Dude, that's great communication, seamless. And that was a moment where Bit, you know, he maybe doesn't get out, but they're ready to help him if he can. Bit 10-2.
Wonderful 10-2. JL 2-3.
Yeah. J loser. Just kidding, love that guy. Oh, that's all you'll get, a dink. You just can't kill anyone in this game right now.
Good shot for 910 to at least get one of these 5 players for Navi in rounds where they've had 5 standing. Every kill could count here if you've got any chance at turning the tide throughout Dust 2. But this just feels like such a well-oiled machine right now. You know, Maui Snake alluded to it, right? That Navi would be coming back into this with a plan, with alterations, and also with, you know, a good amount of vengeance. Feels exactly like that. They are not letting this opportunity at revenge slip by them, and they're doing it as convincing as can be. On the brink of an 8-1 lead here. Absolutely justifying the Dust 2 map pick. 910 just looking for exits in the sense that he wants to leave and will be allowed to do so. The double ops saved here by the Mongols. They will run for the hills as Navi take the 8-1 score. Missed incendiary though is why Bit's allowed to take those fights.
It is, but also the, you know, that Molly expires even by the time he takes his second fight, even if it doesn't, he doesn't even get a kill from behind it technically, right? But the Imma set up 2 flashes for the off chance that he could actually capitalize, and he is ready to go. Communication again, perfect.
How many more playoff?
This is comprehensive, like.
Oh yeah. Oh, Blade doesn't even have his notebook out.
Yeah, I mean.
That's saying something.
What was the question that you were about to ask?
The question was how many more playoff appearances before we start to see Mongols buying things like gold chains and, you know, that classic process. When do they get
the
to
Louis
become
bags and
ballers?
stuff?
Yeah.
They could already. They've won more prize money than most tier 1 teams from last year because they were playing the tier 2 events that had just huge prize pools. So
racking it in.
Yeah.
Raking it in.
Here they're still sharing beds, man. They're just
humble kings.
They're stacking the dough right now.
Off duel between Wonderful and Senzu as those 2 ops saved in the last round try to get something going in middle, but they don't actually go for the 9-10 peek into lower. That could have been a viable chance to kill Ime. Instead, he gets tagged through the doorway. Secondary op in Senzu trying to strike one down, but met by smoke for the time being. That's going to open up the possibility of a catwalk re-aggression. We see these 3 players setting up for it. Careful, Bit. He actually loses 64 health to that.
64-bit rolls right off the tongue.
Whoa. What are the odds?
I mean, they're denying the cap push and they're holding mid control as well. This is the 2 places Mongols need to attack. Otherwise, 910's got to over-deliver, and that's a huge kill because it's not one of the tag players either.
Nice. Senzu
there we go.
Catching one through the door, so great positioning here for Mongols, and then they just kind of pull the trigger when they have to. It looks like they're going to get themselves a second. Bit burned down so low by the way of that Molotov. Not able to collect anything here. Wonderful's about to have an entire horde running at him. They play with the corner and then sweep him away. Nicely done here by the Mongols, sending a bit of a message in the waning moments of this half. It is at the very least 2 CT round wins.
Very important they did it on this round while they were saving. They actually have a chance to catch the tempo into this game. It's pretty much the only leverage they've got to make a half of this. But still, they maybe can. So I don't think they'll be able to get a save, though, by the end of this half. Now, it's a very curious moment. You know, one of the more higher level games in terms of the coaches that we'll definitely refer to more often. To have an early start means to have a bit of a playground in terms of what can work. You can do so many different things, which is intrinsically confusing for the team who's lost those rounds. They have to cover more options. And so I wonder what the conversation was played there.
Oh, they tag each other.
Tag for tag.
How dramatic. Senzu opens up the smoke with his own frag grenade, and they tag each other. You don't see that every day.
You don't.
Today is that day.
Almost never.
March 22nd, 2025. Put it in your calendars.
It's a sentimental MF right here.
Today was the day.
Leg day.
No, it was actually back day today.
Actually, it was chest day, Connor.
Oh, right.
Been working out too much.
Yeah, I lived.
Techno's been amazing lately. I bet he gets his clip now.
Lexi softened up for him. Do some heavy lifting here in this B site because you've got no mid support. Down to 35 seconds. Oh, missed shot as they walk through that smoke. Techno's going to turn to help him. Mohan called the cliff. JL trying to exit. Collateral shot. JL still survives it. Oh! And then as he goes into the repeak, hits him in the head.
Man.
Bit nearly killed by his teammates. Got to grab the bomb as the AWP bullet just comes whizzing by.
They all have no HP. Mongols must try this.
And surely they will. The thing is, does Wonderful need that much health? I love the angle here from Blitz. Just comes at him from an unexpected spot. Enough to flush him off. Back into the bomb site alongside his teammates. Everybody low here for Navi, but that nade nearly evens this out. Bit standing up in the windows, the first of the three to fall. JL off the box, catching the climb up. We go back even again. He's cautious about middle, not the case.
Another.
Dude, JL 3 kills deep. Wonderful stuck in by Carr, awaits it, and that's Navi in with a 9.
Man, you just gotta respect these guys right now. They are getting everything. 3 players basically dinked on that attack. But Techno can only get one. 9-10 even denied that repeat. Looked perfect to be able to get another. Jailed, handed out haircuts.
Yeah, man, Brian. This next one. Zoom.
Oh.
One bullet before 9-10 gets him. Yep, one shot. Techno gets tagged on the door cross. Wonderful. Putting in the work as Navi seek double digits on their map picks T side.
Their aim right now could win you a major final. That's how good they're looking.
Xeno's gonna set Bit on fire, forced to take the duel and wins.
You guys say more? Bit 12-4.
Hit for 64 again.
Whoa.
That's weird that it happened twice. 64.
Mark the day on the calendar.
Yep, I'm telling you, man, something spooky. March 22nd, 2025.
There was a knife kill, Zeus kill. 64-bit. Leg day. What's beneath the pyramids, man? Something's going on.
Let's seize that movement. 2 players confirmed in middle here. Nate should be good. Oh no, the box actually saves Alexi, but the spam will not save them from being toppled easily in a moment. Alexi actually has to put it out.
Does health matter? Does health matter for Navi? It doesn't.
I don't think so, man. JL, I mean, he does have a fuller bar than the rest. Just the fact that the others have survived. Oh, tries to go for the front runner. 9-10 is able to get out just enough. to strike one down. Now, you've got 15 seconds. That bomb's going to work up long. 910 is stuck in this corner, and he's the last player up. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. That feels like the motto tonight. Navi coming back for revenge. Well, we hope for a closer affair between two teams who have gone head-to-head twice this year already, but it looks like we could be in store for another lopsided matchup. Or the Mongols just have something special in store, but it's the mechanical prowess that we saw from Navi throughout that first half that really makes me feel, at the very least, Dust 2 gets wrapped up.
Remember when Martin came to the green room and asked who we want to see player cams of this game? The POV of their screens? I think James said Bit today.
Yes, he did.
Everyone agreed.
Yes, he did.
Seems like the right call. Oh,
is it?
Maybe it's maybe it should be Emma too. Jeez.
Give us one more. The beauty of this kind of a score here from Navi is that not only do you absolutely rinse the Mongols in the first map, but if you can close this one quickly,